One gloomy day, a horde of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared out of nowhere and invaded Earth. Humanity followed the trend and awakened the power to tame beasts. And our main character, who just reincarnated here, discovered he had formed a contract with a super dumb-looking lump of ice. Its only special move is saving electricity when it's hot. Everyone laughed at him, but he laughed at them because he's the protagonist of this story. He has a system that can see the hidden evolution paths of pets, and his lump of ice actually has a god-tier bloodline to evolve into the Lord of the Ice Kings. He just needs to provide the exact materials from the system's guide for a flawless evolution. One strike is enough to freeze the hearts of everyone watching this video. One more evolution and you guys will lose your minds. So without further ado, let's get started. The story begins at the Junior Beast Taming Academy. The teacher's voice rings out, "Students, the Beast Tamer exam is less than a week away, and tomorrow is the qualification assessment. You have all contracted your first pets. Get some good rest today, prepare thoroughly, and aim for a high score. All right, class dismissed." The students chatter excitedly as they leave the class. The qualification assessment is almost here. I'm so nervous. Tell me about it. With our current strength, even becoming a trainee beast tamer is hard. As for the advanced academy, just forget about it. A blonde guy laughs loudly. My goal is the Jiang Nin Beast Taming Academy. Even if I can't get into the top academy, passing a normal one is no problem with my skills. Beside him, another guy holds his head in panic. If I can't even pass the trainee assessment, I'll be a normal person for the rest of my life. No one notices the guy sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom. With an indifferent expression, he rests his chin on his hand and stares blankly out the window. It's our main character. The qualification assessment is coming, but what does that have to do with someone who reincarnated like him? That's right. Just a week ago, he transmigrated into this body. By merging with its memories, he learned what kind of world this is. During the Great Cataclysm a few centuries ago, countless ferocious beasts emerged from spatial rifts, massacring humanity and devastating the world. Humanity rose up to fight back. Amid the brutal war, they gradually figured out how to tame the beasts and control them in battle. Thus, the beast tamer profession was born, officially stepping onto the world stage. In this era of taming, beast tamers naturally became the ultimate symbol of status and class. It can be said that becoming a beast tamer means stepping into the elite echelon of society. And for the youth of this world, their greatest dream is to become a powerful spirit tamer. In this world, all 18-year-olds can contract their first pet. The stronger their soul, the higher the level cap of the pet they can contract. However, none of this matters to him, because before he transmigrated, the previous owner of this body had already contracted his first pet. It's this harmless little snowball that only knows how to act cute. Not only does this little guy have zero offensive power, but it also can't even evolve. Our protagonist stands in despair amidst a desolate scene. The north wind howls and white snow falls. Is he really doomed to be an ordinary person, living a mediocre life forever? He sighs heavily. When others transmigrate, if they don't get a golden cheat, they at least get world-destroying power. Why is his turn so incredibly pathetic? Suddenly, a classmate approaches from behind, pats his shoulder and says, "Lamb track, don't overthink it. It's fine if you can't be a beast tamer. Being a normal office worker and not having to risk your life out there isn't so bad." A chubby guy chimes in, "Yeah, what's wrong with not being a beast tamer? At worst, you can just take your little snowball to the mall entrance and sell ice cream, right?" Hearing this, they burst into laughter. That's right. Ha ha ha. Selling ice water isn't a bad idea either. He grinds his teeth in anger. Damn you all. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoes. System charging complete, initiating activation. Activation successful. Achievement system officially unlocked. He is stunned. Is this a golden cheat? So the reason the system hasn't appeared since I reincarnated is because it was charging? He screams in joy. Holy shit. This voice sounds like the call of an angel. My golden cheat is finally here. Reading the system's features makes him incredibly thrilled. There are achievement points too. That's awesome. What about little snowball? The system continues to display information. Can increase growth by battling or consuming items rich in energy. Reaching 100% growth will trigger evolution. He mutters, reaching 100% growth will trigger evolution. He is slightly taken aback. Huh, evolution? I thought it couldn't evolve. The system screen shows two selectable evolution paths. The Giant Path enhances close combat abilities. The Queen Path enhances ice element affinity. focuses on boosting spellcasting abilities capable of evolving up to the king tier. This flood of information leaves him thoroughly surprised. Little Snowball obviously couldn't evolve. Could this be a hidden evolution path? Awesome. Looking at the fluff ball in his hands, he cheers joyfully. Does this mean I don't have to set up an ice cream stall anymore? I can actually be a beast tamer. There's even a queen path that can evolve all the way to the king tier. This is fantastic. He reaches out to the screen to test the new feature. Let's try using achievement points to upgrade Little Snowball first. There's a claimable achievement. He clicks it immediately and is awarded 100 achievement points, plus a soul crystal. He smiles happily and says, done. Lambtrack excitedly continues using achievement points to upgrade his pet. A notification rings out, evolution successful. Level, Tier 1, Stage 2. Growth, 100%. He smiles brightly, hugging Little Snowball and shouts it leveled up. I can't believe it actually worked. Consumes 77 achievement points, 23 points remaining. Then he says dejectedly, but how did such a grand effect only raise it by 1 stage? That's too weak. He lightly pinches the fluff ball with both hands and sighs. You little guy being ranked as an F-tier pet really isn't unjustified at all. I still need to prepare Ice Element Essence and a Soul Gem. Evolution is the ultimate truth. 20 Ice Element Essences and 1 Soul Gem. A normal person would never guess this is the formula for Little Snowball's stage advancement. Besides, these things aren't cheap. He'll withdraw some money first, then head to the pet store to buy the evolution materials. He turns and walks toward the classroom door while his classmates continue to mock him. Ha ha. Lambtrack, are you taking your Little Snowball home to sell ice cream? He scoffs disdainfully and says, little guy, don't mind this trash. I'm counting on you for tomorrow's Beast Tamer qualification assessment. The guy instantly flies into a rage, his face darkening and veins bulging. You piece of trash, what did you just say? Our protagonist thinks to himself, the Jiang family is the second largest family in Jiangmin City. I can't clash with him directly just yet. I'll just wait and see. He then says to the guy, well, see who the real trash is at the Grand Beast Tamer exam. The guy bursts into laughter, pointing at his face mockingly. Ha ha ha, just you? Bringing this stuffed animal that can't even evolve. The guy next to him chimes in. If I were you, I wouldn't even bother showing up for the assessment tomorrow because you obviously won't pass. Hurry up and crawl back home to sell popsicles. Right at that moment, a beautiful girl appears and shouts, Jiang Hao. Don't go too far. Jiang Hao crosses his arms, looking arrogant. Oh, it's Miss Quan. I'm not going too far. I'm just so terrified of this piece of trash. The chubby guy adds, I really don't understand why Miss Quan likes this garbage. Wouldn't it be better to hang out with our brother Hao? He smiles, ignoring them, and walks away. Forget it, Nin. No need to stoop to their level. Everything will be clear when the time comes. I have to make a trip to the pet store. You head home first. She replies unhappily. Okay. After dropping by the store and returning home, he sighs dejectedly. Why are evolution materials so expensive? My savings of several months vanish in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind. Lambtrack, you're back. Turning around, he sees Quan Nin. And Nin. She asks, my mom asked me to come over and see if you're having dinner at our place tonight. He agrees immediately. Sure, I'll be over in a bit. He suddenly notices her shyly tucking her hair behind her ear as she asks, Lambtrack, for tomorrow's Beast Tamer qualification assessment, could you go with me? He nods, of course. Besides, I'll be participating in the qualification assessment too. She lights up with joy and cheers. Really? That's great. You definitely have to teach Jiang Hao and his gang a lesson. Don't worry, I'll give everyone a big surprise. Then it's settled. Remember to come over for dinner later, Lambtrack. Yeah. Sitting on the sofa, Lambtrack takes out the items he bought and sighs. This is just low-level ice element essence and a soul gem, yet it's already this expensive. Little guy, upgrading you in the future is probably going to cost a fortune. Come here, little guy. Eat these and you'll be able to evolve. Little Snowball immediately stuffs everything into its mouth and swallows it down. He laughs, eats slowly, no one's fighting you for it. After devouring the materials, the fluff ball burps, and its entire body suddenly inflates. He is stunned. Oh, is it really about to evolve? Then a brilliant light radiates from Little Snowball, making his eyes widen. It's glowing. Even more astonishingly, limbs resembling a human's sprout from the round fluff ball. The evolution process is complete. The surge of power radiating throughout the room forces our protagonist to shield his face. Opening his eyes, he sees that little Snowball has transformed into a little girl whose entire body is a brilliant azure. Seeing the stats on the system panel, he cheers joyfully. Evolution successful. Ice, Spirit, Soul. Looking at little Snowball's level, Lambtrack is amazed. I can't believe it jumped an entire major tier. Currently, the average pet strength of a 12th grader at Bin High School is only Tier 1, Stage 3 to 5. To think mine went straight to Tier 2. He picks up his pet, and the little one smiles brightly, rubbing her face affectionately against her master. He thinks to himself, I can feel the freezing cold just by getting close. It seems her strength has increased even more than I imagined. If the system hadn't prompted the materials needed for little Snowball's evolution, no one would ever use these materials to raise such a weak pet. I definitely won the bet this time. He extracts the Soul Crystal and the Body Strengthening Crystal, rewards from the system. The Soul Crystal increases soul strength. Soul strength determines the number and level cap of contracted pets. Meanwhile, the Body Strengthening Crystal directly enhances physique. Both are incredibly important. After swallowing the two crystals, our main character suddenly opens his eyes wide in amazement. His body transforms and he radiates a terrifying surge of power. The system notifies. Physique, 1 increased to 2. Soul, 0.8 increased to 1.8. He punches the wall hard. I don't feel cold anymore, and I feel this endless power surging through me. A huge hole appears in the wall. Even though I don't need to fight personally, having a strong body is definitely a good thing. In case of danger, my chances of survival will increase significantly. Little Snowball is hugging his leg, eyes closed tightly, uttering some meaningless sounds. Overjoyed, he decides to go all in. He uses all of his achievement points to upgrade his pet. Little Snowball is successfully upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 4. Her glowing pink eyes open. His expression is extremely thrilled. At the Beast Taming Association tomorrow, it'll definitely blow their minds during the assessment. Scene transition the next day. On the way to the Beast Taming Association, Quan Nin stretches and asks, Brother, are you ready? He replies, Of course. I absolutely have to earn my Beast Tamer qualification today. She cheers happily. That's awesome. You suddenly became so passionate. If it were the old you, you definitely wouldn't have participated. Hearing this, Lambtrack just smirks slightly. Everyone changes eventually. Suddenly, whispers can be heard from afar. Hey, isn't that Quan Nin, the genius senior from Bin High School? Why does she always like hanging around that piece of trash? Who knows? I heard Chu Wan from our school confess to her yesterday, but she rejected him. Chick, why does everyone like her? What's so great about her anyway? Shh, keep your voice down. He thinks to himself, Quan Nin is my cousin and a genius of Bin High School. She has many admirers and haters, but she doesn't seem to care about anyone else at all. He suddenly hears his cousin ask, Brother, are you really planning to use Little Snowball for the qualification assessment? He clenches his fist and replies confidently, Of course. Don't underestimate Little Snowball. She suddenly loops her arm around his neck. If we both pass today, let's go celebrate. There's this restaurant I've been wanting to try for ages. Just then, a stranger charges out and yells, Quan Nin, stop right there. Brother, she's the one who stole my man. Quan Nin doesn't even give the person a second glance, asking indifferently, Who are you? And who's your boyfriend? The other person spits out 2 words, Chu Wan. Hearing this name, she instantly remembers, oh, that immature brat. The image of that guy with flashy, chameleon-like hair pops into her mind. She replies in annoyance, Sorry, I'm not interested in him. He confessed, but I already rejected him. Hearing that response, the girl screams in anger, You're lying. You definitely seduced him first. Quan Nin, completely done with this nonsense, pulls Lambtrack's arm. Let's go, brother. I don't want to waste time explaining to them. We have more important things to do. A muscular blonde guy suddenly grabs her shoulder, warning, Hey, you dare look down on me? Did I say you could leave? Since you dared to mess with my cousin, don't blame me for being ruthless. She starts getting angry, knitting her brows, and snaps impatiently, Let go of me. Her disdainful attitude infuriates him. He immediately raises his fist. You little brat, let me show you what happens when you mess with us. But before the punch could land, our main character grabs his wrist, locking it completely in place so he can't move an inch. Witnessing this scene, Quan Nin was stunned, her eyes widening in sheer surprise. The girl on the other side added fuel to the fire. Appa, stop joking around. Everyone knows what a loser her cousin is. He shouted loudly, trying to play the hero to save the beauty. Know your place. This guy really won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Without uttering a single word, Lambtrack decisively delivered a brutal knee strike. The opponent was instantly sent flying back several meters, causing his sister to scream in terror. Appa. Watching him sprawled pathetically on the ground, Lambtrack walked up coldly, looking down on him. I am her older brother. If you have a problem, come to me. The guy couldn't get up immediately, gritting his teeth in pain, his brows furrowed in pure rage. Standing behind, Quan Nin watched in astonishment. I didn't know Lambtrack was such a good fighter. The protagonist was also a bit surprised, thinking to himself, I didn't expect my strength to increase this much after my physique was enhanced. The guy finally scrambled to his feet, roaring, if you're asking for death, don't blame me. He then immediately summoned his beast, while Lambtrack watched the emerging green flames with an expressionless face. A massive, extremely ferocious wolf appeared before their eyes. It was another wolf beast type, Tier 2 Stage 1. The blonde guy scoffed disdainfully. You're just two high school kids, yet you dare to go against my Tier 2 nether wolf. Quan Nin thought to herself, indeed, my pet is only Tier 1 Stage 7 right now. Even if I have confidence in it, the chances of winning are slim. Oh well, I have no other choice. Just as she was about to summon her beast, she saw Lambtrack stepping forward and called out in a panic. Oppa, what are you doing? Oppa, are you planning to use Little Snowball to fight him? If she gets hurt, it'll affect your aptitude assessment. Seeing her worry, he simply gave a reassuring smile and said confidently, just leave it to me. The opponent laughed triumphantly. Are you crazy? With the worst aptitude in Bin Hai High School, you dare speak such arrogant words. Boss, teach them a lesson. The guy, certain of an easy win, arrogantly ordered his wolf, get him. His expression remained completely calm as he silently reached out his hand to summon Little Snowball. The ferocious wolf dashed forward, its fur bristling, ready to tear its opponent apart. But unfortunately for it, Little Snowball appeared, bringing her hands together to unleash her power and deal with the beast. Before the wolf could even reach them, its entire body was frozen solid, completely unable to move. Seeing this, the siblings immediately froze in their tracks, looking utterly dumbfounded and speechless. Quan Nin was also completely shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Is this Little Snowball? He turned his head and gently answered his cousin's question. Little Snowball has evolved. The blonde guy yelled angrily, move, nether wolf, but was clearly powerless to do anything. On the other side, Lambtrack continued to introduce his beast to his cousin. Her name is now Ice Spirit Soul. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. The frozen nether wolf shattered into 100 pieces, sending fragments flying into the air. A few shards landed at the feet of the wolf's master, who trembled in despair. No, it's impossible. Clutching his head, he screamed, you're just a high school student. Your strongest pet should only be Tier 1 Stage 9 at most. How could you instantly kill my Tier 2 pet? The enemy was in a panic, boss. What did we do? I didn't expect him to have a Tier 2 or higher pet. We miscalculated. Let's retreat. Hurry. Hurry up. The protagonist spoke in a cold voice, throwing back the exact words the guy had just said. Hey, did I say you could leave? The siblings broke out in a cold sweat, looking terrified as they realized they were totally screwed. He instantly dashed in front of Lambtrack, bowing submissively. Sorry, boss, we were wrong. Lambtrack kept his hands in his pockets and asked indifferently, I don't think I'm the one you should be apologizing to, right? He immediately whipped around to face Quan Nin. Sorry, classmate Quan, it was our mistake. Please forgive us this time. When I get back, I'll teach Chu Hon a lesson. Seeing her brother act so cowardly, the sister looked bewildered, her face filled with extreme confusion. Appa. She unexpectedly took a punch to the face. What are you staring at? Apologize right now. Finding the scene an eyesore, Quan Nin waved her hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. Just leave quickly. Hearing her say that, the protagonist chuckled lightly and decided to let the two off. All right? As if granted amnesty, he hastily grabbed his sister by the collar, turned around, and bolted away. Quan Nin happily lunged forward. Oppa, you're amazing! How did you do that? That was a Tier 2 nether wolf. What's this Ice Spirit Soul? Little Snowball can actually evolve? He smiled and pinched his little sister's cheek, replying, That's right, but we're running out of time, so let's save the explanation for later. We need to hurry to the qualification exam assessment hall. At the massive Beast Taming Association building, a huge crowd had already gathered. Everyone crowded around a colossal stone with a bizarre green pattern in the center. Is that the origin stele? The crowd whispered among themselves, it's so huge, but it doesn't look like anything special. Lamtrock, with his hands in his pockets and an arrogant look on his face, thought to himself, this is the final qualification assessment of the year. Some will permanently lose their right to be beast tamers, while others will successfully enter the Beast Taming Academy and welcome a new life. I must succeed. A man walked out, followed by a few stern-looking bodyguards in black suits. Welcome everyone to today's Apprentice Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment. Each of you receive a small bronze tag upon entering, engraved with the words low, medium, high, and super hard, respectively. This is your key to enter the virtual realm of the origin stele. You must choose the difficulty of the trial you are about to face. The higher the difficulty you clear, the richer the rewards. Please look at the screen. Information about the difficulty levels and rewards appeared on the screen, causing a stir in the crowd. So tempting. If only I could clear the super hard difficulty. Keep dreaming. Not even 1/10 of the people can clear the high difficulty. Just focus on passing the low difficulty to become an apprentice beast tamer first. Standing behind him, Kwon-din asked softly, Oppa, which one are you going to choose? He remained silent and didn't answer. The man continued, before you select the exam's difficulty, I offer a word of advice. This concerns your future prospects, so please consider it very carefully. Choose a difficulty that matches your actual strength. His cousin pondered for a moment before her finger finally stopped on the high difficulty. After everyone had made their choices, the screen displayed the results. Low difficulty, 46 people. Medium difficulty, 10 people. High difficulty, 1 person. Super hard difficulty, 1 person. The crowd immediately broke into laughter. Which idiot is that? Daring to choose super hard. Yeah, they must be daydreaming. To slip up at a time like this, what a fool. Whoever it is, they're definitely not getting into the Beast Taming Academy this year. That so-called idiot was none other than the protagonist, who paid no mind to their mockery and just smirked with supreme confidence. Seeing the button in Lamtrack's hand, Kwon-din suddenly cried out, Appa, you chose the super hard difficulty. If you fail, you won't be able to take the Beast Taming Academy entrance exam this year. He beamed brightly, seemingly certain of victory. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The surrounding people whispered, is he the one who chose super hard? Did he press the wrong button? Is this guy brain dead? The white-haired man walked over. Young man, did you not hear what I just said? You must choose carefully. He clenched his fist, his expression as solid as a rock as he affirmed, this is my decision after careful consideration. Are you saying you think you can clear the super hard difficulty? Lamtrack replied casually, of course. The man laughed, thinking the youth was simply too reckless. I've already given you my advice. If you insist on playing with fire, then suit yourself. Since everyone has made their choice, I now declare the exam started. The exam begins. Everyone then sat cross-legged on the ground, their eyes tightly shut, getting into a ready posture. The origin stele lit up, transporting each person into the virtual realm corresponding to the difficulty level they challenged. The man looked up at the screen, his interest piqued. Lamtrack, was it? Interesting. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already been transported into the virtual realm, finding himself surrounded by a remarkably vast space. Pushing himself up, he began to observe his surroundings. Looks like I've entered the virtual realm of the origin stele. Any injuries sustained in the virtual realm won't affect my real body, not even the death of my pet. Excitedly rolling his shoulders, he said, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's go all out. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have an unclaimed completed achievement. First major victory, defeated Nether Wolf. He exclaimed in excitement, damn, I can still see the system in here. Claim. He pressed the button, immediately using the soul crystal and the 100 achievement points he just received from the system. His soul attribute instantly increased by 2.8, and his ice spirit soul also evolved, advancing from Tier 2 Stage 4 to Tier 2 Stage 6. He was thrilled beyond belief, showing an expression of pure delight. With this, my chances of winning are even greater. Right at that moment, the door beside him sprang open and a ferocious beast walked out. It was a flame lizard, fire type, Tier 1 Stage 7. Its appearance didn't look particularly intelligent. Looking at its dopey face, the protagonist wondered in disappointment. Didn't they say this is super hard difficulty? Why is it just a Tier 1 beast? As soon as he finished speaking, the ferocious beast suddenly opened its mouth and spewed fire, looking somewhat formidable at a glance. Lamtrake didn't feel intimidated in the slightest, casually commanding his girl Ice Spirit Soul, Ice Spike. A barrage of ice crystals shot out rapidly, hurtling straight toward the monster. Obviously, in just the blink of an eye, the opponent was frozen solid, killed before it could even react. He patted his pet's head in satisfaction, remarking, "Looks like my Ice Spike is still far superior. Cleared stage 1. There are 5 stages in total. Continue the trial." Another gate opened, this time revealing a skeleton wrapped in bandages. It slowly walked forward, its head tilted to the side, emitting the cracking sounds of bones. It was a bandage monster, undead type, Tier 1, Stage 9. He remained calm and smiled, thinking to himself, to others, a Tier 1 Stage 9 might still be a bit challenging. But for me, it's nothing more than child's play. Once again, he easily finished off his opponent in a single strike. The white-haired man, observing from the outside, crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Brat, you just got lucky earlier due to elemental advantage. The real challenge starts now." Inside the virtual realm, he had cleared Stage 2. Continue the trial. The gate slowly swung open. An incredibly hideous monster appeared, its green eyes bulging out. It was a withered treant, plant type, Tier 2, Stage 2. The man outside thought smugly, it seems his pet is at most Tier 2, Stage 1. Facing this Tier 2, Stage 2 withered treant, no matter how gifted you are, you won't pass this stage. Inside the virtual realm, Lamtrake commanded Ice Spirit Soul to unleash Ice Spike. The sharp ice crystals shot out and pierced the monster's arm, but it remained completely unfazed. This one was clearly tougher than the previous ones. He exclaimed, "The bark of this withered tree is seriously thick." It actually managed to block the ice spikes. The monster slammed its arm onto the ground, scattering the ice crystals, and unleashed its power to counterattack. Its shriveled branches reached out, wrapping around the protagonist's Ice Spirit Soul like tight ropes. After pinning down its opponent, the monster immediately lunged forward at breakneck speed, preparing to strike. The man laughed triumphantly. "Although you're considered formidable among the freshmen, this is as far as you go." However, before he could celebrate for more than a few seconds, he saw the withered treant's legs being locked tight by ice. "This move is the extreme cold domain," he sneered. "Did you think we only knew one skill?" Ice stalactites, strike. With this shout, a barrage of sharp ice crystals launched a fierce attack. The piercing ice arrows shot out from thin air, and the monster frantically raised its withered arms to defend. But against the relentless assault, it ultimately couldn't hold on. The ice crystals struck its vital point, making it roar in agony. The beast collapsed motionless. Seeing it dead as a doornail, he triumphantly shouted, "Done." Thus, the 3rd stage was successfully cleared. Continuing the challenge, there are 2 stages left. Among the crowd, a few began to wake up. One of them furiously punched the ground. "Ah, damn it! I was this close to killing that pet." Another young man buried his face in his hands and sighed. "Failed again this year. I didn't expect Stage 5 on low difficulty to be this hard. A Tier 1 Stage 6 pet." Another person cheered. "I passed. Am an apprentice beast tamer now." Hearing this, the others looked dejectedly at the person who just spoke, their faces full of jealousy. "Damn it." Suddenly, someone shouted, That's the dire claw monster," drawing everyone's attention over there. The crowd stared intently at the screen, buzzing with chatter. "It's a Tier 2 pet. Why would a Tier 2 pet appear in an apprentice exam? That guy, isn't he the one challenging the super hard difficulty?" Meanwhile, inside the illusionary realm, before his eyes lay a ferocious beast frozen solid. Evidently, he had cleared Stage 4, the final stage unlocked. Looking at this progress, Lamtrake was extremely satisfied. Finally, the last stage. The crowd couldn't help but clamor, "How is this guy so strong? I remember all the ace students from the high schools around here, but there's no one like him." Quan Nin in the back also woke up and happily cheered. I succeeded. I'm going to be an apprentice beast tamer. How is Lamtrake doing?" Looking ahead and seeing a bunch of people crowded together staring at the screen, constantly exclaiming, "Wow, too strong." She was surprised. What's going on here? She stepped forward, looked up at the screen, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Lamtrake already cleared Stage 4 on super hard difficulty. He's so amazing. Several others shouted, "It's coming out! It's coming out!" Upon seeing the final boss, the crowd immediately stammered in horror. This is. What kind of monster is this? A giant lion with two impossibly long, vicious fangs appeared. It was the saber-toothed lion, beast type, Tier 2 Stage 5. Everyone thought the protagonist was doomed this time. It's the saber-toothed lion. This is way too much. It's almost impossible for any rookie to defeat it. Meanwhile, inside he remained calm, hands casually stuffed in his pockets, smirking. Finally, a decent opponent. Fighting those others was like bullying children. He commanded the ice spirit soul to strike. The ice crystals shot forward, but before they could even touch the opponent, the monster leaped aside in a flash, successfully dodging the attack. This agility truly made his eyes widen in astonishment, silently exclaiming, "So fast." Before he could even react, it immediately pounced to counterattack, swinging its sharp claws for a sneak strike. Even though he stepped back, he couldn't dodge completely. The ice spirit soul's shoulder was instantly cracked open by that ferocious claw. The man outside frowned. "Let's see if you have any new tricks this time. Young man, I admit you have some strength, but perhaps this battle has to end here." The lion stood there glaring, and Lamb-Track started calculating. Although the ice spirit's soul is one stage higher than the saber-toothed lion, the strength between pets doesn't solely depend on their levels. Attributes, status, environment, and the beast tamer's tactics all factor into victory or defeat. Because the ice spirit's soul fought 4 consecutive battles and has entered a weakened state, whereas the saber-toothed lion is an extremely strong 1v1 pet. Its speed and power are definitely superior to the ice spirit's souls. This will clearly be a tough battle. If this keeps up, he might actually lose. I have to find the right timing. Seeing the monster lunging forward, he shouted loudly, "Ice spirit's soul, get ready." Its claws reached agonizingly close, about to touch his pet, when he suddenly yelled, "Now is the time. Ice spike." Countless ice crystals shot out and embedded themselves all over the monster's body, turning it into a porcupine. The crowd watching outside was dumbfounded. What's going on? What is this? No, wait, look everyone. On the screen was the sight of the saber-toothed lion taken down. The fierce beast was now lying motionless on the ground. Witnessing that spectacular scene, the white-haired man rubbed his chin in admiration. To think he could fight on par with a Tier 2 Stage 5 saber-toothed lion. Then his pet must be at least Tier 2 Stage 5. Impressive. I didn't expect him to hide his true strength like this. Recalling his earlier words, "This is the result of my careful consideration." It turned out he wasn't just bluffing. A moment later, the beast stood back up, opening its toothy maw to roar loudly, preparing to attack again. The ice spirit's soul unleashed its power to freeze the ground, trying to lock the opponent in place just like when it fought that withered monster. But it was useless. The saber-toothed lion continued to walk calmly, completely unharmed. Lamb-Track gritted his teeth and thought, right, the saber-toothed lion is originally a pet from the extreme cold regions, so its cold resistance is incredibly strong. We're being countered. Right then, the system's notification chimed in. New achievement unlocked. Accumulated pet skill usage reaches 10 times, rewarded with 100 achievement points. Unlocking pet skill unlock function. He was stumped. Huh, what is this skill unlock function now? As if to answer his question, a series of skill information appeared on the screen, including Extreme Cold Chains, Ice Shield, and Glacial Nova. He was thrilled as he read it. I can combine even more skills. Then you began to ponder. Normal pets have at most 2 basic skills. The more skills there are, the more diverse the tactical combinations will definitely be. Ice Spike is the main damage skill, so it relies quite a bit on crowd control. The Extreme Cold domain has a wide range, dealing both damage and control, but neither is at the absolute limit. What is needed most right now is a powerful single-target crowd control skill. Finally, he decided to select Extreme Cold Chains, a crowd control skill, consuming 50 achievement points. There were still 50 points left, so for the remaining points, he immediately tapped to select, and the charging lion was instantly blinded by a powerful flash of light. Upgrading the Ice Spirit Soul. Ice Spirit Soul, Tier 2, Stage 7. Growth rate increased to 54%. The spectating crowd went into an uproar. Hey, what was that beam of light? An upgrade. No one could believe their eyes. How is that possible? I didn't see him consume any resources. Even if it's battle experience, shouldn't he only have a chance to upgrade after winning? Is he using a hack or something? Meanwhile, the protagonist, after buffing his pet with more power, was brimming with confidence. He curled his finger at the monster, provoking it. Bring it on. It once again opened its maw, roared, and charged. He didn't dodge but faced it head-on. Let's try the extreme cold chains. A massive ice chain materialized, tightly binding the lion. It growled and struggled to break free. Seeing the opportunity right before his eyes, he ordered the ice spirit's soul. Now's the chance. Ice Spike! With a wave of his hand, a barrage of large, long, and sharp ice crystals whizzed forward to strike the monster. The onlookers outside stood frozen, their jaws dropping in utter shock. What skill is this? But how? The white-haired man was also astounded. How can his pet use 3 skills? Taking such a relentless barrage, the saber-toothed lion still hadn't died. It trembled as it struggled to stand up. Lambtrack marveled, thick-skinned and tough-meated, huh? Then let's hit it with another strike. As he spoke, the ice spirit soul's eyes flashed with a brilliant crimson light, unleashing the ice spike for another round of attack. The opponent finally couldn't endure it and crashed heavily to the ground, officially drawing its last breath. A notification sounded. Congratulations, stage cleared. You have passed the super hard difficulty apprentice evaluation. Hearing that, Quan Nin excitedly jumped up and down. He won. That's amazing, Lambtrack. Others who couldn't accept the truth screamed. He actually passed. Impossible. He must have bribed the examiner. The white-haired man crossed his arms and smiled. Didn't see that coming at all, this kid. I've seen my fair share of outstanding young beast tamers, but an unknown nobody suddenly shining this brightly is a first for me. After the battle, Lambtrack's constitution increased from 2 to 5, his soul from 2.8 to 7.8. The Ice Spirit soul also reached Tier 3 Stage 1, possessing 3 skills: Ice Spike, Extreme Cold Domain, and Extreme Cold Chains. He smiled in satisfaction. As expected of the super hard difficulty baptism, the boost in strength is truly astounding. The system notified again, eligible to contract a second pet. He fell deep into thought. What should my second pet be? They'll probably need to make time for a trip to the pet store. In addition, he received achievement points and soul stones. After the reward distribution was complete, he exited the trial. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a crowd swarming around him. For a second, he was completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Seeing him wake up, the crowd immediately became rowdy. Hey buddy, how did you do that? Where did you get this ice-type pet? I've never seen anything like it. Bro, you're so incredibly awesome. Quan Nin lunged from behind and threw her arms around his neck, cheering, Appa, I knew you'd succeed. I just knew it. This is wonderful. Right then, the white-haired man stepped forward, praising, Young man, your performance was astonishing. I retract my earlier words. Your confidence stems from true strength, not impulsiveness and recklessness. The crowd murmured. An examiner is actually apologizing to a student. Unheard of. Lambtrack replied instantly, I don't mind at all. He continued, Your name is Lambtrack, right? Are you interested in joining our beast taming association? We can put you in a reserve cadre position with extremely generous benefits and treatment. This won't conflict with your entrance into the Beast Taming Academy, and right after graduation, you'll immediately receive the title of Association Deacon. How does that sound? Hearing this, everyone stared in shock. Quan Nin urged, Ulpa, agree quickly. Even top graduates from the Beast Taming Academy barely qualify to take the entrance exam for the Beast Taming Association. That fierce competition is like millions of soldiers trying to cross a single log bridge. Lambtrack thought to himself, it's true. If I agree now, I won't have to worry about tuition and living expenses for 4 years at the Beast Taming Academy, and everyone will look at me differently. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more I take now, the bigger the price I'll have to pay in the future. Besides, the Beast Taming Association has way too many rules. I don't want to lose my freedom right from the start. Then he voiced his refusal. Thank you for your good intentions, examiner, but I've thought it over. I'll reconsider it after I graduate. A young man nearby saw this and chimed in, Examiner, if you won't go, let me go, how about that? But he was completely ignored because the examiner was currently busy lost in his own thoughts. Impressive, young man. With his current growth rate by that time, he will definitely be 100 times stronger than he is now. He will be more than capable of demanding the highest tier of treatment and benefits from the Beast Taming Association instead of these petty perks right now. He then said to him, if that's the case, I won't force you. If you ever have a need or change your mind in the future, you can come find me anytime. I am Ha Chan Van. Suddenly, a call echoed from afar, Quan Nin, wait for us. The young girl immediately turned her head to look. The ones running over were 2 girls. Quan Min quickly introduced them. Appa, this is Lu Tu Yen and Trong Hu Van from the class next door. The black-haired girl grabbed Quan Min's hand and said, "We want to ask for your brother's contact info." The pink-haired girl directly held out her phone and asked, "Oppa, let's be friends. We've had our eyes on you for a long time. We can all hang out together in the future." The black-haired girl popped out from behind, waving at him. "I study in the class next door. Congratulations, Oppa." Fighting ferocious beasts didn't scare him at all, but facing girls made him break out in a cold sweat. He hastily found an excuse to escape. "Ah, hey, we still have things to do. Excuse me, we'll be going now." After saying that, he dashed away, leaving the two girls calling out from behind. "Add us as friends before you go, Oppa." Right at this moment, his phone buzzed. He received an unexpected text message. "Come to the office for a bit." Lambtrack then went to the teacher's office, poking his head through the door to ask, "Teacher, were you looking for me?" The female teacher sitting inside spoke up. "I heard you cleared the super hard difficulty trial." The moment he nodded, she lunged forward and hugged him tightly. "That's wonderful. You know I had the highest expectations for you." He instantly recalled the times he scored low on exams and was beaten half to death by the teacher. Honestly, only a dog would believe this highest expectations line. The teacher handed out a book. "Right, the reason I called you here this time is to give this to you." He received it with both hands, asking in confusion, "This is?" On the cover of the book was a line of text, "Basic Soul Arts Manual." Seeing his dumbfounded face, she explained, "This book records some basic soul arts cultivation methods and skills. As one of the mandatory subjects for apprentice beast tamers, it's better for you to study it in advance." Soul arts are precisely the primary combat method for beast tamers alongside their pets. A beast tamer with a powerful soul art cultivation might not even need to rely on their pet. They can easily take down ferocious beasts using only soul arts. They can both coordinate in battle with the pet and provide defensive capabilities in fierce fights, keeping the beast tamers safe from harm. After hearing the explanation, Lambtrack was absolutely elated, his eyes shining bright like headlights, cheering, "Thank you, homeroom teacher. I'll go practice right away." She waved her hand. "Go on. In the future, if you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to come find me anytime." Returning to his room, he sat on the bed, opened the book, and began to study. Soul Guardian creates a protective shield using soul power, consumes soul power to block all damage from a full 360 degrees. The early bird gets the worm. I need to finish learning the basics first. Once I enter the Beast Taming Academy, I can spend time studying higher-level courses. 10 minutes later, Lambtrack sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed tight, calming his mind as faint blue wisps of aura radiated all around him. Enveloped in a ball of magic power, he let out a breath. "Looks like I basically mastered it." Looking at his hands, he thought to himself, "A soul art that takes normal people days or even months to master, I learn in just 10 minutes. It seems this 7.8 soul physical stat is incredibly useful." A system notification suddenly popped up. Successfully mastered a soul art. Achievement point reward, 100 points. He smirked, exactly as expected. "Just as I thought. The system works on soul arts too." Looking at the points on the screen, Lambtrack was thrilled. "I've accidentally racked up this many achievement points, so I might as well upgrade my best life-saving skill by 2 levels. Consumed 100 achievement points, 250 achievement points remaining." Now, after upgrading, his soul protection had reached Tier 3. He smiled in satisfaction. The protective barrier feels thicker and larger. It could even fit 3 or 4 people. So cool. Current soul power is at 770. It seems each use of soul protection only costs 10 soul power points. With my limit of 780, I can cast it 78 times. Right. I still haven't used the soul stone rewarded from the Apprentice Beast Tamer achievement. I'll use it right now. He immediately felt the changes in his body. Soul 7.8 increased to 8.8. Soul power 780 increased to 880. He gleefully opened the book. It'd be a waste to only use protective barriers with this much soul power. Let's learn 2 more moves. He decided to choose Soul Arrow. Concentrate. Gather soul power at the fingertips and shoot. And Soul Power Shockwave. Concentrate, channel energy into the fist, and swing. He closed his eyes to calm his mind once more. After ingraining these 2 skills into his head, his eyes snapped open. Testing Soul Arrow right away, his finger twitched, and the soul power gathered there shot straight into the wall. Consumes 10 soul power points. Looking at the mark he just made, he assessed. The power isn't huge, but it's as precise as archery. Let's try this one next. This time it was soul power shockwave. He clenched his fist, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to strike. His right arm punched forward decisively with terrifying power and speed, consumed 30 soul power points. A loud boom echoed. The punch shattered the wall, sending rubble tumbling down. He stared in astonishment. It's this powerful. The system notified, you have successfully learned 3 soul arts. Reward, 1 soul restoring potion. It rapidly recovers all soul power. He cheered. What a practical effect. He'll have to save it for a crucial moment. Continuing to use achievement points to upgrade skills, Soul Arrow and Soul Power Shockwave have both leveled up to Tier 2. Once done, he threw himself onto the bed. He'll save the remaining achievement points for emergencies. I need to go make some money tomorrow so I can buy my second pet. His way of making money was to go to the mission center. Here, people could accept commission missions and get paid upon completion. Lamb-Track was currently standing in front of a machine, thinking to himself, first time taking a mission to earn money. With my current strength, doing a few normal-level missions shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the list of missions on the screen, he clicked without hesitation. Of course, I'm picking the highest-paying one. It was Exterminate Death Knell Beetles in Death Mel Canyon. Reward, 40,000. The machine announced, because your current status is Apprentice Beast Tamer, to ensure safety, the system has matched you with 3 teammates. The reward will be divided equally. Hearing this, he shouted furiously, what the hell? Are you kidding me? I can handle it on my own. The cold mechanical voice continued, please be present at Death Mel Canyon by 2 p.m. Scene changed to Death Mel Canyon, where his 3 teammates were already waiting. Finally here. He smiled and waved. Hello. Low-rank beast tamer Trong Loi kept a cold face and said in displeasure, Kid, we've been waiting ages for you. You haven't even graduated yet, have you? Low-rank beast tamer True Min's son clicked his tongue in frustration from behind, complaining, how did we get grouped with an ungraduated noob like him? Low-rank beast tamer Vuong Tuyet Van seemed friendlier, winking teasingly. You meanies, stop scaring him. She stepped closer to him and said, handsome, just follow me later. He smiled back. Yes, I haven't graduated yet, so I'll be relying on you all. He immediately received a compliment. Good boy. True Min's son said irritably, hey, you're drooling over boys again. Take this seriously. This mission might be tougher than we think. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Vuong Tuyet Van ignored him, scoffing loudly with a look of disdain. True Min's son continued, he'll temporarily take the role of team captain. Once we reach the mission site, you must follow my orders. Your share of the reward will be a bit smaller, got it? He thought to himself, these guys are all rejects who couldn't get into the Beast Taming Academy, relying on half-baked taming skills from high school to take missions and scrape by. Outwardly, he gave a thumbs up in agreement. Just split it based on effort. Whoever does more gets more. True Min's son nodded in satisfaction and led the way deeper inside. Glad to see your sensible kid. Let's move out. When the 4 of them arrived, a bottomless, massive pit lay before them, looking incredibly daunting. Looking into the pit, they spotted a swarm of pitch-black beetles crawling out. The writhing mass was utterly repulsive. Each one was hideously ugly, with shells hard as steel, their eyes emitting an eerie blue glow. Seeing this, True Min's son sneered. We just need to block the cave entrance and wipe out these beetles, right? Let's go, he said, summoning his pet, a horned rhino beast type, Tier 2 Stage 5. Trom Loi also summoned his Wind Iron Mantis, insect type, Tier 2 Stage 6. Just watch me show off. Vuong Tuyet Van winked. Little bro, remember to stay close behind me. Her pet was a terror bee, insect type, Tier 2 Stage 5. Lamb-Track just stood quietly in the back watching them make the first move. Let's see what you guys are made of before I act. The beetles swarmed across the ground and another cluster took to the air. True Min's son ordered, charge in and ram them all to death. With that, his rhino bulldozed fiercely into the swarm, sending the beetles flying. Trong Loi snorted coldly. Reckless, watch me. He pointed forward, commanding his mantis to swoop in and shred the bugs. Not wanting to be outdone, Vuong Tuyet Van commanded her pet, don't get too full of yourself. Terror bee, attack! The massive hornet buzzed its wings wildly in the air, rapidly firing poison stingers on her command. The beetles hit by the attack were instantly paralyzed, dropping to the ground like autumn leaves. Trong Loi asked him smugly, "How about that, rookie? The three of us are the ultimate combo. You just stand aside and cheer for us." Truman's son said disdainfully, "You still want a reward? Just consider it your tuition fee." Vuong Tuyet Van remained friendly. "I'll share a bit of my cut with you later. Just hide behind me and keep yourself safe." Nobody noticed that many beetles weren't actually dead. After a while, they began to scramble back onto their feet. He thought disdainfully, all flashy, useless attacks. They barely did any real damage to the swarm. Suddenly, a terrifying rustling echoed from afar as another massive wave of beetles poured out. Vuong Tuyet Van spun around in a panic, breaking into a cold sweat as she shrieked, What is that sound?" These new beetles look even more hideous than the first batch, each sporting an oversized horn. They swarmed out like a dense plate of ants. The thick, pitch-black mass was utterly horrifying as they rapidly closed in on the three pets. Trong Loi was the first to react, shouting, "More of them are coming out of the cave. Their horns are different. They're calling for backup." He just calmly asked, could there be an even bigger death knell beetle king inside? These bugs seemed far more aggressive. They quickly surrounded the rhino, sinking their mandibles into its flesh. Its two companions, the hornet and the mantis, were also pinned to the ground by the swarm, about to be devoured. Now the group finally felt fear, screaming in terror, "Quick, recall your pets, or they'll be killed by these bugs. Horned rhino, come back." He remained composed and said, "It's useless. The sound those death knell beetles just made causes paralysis. Your pets can't respond to your commands anymore." Hearing that, Vuong Tuyet Van clutched her head in despair, screaming, What? What did we do? My terror be." Trong Loi angrily grabbed him by the collar, cursing, "Damn it, if you knew, why didn't you say anything? You useless trash, just standing there making snide remarks." Male Track didn't even bother resisting, nonchalantly warning him, "Right now, what you need to worry about isn't your pet, but your own safety." The ferocious swarm flooded toward them, looking like tens of thousands of them. If they swarmed a person, there'd be no escape. Tru Min's son's face turned pale as he screamed, "Run! Run away, or we're dead meat too. This damn mission is absolutely not a normal level 1. He immediately turned and fled, but the bugs fluttered their wings and gave chase at breakneck speed, catching up to him in no time. Just as he was about to become bug food, a blue barrier suddenly appeared, shielding everyone inside. The bugs were blocked outside, crashing into the barrier with loud thuds. It was him who had intervened just in time, casting the soul protection skill he just learned to create this shield. Trong Loi was stunned. This is a soul art, something only students of the Beast Taming Academy get to learn. How could a high schooler like you know it? He cut him off, tossing his own words right back at him. Cut the crap. Stay behind me and watch closely. This attitude left the guy paralyzed with shock. His bloodshot eyes bulged in bewilderment, but he couldn't find a single word to retort. Standing at the front, he didn't say another word and summoned his own pet, Ice Spirit Soul. Seeing the icy figure appear, the others were flabbergasted once again, jaws dropping. "Well, what kind of pet is this? I've never seen it before. I don't know." He calculated mentally. If we rank these bugs as pets, the highest is only Tier 1 Stage 7, but their advantage is sheer numbers. Since they lack AoE skills, there's no way they could fight them off. He smirked, but my Tier 3 Ice Spirit Soul just so happens to excel at wide area damage. He immediately commanded his pet, Unleash Extreme Cold Domain. A chilling surge of power radiated in all directions. The entire swarm was frozen solid all at once, their bodies rigid and completely immobilized. He reminded the three behind him, "Now's your chance. You still have time to recall your pets," adding another condition that made them all turn pale, as long as you're willing to give up the entire reward. Hearing the ultimatum, Truman's son hastily agreed, "Deal. You can have the whole reward. Just let us recall our pets and leave safely." Trong Loi, unwilling to accept it, yelled, "What? This brat actually dares to threaten us. Who do you think you are, Lamb Track, the legendary candidate who cleared the super hard trial?" "Your damn daddy, that's who," he replied coldly, confirming it outright. "That's right, I am Lamb Track." Vuong Tuyet Van quickly said, "I knew it. I was wondering how a high schooler could have such power. Little bro Lamb Track, please save our pets." The green-haired guy still stubbornly argued, just because you say it makes it true, as if it believe you. Just unfreeze them so we can recall our pets. Truman's son, utterly done with this idiot, flat out punched him in the jaw and roared, "You moron." The strength he just displayed proves everything. We're the ones who are blind. Watching the ice slowly melt, he kindly warned them. Time's running out, they're unfreezing. Hurry and recall them before the swarm wakes up, then get out of here. Von Twit Van asked anxiously, "What about you? That won't kill these bugs, it only suppresses them temporarily." Staring at the swarm ahead, he snorted coldly and replied, "To catch the bandits, you must first catch their king." Trong Loi, clutching his swollen cheek, staggered up and asked, "This brat, don't tell me. He wants to go in there? You guys better hurry up." Tossing back just that one sentence, he jumped straight into the deep pit. Reaching the bottom, he looked around to assess the situation. It's pitch black in here, but I can still see clearly. It seems my boosted stats improve my eyesight too. A swarm of bugs rushed him, but they were all completely blocked by his soul protection barrier. He used soul power shockwave, dashing forward to blast away every bug that tried to attack. But I can't finish them all off. They keep swarming in wave after wave, making the barrier start to crack. He furrowed his brows. There's too many. At this rate, no matter how much soul power I have, I won't be able to hold out. Amidst this burning crisis, he suddenly remembered. That's right, I still have achievement points. Summoning the system, it presented two new skills. Ice Shield, a defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to form a protective shield. Frost Nova, an area of effect skill that releases explosive ice attribute damage. I currently have 150 achievement points left, which is just enough to learn both. The Ice Spirit Soul has comprehended Ice Shield and Frost Nova. With the Ice Shield, the Ice Spirit Soul can move freely and no longer needs to stay within his Soul Guardian. Frost Nova is exactly the massive AoE damage he needs right now, but it requires gathering surrounding ice elements first, which pairs perfectly with the Extreme Cold Domain. Thinking this, he commanded, "Ice Spirit Soul, use Extreme Cold Domain." Energy was unleashed and the surrounding area instantly froze over. Release Soul Guardian. Good, we have the ice elements. Use Frost Nova. The Ice Spirit Soul raised a single finger, and a small orb materialized at its tip. A terrifying power seemed to be slowly gathering, radiating a blinding blue light. When the energy reached its absolute peak, it unleashed a massive shockwave, instantly obliterating the swarm of beetles in front of them and shattering the soul barrier into pieces. The system announced, "A total of 50 zombie beetles defeated." He cheered joyfully. The shields are completely shattered. This move is too powerful. The damage is truly explosive. Ice Spirit Soul Tier 3 Level 1 advanced to Tier 3 Level 2. Maturity increased to 89%. Preparing for the next stage, Snow Maiden. Looking at these words, he thought in satisfaction, pets can also level up by gaining experience through combat. Although the progress is a bit slow, the massive number of beetles here makes it a perfect spot for farming. With 89% maturity, maybe I can push the Ice Spirit Soul to break through to the next stage today. Right at this moment, the protagonist suddenly heard a powerful, furiously roaring sound echoing from deep within the cave. Seeing the beetles go into a frenzy, he crossed his arms and smirked. Looks like their king is inside. Let's go. Up above, his three teammates were still waiting. Vuong Tuyet Van said anxiously, We have to quickly report the danger level of this mission. Hurry. Otherwise, Lamb Track will be in serious danger. Trong Loi shouted angrily, Why you care about that brat? He's the one who went looking for death. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Excuse me. Is the mission location for the Death Mel beetles up ahead? The newcomer was a bronze-rank beast tamer named La Dat. True Min's son replied, That's right, the target is up ahead. But I highly advise you. Don't go. As he spoke, he noticed the badge the man was wearing and exclaimed in shock, A bronze beast tamer badge. You're a bronze-rank beast tamer. Beast tamer badges are issued by the Beast Taming Association, currently divided into bronze-rank beast tamers, top 30% worldwide, silver-rank beast tamers, top 12% worldwide. And the ultimate pinnacle is the golden-rank beast tamer, top 3% worldwide. The man smiled and replied, Exactly. I am the bronze-rank beast tamer, La Dat. The association noticed the sudden change in this mission's difficulty, so they specially dispatched me to clean up this mess. Vuong Tuyet Van said joyfully, That's wonderful. With you here, it'll definitely be a success. Could you let me tag along? Hearing this, he reached out and lifted her chin. Little lady, if you want to see my performance that badly, He uttered a totally cliché, cheesy boss line. Then I'll allow you to follow me. Then he turned to the two men. As for you two, you don't have the qualifications to come along. They stared back, speechless. We didn't even want to go. Meanwhile, down in the pit, Lamb Track had just finished another sweep and was receiving a reward from the system. One burst card, which instantly increases the current pet's tier by 1 for a short period, lasting 60 seconds. He felt intrigued. 100 Beast Slayer? There's an achievement like this too. It probably means the same as 100-Man Slayer, but the rewards this time are pretty hefty. Except, Ice Spirit's soul advanced to Tier 3 Stage 3. Maturity reached 94%. He chuckled in delight. Snow Maiden, looks like we're one step closer to the next stage. A loud, ferocious roar echoed out. He frowned. It's about time it showed up. A gigantic beetle appeared right before his eyes, its glowing green eyes looking incredibly grotesque. Even he was slightly stunned. Holy crap, this thing is way too huge. Based on the mission details, the Deathmel Beetle crisis started a week ago, which means this guy must have evolved not too long ago. The system warned, danger, Deathmel Ringer Beetle type Tier 4 Stage 1. It was a whole level higher than his pet. He reassured himself, no, I can't. If I run away now, I won't get a single penny. Time to go all in, all or nothing. But before he could do anything, a stone golem suddenly dashed out from mid-air and rushed forward. Along with it, another figure landed on the ground almost simultaneously right behind it. His teammates had also followed them down. Seeing him, they sighed in relief. Lamb Track? That's great. You really are okay. He replied indifferently, yeah, I'm fine. Why did you guys come back? Why is there an extra person? Ladat stepped forward and said, step back, kid. This place is too dangerous. It's not meant for you. The Deathmel Ringer, the legendary king of the Deathmel Beetles. A Tier 4 vicious beast that only appears once in tens of thousands, capable of controlling the swarm. I knew this guy was the one causing trouble. Watch me deal with you. As he walked forward, Lamb Track grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. Hey, I came here on a mission, so please don't interfere. This boss is mine. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped, didn't turn his head, and spoke coldly. Kid, do you know who I am? He put on a domineering act, but was actually just showing off. The monster let out a roar and lunged forward. It opened its tooth-filled mouth looking utterly gruesome, fully prepared to devour its opponents. It was instantly blocked by his pet, the giant rock monster Rock Earth Type Tier 3 Stage 9. Meanwhile, its master continued his introduction. Bronze Beast Tamer, Ladat. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Blocked on one side, the monster prepared to swing its remaining pincer to hack at the show-off. But it was immediately bound tight by the massive ice chain shot out by the protagonist, completely immobilizing it. Out of politeness, he humored him, crossing his arms and introducing himself briefly. Apprentice Beast Tamer, Lamb Track. So you're Lamb Track, the one who cleared the super hard difficulty. No wonder you have some skills. But let me tell you, after passing the apprentice exam, I've fought 100 battles and even cleared the bronze promotion test. Lamb Track lost his patience, digging his ear with his pinky finger without even looking at the guy, and replied indifferently, yeah, I'll be participating in that too. He gritted his teeth in anger. You little brat, are you saying? Vong Tuat Van screamed in panic, stop arguing. There's danger right behind you. The giant beetle had managed to fling away both the giant rock monster and the ice chain, successfully escaping its confinement and growing even more frenzied. Ladat held his forehead and shook his head. So troublesome. You little brat, let me show you the gap between us. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast his soul art enhancement. Thanks to this, the giant rock monster's current strength surged to Tier 4 Stage 2. Witnessing this scene, Lamb Track couldn't help but be amazed. There's actually a soul art like this. At the same time, it unleashed the skill Earth-Shattering Rock Arm. The pet charged straight ahead to clash head-on with the monster, radiating a powerful golden light. The beetle took the hit and lay paralyzed on the ground, remaining completely motionless for a moment. Ladat said smugly, comprehending a high-level enhancement-type soul art is not something just anyone can do. This is the exact gap between us. A moment later, the beast struggled back to its feet and lunged straight at the giant rock monster with extreme ferocity, using its skill Divine Horn Pierce. The monster let out vicious hissing sounds. The system issued a warning. Deathmel Ringer has entered a berserk state. Its current combat power is equivalent to Tier 4 Stage 3. Danger. The rock golem trembled as it struggled to withstand the opponent's massive ultra-hard horn. Ladat frowned. This thing. It's really tough to deal with. At this moment, Lambtrack and the Ice Spirit Soul rushed in, using Soul Power, Shockwave, and Ice Cone to simultaneously attack the Beetle King. The monster immediately whipped around, its eyes turning blood red as it shifted its target. Here it comes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he lunged forward and used the extreme cold chain to lock the opponent down, the ice chain wrapping around the long horn to stop it from moving. But it didn't last long. A moment later, the Beetle King roared and ripped the ice chain apart. He shouted again, "Ice Shield," but the monster shattered it to pieces. Just then, the giant rock monster charged from behind and clamped down tightly on the beetle's rear. Ladat interjected, "Now we're even." But as soon as he finished speaking, the rock golem was blasted backward. The incredibly powerful shove sent it flying several meters, smashing a hole into the cliff wall before rolling onto the ground completely motionless. Witnessing this scene, Vuong Tuyet Van grabbed her head in terror and screamed, "Let's get out of here. This beetle is too strong. Otherwise, we'll all die here." He was also stunned, gritting his teeth as he said, "What freakish strength. It'll spare its miserable life today. We'll figure out another way later." Only the protagonist remained standing tall, facing down the Beetle King. "No, you guys go ahead. I'll stay here and annihilate it." He shouted anxiously, "You little brat, are you crazy? You saw it yourself, even the enhanced giant rock monster couldn't do anything to it." Lambtrack didn't argue back, calmly asking, "Earlier, you said the gap between us is because you learn high-level enhancement art, right?" He replied immediately, not understanding why this guy was asking that now, right? "So what? What are you planning to do?" In an instant, he pressed a button on the system screen, "Use Burst Card, Enhance." A golden halo of light appeared, enveloping Lambtrack and his pet, the Ice Spirit Soul. Ladat was utterly stunned, his jaw dropping as he stammered, You? You know an enhancement soul art too? You've got to be kidding me." After being enhanced, the Ice Spirit Soul's eyes flashed with a brilliant pink light, and a thick mist of frost radiated from its body. Ladat gasped, Hey, what kind of joke is this? Just what kind of divine being is this guy? Good lord." By now, the Ice Spirit Soul had reached Tier 4 Stage 3, with a duration of 60 seconds. He calculated silently. 1 minute. With the support of my soul arts, it should be enough. Let's go. Monster charged madly. He immediately commanded his pet to use Extreme Cold Chain to lock it down. Along with the Ice Spirit Soul's level up, the skill's power is also much stronger than before, but it still won't be able to hold it down for too long. Seizing the chance, he quickly dashed forward and began relentlessly punching it. Gotta make the most of this attack. Each precise punch, packed with terrifying power, repeatedly rained down on the monster. Take that. Die. Remaining enhancement time, 40 seconds. Right then, with a massive crash, the Beetle King successfully broke free from the ice chain, sending shards flying everywhere. Ladat reached out to stop him, screaming, "Hey, stop. If you keep draining your life force to use your soul power like that, you'll die." He looked at his remaining soul power, 400. He replied casually, "It's fine. I've only used half of my soul power. Don't worry." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise, an expression of utter shock on his face. What? Impossible. Vuong Tuyet Van was also terrified. A genius. He might actually be able to kill this death knell ringer. The monster let out a terrifying growl as bizarre glowing red veins began to surface across his body. But without giving it a chance to retaliate, the Ice Spirit's soul instantly cast Frost Nova to blow its opponent to smithereens. The energy was so immense that the resulting shockwave blew the two people standing behind them away. They cried out in shock. This is such terrifying power. No wonder I've never seen his pet before. Could it be? Vuong Tuyet Van was bewildered. What is it? Ladat explained. Legend has it that in ancient times divine beasts waged war against one another. Humanity gathered the 5 supreme elemental divine beasts of that era to finally end that age of chaos. Ever since then, those 5 supreme elemental divine beasts vanish without a trace. Could it be? Remaining enhancement time, 30 seconds. Lambtrack said coldly, "It's time to end this, you bug. Take this, the final blow." The Ice Spirit Soul stood with her hands clasped, her eyes gleaming, ready to deliver the finishing strike. Sensing the disadvantage, the terrified Beetle King swiftly turned around and bolted. Unfortunately, Lambtrack didn't intend to let it go, commanding the ice spirit's soul to chase after it. You still think you can run? Accordingly, two terrifying bursts of power from both the pet and our main guy slammed right into the monster at the same time. Unsurprisingly, it blew to pieces and collapsed to the ground dead. System notification. First kill of the death male beetle boss. Vong Tuit Van excitedly jumped up from behind. We won. Lambtrack, you're my god. La Dat's face darkened, letting this kid steal the spotlight again. Right then, system notification. The burst card's effect has ended. Ice Spirit's soul's body also slowly shrank. It then fainted from exhaustion. He caught it in time, smiling and praising. You did great. The system announced again, Ice Spirit's soul leveled up to Tier 3, Stage 5. Maturity, 100%. Requires high-level ice crystal evolution materials times 10 to complete evolution. He couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. It reached 100%. I just need the evolution materials to evolve it. Let's wait until you rest up and recover first. He looked over at the reward list and marveled. It even gives evolution materials. This system is so considerate. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder from behind. Brother. It was La Dat who asked, Can I discuss something with you? Pointing at the beetle boss corpse, can you let me take the credit for killing the death knell beetle? Vong Tuit Van was indignant. Hey, how could you be like this? This is clearly Lambtrack's achievement. He held up a finger. He'll pay 100,000. Hearing that, he pondered, because the Beast Taming Association sent him to resolve the incident during this assessment mission. If he doesn't complete it smoothly, it will definitely affect his evaluation and promotion. That's why he cares so much about the outcome of this mission. For me right now, taking the money is definitely more beneficial. 100,000 is enough to buy a pretty good new pet. But I can't agree right away. Let's see if he offers a better deal. Seeing him remain silent, La Dat added, How about it? Brother, 100,000 is already half a year's savings for me. Besides, the total reward for this mission is only 50,000, so you're making an extra 50,000. He patted his chest. Consider it a favor owed to you by me, La Dat. He instantly agreed. Deal. Smiling gleefully, he thought, a favor is priceless. Then his phone chimed with a notification. Receive 100,000. Just as the transaction finished, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound overhead and turned to look. At the edge of the crater, a man and a terrifying giant bird were staring down at the commotion below. In a flash, he jumped down, and La Dat could be heard respectfully calling out, Lord Ha. The newcomer was Ha Chan Van. He didn't answer and silently adjusted his coat. Vong Tuit Van exclaimed in awe, Wow, a silver badge. I can't believe I'm meeting a legendary silver-rank beast tamer. Ha Chan Van looked towards our main guy and smiled in greeting. We meet again. He waved back, Hi. One surprise after another, La Dat was dumbfounded. This kid actually knows Lord Ha. He turned and asked, I remember your name is La Dat, right? It seems the mission was completed smoothly. He respectfully replied, Yes. I've resolved the incident of this mission properly. No one was hurt. Ha Chan Van thought to himself, this death knell beetle reached at least Tier 4. If I remember correctly, that kid's pet is only Tier 2. Although he's a rare genius, La Dat must have been the main force. The two of them must have teamed up to take down this Tier 4 beetle. Then he spoke. This is probably the second time I have to apologize to you. Due to negligence in the Beast Taming Association's mission grading, a mission that should have been medium difficulty was classified as normal. This oversight will cause us to lose the trust of beast tamers. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. He just smiled and replied, It's fine, La Dat protected us very well. La Dat scratched his head. Not at all, not at all. Vong Tuit Van, witnessing the whole thing, marveled inwardly. Is this what high EQ looks like? He continued, To compensate for this mission's incident, the association will reimburse you 100,000. Also, we need to bring this monster's corpse back for research. La Dat was shocked hearing this and couldn't help but think, Holy crap, this kid hit the jackpot. He immediately agreed, I'd rather obey than be polite. I'll accept it then. And thought to himself, this isn't just compensation. It's also hush money and a show of goodwill from the Beast Taming Association. Not accepting it could cause trouble later. Meanwhile, Ha Chan Van thought, this kid still doesn't have a second pet, which means he really needs money. Consider this an investment in him. He grabbed his phone and transferred 100,000 immediately, then said, The money has been transferred to your account. I hope you put it to good use. If you ever need help later, just look for me at the Beast Taming Association. After speaking, he lifted the giant beetle's corpse with one hand and carried it on his shoulder effortlessly. Turning his head to leave, he said, "I'll be going now." He watched in astonishment, eyes wide and jaw dropped in shock, not expecting him to be this strong. Leaving the crater, the two walked and chatted. "You scored big with 200,000 today, kid." He didn't forget to remind him, "And I earned a favor too." Ladat smiled. "Hee, don't worry. I won't forget. See you around." Saying that, he quickly left. Vuong Tuyet Van said happily, "I didn't expect to meet two amazing figures at the same time today. This trip wasn't a waste at all. I have to work hard to get stronger too. Once I become as amazing as you, little brother, will there still be a chance for us to do missions together?" He smiled brightly, waving goodbye, and added an encouraging word. "Keep it up. There will be a chance." After he returned, it was already dark. Lam Track walked while checking his account balance, calculating 200,000 should be enough to buy a B-rank pet. He quickly went to a pet store. As soon as he opened the door, a staff member greeted him with a smile. "Welcome. How may I help you?" He replied, "I want to buy a pet." The staff member politely guided him. "Please follow me." She led him to a room filled with glass display cases containing all sorts of different pets. "They're all here. Please take your time to choose." He strolled around, starting to pick carefully. It seems like in normal shops like this, B rank is the highest. Wherever he looked, the system provided information. Animal type, bone snake. No hidden evolution path. Plant type, spore mushroom. No hidden evolution path. Fire type, flame imp. Hidden evolution path, blazing demon envoy. After searching for a while, he finally found a decent one and cheered happily. Got one! But even with a hidden evolution path, compared to a king-tier pet like the Snow Queen from Little Snowball's hidden path, they're not on the same level at all. The staff member suddenly spoke. "Handsome, you've got a great eye. This flame imp is considered an elite B-rank pet, incredibly rare, and it's only 160,000. He was surprised. "Huh? It's that expensive?" Hearing that, she explained, 160,000 already includes the evolution resources too. He didn't decide right away. Let me look around some more. Then he thought, that's right, Little Snowball was initially rated as an F-rank pet and deemed incapable of evolution. But the truth proves that these so-called rankings are just based on the knowledge and experience of the Beast Taming Association's experts. They're not absolutely accurate. While walking, he suddenly heard a system notification, detected a pet with a king-tier hidden evolution path nearby. He immediately stopped, staring at the pet in astonishment, thinking, this guy, why does it look so familiar? It was a small block of stone sleeping peacefully with its eyes closed. It was a rock element rock monster. The system provided information. Normal evolution path, giant rock monster, enhances strength and defense, grows to a gigantic size, and gains high resistance to certain elements. Hidden evolution path, rock god, an evolutionary method that traces back to ancient bloodlines, unearthing a trace of transcendent divinity within the bloodline, granting the ability to manipulate earth and stone. Next form, rock ghost. Our main guy rubbed his chin and smiled, thinking, no wonder it looks familiar. Ladat's giant rock monster evolved from this little guy, but that's just the most ordinary evolution path. He definitely couldn't have imagined that this little guy actually has the potential to evolve into a god. From another perspective, Ice Spirit's soul's strengths are burst damage and crowd control, making it a mage type. So, the rock monster is a warrior type. The staff member next to him started pitching again. Handsome, don't hesitate. This little rock monster is a popular choice for many. It can take a beating and fight well. The evolution materials are simple, and it's very cheap too. I can sell it to you for about 80,000. Hearing the price, he excitedly sealed the deal at once. Sold. By the way, I need to buy some evolution materials. 20 mid-grade earth element essences and 500 grams of undead powder. She was a bit confused. Are you planning to evolve the rock monster? These materials won't help it evolve. Moreover, mid-grade earth element essences are quite expensive. Using them for a D-rank pet isn't. He replied awkwardly, No, I'm buying them as a gift for someone else. After paying, he looked at his balance, which was down to 20,000, his heart aching. The materials are actually more expensive than the pet itself. The staff member smilingly handed him a golden orb, which was the sealing pearl. Here you go. He took it, and a brilliant golden light emanated from the pearl, enveloping the rock monster. System notification. Completed contract with second pet. Achievement points plus 300. Returning home, Lambtrack laid the two expensive materials on the ground and said to his newly bought pet, "Come here." The rock monster appeared and the system screen instantly displayed its info. Tier 1, Level 1. Maturity, 12%. He muttered to himself, "I need to raise its maturity to 100% first. Remaining achievement points, 800. Consuming 220 achievement points to upgrade, the rock monster leveled up to Tier 2, Level 2. Maturity, 100%. It crawled dazedly on the ground. He smiled and thought, this little guy looks a bit dumb, but who would have known it's a god-tier pet with a hidden evolution path? Calling out, "Come here. Once you eat all these evolution materials, you can evolve." As soon as he finished speaking, it dashed over. Smacking its lips, it devoured the earth element essences. He pointed to the bowl next to it. "You still haven't eaten the undead powder." Unexpectedly, it shook its head in disgust. He yelled furiously, "You little brat. Do you know how much money I spent on this pile? And you dare to be a picky eater." The rock monster got angry, slapping its two hands fiercely against the ground. He was speechless. You even know how to get mad. Right then, the ice spirit soul suddenly appeared. Its fierce expression and sharp gaze terrified the little rock. Seeing the little one's condition, he thought in satisfaction, "Seems like she's recovered quite well." Unyielding, the rock monster's eyes glinted as it fiercely lunged forward to attack the ice spirit soul. A crisp smack rang out, and the little guy was left squashed flat on the ground with a lump on its head from the beating. Unable to win, it threw a tantrum. It shrieked in grievance, the volume deafeningly loud. Helpless and speechless, his mouth twitched. He facepalmed and smiled wryly, so stubborn. After getting beaten up, the rock monster finally had to resign itself to eating the rest of the undead powder under the ice spirit soul's supervision. After scarfing down the materials, its face turned ashen. System notification. Maturity has increased to 100%. Its body began to change, entirely enveloped in dense black magic. Lambtrack was stunned. A black light. Its transformed shape gradually became clear, growing limbs with crimson magic twisting all over its body. Finally, the upgrade was complete. The system displayed the new pet's info. Rock Ghost. Attributes: Rock and Ghost elements. Level: Tier 2, Stage 9. Skills: Earth Spikes, Rock Throw, Crushing Charge. Looking at this badass new pet, our main guy was extremely satisfied. La dat, oh la dat, you had no idea the rock monster could evolve into this form, did you? The rock ghost suddenly scoffed, turning its head with glowing eyes. Realizing something was wrong, he yelled, "Hey, you brat!" But it was too late. It instantly unleashed an earth strike right in the middle of the house, seeking revenge on the ice spirit's soul for the beating. Rocks and earth jutted out in a long, jagged line of spikes. The ice spirit's soul agilely leaped up to dodge the attack. Not giving up, the rock ghost continued to lunge forward, wanting to fight to the death. A massive crash echoed. The ice spirit's soul used an ice shield to block the attack, but was still knocked into the wall, smashing a huge hole in it. Our main guy clutched his head and screamed, "My wall. You little brat. Friendly sparring is fine, but you act on your own without my orders. Then I have to show you what household rules look like." Annoyed, he opened the system to upgrade his little girl. The ice spirit's soul has currently met the requirements. Evolution available. Let me show you who really calls the shots. Evolve. After consuming a pile of high-level ice crystal evolution materials, the ice spirit soul's body also began the transformation process. A blinding blue light radiated out, forcing the rock ghost to cover its face. A few seconds later, the evolution was successful. The ice spirit soul transformed into an incredibly beautiful young woman. The system displayed name Snow Maiden, attribute Ice, level Tier 4, Stage 1, maturity 0%. Skills: Ice all upgrades to Ice Cascade, condenses a massive amount of ice blades in the air over a designated area, pouring down like a waterfall to deal AoE damage. Ice Shield upgrades to Ice Crystal Mirror, retains the defensive capabilities of Ice Shield and adds damage reflection. Absolute Cold Domain upgrades to Blizzard, increases the damage and duration of Absolute Cold Domain, forming a blizzard within this space. Hearing this, he unexpectedly cheered. Holy crap, the skills leveled up too. Seeing its opponent upgraded, the rock ghost got a bit intimidated, letting out a low growl from its throat. The pile of rocks and earth it just launched was instantly frozen, turning back to lock it tightly in place. Lambtrack coldly commanded, "Snow Maiden, ice waterfall." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of ice blades shot down from the air towards the rock ghost's head. Terrified to the core, it hastily melted and kowtowed before the Snow Maiden, and the flurry of ice blades halted, hovering right above its head. He shoved his hands into his pockets and warned, "Once I sign the contract and become your master, you must completely obey my commands." His eyes flashed with murderous intent, "But if your nature is hard to change, I won't hesitate to kill you. Now I'm asking you one question. Will you submit or not?" The rock ghost turned pale and trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. It immediately stood up and quickly bowed low to show its loyalty to its master. He replied, "All right. There won't be a next time. Melt." At this, the ice waterfall slowly melted away and disappeared. Just then, a sudden loud banging on the door confused everyone, and a voice outside yelled, "Open the door." Opening the door revealed a tall, muscular man yelling, "You little brat! What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? Do you have any idea what you've done to my wall?" Knowing he had disturbed others, he softened his voice, "I'm sorry. I was working out. I'll compensate you." Seeing him easy to bully, the man pushed his luck, holding up 3 fingers. "It hasn't been just once or twice. Plus my mental distress fee. It'll be at least 300,000. The number sounded horrifying. His eyes widened, his mouth hung open, jaw dropping to the floor. 300,000. The man grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "That's right. You have to give it to me within 3 days. Otherwise, ill." Before he could finish, the rock ghost loomed right beside him. Without a word, it decisively raised its fist, ready to teach the guy a lesson. While the guy was still dazed, the fist almost smashed into his face, but Lambtrack shouted, "Stop." Its hand stopped right at the man's neck. He stammered in fear, Is this your pet? What kind of monster is this?" He clicked his tongue and smiled amiably, saying, "Sorry about that. My subordinate isn't well trained yet and scared you. So, how should we settle this compensation?" Looking at the rock ghost's murderous face, the guy nearly wet his pants and stammered, "No, never. Never mind, forget it." A real man doesn't sweat the small stuff. Hearing this, he smiled with genuine satisfaction. After the previous day's battle, ignoring the total mess in the house, Lambtrack and his 2 lackeys fell fast asleep. The smile of his super idol isn't as sweet as yours. While sleeping soundly, his phone ringtone blared and he woke up with a start. On the other end of the line, Quan Nin frowned and said, "Oppa, today is the Jiangnin Beast Taming Academy entrance exam. Don't tell me you forgot." Just waking up and still groggy, he looked blank, clearly having no memory of this. "Huh?" His cousin immediately scolded, "Idiot. Hurry to the school gate and gather." So he hurriedly ran to the school where a large crowd had already gathered at the gate. Seeing him, Quan Min raised her hand high, waving and shouting, "Lambtrack is here. Oppa, over here." The crowd immediately started whispering upon seeing him. "How could you be late for something this important? He's too arrogant. What nonsense are you saying? He actually passed the super hard difficulty trial." His teacher suddenly appeared, angrily punching him right in the face and yelling, "Did you oversleep again?" Holding his face and scratching his head, he explained, "I've been so exhausted lately." The teacher didn't bother arguing and whispered, "Whatever, have you been practicing your soul arts diligently?" He obediently nodded repeatedly. The teacher stood before him with her arms sternly crossed, while Quan Nin watched from afar, confused about what was going on. Then the teacher turned around and announced, "Students, gather around. You are the elite of the elites from Binhai High School. The entrance exam for Jiangnin Beast Taming Academy will surely be full of challenges, so I hope everyone gives it their all. Of course, don't pressure yourselves too much. Whether you pass or not, you will always be my good students. I'll be here waiting for your good news. Let's go, everyone." The students were instantly pumped up, filled with determination, and the atmosphere grew incredibly passionate. "Let's go." Looking at him again, she said, "Lambtrack, I hope you will become the hope of our Binhai High School." On the way, Quan Nin asked, "Oppa, what have you been doing lately? You didn't even bother replying to my texts." He thought to himself, "I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot to check Quan Nin's messages." He then smiled awkwardly and replied, "I was so caught up with missions that I forgot." She didn't mind and happily showed off, "It's fine. My demon bird has successfully evolved too. Isn't that amazing?" He joyfully replied, "Really? That's awesome. Then this registration will definitely be a breeze. Before long, the bus carrying the students arrived in Jiangmin City, where the scenery was filled with magnificent skyscrapers. Quan Nin excitedly stood up, resting her hands on the window to look outside. So this is the big city. It's so beautiful. Then she turned her head to call Lam Trak, intending to say something, Oppa. Meanwhile, he remained dead silent with a stiff expression. Only then did she realize their faces were way too close. Blushing profusely, she immediately sat back down in her seat. This embarrassing scene was witnessed by her two best friends. The two girls looked at each other, covering their mouths and giggling. A while later, the group arrived at Jiangnin Beast Taming Academy. The school looked exactly like a massive castle, and everyone couldn't help but marvel. Wow, it looks so grand. Everyone excitedly looked around, constantly expressing their awe. This is amazing. If I could study here, I'd die with no regrets. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Excuse me, please make way. A group of people walked over, led by Le Bang Van. 17 students from Tan Bin High School are here to register. Another group appeared, led by the buzz-cut Dam Dung and the pink-haired Kwok Tam D. 21 students from Thuam Ha Third High School are here to register. Seeing the imposing aura of the other groups, her friend told Quan Nin, "You're our class president, absolutely do not let them outshine us." Turning her head, she saw the main character giving her a thumbs up as a form of encouragement. She then stepped forward to take the lead, raising her hand and shouting, 12 students from Bin Hai High School are here to register. One of the guys from the Tan Bin High School group crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully, a bunch of country bumpkins. The reason they were called that was because compared to Thuam Ha and Tan Bin, Bin Hai City was much more remote. Just then, a man suddenly flew in from out of nowhere and landed right in front of them. He smiled brightly and greeted, "Good, very spirited. Hello, students, I am Tan Hak, the teacher in charge of this exam. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing the trial, but please don't celebrate too early. Because the difficulty of this academy entrance exam is nothing like the beast taming trial. Based on previous year's records, the elimination rate is 80%, meaning only 10 of you in this batch will be able to pass and enter the beast taming academy." Hearing this, the crowd immediately panicked. Ah. Then won't candidates like us who only pass the low-level trial definitely be eliminated? What else did you expect? No one from your Bin Hai High School is going to pass, rest assured. You little punk, I found you an eyesore this whole time. Dam Dung asked the person next to him, Tam D. Who else do you guess among these people can pass besides the two of us? Still chewing gum, she observed for a moment, then looked towards Le Bang Van and replied, "That guy is very strong." She continued evaluating everyone around, finally looking at the main character standing quietly on the side, and this person, he seems a bit strange. Hearing his friend's assessment, Dam Dung turned to ask, Tam D, what's wrong? She replied, "Nothing. I just feel like that guy's strength seems unfathomable." But he looked disdainful, scoffing as he said, "Just country bumpkins. The overall level of their Bin Hai High School is a notch below ours. Nothing to worry about." The teacher in charge's voice rang out, "Today, everyone should check into the Academy Hotel first. I hope you all rest well and get ready for the entrance exam in the next few days. The Academy cafeteria will serve you for free during the exam period, and the food is delicious. Now everyone is free to do as they please." Hearing this, everyone instantly cheered up, "I'm starving. Hurry up. Appa, look over there. Let's go eat too." Dragging each other to the cafeteria, the space was incredibly vast, with a few people already there. Quan Nin said, "Appa, sit here." Suddenly, they heard the gossip of two guys from another school. "Hey, look, that girl is really pretty. Look at those huge boobs, totally my type, hee hee." "Shh, keep your voice down, don't embarrass our Tan Bin High School, even though I like her too." Quan Nin didn't pay any attention, picking up a chicken drumstick for Lam Trak. "Here's a piece for you. You have to eat a lot." Looking at the chicken drumsticks piled high on his rice plate, he broke a sweat and stopped her. "That's enough. That's enough." Seeing this, the two best friends chimed in to tease. "Quan Min, we don't have enough to eat. Why don't you get some for us too, Hugh Van, 2 yen. So sweet. You two look exactly like a couple." She blushed in embarrassment and stammered, "Stop it. Don't talk nonsense." The two guys from earlier saw this and whispered again, "Holy crap. That guy has 2 more girls crowding around him. It pisses me off. Why is he so popular? He's not even as handsome as me." At the main character's table, a strange young man suddenly brought his food tray over and asked, "Classmate, can I sit across from you guys?" They all looked at him, not understanding his intentions, until Lamb Track finally spoke up. "Sit." After getting permission, he sat down and said, "Let me introduce myself. I go to Tanbin High School. My name is Chu Hung." The young man gave a long introduction, but Lamb Track just coldly replied with a brief sentence, "What's the matter?" He then replied, "I heard that in your Bin High City, there's a high schooler who cleared the super hard difficulty. I wonder if he came this time." Lu Tu Yen and Trong Hu Van immediately grew wary. "Why are you asking this? The exam hasn't even started, and you're already here gathering intel. You're trying to collect more information for your school to beat us, aren't you?" He waved his hands. "I just want to make friends. For nobodies with no fame like us, if we want a glimmer of hope to win the upcoming competition, intel is the most crucial thing. And I'm quite good at that." Quan Nin immediately replied coldly, "We have nothing to say to you, please leave." He scratched his head. "Don't be so hostile. Not to brag, but among the candidates taking the exam this time, as long as they have some real strength, I know them inside out." Looking toward the long-haired youth, he continued, "Over there is the boss of our Tam Bin High School, Lebang Van. Famous genius high schooler locally. 2 months ago, he cleared the high-level difficulty intern assessment. His pet is the poison vine demon, a plant type, reaching up to Tier 3. The two girls stared wide-eyed in astonishment and exclaimed, "Tier 3? How can a high schooler have a Tier 3 pet?" Shu Hung continued rattling on. "I forgot to mention, his family is also very prestigious locally and provided him with high-level evolution resources. A genius plus being a rich kid, our Tier 1 pets definitely can't be him." Hearing this, Quan Nin was shocked. "Tier 3. My demon bird is currently only Tier 2 Stage 7, so there's still a gap after all." The young man introduced again. "The girl with 2 braids over there, Quach Tam Di from Thuan Ha City, is said to be a delinquent student. She didn't contract her first pet until her senior year, but within a month she cleared the high-level intern assessment. Her pet is the Steel Vein Baby Dragon, Tier 2 Stage 8. Taking only half a year to nurture a pet to Tier 2 Stage 8, maybe when she contracted it, it was already at Tier 2 Stage 7. If someone's soul power is high enough, they can absolutely contract a stronger pet directly." Despite his friends gossiping, the main character rested his chin on his hand in silence, looking completely indifferent. Quach Tam Di suddenly noticed his gaze, instantly winking and smiling, while raising a V sign as a greeting. He was startled and confused, not knowing what this attitude was supposed to mean. Shu Hung continued, "In Thuong Ha City there is another master, Dam Dung, someone who possesses a dual-element pet." Reaching this part, the two friends were terrified, clutching their faces and screaming, "Dual element." Quan Nin replied, "The teacher said before that there are some incredibly rare pets with dual elements, distributed in extremely dangerous areas, and most of them cannot be tamed." He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. "If I remember correctly, the rock ghost is of the ghost and rock elements. It seems this dual element trait is very worth exploiting." Finally, Chu Hung rested his arms and stated his purpose. "Everyone, I've told you all the information I have. Could you tell me about that person who cleared the super hard difficulty?" The friend quickly tried to answer. "The person you're talking about is—" Suddenly he interrupted, chewing on a chicken leg while saying, "That person isn't here today." Hearing Lamtrak's answer, the 3 girls were stunned, their hands freezing, not understanding what was going on. He continued, "Sorry, the person you're looking for isn't here. We don't know him." Chu Hung picked up his food tray and stood up. "All right, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. See you around." He walked away thinking to himself, they seem to be hiding something. The one who cleared the super hard difficulty is probably among them. He muttered, "I'll have to probe that kid later and see." The pink-haired girl asked indignantly, "Lamtrak Oppa, why didn't you tell him the truth? This is something to be so proud of." He finished eating, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and calmly replied, "It's better to stay low-key. I don't want to draw attention this early." Not to mention his info might not even be true. Quan Nin realized, "You're always so thoughtful, Oppa." The 4 of them left the cafeteria, and Quan Nin told her 2 friends, Tu Yen, Hu Van, "Let's train together tonight. We can't lose to students from other schools." Then she asked him, "Oppa, come to our room tonight. Can the 4 of us train together?" Our main guy didn't answer. his mind flashing with the image of three hot girls in skimpy clothes. Suddenly, a strange guy came out of nowhere and slapped Quan Nin on the butt, making her jump in shock. Turning around, she saw him with two of his buddies, teasingly saying, "Can we come to your room tonight instead?" With a sleazy, disgusting look on his face and a toothpick in his mouth, he sneered, "Be good girls." Quan Nin was furious, her face turning dark as she swung her arm to punch him. But unfortunately, he dodged it and grabbed her wrist to restrain her. "You're fiery. I like it." Seeing that, his two friends clutched their stomachs and laughed loudly, acting arrogant and completely looking down on them. Lam Trak was furious, his face darkening and eyes flashing with murderous intent as he growled, "Let go of her. If we fight here, we'll definitely get punished." Thinking this, she tried to stop him. "Oppa, let it go." The jerk continued to arrogantly give the middle finger. "Your Bin High School has some pretty girls, but the boys are all wimps." Just as he finished speaking, the main guy's fist was already right in his face, landing a devastating punch before he could react. His whole body was instantly sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Seeing this, his two cronies yelled, "To do." Seeing their boss get knocked out, they clenched their fists in anger and shouted, "You little brat." His whole body was reeking of bloodlust, his voice as dark as a demon from hell. "You can say whatever you want about me, but how dare you bully my sister? I absolutely won't forgive you." This look and aura made the other two freeze in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. To-Do scrambled up from behind, roaring furiously, "You bastard. Let's settle this right here, right now." Just then, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist firmly, shouting, "Stop it." The newcomer was Li Bang Van, who said, "Stop embarrassing us here." The guy yelled, "Van." Then he turned and said to him, "That was quite a heavy punch from you. Let's call it a draw." Lam Trak was unsatisfied, clearly not wanting to let it go so easily, and said, "This isn't over." Hearing that, he stepped forward. "Kid, I'll teach him a lesson myself when we get back. But if you're still not satisfied, come at me." The two glared at each other, radiating an intensely powerful aura, neither willing to back down, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Seeing the situation taking a bad turn, Quan Nin quickly spoke up to stop him. "Appa, let's go." Since she said that, he didn't bother with them anymore, coldly snorting, "Then I'll see you at the exam." The four of them left, and the girls happily cheered for him. "Boss, you were so cool." Looking at his back, Le Bang Van smirked, revealing a sinister expression. "It seems it's really you, Lam Trak." Scene transition. It was dark by now. In the girls' resting rooms, steam was billowing in the bathroom. The three girls were sitting in the bathtub. Quan Nin cried out in embarrassment, "You're so annoying. Why are you guys crowding in here together?" The two friends raised their wicked hands, answering with ill-intentioned looks. "To thank you for helping us train, of course. Our pets have also reached Tier 2. Now we have a huge chance of winning. As a thank you, let us give you a massage." Quan Nin couldn't resist and could only scream helplessly, "Don't touch me," everywhere. The next day, all students participating in the exam gathered in the main hall. Instructor Tan Hak spoke up. "Everyone is here, it seems. First, let me share some good news. Based on the analysis of your past performances, my conclusion regarding the level of this year's first batch of candidates is," his face turned stern, "that you are the worst batch of candidates. I have zero expectations for you." The crowd below immediately complained, "You call this good news? It's all because you guys dragged us down. Damn it, don't let me catch you after the exam." Then he started explaining the format. The next exam will still take place in the Origin Stone Monument's illusion, with no difficulty options. This exam is called the Forest's Secret Realm. Right on the high podium was a massive pink stone block, radiating a brilliant light. Images of different illusions appeared on the stone block, looking like a forest. Ferocious beasts of all kinds were lurking everywhere with extremely aggressive demeanors. Tan Hak continued, "After you meditate and enter the illusion, each of you will have a scoreboard on your arm, which will add points based on the number of beasts you kill. Tier 1 beast, 10 points. Tier 2 beast, 20 points. Tier 3 beast, 40 points. Sometimes you are both the hunter and the prey. Once your pet or yourself dies in the illusion, you will be eliminated. In addition, right in the center of the illusion forest, there will be a stone monument displaying the scores and coordinates of the top 10 players on the leaderboard." The students broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. There are even Tier 3 beasts. Doesn't that mean we'll be eliminated on the spot if we run into one? The exam lasts for 4 hours. After 4 hours, we will select the top 10 candidates based on the scoreboard. Suddenly, Le Bang Van spoke up. "Instructor, are we only allowed to hunt beasts?" The person in charge showed an intrigued expression. Good question. The winner who eliminates another candidate will receive all of their points. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. What? Why is there such a cruel rule? This is encouraging us to slaughter each other. As long as we team up and hunt down people from other schools, we'll definitely make the top 10. Damdung rolled his wrists, his face showing a competitive edge. Now I can finally go all out. Meanwhile, Quachtam D didn't say a word, still blowing bubblegum, staring intensely at our main guy. Tan Hack's face turned serious. Shut up, you brats. A real battlefield is much crueler than this. If anyone wants to back out, speak up now. By the way, whoever tops the scoreboard will earn the title of top freshman and receive a lot of privileges upon enrollment. After saying that, he thought to himself, bring it on, let's see. Who will truly be the king of this freshman class? Quan Nin stood aside and thought to herself, it would be great if I could meet Lam Trak. Even if I can't make the top 10, I can still help him. Suddenly, she heard him call her, Quan Nin. Later, when we enter the illusion, use your demon bird's flying ability to find me as soon as possible so we can regroup. Yes. Having fully explained the rules, Tan Hak announced, everyone calm your minds and enter the illusion. Lam Trak opened his eyes to find himself standing in a lush green forest. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the falling leaves. He looked around and suddenly saw a bright pink stone monument appearing in the distance. He rolled up his sleeve and looked at the scoreboard on his arm. Score, 0. Time remaining, 3 hours, 59 minutes. He deduced. The info on the arm only shows my own current score. I can't tell if I've made the top 10 yet. This means everyone will eventually head to the central monument to check the rankings, making it very likely the most dangerous area later on. The most crucial point is that if you don't go to the monument and just blindly grind points, even if your score breaks into the top 10, it will display your coordinates, which will undoubtedly attract sieges from other players. It seems the true purpose of this test is to make players PK each other. As long as you have enough power, you can completely ignore all the rules here. No one can steal points from the strong, and everyone else's points will be taken by the strong. It's just a game anyway. Having fun is what matters most. He was now brimming with fighting spirit, backed by 2 overpowering pets and a system. What the hell was there to be afraid of? So our main guy began his stroll. A 2-headed forest python, a beast type, tier 1 stage 9, popped out from nowhere to attack him, but ended up biting into his protective barrier, breaking its fangs. Looking at the suffering monster, he smiled smugly and thought, just to be safe, they'll maintain soul protection. It doesn't cost much soul power anyway. Then he summoned his new pet, the rock ghost. Stroking his chin, he thought, I'll hide my true strength for now and take this chance to test just how powerful this rock ghost is. This so-called dual attribute is definitely worth exploiting. Seeing that its opponent was stronger, the snake turned and fled in terror. The rock ghost was about to chase after it. He stopped it. Let it go. Don't chase. A tier 1 stage 9 only gives 10 points, but its strength is barely less than a tier 2 stage 1 worth 20 points. So hunting high stage beasts of each tier is the biggest loss. Since we're putting in the effort to test things out, we have to find slightly stronger beasts to challenge. Hearing its master, it pounded its fists together, looking extremely hyped. He fell deep in thought again. The only thing is, I'm a little worried whether Quan Nin will find me smoothly. I hope everything goes well. At the same time, somewhere else, Quan Nin and her pet had just finished killing a giant centipede. She let out a sigh of relief and raised her arm to check the score. Score, 30. Time remaining, 3 hours, 45 minutes. Then she pointed forward, Demon Firebird, go. Receiving the command, the Firebird soared straight into the sky. It flew high up, soaring past the treetops, immediately broadening its field of vision. Quan Nin followed the bird, clenching her fists and furrowing her brows in thought, Lam Trak, where are you? The demon Firebird spread its wings and glided through the sky, helping its master search for Lam Trak. Down below, the students were still actively fighting the beasts in a somewhat chaotic scene. After searching fruitlessly for a while, Quan Min's bird returned and landed on the ground. She thought to herself, a pet can't stray too far from its master. Looks like I can only head over there and try my luck. With Lam Trak's strength, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be hard. I might be able to find him using the coordinates on the stone monument. Just as she was about to leave, a massive ostrich suddenly lunged from behind to ambush her. But she quickly sensed the movement and leaped high into the air in a flash, escaping its attack. She silently evaluated the monster, According to my memory, the yellow-backed ostrich in the pet encyclopedia is around Tier 2 Stage 5. It's definitely no match for my Tier 2 Stage 7 demon fire bird. An easy 20 points in the bag. She then decisively commanded her pet to attack the ostrich, planning to send it straight to the afterlife. But right at that moment, another blast of power shot over from nowhere, blatantly stealing her 20 points. Quan Nin's eyes widened. She turned around with a furious expression and shouted, "Who is it?" Tu-Du poked his head out with an incredibly insolent smirk. Blocking in front of him was an Udo-barbarian humanoid type, Tier 2 Stage 4. He raised an eyebrow, speaking in a mocking tone, "What a coincidence. We meet again." She angrily pointed at him. "It's you. Don't you find it shameful to steal someone else's kill?" He shamelessly replied, "The rules never said I couldn't. I don't just want to steal your kill." "And you even want to steal from this little lady." After saying that, he shouted at his beast, "Odo, take care of that stupid bird." Odo jumped up and charged straight at the demon flame bird. Quan Nin immediately reacted and commanded, "Dodge it, quick." But the attack suddenly changed direction and rushed towards her. She was startled and stepped back, aiming at me again. Unexpectedly falling for that bastard's trick, he grabbed her, covered her mouth, and laughed loudly. "Good dodge. Now you have no way to command the demon flame bird, right?" Compared to normal pets, the biggest advantage of humanoid pets is their higher intelligence. They can act on their own will, and my command was just to deceive your actions. Then Odo circled to the other side and grabbed the firebird's 2 wings. Tu-Du revealed a lustful expression. "Before eliminating you, let me have some fun first." Elsewhere, the main character had just finished off another ferocious beast. He rolled up his sleeve to check his wrist. His current score was 40, while the rock ghost was curiously poking at a pig's corpse. Walking forward, he happened to come across Chu Hung and his pet, the wide-mouthed monster, a mutant type, Tier 2 Stage 7, which was wrapping around a giant claw macaque beast type, Tier 2 Stage 4. The round pet just stuffed the monster straight into its mouth and swallowed it whole. He laughed in delight, earning points like this. It's way too easy. At this point, he had already gained 60 points. Suddenly, he noticed Lamb-Track walking up from behind. "Hey there, it's you we met at the cafeteria before." He smiled and replied, "Yes, Chu Hung," secretly thinking, this guy probably doesn't know my identity yet. He knows a lot of information. I can use him a bit. Seeing the rock ghost beside him, Chu Hung couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this one looks so cool. Is it a rare beast? How come I've never seen it before?" He secretly assessed, "Seems like this guy isn't the Lamb-Track who cleared the super hard difficulty. According to the info, that guy uses an ice element pet." He scratched his head and replied, "Chu Hung, mine isn't considered rare. It's just a normal D-rank pet that recently reached Tier 2. Hearing that, he immediately acted superior and bragged, "Then you better take a good look at my wide-mouthed monster. It's a rare mutant type. Moreover, it is already leveled up to Tier 2 Stage 7. He feigned admiration. "That's awesome, bro." He laughed loudly. "Since we're fated to meet, let me take you to farm points. Just listen to me, and I guarantee you'll make it to the top 10. The main character jumped for joy. "That's great." He secretly sneered, "Idiot, I'll let this brat work hard for me. Once he's useless, I'll find a chance to eliminate him and steal his points." Back to Quan Nin. At this moment, she had locked Tu-Du's wrist and twisted her body to throw him to the ground. He lay flat on his back, unable to get up for a moment, angrily gritting his teeth and cursing, "Fuck, you bitch." She revealed a terrifyingly cold look and said, "Last time it was just my brother acting first. You didn't think I would let you off that easily, did you?" After saying that, she shouted, "Demon Eyes." Instantly, the demon flame bird transformed from a fiery red-orange into a frightening appearance, its entire body emitting black-purple flames. Seeing the situation turning bad, Tu-Du hurriedly yelled, "Odo, come help me quick." But the beast was currently trembling in fear, staring at the demonic bird in the air, completely ignoring what its master was saying. Then it decisively turned around and fled, not caring that he was being pinned to the ground, desperately screaming, "Hey, come back here." Quan Nin said contemptuously, "It seems your pet has a mind of its own, and that's not exactly a good thing." Out of options, he could only stammer and beg, I just have one last request. Don't hit the place where your brother hit." Without a word in response, only an agonizing scream could be heard echoing through the mountains and forests. Tu-Du was beaten unconscious, lying flat on the ground. She looked down at her arm. The score had increased to 70. Looks like his points had been added. The stone steel displayed the leaderboard with everyone's scores, and Quan Nin was ranked 4th. Tan Hak stood outside looking up, silently assessing. It seems this batch of candidates isn't as bad as I imagined. It hasn't even been an hour and someone has already broken the 100-point mark. Meanwhile, inside the illusion realm, Le Bang Van was facing a spotted, fierce tiger beast type Tier 3 Stage 1. His beast stood right beside him, a poison vine demon plant type Tier 3 Stage 3. The monster let out a loud roar and right after it charged forward, extending its claws to pounce on him. But it was immediately blocked by the poison vine demon extending its long tentacles and was even tied up in return. The tiger forcefully tossed it into the sky, breaking free from its restraining grip. Then it opened its mouth and quickly snapped at its prey, seemingly wanting to swallow it whole. Witnessing his pet being eaten, Le Bang Van was unusually calm, not showing the slightest hint of worry. He nonchalantly ordered, "Poison Vine Demon, stop messing around, it's time to find another one." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster suddenly halted, its entire body seemingly suppressed by a terrifying power. Then long, eerie green tentacles pierced through its flesh from the inside out. The tiger just dropped dead on the spot, its body covered in gruesome wounds, while the poison vine demon was completely unharmed. Not only that, it extended its tentacles into the unfortunate corpse, seemingly draining nutrients and energy from it. The monster turned into a dried husk, its massive body shrinking, as Le Bang Van's score increased to 210. He smirked arrogantly, with a wildly conceited expression. The top freshman spot is definitely mine. At this time, on another side, Dam Dung and Quach Tam D had also arrived at the leaderboard. Time remaining, 2 hours and 39 minutes. He smiled and said to the girl next to him, "As expected, you're already in 2nd place." Quach Tam D turned to ask, "By the way, you let me have all the beasts along the way. Your own score is still 0. Is that really okay?" He crossed his arms over his chest, answering confidently, "I just need to hunt down those on this list and steal their points, that's all." Hearing this, she didn't object and asked, "Who should we start with?" He thought for a moment, that Le Bang Van, it's a bit too early to mess with him right now. La Kuang is on our side. After evaluating the leaderboard, he finally picked a name, Quan Nin. She suddenly wondered, I remember there was a genius youth named Lam Track. Why don't I see his name anywhere? He snorted coldly. What kind of genius? I think he mostly used cheating methods, just someone with an empty title. Let's go. Quan Nin isn't far from us, towards the east. Meanwhile, Quan Min was still searching for Lam Track's whereabouts. The demon flame bird had scouted around and returned to report. She thought to herself, to the left is a wind iron mantis, to the right is a carnivorous flower. She couldn't help but frown. Oppa, where are you? Which way do I have to go to find you? Scene change, the main character was quietly walking behind Chu Hung, pretending to be a lackey following him. Suddenly, a withered beast plant type Tier 2 Stage 4 appeared before them. Chu Hung instructed, I'll leave this one to you, I'll stand back and support you later. Secretly calculating in his mind, wait until he's almost done fighting. I'll jump in to land the finishing blow and steal the points. He didn't waste words, ordering the rock ghost to charge and attack, giving the monster a devastating punch right away. It didn't even have time to react before it dropped dead on the ground, its power utterly weak. The fat guy's jaw dropped in shock, completely unable to believe his eyes, screaming internally. Instant kill. Time remaining, 2 hours and 20 minutes. The leaderboard was constantly changing, and the name Lam Track had appeared in the top 10. Tan Hak observed everything, quietly marveling, so this is the rumored person who cleared the super hard difficulty. Rising from 33rd to 9th place in less than 2 hours, it seems he does have some skills. Seeing him and Chu Hung walking together, he thought to himself, so that's how it is, they're teaming up. Inside the illusion realm, Chu Hung voiced his dissatisfaction. Hey brother, I let you strike first. I didn't tell you to one-shot it. You should at least leave one for me. He replied with innocent pretense. Sorry about that. After all, this exam is related to our promotion, so every time I attack, I ask my pet to go all out. If you also want to earn points, Chu Hung, I'll let you have the next one. His face darkened, cursing inwardly. This brat is getting cocky. Just wait. I'll take you down later and snatch all your points. Suddenly, the system announced, a rare grade beast has appeared in the current area. The main character immediately felt intrigued. Oh, rare grade. Does that mean it gives more points? The two continued moving forward. A moment later, a massive tree appeared before them, its trunk a brilliant golden color. Chu Hung cheered, "Golden tree. I didn't expect there to be a golden tree here. This must definitely be bonus points." But before they could get close, thick long vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, immediately binding him tightly, while he quickly stepped back to evade this sudden attack. The fat guy was hung upside down from the tree, his head pointing at the ground, furiously yelling, "Damn it." This tree was none other than the golden withered beast plant type Tier 3 Stage 9. At this moment, it revealed a ferocious face, its wide-open mouth looking incredibly terrifying. He was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering, This is the golden withered beast." He screamed in fear, "Wide-mouthed monster, save me quick." But unfortunately, his pet was also dangling mid-air just like its master. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, "That's not right. These golden vines are draining my energy." He panicked and shouted loudly, "Brother, give me a hand, quick." The main character acted innocent, saying, "But we agreed on one for each of us." He smiled bitterly and clasped his hands in supplication. "Oh, come on, don't be so rigid. The situation is different this time. This thing seems really powerful. We need to join forces." He still didn't care and turned to walk away. "Chu Hung, stop teasing me. I know you definitely have a way to defeat it. I'll be taking my leave." He frantically reached out his hand towards him in fear, shouting loudly, "Brother, don't go. I'm begging you." He stopped in his tracks, his tone indifferent as he asked back, "Saving you is fine, but what's in it for me?" Chu Hung gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "This bastard. How dare he threaten me? Just wait till he gets me down and see if I don't deal with him." On the surface, he still had to act submissive and reply, "Actually, I know a few secrets about other people. I can tell you everything." He felt intrigued, turning his head back to look at the fat guy swinging mid-air like a dried persimmon. "Speak." He yelled, "The exclusive soul arts of Lebang Van and Quoc Tam D. My god, boss, please get me down first, okay?" He frowned. "Exclusive soul arts? Like Law Dat's enhancement art? This information is very important." Thinking so, he coldly ordered, "Rock Ghost, use crushing charge. Aim straight for its belly." Receiving the command, the Rock Ghost swiftly used breakneck speed to charge right in front of the golden tree. Seeing that it was about to reach the beast, suddenly vines shot out from behind, pulling it backward into the air. The thick, long vines tightly bound the Rock Ghost's entire body, like terrifying giant pythons. Watching his boys struggling helplessly, Lambtrack frowned. It seems dealing with a Tier 3 Stage 9 golden withered beast is still a bit too much for the Tier 2 Stage 9 Rock Ghost. The Rock Ghost can't break free. It'll have to secretly summon the Snow Maiden to end this game. The little guy was still trying to struggle, its whole body trembling, the pile of vines still gripping tightly, refusing to let go. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Rock Ghost, is this all the capability you have? Break free for me." The vines clustered together, wrapping around its body tighter and tighter, now looking no different from a ball. A wisp of smoke rose from its head, its body gradually fading, looking like it was about to vanish. Chu Hung clutched his head in despair, mouth agape. "We're doomed. It's going to be completely absorbed." Time remaining is 1 hour and 54 minutes. Lambtrack's back confidently appeared on the screen. Tan Hack rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "Let me see. How capable is this genius youth who cleared the super hard difficulty?" The Rock Ghost had now dissipated into a puff of pitch-black smoke, and the pile of vines binding it also slowly loosened. But that puff of smoke not only didn't disperse, but it also slowly gathered together, swirling into a dense sphere floating in mid-air. Even the main character himself didn't expect this scene, staring up blankly with wide eyes. The smoke had condensed into a strange shape. It was still the Rock Ghost, but its entire body was pitch black, emitting a bizarre blue light. The system suddenly announced, "Unlocked new skill, Ghost Spirit Form, duration 30 seconds. Chu Hung was still suspended in mid-air, screaming in shock. What? What is this?" After a few seconds of astonishment, he regained his composure, casually putting his hands in his pockets and thought, "Dual elements indeed have some special abilities. Let's see how powerful this ghost spirit form is." The golden tree also realized its opponent had transformed, opening its terrifying black mouth and roaring loudly. It immediately launched its long, sharp vines to attack, piercing right through the rock ghost's body. But it still stood tall, completely unharmed, leaving the fierce beast somewhat surprised. He was satisfied. It seems the rock ghost in its ghost spirit form has no physical body, so it can evade all physical damage and crowd control. Very strong. The system displayed new information. Skills. Stone bullet shoot. Crushing collision cannot be used. Earth spikes. After some consideration, he pointed forward and commanded, "Let's go. Use stone bullet shoot. Aim straight for its eyes and belly." The rock ghost's entire body radiated immense power as it slowly raised one hand. Use telekinesis. The magic accurately locked onto the golden tree's belly, and a loud boom echoed out. The fierce beast took the hit, rolling onto the ground, foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Its vines loosened and Chu-Hung fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Ouch. While the opponent was temporarily unable to attack, he began to calculate. The level gap is too big. To kill the golden withered beast, this little bit of damage is definitely not enough. Suddenly, he heard Chu-Hung screaming right behind him. "Hey, run away quickly. What are you still standing there for?" He anxiously thought to himself, if this kid dies here, the points on him will go straight down the drain. He was then carried by his pet, running far away without looking back, but Lamb Track didn't budge at all, standing as still as a statue. At this moment, the golden tree also woke up. It became madly furious, opening its mouth and roaring wildly. It almost instantly launched its vines to attack, but he didn't even bother to turn his head, indifferently calling out, "Snow Maiden." The Snow Maiden appeared in the blink of an eye, blocking in front of him, facing the aggressive vines that wanted to take his life. Without any fear, she immediately cast Blizzard. Freezing tornadoes continuously emerged, rushing massively to attack the opponent. On the other side, his minion had restored its original form. He shouted, "Rock Ghost, now." Crushing charge. Obeying the command, it dashed forward like an arrow piercing the wind, concentrating its power. With a loud bang, it punched straight into the monster's belly, causing it to scream in agony. The Snow Maiden continued to increase her power to control the opponent, locking the golden tree down so it had no chance to counterattack. The main character continued to command, "Rock Ghost. Ghost spirit form. Outburst." In a flash, it switched modes, landing another blow on the giant monster. Right at this moment, Lamb Track raised his fist, coldly declaring, "It's not over yet. Keep going. Soul Power Shock." Another punch carrying terrifying power struck straight at the golden tree's weak point, leaving it defenseless. 3 against 1, if not dead, then crippled. The monster was ganged up on, unable to resist, and finally dropped dead on the spot. The system notified again, "You're slain the golden withered beast. Rock Ghost has upgraded to Tier 3. New skill, Ghost Spirit Clone. In Ghost Spirit form, it can instantly split into 2, dealing 100% of the main body's damage, while copying its movements and skills. Duration, 10 seconds. Cost, 100 achievement points." He smiled in satisfaction and selected it right away. Such a useful skill, even if it's a bit pricey, it's worth it. Learn. The Ghost Spirit form after cloning is equivalent to a 100% increase in combat power, plus it just leveled up in that battle. Truly worthy of a King tier evolution path. I hit the jackpot this time. After killing the golden tree, his points skyrocketed instantly to 180 points. Tanhak stood outside watching, unable to help but marvel. Unbelievable. This kid. Especially that newly appeared ice element pet. If I'm not mistaken, it's a pet with god-tier potential. How on earth did this kid do it? It seems a rare grade Tier 3 beast gives 60 points. I couldn't keep a low profile this time, even if I wanted to. Suddenly, Chu-Hung reappeared. He looked at the devastated scene in front of him, dumbfounded. What's going on here? The golden withered beast? He couldn't believe it. His jaw dropped in shock as he asked, "You defeated it?" Then he pointed at the Snow Maiden, shouting, "Who is she? Is she also an examinee? What school is she from?" He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Crap, I forgot to recall the Snow Maiden. If he sees this, the act is over." But then an idea struck him, so he feigned complete innocence and said, "I don't know what's going on either. That seems to be an ice element humanoid fierce beast too. It's the one that defeated the golden withered beast." The fatty was confused hearing that. It's a fierce beast too. Why would they slaughter each other? Or is it someone's pet? Could its master be nearby? Then he grabbed his head in panic. No, ice element. Could its master be the legendary lamb track? If he can defeat the golden withered beast, his strength is definitely way above ours. The next ones to be taken down will surely be us. Hearing those words, he was left speechless by the guy's wild imagination. So he secretly gave a command through the system. Snow Maiden, pretend to attack us. This made her frown in confusion. Shu Hung pointed in fear. She's staring right at us. He gave a sneaky nod, and instantly a barrage of sharp ice blades rained down. The fatty cried out in terror, hugging his pet tightly and wailing. She really is going to attack us. We're doomed. The Snow Maiden coldly reached her hand forward, controlling the sharp ice blades to crash down heavily. Chu Hung saw the precarious situation and schemed to himself. If we both get eliminated here, it's a huge loss. I'd rather deal with this guy directly and then run away. No sooner said than done, he immediately ordered the big-mouth monster to lunge forward and swallow Lamb Track into its belly. He asked in confusion, "Why are you swallowing me?" The fatty replied as he ran, "To protect you, of course." He didn't resist, just quietly sent a message through the system to his two pets. "I'm fine. You go back first. You go back too." After running for a while, sensing there was no more danger, Chu Hung stopped, panting heavily, sweating bullets. He glanced to the side, smiling smugly to himself. Perfect. I just escaped being hunted and earned points at the same time. Right then, he suddenly heard the main character's voice echoing from the monster's mouth. "Hey, is it safe now?" He was stunned. You're okay." Suddenly doing nothing yet being carried for a long distance wasn't bad at all. He lay inside leisurely and answered, "With Soul Guardian, how could anything happen? You can let me out now, right?" Wait. That monster is still chasing from behind. Endure it a bit longer. The fatty thought in panic. No way. This brat should have been digested by now. Why is he unharmed? But suddenly the big-mouth monster seemed to feel uncomfortable, opening its mouth and spitting the person out of its belly. Shu Hung stammered, "You? How did you get out?" He leisurely adjusted his clothes and replied, "Bad digestion, perhaps. I was thinking if that monster is still stubbornly clinging on, we could team up and defeat it." The fatty still didn't realize the strength of the person in front of him, being played like a fiddle, yet thinking he was worldly wise, thinking to himself, "This kid is terrifyingly stupid." He continued the conversation, but it seems it's not chasing anymore. "Now you can tell me about the exclusive soul arts, right?" He pointed to the pink stone stele in the distance, suggesting, "Let's go to the stele first to see if our ranking made it into the top 10. Well, talk while walking." The so-called exclusive soul art is actually a unique type of soul art awakened by a small number of extremely talented beast tamers. This kind of soul art cannot be learned from books, nor can others learn it. It is entirely based on the physique of each beast tamer. However, because this is extremely rare, ordinary teachers won't teach it. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then what are the exclusive soul arts of Quach Tam D and Li Bang Van?" "It's pretty formidable. Let me go look first." The two had arrived, and Chu Hung hurriedly ran to the front. After scanning through the names in the top 10, he became despondent. As expected, my name isn't there. He thought to himself, there's still a chance. There's only 1 hour left, and the current 10th place only has 100 points. If I add this idiot's points, I will definitely make it into the top 10. He slowly turned around and called out, "Hey, kid," but suddenly widened his eyes in utter disbelief. At this time, the main character's sleeve was pulled up, revealing the information on his arm, which displayed 180 points. He was bewildered, frozen in shock. 180 points. This kid actually has 180 points. He tremblingly turned his head to look up at the stone stele and stammered, You, what is your name?" At this point, he didn't even bother acting anymore, coldly spitting out 2 words, "Lamb Track." The other's face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed crap, angrily roaring, "Damn it. You dared to trick me this whole way. I forgot. The person who cleared the super hard difficulty can possess 2 pets. This brat has been hiding his true strength all along. It turns out that Ice Element pet is also his. How dare he play me?" He indifferently reminded, "Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed by the golden withered beast long ago. Now you should tell me the information you know, right?" He still didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was, shouting angrily, "Bastard, don't even dream about me telling you." "Big mouth monster, deal with him." As he finished speaking, his pet opened its hideous giant mouth to swallow him whole. The rock ghost suddenly appeared blocking in front of him, immediately delivering a devastatingly powerful punch to the monster. At the same time, the Snow Maiden also arrived. She raised her hand, and the opponent was frozen stiff in an instant, leaving only its master's panic scream. Big Mouth Monster. Shu Hung sprawled on the ground, watching Lamb Track and his two pets walking over, backing away in fear. Although your points aren't many, it's still equivalent to a rare Tier 3 fierce beast. I'll gladly accept it. He screamed in terror. Wait, I'll tell you right now. Just please spare me. He shook his head. I changed my mind. Actually, whatever exclusive soul arts they have, it's all the same to me. The other stammered in bewilderment. What do you mean, all the same? He stood looking down at him from above as if looking at a tiny ant, looking thoroughly arrogant and blatantly answered. They're all no match for me. Then he immediately ordered, Snow Maiden, Ice Waterfall. Shu Hung turned pale, screaming in fear. Bastard. But the ice blades didn't fall. Instead, he was suddenly pierced straight through the body by a bunch of vines shooting from behind. This person who suddenly appeared was Li Bang Van. He leisurely strolled over and said, Lamb Track, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shu Hung showed evident joy seeing the arrival, shouting, Boss, this guy is Lamb Track. Watch out for his ice element pet. His face darkened to think I'd meet him here. It seems it's time to settle our old scores once and for all. Li Bang Van stepped forward and said to his underling, You can go back and rest now. He laughed heartily. My points were taken by you, boss. It's no loss at all. Then he just vanished into thin air. At the same time, the leaderboard changed and Li Bang Van's points rose to 430. He provoked. Bring it on. Let me see what your true strength is like. Let's see who really has the right to sit in the top freshman position. He replied indifferently. I have no interest in that top freshman title or whatever. If you want it, I can just let you have it. He smirked, conceding just like that. Then he suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. I didn't expect you to be an absolute coward. After dealing with you, I'll go take down everyone on the leaderboard. Quach Tam Di, Dam Dung, Lu Kuang, Quan Min, leaving absolutely no one. He clutched his head, revealing a twisted, drug-addled expression. This feeling of crushing others. It truly makes me unable to stop. Hearing that name from his mouth, he was suddenly struck by a realization that something was wrong. That's right, Quan Nin. Dam Dung, Quach Tam Di, and Quan Nin are all in the same location. Quan Nin is in danger. In the east, he immediately turned and dashed away, wanting to quickly go help his cousin. Le Bang Van, however, wouldn't let it go, ordering his pet, Are you really going to run? Stop him for me right now. The poison vine demon shot out its vines, instantly grabbing both the rock ghost and Lamb Track at the same time. He laughed triumphantly. Caught so easily, you're really just a useless clown. Poison vine demon, suck them dry. Let's see you run now. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I don't have time to play games with you. With that said, before his opponent could react, the Snow Maiden silently appeared right behind him. He barely even noticed before she completely subdued him with a single move, freezing his entire body stiff. Seeing its master in danger, the poison vine demon hurriedly released its newly caught prey and rushed back. But it couldn't escape the fate of being dealt with by the Snow Maiden, turning into a frozen tree. The rock ghost casually threw a devastating punch, shattering Le Bang Van's pet into pieces that scattered everywhere. I told you, I don't have time to play games with you. After that, he quickly ran off. The severed vines the rock ghost had punched to the ground slowly thawed out, and they were surprisingly still squirming. A young man who witnessed the entire confrontation quietly stepped out, marveling. What strong vitality, it's actually still alive. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. That guy seemed to forget to finish the job, so this is my golden opportunity. This person was Lu Kuang. He smugly reached out toward the frozen figure. Le Bang Van, your points are mine. He then summoned his pet, an ironclad dragon, a Tier 2 Stage 9 dragon type, and ordered it to attack Li Bang Van directly. Your pet can revive, but what about you? To catch the bandits, first catch the king. The frozen Li Bang Van was smashed to pieces. Lu Kuang brushed his hair back with a smirk. Ranked first now. Luck is also a part of strength. He looked down at his arm and was stunned to see it was still at 210 points. Huh. Why haven't my points changed? How strange. He didn't even notice that behind him, A head was slowly growing out of the reconnected vines of the poison vine demon. By the time he noticed, it was too late. The vines lunged forward and tightly wrapped around his neck. He struggled to breathe, absolutely horrified when he saw his opponent. You. What's going on? Why? Lei Bangvan's face was now the poison vine demon itself. He replied casually, "There's no harm in telling a loser like you. This is my exclusive soul art synchronized simulation." Lu Kuang trembled, trying to fight back, and struggled to give the order. Ironclad dragon, attack him. Looking over, he saw that his pet was already tightly bound and pinned to the ground by the poison vine demon, completely immobilized. He screamed in terror, "Ironclad dragon." Under the ferocious beast's fierce attack, it eventually couldn't hold on and slowly faded away. Meanwhile, Lam Trak was rushing over to Quan Min, secretly gritting his teeth. "Quach Tam Di, damn dung. If you dare lay a finger on my sister, you're dead meat." On the other side, Quan Nin was being double-teamed by those two, completely falling into a disadvantage. Her demon flame bird was pinned to the ground by a Tier 2 Stage 8 dragon-type steel-striped hatchling, unable to move. As for its master, she was trapped in a water sphere, gritting her teeth and struggling. "Damn it! I can't break out." Right behind Damn Dung was a necromancer, a Tier 3 Stage 2 ghost and water dual element. He frowned. "Don't waste your energy, Quan Nin. The necromancer's water prison can't be broken from the inside." Then he turned to his female companion. "I'll leave her to you. Once you take her points, you'll have a chance to become the top freshman." Kwa Cham Di twirled her hair and asked, "What's wrong? Is it because she's too pretty that you can't bear to strike her?" He crossed his arms and replied with a frown, "You know I have no interest in other girls." She replied, "No rush. Let's wait a bit before making a move." He asked in confusion, "Wait? Wait for what?" Her eyes suddenly widened, flashing with excitement as she answered, "Wait for the big fish to take the bait." Suddenly, with a loud crash, jagged and sharp rocks came hurtling toward them. Dam Dun quickly used Water Shield to block the attack. At the same time, the hatchling beside him swung its tail while pinning down the demon flame bird, launching an attack that shattered those rocks to pieces. The main character stepped forward, his face radiating a murderous aura. "Quach Tam Di, Dam Dung, I suggest you let her go right now." Seeing the rock ghost and snow maiden walking beside him, their expressions darkened slightly. Two pets. Quan Nin thought in surprise, Lam Trak Appa's pets are. No, this isn't the time to be surprised. She immediately shouted, "Lam Trak Appa, those two are extremely strong. You have to be careful." Showing no signs of fear, he comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll get you out of there right now." Dam Dung pointed at him and asked, "You're Lam Trak, the legendary guy who passed the super hard mode test." Quach Tam Di chimed in, "It really is you. Look, no wonder I felt you were out of the ordinary before." He stepped forward. "Well, find out what his true strength is once I fight him." The girl beside him warned, "You should still be careful. I can sense that this guy isn't simple. As long as I defeat him and give you his points, you can become the top freshman. If I lose, just take my points." After saying that, he waved his hand to command his pet, Necromancer. "Restrain him." Instantly, a bizarre stream of water surrounded him, trying to lock him inside, but he easily dispelled it with a single punch of soul force impact. Dam Dung broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This kid, how is his soul art so powerful?" While he was still in shock and his attention was on Lam Trak, the rock ghost seized the opportunity to suddenly close in on him. Suddenly, a powerful geyser erupted from the ground, blasting it into the air. It hit a water pillar trap. The rushing water swirled and trapped the rock ghost inside. He clenched his fist in joy. Caught one first. He coldly ordered, "Ghost state." The rock ghost immediately transformed, easily escaping from the water sphere. It unleashed Earth Spike, slamming its fist into the ground with a bang. Rocks erupted upwards to counterattack the opponent. Unexpectedly, the opponent's pet also transformed into its ghost state, smoothly avoiding the attack. Dam Dung laughed out loud. "So sorry. My necromancer is also a ghost type. It's immune to physical attacks too." Quach Tam Di, who could see the whole picture from the side, screamed in panic, "You idiot! Watch your back." While he was still gloating, the earthen spikes surged up and struck him from behind, sending him flying into the air. Turning his head, he realized there was a second rock ghost. It was the newly unlocked Ghost Clone skill. He sprawled flat on the ground. Lamtrak, with his hands in his pockets, said disdainfully, "Too bad you're not immune to physical damage." The buzz-cut guy winced in pain, then roared furiously, "Damn it, necromancer seal." Instantly, the necromancer slammed its staff into the ground, emitting a powerful dark purple surge of magical energy. Both rock ghosts were immediately wrapped in the purple magical energy and restrained. Lamtrak thought to himself, "This guy is indeed a bit troublesome. Looks like I'll have to let the Snow Maiden step in." He then commanded, "Return to your normal state, or else his necromancer will counter you." The magic circle slowly faded away. At the same time, the clone also vanished. Damdung wiped his sweat and laughed smugly. "A legendary genius. That's all you amount to." The main character shouted fiercely, his eyes piercingly sharp, "Shut up. Now I'll show you what my true power looks like." He stood there with the Snow Maiden. Even without making a move, his entire body radiated an overwhelming aura. Quach Tam-D broke into a cold sweat and said, "No, this guy is absolutely not someone we can handle. If this keeps up, we'll definitely get eliminated." Seeing the situation turning against them, Quach Tam-D quickly spoke up. "Wait, maybe we can still negotiate." Lamtrak's face remained utterly expressionless as he coldly asked, "Negotiate?" She hurriedly explained, "That's right. Actually, we've all made it into the top 10 rankings, so there's no need to fight anymore. We'll be classmates from now on." He completely ignored her, standing dead still, while the Snow Maiden behind him raised her hand. Quach Tam-D shouted in panic, "Don't. Wait." Then she turned around and yelled, "Damn Dung, let that girl go right now." He flinched. Huh? He clearly didn't want to accept this proposal. If we let her go and they team up, it'll put us at an even bigger disadvantage. She still insisted and yelled, "Just do as I say." He could only grudgingly comply, "Fine, whatever you say." Water prison, dispel. With a splash, the water sphere burst open and Quan Nin jumped down to the ground. The hatchling pinning her pet also let go, and the demon flame bird hurriedly took flight, returning to its master. She happily ran up to him. "Oppa, thank you for coming to save me." He smiled gently. "Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare lay a finger on you." He then shot a piercing glare at the opponents. "As for you guys, I could still save my sister even after destroying you, so you haven't offered any negotiation terms that satisfy me. Then I won't hold back." Damdung roared furiously. "Damn it, you little brat. I'll put my life on the line against you. Tam-D, you go on ahead." To his surprise, not only did she not leave, she suddenly spoke up. "I do." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" She replied immediately, "An exclusive soul art. I can use my sensory abilities to help you trigger your exclusive powers." Hearing that, he gave a slight nod of approval. Now that is a pretty decent negotiation term. Damdung indignantly cut in, "Hey, Tam-D, there's no need to help that brat." Catching his friend's excited expression and admiring gaze, his eyes widened in shock. "Tam-D, don't tell me you." The standoff between the two sides was interrupted when Lebang Van walked over. "Hey, sorry about this, but let me join in too." Lamtrak didn't seem surprised at all. "Oh, you really aren't dead." He sneered wickedly, his face fierce as he said, "You guys gathered here makes it perfectly convenient for me to wipe you all out at once." Irritated, Damdung pointed right at his face, grinding his teeth in a frenzy. One after another. It's seriously so annoying. Quach Tam-D made another suggestion. We could team up and snatch his first-place spot. The main character didn't reply, thinking to himself, the situation is getting chaotic. With only 10 minutes left on the Stone Steel's timer, Tan Hack thought to himself, I want to keep all these freshmen. If they really fight it out, it's inevitable that we'll lose a few geniuses. He then turned to the people behind him and said, It's your turn to take the field. I'm only giving you 10 minutes to crush their spirit. Off to the side, Damdung whispered softly, Tam-D, you're not actually planning on helping that kid, are you? I have a way to use Li Bang Van to pin him down, and then we can reap the benefits. But the response he got was his friend's resolute expression. Sorry, I really want to help him. Hearing that felt like a bolt of lightning. He clutched his head in agonizing despair. Does Quach Tam-D actually like this kid? The feeling of a broken heart drove him mad. He pounded his fists into the ground and roared, Damn it, I'll finish you guys off myself. Lebang Van revealed an excited expression and yelled, Come and get it, your daddy's right here. All of you come at me at once. Right at that moment, an announcement suddenly echoed through the space, leaving them all bewildered. Stop. There's no need to fight among yourselves anymore, you've all been admitted. But up next, there is still one challenge mission arranged specifically for a few of you. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of them, and 4 people stepped out one after another. Seeing that your strength has far surpassed your peers, let's see where your limits lie. These 4 are average-performing second-year students. You will fight a match against them. If anyone among you wins, you will receive a baptism. If you fail, you will still get to keep your enrollment spots. Quan Min screamed indignantly, "This isn't fair. We don't even count as first-year freshmen yet, so how can we possibly beat second-year seniors? Besides, everyone has already gone through so many battles. Our pets are exhausted. But apart from her, all the others were eagerly waiting for a shot." Even the main character flashed an extremely confident smile and beckoned with his hand. "Bring it on." Le Bang Van added, "What a pity. Since I can't eliminate you guys now, and we'll be classmates from now on, there will be plenty of opportunities to spar." Dam Dung snapped loudly, "You bastard. Pass the second-year exam first before you run your mouth." Quach Tam D turned toward Lam Trak. "Excuse me, does this mean we're allies now?" She stared at him happily with sparkling eyes, her face full of hope. He didn't answer, only giving her a cold glance. His cousin next to him furrowed her brows in anger and shouted, "My Oppa hasn't agreed to anything with you." Lam Trak didn't answer immediately, but looked at the second-year students, silently calculating. "I definitely have to get the baptism reward. It can enhance my physical and soul strength. But they only sent 4 people, and we have 5. They're looking down on us a bit too much." Then he turned to the girl next to him. "If you want to be allies, you need to team up with my sister to take down one of them." Both girls immediately shouted in unison, "But I want to go with you!" He patted his sister's head and coaxed her gently. "Quan Nin, I'll take care of one by myself. If you 2 team up against one, the winning rate will be higher." One of the second-year students, Hin Dao, shouted impatiently, "Are you newbies done talking? Who's going to fight me? Of course, you can all come at me together." Dam Dung stepped up first. "I'll take you on," he thought to himself. "It's time to prove my strength to Quach Tam D." "Not bad, kid. You're brave. But don't let it be just bravery." He praised while releasing his pet, a wind/mantis. Insect type Tier 3, Stage 8. A pink-haired girl named Trong Man looked at Li Bang Van. "Hey, handsome. I've got my eyes on you. Be my opponent." He revealed a crazed, twisted expression. "I don't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex." The opponent immediately summoned his Thunder Lion pet, Beast type Tier 3, Stage 9. A giant lion with lightning crackling all over its body appeared. She smirked, her expression just as bizarre as Li Bang Van's, and said, "All right, try your best to make me hurt." Quach Tam D began to evaluate. Between the remaining 2, that girl is relatively weaker. The young man with the incredibly ridiculous twisted hairstyle was No Troch Thien. He suddenly pointed at his own face and asked, "Hey kid, want to spar with me a bit? I find your hairstyle a bit of an eyesore." The protagonist smiled cheerfully and replied, "Sure, please go easy on me, good Sunbae." The remaining blue-haired girl, Tutu, slowly walked toward the 2 younger girls. The freshman girls this year are all quite cute, aren't they? Her face suddenly turned fierce. "I hate girls who are cuter than me the most. I won't hold back." Quan Min and Quach Tam D were both stunned, their eyes wide with confusion. This older girl is way too aggressive. Outside, the candidates who failed the test woke up one after another, holding their heads and groaning. "Ugh. Damn it." Lu Tu-yen hugged her friend's shoulder and cried profusely. "Hugh Van, we really got eliminated." Trong Hugh Van sighed in resignation. "There's nothing we can do. There are too many geniuses. Unless a miracle happens, we were bound to be eliminated." Lu Kuang was in despair. "Damn it, I played like a coward the whole match and still failed." Tu Du rubbed his face. "Why does it still feel a bit painful?" Tan Hak smirked and scoffed. "It seems this batch still has a few faces that brighten up one's eyes." A gentle-faced man wearing glasses appeared and patted his shoulder. "Leave the next candidates to me." Tan Hak turned around and called out, "Mr. Chow!" The new arrival was Chow Van Bach. "You're fast to snatch up students. I had a hard time filtering them out." Chow Van Bach said, "Your testing method is too extreme. It still loses some talents." "I still have 10 spots left. Sifting for gold among those who were eliminated isn't too much to ask, right?" Hearing this, Mr. Tan laughed and pointed at the eliminated candidates. Then go ahead and sort them out. Mr. Chow then raised his voice to announce, for the candidates who didn't make the top 10, I'm here to bring you good news. I still have 10 spots in my hands. If you successfully pass my challenge, you'll still be admitted. The students below immediately caused a commotion, cheering excitedly. What? Really? That's awesome. Lu Tu-yen and Trong Hu-van also held hands in joy. It seems a miracle really happened. We have to try our best this time. There's still hope to get into the top 20, right? Lu Kuang silently clenched his fists to the side. I definitely have to seize the opportunity this time. Meanwhile, inside the virtual realm, the battle between the candidates and the second-year students was fiercely underway. Dam Dung looked at the terrifying tornado in front of him, fell to his knees holding his head, and screamed, "Damn it! This is clearly a level suppression." Hin Dao was smug, smirking contemptuously as he pointed at his eyes. You lose. You loser. Things weren't much better on Le Bang Van's side. His whole body was charred black by lightning. Trong Man sighed, handsome. Your endurance is truly amazing, but you've lost. Continuing to fight would just be a one-sided slaughter. Seeing the opponent motionless with no reaction, she smiled proudly. Can you not hear anything anymore? Chu Tu walked over with her berserker pet, demi-human type, Tier 3, Stage 7. Facing the two girls who had been beaten to the ground, she shouted, so-called geniuses. Ridiculous. Let me tell you kids, the one thing this school doesn't lack is geniuses. Spend more of the time you use to doll yourselves up on cultivation. Got it, juniors? The two teachers stood outside observing. Chow Van Bok said in confusion, Mr. Tan, I can't agree with this method of yours. Won't such a one-sided suppression just crush their confidence? Mr. Chow, I want to crush their arrogance. Otherwise, once they enroll, they'll all be cocky and won't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Mr. Chow looked up at the screen and suddenly laughed heartily. Mr. Tan, it seems someone isn't backing down from your trick. Mo Trak Thien's pet, a giant horse, the flaming warhorse, beast type, Tier 3, Stage 9 Delta, now frozen solid. He was stunned, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit several eggs. Unable to believe his eyes, he screamed, This is impossible. He stood with his arms crossed and nonchalant expression on his face, the snow maiden in front of him. Sunbae, thanks for going easy on me. As the exam timer ran out, Tan Hak threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. We hit the jackpot this time. We see many geniuses, but on him. It's like seeing the youthful silhouettes of the beast tamers known as the 8 heroes of the Federation. It's so exciting. Cao Van Bok was also extremely thrilled. Even the 8 heroes of the Federation at his age probably didn't have such terrifying strength. His name is Lam Trak, right? When the time comes, put him in my class. Mr. Tan raised an eyebrow and said, Mr. Chow, you can't just snatch people like that. Class assignments for the top 10 students of each batch must be done according to the rules. System notification. Defeated flaming warhorse. No Trak Thien still hadn't snapped out of his shock. Seeming heavily traumatized, he collapsed to the ground in despair. I lost. Seeing this, Quan Min jumped for joy and shouted, Appa, you really won. That's amazing. Quach Tam. Dis eyes widened in astonishment. Even though she knew the protagonist was strong, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Damn. Dung angrily punched the ground, screaming, There's still a gap. There's still a gap. When I get back, I have to turn this pain into motivation. Just you wait. The remaining second-year students stepped forward, and Hin Dao spoke first. Did that kid Go Trak Thien go easy on him? An unenrolled freshman actually beat a second-year Sunbae. I don't believe it. He asked calmly, Do you still want to continue, Sunbaes? You little brat. Don't think that just because you beat him with some cheap tricks, you can look down on us. He didn't look scared at all, smirking incredibly cockily. Oh, do you three want to come at me all at once? Hin Dao shouted angrily, big words. He then ordered his mantis to directly attack the rock ghost. Seeing this, Xiao Van Bok spoke up to stop them. All right, stop. Hin Dao is no match for him at all. If this continues, I am afraid the second years will lose all their face, and it will only cause this kid Lam Trak to make more enemies. Tan Hak agreed. Yeah, that's true. He then announced, All right, students, you can stop now. The exam ends here. The only person to pass the challenge is Lam Trak. The other students didn't perform badly either. I believe that after entering Jiangnan Academy, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Hin Dao cursed unwillingly. Damn it, you little brat. Wait until you enroll, we'll fight again. He gave a thumbs up with a highly punchable face and said, Sunbae, no need to compare, you're still the best. He gritted his teeth, just you wait, you little punk. I've memorized your face. As soon as he finished speaking, all four of them immediately disappeared from the virtual realm. Next, your baptism reward will be distributed. The system appeared and his physical and soul power stats both increased. Then came an announcement. Congratulations, Lam Track. You have successfully been admitted to Jiangmin Academy. At the same time, he received 500 achievement points from the system for completing a new baptism. Accordingly, the growth degrees of the Rock Ghost and Snow Maiden also increased simultaneously. As soon as the protagonist woke up, he saw a crowd surrounding him, whispering, What kind of background does he have anyway? So strong. He's back. Boss, is this the guy who cleared the super hard difficulty? He frowned slightly in embarrassment, thinking, Every time I wake up, the atmosphere feels so familiar. Suddenly, Quach Tam D nudged his arm and whispered, Lam Track, I can sense that your rock ghost still has an unlocked form. He was a bit surprised. Really? She winked and replied, including how to activate its exclusive soul art. If you want to know these things, come find me after the exam. Tanhak suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Silence. Those who scored in the top 10 this time will be directly admitted. At the same time, I would like to announce that the top freshman of this exam is Lib Bang Van. Everyone give him a round of applause to congratulate him. Crisp applause rang out, but at the same time there were murmurs all around. That doesn't seem right. Why is it him? Lib Bang Van gnashed his teeth, thinking angrily, Damn it, that guy clearly performed better than me. This is an insult. Cal Van Bach leaned in and asked, That kid clearly deserves the top freshman spot this batch. Isn't doing this a bit unfair? Mr. Tam replied, We can't bet everything on one person. Besides, it was stipulated before the challenge that the top freshman position would be decided based on scores. Mr. Cao continued, Then those participating in the revival challenge, follow me. The students who made the top 10 can head back first. Just wait 10 days to attend the opening ceremony. Quan Nin rubbed her two best friends' heads to comfort them. It's okay. I believe you guys can definitely pass the revival challenge. Just try your best. Chu Hum suddenly ran over from out of nowhere and called out loudly, Boss Lam Track. He asked, Oh, it's you. He scratched his head and said, I didn't expect you to be Lam Track. It seems my intel wasn't sharp enough. But I just saw you face off against the second-year Sunbae, and you were super badass. So, I have an idea. He raised an eyebrow, showing zero interest, and replied indifferently, Oh, what do you want to do? He immediately beamed, clasped his hands together, and shouted, Can you take me in as your underling? Followed by an essay of praise. My admiration for you, boss, is as overflowing as a surging river endlessly flowing. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by him. Sorry, I don't take underlings. Besides, you don't even have the qualifications to enroll yet, do you? Hearing that, he hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to shout, I'll definitely pass. Boss, wait for me. Leaving the exam grounds, Quan Nin said happily, This is great, Oppa. To celebrate us successfully passing the challenge and officially becoming freshmen of Jiangnin Academy, let's not go back today. Let's stay in the city and have fun for a day, okay? The sky had turned to dusk. He stretched and replied, Sure. 4 hours was really tiring. We need a proper rest and relaxation. His cousin next to him blushed and stammered. Then we'll go back tomorrow. Tonight. Let's sleep in the city tonight. Quan Nin said sweetly, Let's stay in the city tonight. Lam Track smiled and agreed immediately. Yeah, all right. While his sister was still blushing shyly, he suddenly remembered an important issue and took out his phone. Let me check for rooms online. Looking at the hotel list on the screen, he thought to himself, I'm doomed. The room prices are all over 1,500 yuan. Sweating profusely, I spent all my money buying upgrade materials for the rock monster last time. My remaining balance is 300. Seeing the person next to her stay silent, she asked, What's wrong, Oppa? Let's go grab something to eat first. Sure. The two of them went to a premium restaurant where people are allowed to dine with their pets. Stepping inside, the protagonist only then realized the serious problem. Question marks floating above his head, his face pale and despairing. Why did we come to such an expensive place? The surrounding scenery was incredibly luxurious. It was a high-end restaurant. Quan Min smiled innocently and happily. I've been looking forward to coming to this restaurant for a long time. Oppa, let's summon our pets too. They've fought for us for so long, they deserve a good meal. Seeing his cousin so excited, he had no choice but to accept and agreed. All right. The two summoned their pets. The snow maiden, rock ghost, and demonic flame bird appeared simultaneously. She looked at the snow maiden and sighed in awe. The last time I saw her, she was still a little girl. I didn't expect her to evolve so fast, and she's so beautiful too. How did you do it, Oppa? He replied, it's probably because my compatibility with my pet is quite high. He thought to himself, the story about the system is long. I'll tell Quan Min when I have the chance later. The most important thing right now is... Quan Nin smiled brightly and praised him. You're amazing, Oppa. Teach me tonight, but let's order food first. Let me see. He opened the menu, and a series of incredibly eye-catching food images appeared. They were all exotic delicacies, and the prices were not cheap at all. Looking at those terrifying numbers, he broke a sweat and quietly swallowed hard. That's way too many zeros. The pets were even more innocent, oblivious to their master's distress, happily sitting and waiting for a good meal. A waiter stepped out. Excuse me, what would you like to order? The younger sister excitedly pointed at several dishes. I'll have this, this, and this. And this one too. 5 minutes later, the ordered food was quickly served, filling the table. Every single dish was overflowing and looked absolutely appetizing. Everyone widened their eyes in awe, except for Lam Trak, who was in despair knowing this feast would drain his wallet. Oh my God. Before long, the group had completely devoured the food on the table. The demon flame bird's belly was round, the snow maiden elegantly wiped her mouth, and the rock ghost burped in satisfaction. When it was time to pay, he walked to the counter, sweating in despair and thinking, what do I do? Do I really have to dine and dash? The cashier said respectfully, Sir, your bill comes to 37,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Right then, Quan Nin ran over and said, Oppa, let me pay for it. I've secretly saved up quite a bit of money. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiling weakly. I'm saved. After stepping outside, the sky had completely darkened. His younger sister walked with her arms wide open, exclaiming, the night view in the big city is truly beautiful. To be able to study in the city with you in the future, just thinking about it makes me so excited. He walked behind, falling deep into thought. I need to make some money quickly. It seems too late to accept a commission quest right now. Suddenly, they both heard shouts coming from a building ahead. Great hit. That's awesome. Inside was an arena. A muscular beast had just taken down a diamond kangaroo beast element tier 2, stage 3. The crowd cheered. So cool. The four-armed monster is invincible. It was the four-armed monster anomaly element tier 3, stage 2. With an extremely smug expression, it swung its fists into the air. The host yelled, are there any other challengers? Defeat this four-armed monster, and you can win the entire prize pool. Just pay a 300 yuan entry fee, and you're eligible to challenge. The winner can take home a prize pool of up to 50,000 yuan. Hearing this, he chuckled inwardly. Here's my way to make money. Our rules prohibit the use of all soul arts and magic. Only hand-to-hand combat is allowed, giving the audience the most authentic brawling experience. Of course, once you step into the ring, you must sign a life and death waiver. During the match, if your pet accidentally kills the opponent's pet or gets killed by it, you won't bear any responsibility. He summoned the rock ghost and asked, are you confident? Then he turned to Quan Nin. Want to watch a match? She was surprised. Oppa, are you planning to compete? With extreme confidence on his face, he said, if they want to give away money, then I won't hold back. Quietly calculating, through the system I can see that four-armed monster is tier 3 stage 1. Meanwhile, the rock ghost is currently tier 2 stage 9. Just to be safe, it's best to upgrade the rock ghost first. Acting on his thoughts after upgrading the rock ghost, it advanced to tier 3 stage 3. Consumes 780 achievement points, remaining 400. He sighed. The higher the tier, the more achievement points it takes to upgrade. Quan Nin was astonished to see this and cried out, it upgraded. How did you do that? He smiled and made up a random excuse, probably because it had some really good food. He stepped into the ring while his younger sister enthusiastically cheered him on from behind. Oppa, I believe it can beat him. The host shouted loudly, a new challenger has appeared. Let's hear it for his bravery. This scrawny-looking kid, along with an unprecedented red-furred rock golem by his side, just what was he thinking coming to participate in this death match? The crowd below burst into mocking laughter. This brat must be drunk. Where did this arrogant, wet-behind-the-ears kid come from? The crowd laughed loudly. That red-furred thing looks pathetic, too. The rock ghost remained unfazed and even let out a burp. The gigantic green, muscle-bound monster smirked and chuckled upon seeing the rock ghost, which was much smaller than it. Its master was a tall, burly man named Hung Kot. With a disdainful look, he said, "Kid, later on, if my four-armed monster accidentally beats that little critter to death, don't you cry." Lamtrak didn't take offense, simply flashing a bright smile in response. "Give it your all." His face turned fierce. What an arrogant little brat who doesn't know his place. Then the two of them pressed their fingerprints onto the contract. "Let's go, sign and stamp. The life and death waiver is signed." With all formalities complete, the host gripped the mic and roared, "Let the match begin." Hung Kot waved his hand to command his pet. "Four-armed monster, show it how vicious you are." The monster immediately lunged fiercely to attack, but the rock ghost quickly leaned to the side and dodged. Our protagonist thought to himself, in terms of speed, the rock ghost still holds the advantage. It leapt into the air, intending to kick its opponent, but its ankle was grabbed and held tight. Seeing this, it immediately raised its fist to punch down, but that strike was also blocked by another hand. Just like that, the rock ghost was hoisted by its limbs into mid-air by the four-armed monster like a helpless little chick. Right after, it was violently hurled backward by the beast, its entire body crashing straight into the ground. Lamtrak was shocked. "What? Such immense power." Hung Kot laughed smugly. "Although my four-armed monster doesn't know any skills, if it's purely a test of brute strength, it can defeat many higher-tier pets." He realized. As expected, this rule heavily favors the four-armed monster. No wonder they're so confident. At this moment, the rock ghost started to scramble to its feet, while the monster raised two of its hands to the sky. It quickly retreated backward, but unexpectedly, the opponent used one of its remaining hands to grab its ankle tightly, preventing escape. A forceful fist came crashing down, and the rock ghost took another brutal hit, the loud sound of impact echoing. Hung Kot crossed his arms and sneered, "Is this all you've got?" The crowd below cheered in excitement. What an awesome punch! His face grew a bit serious as he thought, if skills were allowed, the rock ghost in its triple undead state could easily toy with that muscular monster. But unfortunately, the rules don't permit it. In a pure contest of strength, it's really no match for it. Moreover, the opponent has four arms, making it the perfect melee weapon. However, the last time the rock ghost unlocked a form was also when it was in danger. If Quach Tam D is right, then it's worth the gamble. Either it unlocks a new form, or it gets beaten to death by this four-armed monster. "Rock ghost, let me see." Revealing a sharp gaze, he coldly looked at his pet. "Have you given it your all?" Rock ghost. "Do you have to rely on the Snow Maiden every time to decide the outcome of a battle?" The little guy remained motionless on the ground as one of the four-armed monster's feet approached, preparing to crush its head. Suddenly, it sprang up, and from out of nowhere, it delivered a devastating blow straight to the opponent's gut. The layer of rocks and dirt encasing its body slowly crumbled away. Its entire body was now pitch black. The system notified, Ghost General Form unlocked. Duration, 60 seconds. Speed increased by 300%. Defense reduced by 100%. Witnessing this scene, he nodded in satisfaction. There is a surprise after all. It turns out the rock armor it wears can be shed depending on the combat situation. The monster continued its assault, but the rock ghost quickly flew into the air to dodge. Hung Kot scoffed, "Still haven't learned your lesson." It darted to the back. The green monster tried to reach out and grab it, but the rock ghost's speed had clearly increased significantly, allowing it to evade effortlessly. He stared in disbelief, unable to see clearly what was happening, and yelled, "What? What just happened?" The rock ghost kicked its opponent in the back. The monster turned around to catch it, but the ghost swiftly dodged away. Then, taking advantage of the four-armed monster's delayed reaction, it delivered another strike to its back. Immediately following were a flurry of continuous punches and kicks raining down, forcing the monster to clutch its head in agony. The system notified, remaining duration, 10 seconds. The protagonist hurriedly shouted, "Rock Ghost, stop playing around, finish it." Right after that command, it instantly used Lightning Dash, delivering a powerful fatal blow to its opponent. The four-armed monster couldn't withstand this finishing move. With a loud thud, it fell flat on its back, dead on the spot. The system's voice chimed, "Rock Ghost has leveled up to Tier 3 Stage 4. Unlock lightning shock usable in Ghost General State. Ghost General State ended. Hung Kot's jaw dropped in shock, still unable to believe his eyes. He trembled and stuttered, This is impossible. The crowd below murmured in astonishment, what's going on? The four-armed monster was actually. Is it that terrifying? The bald host stood in the ring, holding his mic and said, I declare the winner is. The four-armed monster. The moment those words were spoken, our protagonist's face darkened. What the hell is he talking about? Is he blind? The crowd erupted in an uproar upon hearing the result. The four-armed monster clearly lost. Why? It's absurd, this kid blatantly ignored the rules and used a skill. The host yelled angrily, because this contestant's pet used a magic skill. It is ruled as a foul. People started arguing loudly. That thing's form did change just now. It was just shedding its armor. How can that count as magic? This is a bit too unfair. Hung Kot smugly declared, You little brat, don't think you can easily snatch the money away by using some cheap tricks. Lamb Track suddenly spoke up. I have a new proposal. I'll admit defeat in the pet battle. The two of us will fight one-on-one, and if I win, the prize money is mine. How about it? He smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Are you saying you want to challenge me? The host shouted, Unbelievable. This contestant wants to personally challenge the former freestyle martial arts champion Hung Kot. The crowd below instantly broke into a frenzy of cheers. All right, fight. We want to see it. We want to see rivers of blood. Our protagonist mused, This match seems even more thrilling than the showdown between the pets. The rock ghost stood to the side looking dejected. He patted its shoulder to comfort it. You already won. Leave this one to me. Hung Kot nodded, accepting the challenge. The bald guy then said, All right, you are the first person in history brave enough to directly challenge Hung Kot. I really admire your flair for the dramatic. If you can defeat Hung Kot next, the prize money will still be yours. The audience roared enthusiastically. Hung Kot, teach him a lesson. Let the blood flow. Quan Yin looked up worriedly from below, but he gave his younger sister a slight nod to reassure her. He took a fighting stance, his expression fierce. Come here, kid. Let's have some real fun. Scene shift. In another place, Dam Dung spoke up. Hey, Tam D, are you really falling for that kid? The two were walking on the street. Quach Tam D turned her head and retorted. So what? I already told you that I only see you as an older brother, didn't I? Unconvinced, he yelled. Where exactly do I fall short compared to that brat? Besides, you two aren't even that close yet. I don't want you to get hurt. She walked away in annoyance. All right. I'll decide my own matters. Just go home and rest. Watching his friend's cold back, he called out in disappointment, Tam D. On his way back, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Damn it, Lamb Track. I will definitely surpass you. Just you wait. Right at that moment, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Help me. A girl was being pinned down by a monster, trembling as she cried out, Someone save me. Lying motionless on the ground was her pet, a Blaze Hound Fire Element, Tier 1, Stage 2. Already infuriated, Dam Dung immediately rushed over and kicked the monster hard in the head. Get lost. He hurriedly rushed over to help the girl up, asking in panic, Are you okay? Where did this vicious beast come from? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the roof, speaking up. Are there really any vicious beasts in this world? He jumped down from above to the ground. Dam Dung backed away warily. Who are you? Is this vicious beast your pet? The opponent wore a hooded cloak, concealing their face, and replied, A fierce beast. Are the so-called fierce beasts evil, while the pets used by humans are good? Who ultimately defined this? Seeing the guy babbling on, he asked coldly, What are you trying to say? He replied, Did you know? The lifespan of a pet is much longer than a human's, but out of loyalty to please humans, some pets refuse to submit to another human after their master dies. They have to live in solitude for a long time with no one to love or care for them, and are even considered fierce beasts. He irritably summoned his necromancer and shouted, Cut the crap. If you're the one controlling it to harm humans, I, Dam Dung, will absolutely not let you run wild. Summon. He asked, You're Dam Dung. He replied bluntly, So you know my great name. Then surrender at once, and I'll take you to the Beast Taming Association to be punished. He waved his hand and ordered the pitch-black monster next to him stand down. Then he pointed at the head of the small dog lying unconscious on the ground, and a strange surge of magical energy flowed into its body. The flaming hound's body began to mutate. It howled in agony as its entire body rapidly grew larger. It finally transformed into a giant monster with sharp claws, its glowing red eyes wide open, looking incredibly hideous. The mysterious man said slowly, "I was originally going to look for you, but since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, let's see if you're worth using." The giant monster in front of them was incredibly ferocious, opening its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear its prey apart at any moment. On the other side, Quach Tam D had just arrived at the place the main guy entered and heard the cheering inside. "Hung Kot, teach him a lesson. Beat him until a river of blood flows." She walked inside and saw the rowdy crowd screaming, "Teach that brat a lesson. Hung Kot, show him how formidable you are." Looking past them towards the arena, she immediately caught sight of an incredibly familiar, arrogant back. She immediately squeezed to the front, cupping her hands over her mouth to shout words of encouragement, and accidentally bumped into Quan Nin standing right next to her. They both yelled in unison, "Lamb track, you can do it." Startled to notice each other, their eyes met with expressions of complete surprise. "Huh?" The announcer narrated Hung Kot's battle record. In 3241, he participated in the Thong Ha City Mixed Martial Arts Tournament for the first time and won the championship. In 3243, he overwhelmingly defeated the heavy hitter Thunder Dragon from the Cherry Blossom Country in Tan Bin City. After that, he won the Jiangnin Mixed Martial Arts Championship for 3 consecutive years. Nickname, the Meat Grinder, Hung Kot. He just frowned and assessed. A normal person's physique is between 2'4", while this guy's physique is probably around 4'8". Seeing his calm demeanor, he was a bit surprised and thought to himself, a normal person would be trembling on their feet hearing my track record, yet it didn't scare this brat? Humph. Kid, so people won't say I'm bullying you. I'll even let you have a free punch. Come here. Hit me. The bald guy chimed in, since he's letting you, just strike first, but be careful not to break your own hand. He arrogantly looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. All eyes on me. Look at me. He said casually, then I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist and landed a solid smack right in his opponent's face. Hung Kot was thrown backward by this powerful punch, flying off the ring and crashing down with a loud thud amidst the crowd watching the show. His face was completely swollen, his eyes rolled back, and he lay unconscious on the ground. The bald guy grabbed his head in shock. Wait a minute, what just happened? Hung Kot was defeated with just one punch. Down below, Quach Tam D and Quan Nin witnessed the scene and excitedly high-fived each other. Then they suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the other person was their love rival, and quickly turned their faces away. The announcer reported again, because Lamb Track struck before I yelled start, violating the rules. The winner this time is. Before he could finish, he caught the main guy's darkened expression, his eyes radiating killing intent, and coldly saying, "Huh?" He immediately peed his pants in fear, rubbed his bald head, and stammered, Sorry, I misspoke. This young hero didn't violate the competition rules at all." He finally declared, "The winner is Lamb Track." After stepping down, his phone beeped with a notification. Received 50,000. He smiled in satisfaction, got money for the hotel. Quan Nin and Quach Tam D walked over at the same time, calling out loudly, "Brother, Lamb Track." He asked with a hint of surprise, "What's up with you two?" She patted his shoulder, opening with praise, "Great job. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat him." Quan Nin frowned and pouted in annoyance. "It doesn't seem like we're that close to you." She winked again. "Don't forget, we formed a team before, so we're basically comrades. Plus, we'll be classmates from now on. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Quach Tam D. Please take good care of me in the future." Hearing this, his little sister angrily puffed out her cheeks, while Lamb Track simply asked indifferently, "What are you here for?" She immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm here to help you activate your exclusive soul power." Quan Nin was stunned. "Huh? Exclusive soul power?" "That's right. If you guys consider me a friend, I can help you." Unable to refuse such an interesting offer, he spoke up, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Scene change. The two girls sat on the hotel bed with dumbfounded expressions. Why did we end up booking a room together like this? But he didn't seem to find it awkward at all and casually said, "Let's begin." Quach Tam D snapped out of it, okay. "My exclusive soul power is perception. Since I was 7, I've been able to sense information that ordinary people can hardly detect. For example, a person's aura, direction, or even things that might happen in the future. Hearing this, his sister couldn't help but admire her and cheered, "Wow, I didn't know this kind of ability existed. That's awesome." He asked straight to the point, "So how are you going to help us?" She said, "Close your eyes." He obeyed and immediately did so. Kwok Tam D leaned in close to his face. The distance was so intimate that Kwon Nin cried out in protest, "Hey," but was shushed by the other girl. "Shh. Only by doing this can I sense what his ability is, and then I can guide him on the right path of cultivation." She puffed out her cheeks. "Fine. I'll trust you this once." No longer disturbed, she got back to business, closing her eyes to perceive. "My heart is beating so fast. No, I have to focus." It seemed like she was entering somewhere else, with magical, illusory light radiating all around. An unfamiliar silhouette appeared. It looked like the rock ghost, but its entire body was covered in ice. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. This is. After snapping back to reality, Kwok Tam D said, "I saw a very strange pet. It didn't look like your rock ghost pet, nor did it look like the Snow Maiden. Instead, it looked more like a fused state of those two." Hearing the answer, Lam Trak was somewhat surprised and asked, "Fusion?" She replied, "That's right. Currently, my physique isn't strong enough, so I can only sense vague information." Then she turned to Kwon Min. "Next, it's your turn." The younger girl was flustered. "Do we really have to touch foreheads?" "Of course. The potential hidden deep within the body can only be sensed this way, little sister." Following the same series of actions as with the main guy, Kwok Tam D snapped her eyes open. The space was now a blazing red. In front of her was a tall, dark shadow, surrounded by countless smaller shadows kneeling reverently. Suddenly, that dark shadow turned its head and stared right at her, its glowing red eyes incredibly terrifying. She woke up with a start and screamed in panic. "Ah." Kwon Nin asked blankly, "What's wrong? What did you see?" "Nothing, just some dark shadows. It could be because my potential hasn't fully manifested yet. I might have to cultivate for a while longer before I can sense it." She smiled. "I just have to work harder." Kwok Tam D thought to herself, "Whatever those things I just saw were, I have a premonition that it's definitely a bad omen. I shouldn't tell her for now." Looking at the clock showing 23:29, she plopped down on the bed and sighed, "Oh my, how did it get so late? A little girl like me doesn't know where to go at this hour. It'd be dangerous if I ran into a bad guy outside." Then she smiled and winked. "You guys will definitely let me stay over tonight, right?" Lam Trak awkwardly scratched his face and stammered, "About that." Kwon Nin puffed her cheeks out in anger from behind. Not letting them answer, she grabbed their hands and cheered, "Thank you guys for letting me crash here." It ended up with all three of them squeezed onto one bed. The main guy stuck right in the middle of two beautiful girls. The two girls lying on either side quietly peeked over, wanting to see his reaction. Lying in the middle, he broke out in a cold sweat, looking as miserable as if he had swallowed a dead fish. He finally tried to think about something else, recalling what Kwok Tam D said, "Fusion. Maybe I should let the rock ghost and Snow Maiden get used to each other. I need to quickly activate my specialized soul art." 10 days later, the freshman opening ceremony was held at the Jiang Nin Beast Taming Academy. A rowdy crowd gathered at the notice board. The class placement list is up. Let me see. Looking up at the admissions list, he intently scanned for his name, muttering, Lam Trak, Lam Trak. He finally saw the names Lam Trak and Kwon Nin appear together in Class 1. His sister cheered excitedly. "That's amazing. Oppa. We're in the same class again. Haha, this is great." Kwok Tam D walked over to them and said cheerfully, "Let me give you guys some good news. I'm also in Class 1. At this moment, the buzz-cut guy they hadn't seen in a while suddenly appeared behind them and called out, "Tam D." She turned around. "Damn dung." Seeing him covered in bandages, she cried out in alarm, "Why are you so battered? Did you get into another fight?" He lowered his head and replied in a deep voice, "Just ran into some tough guys." Then he looked up at the class list and saw the name Damn Dung in Class 2. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh. It's heaven's will. Just then, LeBang Van also walked over and remarked, "Thank goodness." Veins popped out on his face as he gritted his teeth. "I'm not put in the same class as that guy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back and find a chance to kill him." Damn Dung agreed. "That's right. I already want to strike now." Kwon Nin happily ran toward Lu Tu Yen and Trong Hu Van. "That's great. You guys passed smoothly, too. Her friend replied, we were placed in Class 4. Only Class 1 and Class 2 are the elite classes with much better treatment, but thanks to our hard work, we barely made the cut. Lu Tuyen chuckled. Hee hee, of course. Of course, we still have to thank you, Quan Nin, for training us. The scene shifted to the classroom. Tan Hak stood at the podium and spoke. You've all probably met me before. Starting today, as the homeroom teacher of Class 1, the elite class, I will guide your cultivation for the next 3 years. Our class has many courses, and you are free to choose whether to attend or not. However, my requirement is that regardless of whether you come to class, you must never stop cultivating. Furthermore, there will be periodic exams. Those who fail will be demoted to the regular classes. Oh, right, the top 3 students of each exam will receive a scholarship of about 100,000. This information made Quan Nin gasp in awe, as expected of the Jiang Nin Academy, to have such a high scholarship. Getting it just twice is enough to buy a new, higher-level pet. The teacher continued, in addition, the school provides various clubs, entertainment, and cultivation projects. Please explore them yourselves after class. Among them, there's one project I need to specially emphasize here, and I hope everyone participates in it after class. The virtual arena. Behind the teaching building is a facility dedicated to the virtual arena, which can accommodate thousands of students entering simultaneously. You can use the virtual arena to accumulate combat experience and raise the levels of both yourselves and your pets. Of course, since this is a virtual combat simulation connected across the entire network, the opponents you face won't just be students from this academy, but all beast tamers across the entire federation. Naturally, if you achieve a high rank there, you won't just receive generous rewards. But more importantly, your accumulated points ranking is the most crucial criteria for assessing bronze, silver, and gold rank beast tamers. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I need to quickly level up the rock ghost to the same level as the snow maiden. Recalling the earlier scene, he pointed his finger and ordered his 2 pets, Fusion. The 2 of them just stared blankly without a single reaction. The system notified, Fusion failed, levels do not match. The school bell rang, and the students swarmed out of the classroom like a broken beehive. Lambtrack smiled and thought, I have to take advantage of the virtual arena to improve my strength. As soon as he stepped out, a crowd swarmed him. Lambtrack, are you interested in joining the Winter Society? We're the most prestigious Ice Element Pet Club. Come to our side, Lambtrack. We are the Rock Element Giant Elephant Society. Everyone can interact and grow together. Come to us. We're the Ghost Spirit Society. Don't look down on us just because we only have Ghost Element pets. There are a lot of beauties here. Plus, there are extra activity funds. Faced with these enthusiastic invitations, he awkwardly waved his hands to decline. Seniors, I'm sorry, but I don't plan on joining any societies for now. Suddenly, murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. The people from the Chao Sun Society are here. They are so tall. Wow. He curiously asked the person next to him, who are they? The senior replied, to be honest, this is a top 5 society in Jiang Nin Academy. Everyone there is an elite. That second-year officer leading the Chao Sun Society passed the Jiang Nin Academy entrance exam in the top 3. 4 young men swaggered over as the crowd immediately parted to the sides, led by a tall man. His name was La Han. He stopped in front of him and asked, are you Lambtrack? Behind him was Hin Dao, the guy he had formed a grudge with during the entrance exam. He spoke up, that's right. Boss, it's him. Quach Tam Di, standing in the back, thought to herself, looks like they're in trouble. To think that Hin Dao from last time is a member of the Chao Sun Society. He didn't seem afraid at all, smiling as he answered, yes, I am Lambtrack. Is there a problem? They'll give you a chance right now. Join the Chao Sun Society and the past will be forgiven. You should know that our Chao Sun Society doesn't just accept anyone. Be smart, don't let this opportunity slip away. Thanks for the offer, but I'm sorry, I don't want to join any society right now. He thought to himself, joining a society now will bring too much trouble, and it won't help me improve my strength at all, even if it's the Chao Sun Society. The other party's face instantly darkened. What? Whispers erupted around them. He even rejected the Chao Sun Society. Such a good opportunity, too. Hin Dao furiously pointed right at his face. You brat, don't be ungrateful. If you don't join today, you'll be making an enemy out of our Chao Sun Society. He couldn't care less and calmly walked away, leaving behind a single sentence, whatever. Lahan was so furious his face turned grim. He gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating killing intent. Quach Tam Di secretly chuckled, extremely amused. As expected of the guy I've got my eyes on. Quan Nin asked worriedly, "Brother, will doing that cause you any trouble? Joining a society will just bring more problems." He replied, "If they're really capable, then let them use their strength to change my mind." The two quickly arrive at the virtual arena, where many students came hoping to improve their strength. His sister exclaimed, "Brother, there are so many people." He replied, "Yeah, let's hurry up and start too." Then each sat cross-legged on a circular device and began to enter the virtual space. His sister told herself, "I definitely have to keep up with Brother Lamb Track's footsteps." After logging in successfully, he was transported to a strange space, and an information panel appeared before him. It displayed some basic information. Your current level is Apprentice. Looking at his 6-digit ranking, he rubbed his chin and marveled. This virtual combat system actually has so many players. He immediately clicked to select. First, let's set a small goal for myself, breaking into the top 10,000. A cold, mechanical voice echoed, starting matchmaking. Matchmaking successful. The match will start in 10 seconds, please get ready. After that, the scene of a vast prairie appeared before his eyes. Opposite him stood a young man with long bangs covering his eyes. Surprised, he looked around and thought it changed to a prairie map. His opponent suddenly spoke up, looking all over the place. "Is this your first time in virtual combat? Are you a student?" Seeing him nod, the guy immediately bared his teeth in an incredibly smug smile. Rolling up his sleeves to make a move, he said, "Every school year brings a few clueless newbies. Looks like my luck isn't bad today. I'll gladly take these points." He summoned his pet, an astral wind wild boar beast element tier 2 level 1. Boiling with excitement, he shouted, "Go. Let's have a good fight." The boar also let out a thrilled roar. Lambtrack thought indifferently, tier 2 level 1. No wonder he was matched with a newcomer like me. He also raised his hand to summon his beast, and the rock ghost appeared to face the wild boar. The guy laughed out loud, pointing at his face. "Let me broaden your horizons and show you what an age gap really means." Just as he finished speaking, the rock ghost raised its foot and kicked the boar right in the head with a thud, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the young man dropped his jaw in shock. His eyes bulged, and he grabbed his head in utter disbelief. Lambtrack turned on massacre mode, continuously matching up and taking down one after another. Viking warrior humanoid element, tier 2, stage 3. Then came a spirit cat beast element, tier 2, stage 6. Stinky carnivorous flower plant element, tier 2, stage 9. Along with those victories, his rank kept rising non-stop. After 2 days of continuous fighting, Rock Ghost leveled up to tier 3, stage 7, and Snow Maiden to tier 4, stage 2. His rank broke into the top 100,000, and the system also rewarded him with 1,000 achievement points. He looked at his buddy, panting heavily, and thought, these 2 days of high-intensity battles helped Rock Ghost level up 3 stages in a row. Let's call it a day. It must be exhausted. Little did he know that in the outside world he had become the center of attention. A post titled, "Superpowered Rookie," breaks into top 100,000 in 3 days went viral online. Below it, people were buzzing. "I can't believe it's him. Holy crap. We really got a top-tier expert. And a 100% win rate, too. I heard this guy is a freshman. I met this guy, got one-shotted instantly. So cool. Does anyone have any info on this guy?" He held his phone, browsing the news. Quan Nin leaned over and asked, "Hey brother, when did you wake up?" Suddenly, running into a familiar face, Li Bang Van walked over and said with an obnoxious tone, "Isn't this Lambtrack?" He wasn't one to back down, immediately firing back, "Isn't this the freshman valedictorian?" Li Bang Van scoffed coldly. "You're really hard-working, fighting this late into the night. But let me tell you some news. Don't be too shocked." He asked, "Did you get expelled?" He held up 3 fingers and smiled smugly. 3 days. It only took me 3 days to break into the top 150,000. What do you think about that?" Quan Nin yelled, "What?" He thought she was amazed by his strength, but suddenly she held out her phone. "My brother already made it into the top 100,000. I just saw it." Lebang Van received a massive shock. His eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and with a twisted expression, he roared, "What?" Lambtrack and Quan Nin left the virtual arena, walking side by side. She said, "Brother, my rank is stuck around 180,000. No matter how hard I try, it's really hard to climb higher. So I want to contract another pet. Do you have any good suggestions?" He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Since when were you qualified to contract his second pet? Annoyed, she punched him in the face. Brother, did you forget that I am the only one in the elite class who passed the advanced difficulty? Only then did he remember the difficulty list from before. He scratched his head, forced a smile, and replied, Of course I remember. I was just joking. Come to think of it, have you decided what your second pet will be? Not yet. From growth potential and rarity to compatibility with the demon flame bird, everything needs to be considered. Don't worry. I've gained quite a bit of experience when it comes to choosing pets. Let me help you pick one. He thought to himself, it's about time I help Quan Nin choose a pet with a hidden evolution path. His sister cheered happily. That's awesome, brother. Then let's go to the pet store together this weekend. All right. Little did they know that from afar, Quach Tam D was standing under a gazebo, quietly observing them. After seeing Quan Nin leave, she walked over. You two are really close. Like a shadow following its form. Quach Tam D, training together, studying together, eating together. She seemed slightly irritated. Hey, I'm telling you, you two. What exactly is your relationship now? Confused, he scratched his cheek and answered, If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest first. Suddenly, she grabbed both of his hands tightly, a serious expression on her face. We might be in trouble. Dam Dung was attacked by a mysterious person earlier. According to Dam Dung's memory, it seems our group of examinees are all his targets. Hearing that, he asked, Who is it? What's their goal? His friend shook her head. I don't know. Right now, we only know that he is very strong, and he possesses an exclusive soul art that can demonize pets. In short, I wanted to warn you to be careful. He waved goodbye to her, calling out, Thanks for caring. I'm taking off. Only Quach Tam D was left standing there, frowning in deep thought. Demonization. Is the future of Quan Nin that I sense related to this? It really makes one uneasy. The next morning, Lamb Track went to the virtual arena again. Today's goal is to break into the top 10,000 on the leaderboard. Let's fight. Snow Maiden was summoned. Before long, his rank had risen to 10,002. Meanwhile, in another location, the mysterious person mentioned earlier was quietly staring at a computer screen, reading through all of his information. The man smirked. Interesting. Looks like I need to find someone to cross paths with him for a bit. As for him, he just got the notification. Matchmaking successful. A desert space immediately appeared before his eyes, surrounded by nothing but sand and rocks. His opponent was a masked young man. He rubbed his chin and asked, Since when did fighting with a mask on become a trend? The other guy didn't bother replying. He immediately summoned his pets. First was a spiked armor turtle, Earth Element, Tier 4, Stage 1. At the same time, a massive fish appeared. It was a dragon fish, Water Element, Tier 4, Stage 1. Only then did he speak up. Don't think you're the only one with two pets. Seeing this, he also summoned his Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost, smiling. 2 on 2. Now this is fair. Looking at his opponent's pets, Lamb Track silently evaluated them. 2 Tier 4 pets. It seems those around the top 10,000 rank are indeed powerhouses. I wonder how strong the top 10 are. The other guy spoke again. I know you. Lamb Track, right? I didn't expect you to reach this rank in such a short time. Not bad, not bad. Those you dealt with before were just small fry. Only by defeating me and entering the top 10,000 can you truly be considered entering the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, and only then will you be qualified to work with us. He contemptuously dug his ear. Work with you guys. Stop making decisions for others and cut the crap. Let's start. The guy scoffed coldly. Then I'll open your eyes. There is always a heaven beyond heaven, and someone better out there. As soon as he finished speaking, the carp opened its mouth wide and spat out a giant torrent of water forward. The blue currents surged at breakneck speed, carrying immense impact force, sweeping right through the entire attack zone. Snow Maiden instantly cast her magic, turning that torrent into a towering, majestic ice wall. Simultaneously, Rock Ghost rushed forward and threw a devastating punch, shattering the massive ice wall into pieces in the blink of an eye. Right after that, the opponent's spiked armor turtle made its move, shooting sharp spikes whistling out from its shell. Rock Ghost instantly shifted into its ghost form, rendering all of the opponent's damage useless. Not stopping there, the turtle changed its combat stance, curling up like a wheel and charging at breakneck speed to attack its opponent. Snow Maiden quickly brought out an ice shield to block. The two clashed violently, letting out a loud clang. The shield's surface trembled fiercely but stood firm, and the beast was instantly knocked back. Right at this moment, a shout rang out, "Hold her down." The dragonfish spat out a whirlpool, locking Snow Maiden tightly in place for a moment. From afar, the spiked armor turtle curled up again, rushing forward for a second attack. It was Rock Ghost's turn to counter. It punched the ground hard, sending jagged spikes shooting up to block the opponent's assault. But the turtle's shell was too hard, its destructive power incredibly fierce. It crashed right through the earth spikes, shattering them to pieces. It continued barreling towards Snow Maiden at dizzying speed. It seemed like nothing could stop it. Right at this moment, she snapped her fingers and cast Frost Nova. A blinding blue light flashed. The turtle was partially frozen and temporarily paralyzed, stopping its attack instantly. He clapped his hands in praise. "Not bad, not bad. You really do have some skills." He frowned. "Even though I have a temporary advantage, I've fallen into a passive state, constantly having to defend." His two pets coordinate very systematically. Looks like I'll need to let Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost get used to each other more to improve their synergy. The masked guy raised his hand again, but up next is the real showdown. Mud transformation. The turtle's entire body suddenly and slowly morphed into a thick liquid, while the fish next to it sprayed water onto its allies, speeding up the mudding process. After the unpredictable transformation, the spiked armor turtle seemed to be buffed with extra power thanks to the fusion skill, Water and Earth Reconstitution. He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide in surprise. It actually has this kind of ability? This really opens my eyes. The giant mud ball hurled forward, carrying immense power as it swept away every obstacle in its path. Seeing it coming so close, Lambtrack hurriedly shouted, "Absolute cold domain!" while readying his fists to join forces and shatter the opponent's attack. The Snow Maiden unleashed her magic, instantly freezing everything in the immediate vicinity as thick frost permeated the air. Even the thorn-armored turtle couldn't escape this move, with a part of its body frozen solid. Seizing the opportunity, he used his soul power to deliver a direct punch to its body. Despite taking such a powerful punch, the thorn-armored turtle remained completely unscathed. The attack dealt absolutely no physical damage to it. The masked man laughed arrogantly. The thorn-armored turtle's defense is inherently unmatched by other pets, let alone frozen mud, which is as hard as steel. Young man, you still have a lot to learn. He then shouted, "High-temperature water bullet." Following the command, the fish dragon blasted a scalding stream of water, creating billowing steam. He was stunned. This fish can actually shoot hot water. The mud wheel, now thawed, rolled forward at a godlike speed to attack. Startled, he thought, "This is bad. The absolute cold domain can't be used again in such a short time. If that attack lands, the Snow Maiden will definitely be crushed." He decisively pulled her behind him, shouting, "Get behind me," while using his soul power to cast a protective barrier for them both. A tremendously powerful collision occurred. With a crash, the barrier couldn't withstand the opponent's sheer power and shattered, sending shockwaves through his entire body. Witnessing this scene, the guy crossed his arms and said, "This kid, you've met the requirements." Seeing her master injured, the Snow Maiden grew furious, her eyes glaring fiercely as she raised her hand for revenge, but the protagonist cut her off. "That's enough." Holding his head, he sat up and reassured her, "I'm fine. We did lose, but we still have time to train and get stronger." The system then announced, "You have been defeated. Rank dropped to 10,081. Exiting battle in 30 seconds. The man exclaimed, disregarding your own life to protect your pet in a critical moment. "You really are the person the boss had his eye on." Hearing that, he frowned in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" The man replied, "Lambtrack, join our symbiosis group. We have ways to awaken your inner potential. We can help you reach the next level." Symbiosis group? That doesn't sound like a school club. What is your goal? You just need to give me an answer, yes or no. Time is running out. What's your choice? Of course I decline. I only want to defeat you with my own strength. Hearing his refusal, the man didn't drag it out, replying immediately, "All right, then I'll be waiting for you right here." After Lambtrack's defeat, the news quickly became a hot topic, with everyone gossiping. The freshman god of war was stopped at rank 10,000. That's already super strong for a freshman, okay? That brat was too arrogant. I've been waiting for him to crash and burn. Got taught a lesson by a big shot, huh? Haha. Does anyone have this cutie's contact info? Leaving the illusion, he was surprised to see Li Bang Van walking toward him, asking, "Lamb Track, did you also meet someone from the symbiosis group?" He replied, "Yeah, did you join them?" Hearing this, Li Bang Van snorted coldly with an extremely annoyed expression. "Don't look down on me. Anyone who dares to act tough in front of me, I will definitely make them pay." He asked again, "You know their background?" Li Bang Van turned away, his face expressionless. "I will find out." Left alone, Lamb Track rubbed his chin and thought, "It seems there is a huge number of them. What are they trying to do?" Quachtam Diz words that day must have been about them. Recalling the mysterious masked man, he thought, "This guy, maybe I can squeeze some information out of him. If I just turn a blind eye, I have a feeling something big is going to happen." Currently, Rock Ghost is at Tier 3 Stage 7, Snow Maiden at Tier 4 Stage 2. The remaining 1,000 achievement points should be enough to upgrade Rock Ghost to Tier 4, but without materials, it can't break through. Rock Ghost's next evolution form. Earth Spirit. Level requirement, Tier 3 Stage 9. Conditions met, growth rate increased to 100%, requires 30 high-tier Earth element essences, 3 Spirit Convergence stones. Buying these with money would cost at least 400,000. Suddenly, a shout of "Boss" rang out. He turned around to see Chu Hung running over breathlessly. "I saw the news on the forum. I heard you were defeated. There's actually an opponent you can't beat, boss." He scratched his head and replied, "I'm not invincible, you know." "Right, you're pretty sharp with news. Do you know any way to get high-tier Earth element essences and Spirit Convergence stones?" He frowned and answered, "Those are all rare items. Boss, how many do you need?" 30 high-tier Earth element essences and 3 Spirit Convergence stones. Hearing this, he shrieked in shock. "Boss, you wouldn't be able to get that much even if you went out and robbed someone." But then he suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up. "Hey, wait a minute. Boss, I actually know a place where we might be able to find these materials. I'll take you there." Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. "All right, let's head out." The fat guy was startled. "Huh? Right now?" So the two of them went to Spirit Convergence Mountain, a towering peak covered entirely in jagged rocks. Chu Hum explained as they walked. Before the ancient war, numerous dimensional rifts appeared all over the world. These rifts connect to another world, and it's said that all our pets come from there. A few decades ago, the Beast Taming Association and the major academies secured some safe entrances to the secret realms, giving them access to an endless supply of abundant resources. But there are also unexplored areas. Many people, eager to snatch resources, went in and never came back out. That's why they were sealed off. Looking at the desolate scenery before him, he asked, "Are you sure going into this secret realm will yield what I want?" He answered confidently, "Of course, some capable folks managed to bring a portion of resources out. It took me a lot of effort to catch wind of this news. There are loads of resources in this secret realm, including high-tier Earth elements and Spirit Convergence stones." He patted his underling's shoulder in praise. "Good job. Let's go check it out then." The two slowly approached the secret realm's entrance, which was glowing with a brilliant red light. He said excitedly, "Let's go." Just as he was about to jump in, his arm was pulled back by Chu Hung. "Boss, had you thought this through? If we run into danger in there, we might never make it out." He said resolutely, "As long as I can get these 2 materials, it's worth the risk. If you're scared, head back first." After thinking for a moment, he finally made up his mind. I'll go too. The ultimate goal of gathering intel was for this exact moment. "With you here, boss, I think we'll definitely score a ton of good stuff. We'll be rich." He gave a thumbs up in approval from behind. "Good man." And so, the two decisively jumped down together. Below was a massive cave emitting a mystical blue glow. Looking up, they discovered sparkling crystals growing on the cliff walls. "Here." Chu Hum's big-mouthed monster plucked a few of those blue stones and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing noisily. He cheered happily. "These are low-tier crystals. They can be used to upgrade low-tier rock and earth element pets. While not worth much, we had to buy them before, but in this secret realm, we can just easily pick them up." He gleefully cheered his pet on. "Get more. Grab some more." But Lamb Track realized something was wrong and quickly warned his underling. "Stop." The moment he spoke, the crystals suddenly moved, and a massive lizard revealed itself. It was a crystal lizard rock element Tier 2 Stage 4. Now he finally understood, so these materials actually grow on the bodies of other dragon beasts. It turns out that so-called evolution materials are all body parts of other pets. He then asked Chu Hung, Tier 2 Stage 4, "Can you handle it?" The big-mouth monster immediately snapped up the entire lizard and swallowed it whole. He smugly patted his chest. "Boss, don't underestimate my big-mouth monster." Next, we just have to wait for it to slowly digest in the big-mouth monster's stomach. Just as he finished speaking, his pet suddenly spat the lizard back out, its face grimacing in discomfort. It pointed at the small monster and let out bizarre syllables, which he immediately translated. "The big-mouth monster says that thing is too hard." The protagonist was a bit surprised. This guy can actually understand pet language. Suddenly, the green lizard stood up, opening its wide mouth to emit a freakish sound. Unexpectedly, it was calling for backup. Just seconds later, a whole swarm of lizards charged in from out of nowhere to surround them. Seeing this situation, Chu Hung cried out in panic, "Boss, my big-mouth monster isn't suited for group fights." Lamb Track coldly ordered, "Step back." He then immediately summoned the Snow Maiden and cast Blizzard. Swirling tornadoes swept through, instantly freezing the entire swarm of lizards. Next, the rock ghost rushed in, unleashing a flurry of punches on the ice statues, shattering them into pieces. Holding the sparkling crystals in his hands, he was absolutely thrilled and shouted, "Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time." "Boss, let the big-mouth monster carry these for you. When we get out, we'll split it 70-30. But his reply left him stunned. "Throw them all away." Baffled and holding his head in regret, he asked, "Huh? Why throw them away? This is all money. While the crystals aren't worth much, the sheer quantity makes up for it." He calmly explained, "The space inside the big-mouth monster's mouth is limited, so there's no need to take these low-tier materials. There's definitely better stuff deeper in the secret realm. I'll let you pick to your heart's content then." Finding it reasonable, he ordered his pet to spit out all the crystals. "Boss is right. Let's go deeper." Along the way, they encountered bugs carrying green crystals. The protagonist silently assessed. It seems high-tier earth elements and spirit convergence stones won't drop from these bugs. A while later, the two arrive in an area filled with jade-green stones, their sparkling light illuminating the entire cavern space. As they step down, they suddenly notice the ground in front of them beginning to shift. Something was waiting to surface from below. Chu Hung panicked and yelled, "What the hell is that?" No sooner had he spoken than a green monster erupted from the ground, snapping its jaws shut right across the big-mouth monster's body. He screamed, "Big-mouth monster." With a crash, another one leaped up for a surprise attack. But Lamb Track quickly sprang up, performing a mid-air somersault to dodge it. It barely had time to hiss before the rock ghost fed it a vicious punch, knocking its face completely sideways. Then they burrowed right back into the ground. They were giant rock snakes. Rock element tier 3 stage 4. Extremely annoyed, he thought, "These damn things land a sneak attack and run off. Defending like this is too passive. Anticipate them based on their movement direction. Hurry. Deal a lethal blow the moment they pop their heads out." Chu Hung's pet was still clamped tight by the beast's jaws. Infuriated, he chased after them while cursing, "Sons of bitches! Let my big-mouth monster go. I'll fight you to the death." In the end, another one bit him right on the ass. He could only cry out in agony, wailing loudly, "Boss, save me." Recalling the academy entrance exam where this underling was also hung upside down by a golden tree, he was left speechless. Why does this scene look so familiar? Another rock snake suddenly lunged up to attack Lamb Track, but unfortunately for it, he had already activated Star Soul Guardian. It ended up chomping on a solid barrier, chipping its own mouth. He coldly called out, "Rock Ghost." The big guy instantly appeared behind the monster and placed it in a chokehold. The Snow Maiden in the back simultaneously cast Ice Burst, sending razor-sharp ice blades hurtling forward. They fiercely pierced straight into the rock snake. He hurriedly yelled to his red-haired underling, "Jump away, quick." Chu Hung was dumbfounded by the sight. Huh? Can't the rock ghost use its ghost spirit form? Why did Boss choose to dodge? On the other side, the snakes were still as persistent as leeches, continuously bobbing up and down for incredibly insolent sneak attacks, only to be grabbed by the head by the rock ghost. Another one lunged from behind, opening its ugly maw to take a bite but failed as the rock ghost pried its mouth open, preventing it from snapping shut. Yet another one appeared from behind. Chu Hung yelled out anxiously in warning, "That one is rushing in again. Dodge." The protagonist shouted with a stern face, "Don't move. Wait just a bit longer." The moment the one behind popped its head out, he immediately commanded, "Now." Instantly, the rock ghost transformed into its ghost spirit state, while the snow maiden used blizzard, freezing them all solid. Seeing this, the fat guy finally understood. So Boss used the rock ghost as bait, waiting for them all to show their faces. Right after that, used crushing collision. The punch smashed the two insolent snakes to pieces. System notification. You have slain the giant rock snake, obtained 2 high-tier earth element essences. He thought to himself, looks like killing 28 more will be enough. He suddenly heard Chu Hung shriek, "Boss." He had already finished off 2, but his little bro was still tightly clamped without being released. Seeing things turn sour, they dug straight back into the ground, dragging both him and the big-mouthed monster along with them. The surrounding space was pitch black. The fat guy stammered in bewilderment, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a series of blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness, all staring intently in his direction, looking incredibly terrifying. He screamed out of sheer terror. One person and one beast hug each other tightly, trembling in the middle of the snake den, crying out in terror, "Mommy, if I knew, I wouldn't have come. Our meat doesn't taste good." Right at that moment, a massive hole suddenly appeared overhead, and blinding light flooded the entire space. It turned out to be our main guy and his 2 pets who had punched out this hole. He was overjoyed like a new father, cheering, "Be Boss. Boss is here to save us." In stark contrast to the fatty's joy, the rock snakes down in the den were utterly bewildered. Seeing a whole swarming pack, he reached out his hand to count, muttering, 28 of them. This is enough." Seeing his savior, Chu Hung rejoiced and cheered, "Boss, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." The giant rock snakes leaned their heads closer, making him piss his pants in fear. He opened his mouth and screamed, "We're dead. We're so dead. Brother Lamtrak, do something quickly." Lamtrak then coldly commanded, "Snow Maiden." As soon as he spoke, she thrust her hands forward. A burst of light appeared, and she unleashed ice explosion. A barrage of ice blades shot forward like rain. The fatty hugged his pet tightly, his whole body shaking with terror. Big mouth monster, do you think we're going to die?" It also shrieked, "Ah, I don't want to." As the snakes were beautifully dealt with, the system continuously sounded notifications. Obtain high-level earth element essence. He thought to himself, even though they only drop 1 material, compared to mature giant rock snakes, these low-tier immature giant rock snakes are truly too fragile. Finally pulled out from the snake den, Chu Hum lay flat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. "I survived." Putting on a face like an anime schoolgirl, he clasped his hands in deep gratitude. "Boss Lamtrak, you are my biological brother from another mother." Right at this moment, another rock snake suddenly burst out from underground, launching both the fatty and the big-mouth monster into the air. The poor guy opened his mouth as wide as possible in miserable terror, screaming loudly, "Why is it me again?" Our main guy immediately ordered, "Rock Ghost, save him." It instantly leaped up and grabbed Chu Hung and the big-mouth monster. Catching them both, it landed and casually tossed them onto the ground with a thud, then suddenly snapped its head back. Facing it was a massive giant rock snake that looked extremely furious, letting out a roar. He looked at the monster, smirked, and rubbed his chin, sighing. "Already angry, huh? Snow Maiden, Rock Ghost, it's time to show the results of your coordinated training." The rock snake lunged at breakneck speed. The rock ghost instantly switched to ghost spirit state to evade damage, while the Snow Maiden leaped into the air to dodge the attack. At the very same moment, she unleashed extreme cold chains, and a massive ice chain firmly locked around the monster's neck. He shouted loudly, "Charge!" Following the order, the rock ghost dashed forward at dizzying speed. At the same time, it transformed into ghost general form, decisively using the Thunder Charge skill to deliver a devastating blow to the monster's head. The system notification sounded, "Rock Ghost Tier 3, Level 7, raised to Tier 3, Level 8. Maturity, 24%. Achievement unlocked. Sweeping the giant rock snake den. Obtain 500 achievement points, 10 high-level earth element essences, 1 spirit nurturing stone." Hearing this, he secretly raised his fist in celebration. Awesome. 30 upgrade materials and Rock Ghost even leveled up. Later, it'll use achievement points to pump up its experience, and it'll be ready for a breakthrough. Chu Hung cheered in admiration. "Boss, that's so badass. Let's hurry down and look for treasures. There's bound to be plenty of good stuff in this den." Right at that moment, the sound of slow clapping echoed out along with a voice. "What a spectacular battle indeed." The person who appeared was the mysterious figure in a hooded cloak, his mouth curving into a smirk. Lambtrack, you truly live up to being the target I have my eyes on. He turned around in shock, asking in sheer confusion, "Who are you? How do you know my identity?" The man scoffed coldly in response, "Who am I? You must have heard of the Symbiosis Society." Hearing this, his eyes darkened and his expression turned grave. The Symbiosis Society again. Chu Hung, standing behind, gasped in horror and shouted, "You're from the Symbiosis Society." Unexpectedly, his underling knew about this. He asked, "You know the Symbiosis Society?" The boy stammered in reply, "Oh, of course I do. Just 2 days ago, Boss Lee even told me to investigate this matter." He then shared what he had learned. The people of this organization frequently attack beast tamers and rob them of their pets. They claim to be protecting pets with the doctrine, "Liberate pets, true freedom is symbiosis." The extremist Pet Protection Association, the Symbiosis Society. The mysterious man began to ramble on endlessly. Ever since the Great Cataclysm hundreds of years ago, ferocious beasts have descended upon this continent through spatial rifts. Those that can be tamed by humans are called pets, and those that refuse to be tamed by humans are labeled as ferocious beasts. His face revealed a look of deep resentment, his entire body seething with profound hatred as he gritted his teeth in anger. On what grounds? He recalled the image of himself as a child, with a scrawny body and tattered clothes, forced to steal just to survive. Human society not only stubbornly divides themselves and others into high and low, noble and base, but it also categorizes other species into all sorts of tiers. Garbage. He spread his arms wide, acting as if he considered himself a messiah. This world is far too unfair, and the existence of the Symbiosis Society is to shatter that injustice. Lambtrack, you are highly gifted. Join the Symbiosis Society, and we will not only help you awaken your hidden potential, but also liberate the true nature of your two pets, helping them evolve into true kings. Hearing these words, Lambtrack widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, become kings. Does he know the hidden evolution paths for the Snow Maiden and the Rock Ghost? But then he suddenly realized, no, that's not right. This guy is just trying to emotionally manipulate me. He clenched his fists, his expression stern. He's not wrong. The strong prey on the weak, and this world is inherently unfair. But I absolutely refuse to join any organization just to be manipulated. Chu Hung spoke up indignantly. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. I've investigated everything. They just use these words to deceive people everywhere. They're basically just a bunch of terrorists in sheep's clothing. If they really had that kind of capability, they would have overthrown the Beast Taming Association to dominate the beast taming world long ago. The man snorted coldly. It seems you don't believe my words. Well then. He waved his hand, issuing an order to the monster beside him. It then grabbed the neck of a rock element Tier 2 stage 7 giant rock snake that had just been knocked unconscious and placed it on the man's hand. Seeing him gently rub the ferocious beast's head, suddenly, a bizarre surge of power poured out from nowhere. The small rock snake suddenly snapped open its terrifying, blood-red eyes, its entire body emitting a blinding blue light. The surrounding rocks rushed toward it in droves, seemingly merging with its body. Witnessing this scene, our main guy couldn't help but widen his eyes in absolute horror. Looking at the growing body of the rock snake, the mysterious figure smugly spread his arms, exclaiming in satisfaction, "Ah, look at that." Breaking the shackles, seizing a new life. Along with his words, an upgraded version of the giant rock snake appeared. Its entire body was now exponentially larger, covered in sharp stone spikes, and its bloody red eyes looked incredibly dangerous. He continued, "Liberating instincts is merely the first step of evolution. The giant rock snake has undergone demonization, currently ascending to Tier 5, Stage 1. Lambtrack widened his eyes in terror, thinking, the tier of this giant rock snake just skyrocketed by 3 whole tiers. A soul art that can demonize both ferocious beasts and pets. There's no mistake, the one who attacked Damdung was him. The man coldly pointed his finger, ordering the beast, "Do it, show them your current power." Immediately, upon receiving the order, the snake reared its head back, opened its massive jaws, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Following that, an array of sharp stone spikes thrust up from the ground, attacking our main guy. The sound of horrifying impacts echoed loudly. A thick cloud of smoke rose up. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the Snow Maiden, who had erected an incredibly colossal ice shield to block the devastating attack from the opponent. Chu Hung was so scared he almost wet himself, collapsing to his knees weakly, hugging the rock ghost's leg and crying, "Boss, are we really done for this time? If I knew, I would have taken Big Mouth Monster out for a delicious meal before we left. Suddenly, agonizing groans rang out, making him utter a confused, huh. The sound was coming from the ferocious giant rock snake itself, continuously wailing, "It hurts. It hurts so much, so painful. My whole body hurts." He then reported back to him, "This giant rock snake is saying its whole body is in terrible pain." He asked back in astonishment, "What?" Instantly grasping the issue, he furiously shouted, "Your mouth speaks of pursuing equality, but your actions manipulate the weak to serve yourself. Is this really the fairness he speaks of?" The snake writhed in agony, continuously twisting through the air and turning its head to flee. Our main guy immediately put on a serious face. Running away isn't going to work. Snow Maiden, use Blizzard to freeze it. Rock Ghost, take the chance to find its weak point. Accordingly, the monster's body was partially frozen. He silently calculated, Snow Maiden is currently Tier 4 Stage 2, while this demonized giant rock snake is Tier 5 Stage 1. Ice element against earth element. There's no elemental advantage at all. Sure enough, with just a slight shake of its body, the ice on its form instantly shattered into pieces. He gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, unless I have another Berserk card. Otherwise, crossing an entire major realm to defeat an enemy is almost a fantasy. Roar. But this giant rock snake isn't a true Tier 5 Stage 1. If I'm not mistaken, a soul art that drains a pet's potential like this will definitely bring a massive backlash upon it. Thinking of this, he decided to take a gamble, reaching out to press the upgrade button for the Rock Ghost. The system notified. Confirm consumption of all skill points to upgrade Rock Ghost's maturity. Rock Ghost's maturity has increased. Tier 3 Stage 8 raised to Tier 3 Stage 9. 100%. Ghost General Form. Along with that notification, the Rock Ghost's appearance transformed. Its outer rock layer shed completely to reveal a pitch-black, muscular body with glowing red veins like magma, and the tuft of red hair on its head grew longer. Right after that, immediately charged straight at the monster, intent on clashing head-on with the opponent. He thought anxiously, the Ghost General Form can increase the Rock Ghost's speed by 300%, but at the same time its defense drops by 100%, turning it into a glass cannon. He hurriedly shouted, "Snow Maiden, coordinate with the Rock Ghost." As he spoke, she simultaneously charged forward, extending both hands to cast her magic. The sharp boulders hurled by the snake to attack the Rock Ghost were intercepted by countless small ice shields. At this exact moment, his two pets seemingly sensed a certain energy source, and their gazes instantly shifted. The system suddenly chimed a notification. Fusion degree increased. Combination skill unlocked, Ice Core Heavy Smash. This notification left him utterly stunned. A combination skill. Ice Core Heavy Smash, a power attack skill. Infuses ice attribute energy into a stone core, filling its interior with extreme cold energy that detonates upon impact. Power and soul power consumption are determined by the charging time. After reading those lines of text, Lambtrack thought to himself, the combination skill panel is unlocked. It seems that unlocking a fusion soul art doesn't just require the Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost to be of the same tier, but also requires a high level of synergy between the two of them. On the other side, his two pets continue battling the monster together, coordinating with absolute rhythm. He barked, target its weak point. Hearing this, the Rock Ghost immediately leaped into the air, then delivered a brutal kick to the back of the rock snake's head. It howled in agony, furiously whipped its head around, and lunged with its gaping maw, as if wanting to devour its attacker alive. Right then, the Snow Maiden hastily deployed an ice shield just in time to block the blow for her teammate. The monster crashed heavily into the massive block of ice, letting out a deafening boom. The collision was so forceful that the ice shield instantly shattered to pieces, sending ice shards flying everywhere, and forcing the Rock Ghost to retreat backwards. This attack was a bit much for the Snow Maiden to bear, causing her to frown. He immediately thought to himself, this is bad. The giant rock snake's attacks are too relentless. The Snow Maiden can't continuously maintain the ice crystal mirror at high speed to defend the Rock Ghost. The mysterious figure still stood leisurely to the side observing, even humming a tune, saying, "You guys need to try harder. Don't die so easily. I'll be very disappointed." He shouted furiously, "Snow Maiden, Rock Ghost, use the combination skill." He thought to himself, this guy is basically just toying with us. Heaven knows what else he intends to do. We must finish this quickly. He then turned to Chu Hung and instructed, "You and Big Mouth Monster quickly find a way to draw the giant rock snake's attention. My pet's skill needs time to charge up." Sweating bullets out of fear, he stammered, "Me? Draw its attention? Huh, are you serious or joking? He yelled impatiently. What else? If all 5 of us die here, there won't even be anyone to collect our corpses. He immediately hugged his head in panic. No, I don't want to die. Afterwards, he ordered his pet, big mouth monster, spit acid. The monster covered its mouth, then spat a glob of highly concentrated green acid toward the opponent. The rock snake took a direct hit from this move. Its neck emitted a sizzling sound as white smoke billowed from the wound, and it roared in pure agony. A massive ice core appeared in mid-air, enveloped in an incredibly blinding light with jagged blue veins running across its surface. The giant ice core plummeted, hurtling right toward the head of the giant rock snake. The Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost were pouring in a massive amount of energy to sustain this terrifying ice core, their expressions intensely focused. Right at that moment, Lambtrack's eyes widened, bloodshot veins appearing as he roared at the top of his lungs. Do it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ice core instantly crashed down on the monster's head, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding blue light and a terrifying shockwave blasted in all directions. The protagonist, his follower, and the big mouth monster stood inside the star's Soul Guardian sphere, staring intently ahead. An agonizing groan echoed. It hurts so much. Chu Hong hurriedly said, It's still alive. I can hear it. He furrowed his brow. Let's go take a look. The fat guy trembled. Do we really have to go over there? Boss, wait for me. The two walked up to the monster. Though not dead, it was completely immobilized, flattened against the ground and groaning incessantly. It hurts so much, so painful. Chu Hong translated, It says it's in agony. Let's put it out of its misery. Boss Lamb Track, let's quickly end its suffering. He let out a soft sigh, finally frowning and closing his eyes. Raising 2 fingers, he focused his spiritual energy. Then, with a swing of his hand, he finished the monster in a single strike. At the same time, the system notification chimed. Achievement unlocked. Defeated the demonic giant rock snake above your level. Rewarded 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth element essences, 1 frenzy card. Achievement unlocked. Put the demonic giant rock snake out of its misery. Rewarded 500 achievement points, 2 spirit-nourishing stones, 1 soul crystal, 1 soul replenishing potion. After its death, the giant rock snake slowly shrank back to its original form. Listening to the reward list, he thought to himself, I got 2 more spirit-nourishing stones. Along with the one from before, the conditions and materials for the Rock Ghost's breakthrough evolution are complete. I even got a soul-replenishing potion and a frenzy card as bonus rewards. However, his expression showed no joy. Instead, it was filled with deep sorrow. But why? Why do I feel so terrible inside? Just then, the mysterious figure slowly walked up from behind, a smirk on his face. My, that look on your face. Are you angry? It's obvious that you beast tamers normally rely on slaughtering ferocious beasts to harvest materials, don't you? The protagonist gritted his teeth in fury, turning his head and roaring, You! Behind him, the Snow Maiden also raised her hand, ready to unleash an ice explosion and finish off the enemy at a moment's notice. He said, Beast tamers indeed rely on hunting down ferocious beasts for materials. Likewise, if we encounter a beast we can't defeat, we become their food. Then he pointed right at the man's face. This world is full of injustice and conflict, but compared to all that, I despise people like you even more. You preach about equality and freedom, yet you force your own twisted ideals onto others, exploiting lives weaker than your own however you please. He roared, ignoring how the man's face had darkened. Your symbiosis syndicate is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites claiming to be righteous. Faced with his glaring hostility, the man dropped the manipulation, casually putting his hands in his pockets. All right, it seems our negotiations have broken down. However, that little girl possessing the demonic soul art, I bet she'd be willing to have a little chat with me, right? The person he was referring to was none other than Quan Nin. The mysterious figure threatened. That little sister of yours who knows the demonic soul art will surely be willing to talk to me. Hearing this, Lambtrack was stunned. Quan Nin was in danger. He screamed, What are you trying to do? The man nonchalantly turned to leave, his tone teasing to provoke him. Why don't you take a guess? He furiously roared, issuing a command to his pet, Snow Maiden, tie him up. The extreme cold chains instantly shot forward, but when the dust settled, there was only empty space left before them. He clicked his tongue coldly. He got away. The Snow Maiden also looked utterly enraged, her eyes wide with indignation. The group rushed back to the Jiang Nin Beast Taming Academy. It was already late afternoon, and the golden-orange glow of the sunset covered the entire campus. Lamb Track frantically asked around, anxiously showing a picture of his cousin to everyone he met. Have you seen Quan Nin? Excuse me, have you seen this girl? Have you seen this girl? While he was in a state of sheer panic, two figures watched him from a distance. It was Quach Tam Di and Dam Dung. She wondered, Lamb Track? He looks like he's in a rush. The guy beside her acted indifferent. Why do you care so much?
She ignored him and ran off. Let me go ask what's going on. The buzzcut guy helplessly called after her. Hey! Quach Tam Di had already run up to him asking, Lam Trak, what's wrong? He immediately replied, Quach Tam Di, I just ran into the guy who attacked Dam Dung earlier. His next target might be Quan Nin. She remembered seeing the girl earlier and said, Quan Nin? After class, she said she wanted to go to the virtual battle room to practice. Hearing that, he hurriedly sprinted off. The virtual battle room? I'll head there right now. Quach Tam Di chased after him. I'll go look with you. Dam Dung didn't understand a damn thing. Hands on his hips, he frowned in frustration and grumbled, What the hell is going on? This makes no sense. Chu Hung suddenly appeared beside him, saying, Lamb Track and I encountered people from the Symbiosis Syndicate in the ruin. They're targeting Quan Min. He immediately yelled, What? He frantically bolted after the other two. Why didn't you say so earlier? I absolutely won't let something like that happen again. I'm coming to help too. The four of them stormed into the virtual arena, shouting at the top of their lungs, Quan Nin. Quan Min, where are you? Quan Min. Li Bang Van suddenly appeared, his arms crossed over his chest, and spoke up. You guys are looking for Quan Min. I know where she went. Then, with a punchable mocking smirk, he said, Want to know? Beg me. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll tell you. Furious, Lamb Track grabbed him by the collar and roared in his face, Tell me right now. Not expecting him to be so vicious, he gaped in shock and fearfully answered, I'll tell you. Let go. After being released, he coughed softly and replied, I just bumped into her by chance earlier. Her friend named Trong said they were going to buy materials, so they probably headed to the pet shop together. Hearing this, the protagonist pulled out his phone, but after a long while, no one answered. Gritting his teeth anxiously, he said, This is bad. Trong Hu Van isn't answering her phone either. He then turned to Chu Hung. Notify the school immediately. Everyone needs to search for them together. Got it. No one knew that at this moment, inside an abandoned warehouse, Quan Nin was tightly bound. She groggily regained consciousness, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Seeing the sight before her, her best friend lying unconscious on the ground, she asked in a panic, Where? Where is this? Hu Van? When she was completely awake, she realized her hands were tied and she was suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, two men walked over and asked, You're awake. One of them was the masked man who had defeated the protagonist the other day. She screamed in terror, Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? He waved his hand, replying with a feigned friendliness, It's not a kidnapping. We just want to make friends. We are from the Symbiosis Syndicate. She yelled angrily, Symbiosis Syndicate. Who makes friends by kidnapping people? Let us go. She thought to herself, the fire attribute of the demon flame bird can counter the plant type. I just need to summon it to burn these vines. She secretly tried to summon her pet, but unexpectedly, a sharp pain shot through her entire body, making her shriek. The man in the black cloak said smugly, My poison vine fiend has injected venom into your bodies. If you don't want to become a cripple, don't try to use your soul energy. She silently calculated, I have to stall for time and wait for the venom to wear off. Out loud, she demanded, Give it to me straight. What do you want? The man replied immediately, It's very simple. We invite you to join the Symbiosis Syndicate for a greater cause. We need your power to break this unjust world together. Word is you know an exclusive soul art that can demonize pets, right? The vines wrapping around her hands slowly loosened and her whole body was lowered to the ground. He continued, I hope you cooperate with us and answer honestly. Quan Nin replied, My pet can indeed be demonized, but that is the innate ability of the demon flame bird itself. Hearing that, he said coldly, It seems you have no intention of telling the truth. Then we have no choice but to use some special methods. She screamed in pure terror, Stop. Stop it. I really don't know any exclusive soul art. Her hands were tightly bound again. Just then a massive crash echoed from outside, forcing the two men to turn their heads to look. The protagonist appeared like a god descending, his face dark and eyes gleaming, his entire body radiating a murderous aura as he roared, Let her go.
At his feet was a short-legged dog, its little tongue hanging out, barking a few times in triumph. Seeing Lam Track, Quan Min's eyes instantly lit up and she cried out in joy, "Oppa, thank goodness." The masked man thought in astonishment, "Lam Track? Didn't the boss say he was going to meet this guy personally? Why is he here?" Lam Track also silently assessed his opponent. "That mask. Isn't he the guy I fought in the virtual battle?"
Looking at the little dog sniffing the ground, he understood. So that's how it is? No wonder you could find this place. It was a spirit mastiff, animal type, Tier 2, Stage 3. Skill, spirit scent tracking. It can ignore visual obstacles and track the aura left by a designated target. The fresher the trail, the stronger the tracking effect. He marveled. Isn't this a tracking pet raised by the Beast Taming Association's investigation team? It seems we've alerted quite a few people this time. Since you delivered yourself to our doorstep, we might as well tie you up together. The man in the cloak stepped forward and replied, "Got it." His pet immediately let out a screech, opening its hideous gaping maw, ready to attack. Quan Nin frantically shouted a warning, "Appa, be careful. His poison vine fiend is venomous. It will obstruct your soul energy circulation." The moment she finished speaking, a mess of long vines lashed out. He reacted swiftly, instantly dodging to the side. But they refused to let him go, continuing their pursuit and forcing him to dodge once more. Realizing he couldn't stay on the defensive, he extended his hand and summoned his two pets. The Snow Maiden and the Rock Ghost appeared in the blink of an eye. Taking the front line, the Rock Ghost immediately unleashed its Earth Spike skill, shattering the vines into pieces. The masked man also summoned his Fish Dragon and Spiked Armor Turtle, saying, "Lam Track, this isn't a virtual battle anymore. Getting hurt means getting hurt, and dying means dying for real. Fusion skill, Water and Earth Reconstruction. Go." It was the exact same move he used to defeat Lam Track in their previous battle. With a loud boom, the monster used Blazing Swamp to spew out a massive load of boiling mud, sending thick clouds of white steam billowing into the air. He spoke arrogantly, "Both of my pets are Tier 4. You're no match for me. Just submit and let yourself be tied up, and it will hurt a lot less." Faced with that terrifyingly scorching heat, the Snow Maiden broke a sweat, struggling to endure it. Seeing this, the protagonist mentally calculated, this sweltering environment restricts little Snow. He'll have to rely on the Rock Ghost as the main force. He then spoke up, asking, "Did you think only your pets are Tier 4? He stretched out his hand, revealing sparkling stones resting on his palm. "Before I got here, the Rock Ghost had already met its evolution requirements. It's just that I was in such a rush to find Quan Min. It didn't have time to absorb the spirit-nourishing stones." The Rock Ghost immediately grabbed the stones and shoved them into its mouth, as he declared, "My two pets are also Tier 4. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification rang out. Evolution requirements for Rock Ghost met. Evolution, Earth Spirit. Its entire body was now upgraded. The rock armor encasing it grew harder and sharper, and two jagged horns sprouted from its head, making it look incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring. Witnessing this sight, Quan Nin couldn't hide her shock. Appa's pet evolved so quickly. Facing the blazing red eyes of the Earth Spirit, the spiked armor turtle suddenly began to tremble. He noticed it as well. This mud turtle. Looks like it's suddenly too terrified to fight. The masked man was also bewildered. What's going on? I've never seen the spiked armor turtle act like this. They're of the same element. There shouldn't be any counter effect. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't even view the opponent as a threat. That's right, being of the same element shouldn't create a counter effect. But my Earth Spirit is no ordinary rock element pet. Behind it, a colossal shadow manifested, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. This was all thanks to its trait, Earth Majesty, an area of effect crowd control skill where enemies within range suffer a divine pressure originating from the Earth's core. All rock element enemy units in the domain will feel the absolute suppression of a higher tier. The suppression effect is determined by the difference in rank. The two men hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. Fighting head-on is a mistake. Grab the girl and let's pull back." Poison Vine Fiend. Obeying its master's command, the Poison Vine Fiend instantly coiled tightly around the two girls, ready to flee. Quan Nin gritted her teeth, thinking, "No, I can't be a burden to him. The venom must have worn off a bit by now." Immediately after, she screamed, "Demon Flame Bird." The fiery bird suddenly appeared, flapping its wings as it soared into the air. Crimson flames burst forth with a boom, burning the monster's vines into countless shredded pieces. She immediately rushed over to catch her best friend, shouting, "Appa, Hugh Van just fell asleep.
We're fine. You have to catch them." Seeing that they were losing their advantage, the two men scrambled to escape. "Let's fall back right now. The investigation team will be here any minute. Hurry!" The cloaked man yelled. "Poison vine fiend. Toxic mist." With that, the monster spewed out a thick cloud of purple fog. The atmosphere was engulfed by that mist. Our main guy just scoffed coldly, trying to run.
The other two frantically ran out of the abandoned warehouse. The masked guy angrily yelled, "It's all because you're a useless drag. You couldn't even tie up a single woman." The other guy didn't hold back either, cursing back, "Like your pet is any more reliable." It chickened out before the opponent even made a move. And so the two of them argued fiercely. Lambtrack's pet is so abnormal after evolving. If it wasn't scared, was it supposed to rush in and get itself killed? Stop talking nonsense and run. Once the poison vine demon's poisonous mist wears off, they'll catch up to us. Just then, the earth spirit suddenly appeared with a loud crash, blocking the path of those two. They panted heavily, running their asses off yet still unable to escape, their faces twisted in terror, sweating profusely. Facing the giant stone golem radiating a terrifyingly oppressive aura and deadly blood-red eyes, they could only curse inwardly. Damn it. Following that, an earth-shattering scream rang out. The space trembled, and the leaves from nearby bushes were blown away by that surge of power. The location was still the warehouse, but the tables had completely turned. Kuan Yin crossed her arms and sternly shouted, "Speak! What exactly is this exclusive demonization soul art you were talking about? And another thing, what is this so-called great goal of yours?" The two guys had been beaten until their faces swelled like pig heads, their mouths gagged with rags, making muffled sounds in their throats. Lambtrack thought to himself, demonization soul art. Didn't that hooded guy have this ability too? How could such an evil soul art be related to Kuan Min? He stepped forward, yanked the rag out of one of their mouths and commanded, "I'm giving you one chance. Confess honestly." He looked down from above, his face hardened, his eyes cold, radiating a murderous aura as he threatened, "Or else." The guy, scared out of his wits, hastily screamed, "Ill talk. Our scouts reported that the new students at the Jiangnin Beast Taming Academy this year have great potential." The other guy, with a rag stuffed in his mouth, kept making weird noises as if asking, "You're just going to confess like that?" The blonde guy ignored him and continued, "Those who join our symbiosis faction are mostly bottom-tier beast tamers and low-level pets with physical defects. To become stronger, we must gather as much power as possible. Especially you demonize your pet during the exam. This soul art is crucial to us. Demonization can enhance a pet's combat power. Do you know what that means?" Kuan Yin was utterly bewildered and sighed. "This again. I already told you, that's the demon flame bird's own ability." Sensing something strange, the main guy asked further, "Haven't you guys already mastered the demonization soul art? Why are you so dead set on finding Kuan Yin?" The guy then explained, "Our demonization isn't actually a soul art. It's triggered by using a type of wonder item." "A wonder item?" Hearing his question, the guy took the opportunity to negotiate. "Yes, exactly. Let me go and I can give it to you." The black-haired guy next to him angrily grunted, "Ah." Finding him too annoying and his noises grating on the ears, he grabbed his head and delivered a swift punch right between his eyes. The guy immediately rolled over unconscious. The blonde guy turned pale as he nonchalantly continued, "You think you have the right to negotiate? Little Snow, search him." The Snow Maiden's freezing hands groped all over the guy. His face twisted as he miserably yelled, "Damn, so cold. The pocket, it's in the pocket. Stop searching." Following his words, she dug out a dark purple stone. The system popped up with the object's information. Rift fragment, a mysterious crystal that appeared alongside the beast invasion when spatial rifts formed hundreds of years ago. It contains immense power inside, used as an evolution material for pets, or perhaps it has other uses. Kuan Yin stared in surprise and asked, "What is this? I've never seen it in the Wonder Item Dictionary before." He didn't answer, just quietly held the fragment in his hand, deep in thought. Wonder items are supernatural objects possessing bizarre powers. They appeared since the Great Cataclysm, products of the collision between dimensional rifts and this world. Their uses vary greatly. Some contain massive spaces far beyond their appearance, like spatial storage props. Others are natural treasures that boost the combat power of beast tamers and pets, such as spirit herbs and ores. According to the system's introduction, the main use of this crystal is as an evolution material. The so-called other uses must be demonizing pets. No wonder it was mistaken for a wonder item. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings, chirping. You couldn't help but think,
Quan Nin's demon flame bird is very interested in this material. It might be related to its evolution path. He then handed the fragment to his cousin and said, "Min, you hold on to this for now. This must be some kind of evolution material." Turning sharply back to the blonde guy, he said, "As for the demon flame bird's demonization ability."
But before he could finish, he suddenly saw Quach Tam Di, Dam Dung, and Chu Hung barging in hastily, shouting, "Lam Track, are you guys okay? Are you hurt?" He cheerfully pointed at the two guys tied up on the ground and replied, "We're all fine. We've caught them." The blonde guy sighed, "With the ones who aren't okay." Pointing to the friend who was still fast asleep, Trong Hu Van is fine too. She just got hit by the poison vine demon's knockout mist. She'll wake up once the toxicity wears off in a bit. At this moment, several sharply dressed men approached. The leader was Captain Vu Niem of the Beast Taming Association's investigation team A23, who coldly ordered, "Secure the scene and check on the injured." The men behind him replied in unison, "Understood." He then walked up to the main guy and asked, "You must be Lam Track." He replied immediately, "Yes, and you are." Hearing that question, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Vu Niem, captain of the Beast Taming Association's investigation team A23 in Minjiang City. While chatting with your principal, I heard him mention you. He said you're an exceptionally outstanding student in this freshman class. Thank you for providing information about the Symbiosis faction. I'll request a cash reward for you." Hearing about money, his eyes crinkled into a happy smile as he reached out to shake hands. "Great. Leave this place to us. We might need your cooperation in the subsequent investigation." "No problem. Then I'll have someone take you to the infirmary for another medical checkup, just to ensure there are no internal injuries." Trong Hu Van was picked up by a team member. The two symbiosis members were also escorted away. Even while being dragged on the ground, the black-haired guy stubbornly reached out for his mask, groaning, "My mask." The sky had turned dark by now. At the infirmary, Trong Hu Van had woken up. After hearing Quan Nin recount the whole ordeal, she exclaimed, "So much happened. I just felt a bit dizzy while walking, and the next thing I knew, I was in the treatment room. Thank goodness Lam Track noticed something was wrong and came to save us in time." His cousin said dejectedly, "They were targeting me. I dragged you into this." Tron Hu Van quickly comforted her. "Not at all. Didn't Dam Dung and Lam Track run into the symbiosis people too? How could anyone blame you?" Quach Tam Di was deep in her own thoughts. Earlier they mentioned that the symbiosis group came after Quan Nin because of the demonization soul art. Could this soul art be connected to the scene I saw? Finally, she decided to speak up. "Lam Track, Quan Min, I need to speak with you two in private." They headed out to a deserted hallway, and the main guy asked, "What's the matter?" Quach Tam Di turned her head, her face full of worry. She asked in return, "Do you two remember when I helped assess your soul art potential earlier?" Quach Tam Di recalled the scene she had witnessed, lowered her head, and said, "Back then I said I only saw some dark shadows, but I actually didn't tell you the whole truth. I saw Quan Min growing demonic traits that don't belong to a human. Countless demon element pets were bowing at her feet. She bowed her head and clasped her hands together. I'm sorry, that scene was just too bizarre. Initially, I planned to find some documents and get a basic understanding before telling you." Hearing those words, Quan Min slightly lowered her eyes and said, "I've only heard of demon element beasts." Quach Tam Di continued, "The demon element is an extremely unique branch characterized by an incredibly fast growth rate, but beasts of this element are usually brutal and ruthless. After being contracted as pets, they can gradually corrode the beast tamer's mind. The beast tamer will progressively become violent, dark, and twisted. Ultimately, they tend toward chaos, becoming fallen ones who commit all sorts of evil. Under the suppression and regulation of the Beast Taming Association, breeding and trading demon element pets is now banned. Materials related to demon element evolution are under even stricter control, and their trade is prohibited." Lam Track gently rubbed his chin and thought. The guy I met also had a demon element pet next to him, but he seemed to have retained his sanity. Recalling that giant rock snake agonizingly undergoing demonization, he thought to himself, the fallen ones are beast tamers consumed by their pet's power, while the symbiosis group consists of pets suffering from the backlash of that power. He then asked his cousin Anin, "How exactly do you demonize the demon flame bird?" She replied, "It gained this skill after the blazing bird evolved into the demon flame bird. The demon flame bird is currently Tier 2 Stage 7. After demonization, it can probably reach Tier 3 Stage 2 and maintain it for a minute.
With my current soul power, I can use it at most once a day. He continued, I've seen the symbiosis people demonize beasts. The effect is highly unstable and the backlash is massive. Thinking about it, they're probably looking for a way to control this power, which is why they targeted Quan Nin.
Kwacham-D added, it's a vast world and anything can happen. Human exploration of soul arts is currently just the tip of the iceberg. She then grabbed Quan Nin's hands to comfort her. All right, stop scaring yourself. The pressing matter right now is to improve your strength. Who knows, maybe after you contract your second pet, there will be new clues about this power. If it really is a soul art that can strengthen pets, you'll be incredibly powerful in the future. Quan Nin was still extremely worried. She lowered her eyes sadly. If this really is a brand new soul art, the symbiosis group will be even less likely to give up easily. She clenched her fists, a look of determination crossing her face. Regardless, getting stronger is the best way. Meet force with force, face water with earth. I must grow so I can master my own destiny. She turned to Lambtrack and said, Lambtrack, the first trial after the semester starts is coming up soon, but the demon flame bird is still stuck at Tier 2 Stage 7 and can't evolve. I want to quickly contract a second pet to boost my strength. Could you help me look into it? He smiled happily and replied, no problem. He thought to himself, perfect timing. I can also take this opportunity to check the demon flame bird's status in detail. Hearing this, Kwacham-D said, it's so late at night, the pet stores have been closed for a while. How about we go tomorrow? Besides, there are still 3 days left before the trial. He immediately replied, I know a 24-hour store that also provides basic materials and preliminary pet aptitude appraisal services. We can go check it out. And so the two of them went to the 24-hour pet store he mentioned. After browsing for a while without finding a satisfactory pet, he thought to himself, it's still just pets without special evolution paths. It seems that even within the same species, they don't necessarily have hidden evolution paths. Quan Nin observed for a long time, evaluating every animal in the store, feeling that they were all very ordinary. The main guy glanced at the demon flame bird beside them and quietly touched its beak. The system immediately popped up. Available evolution paths. 1. Flaming Feather. Fierce Falcon Path. Enhances basic strength and attributes, focuses on increasing explosive power, decreases agility. Next evolution form, Crimson Flame Falcon. Can evolve up to Tier 5. 2. Hellfire Demon Phoenix Path. An evolution method that triggers the ancient bloodline within, pursuing the sublimation of life, focusing on enhancing fire control, decreasing melee attributes. Next evolution form, Demon Flame Crimson Owl, can evolve up to Tier 9. Current path, Hellfire Demon Phoenix. Seeing the information provided by the system, he couldn't help but frown in confusion. The Blazing Bird's normal path is the Flaming Feather Fierce Falcon, while the hidden path is the Hellfire Demon Phoenix. How on earth did Quan Nin trigger this path before? Look at this, combined with the visions Kwacham-D saw. I'm afraid this path has a significant connection to the demon element. Having developed along the Hellfire Demon Phoenix path, there is no turning back. It's either let the demon flame bird continue evolving or stay stuck at this stage and only cultivate a second pet in the future. Looking at the necessary conditions for the next evolution form, Demon Flame Crimson Owl, one of the requirements was any ancient catalyst used to awaken the bloodline. He silently assessed. Furthermore, when I evolved Little Snowball and the Rock Monster, they didn't require this kind of catalyst material. Is it due to the unique nature of the demon element? After finishing his analysis, he turned to his cousin and said, Nin, I have something to tell you. Actually, I've awakened a special kind of soul art. I can occasionally sense vague portions of a pet's potential evolution paths. She exclaimed in astonishment. Really? There's a soul art like that. No wonder Little Snowball could evolve into what she is now. This ability is too amazing. Hearing his cousin flatter him, he broke into a sweat out of embarrassment. It's not that exaggerated, it's just a vague sensation, and it consumes a massive amount of soul power. In his heart, he thought, I can't exactly say I have a system, right? Besides, if this heaven-defying ability gets discovered, I'll probably be snatched up by the Beast Taming Association and exploited to death. He continued, just now I sensed something from the demon flame bird. An incredibly potent power seems to be dormant inside its body. This evolution path is extremely powerful, far surpassing the normal flaming feather fierce falcon evolution path. But this path is also extremely dangerous. I could sense that this power is full of wildness and uncertainty. If it continues evolving, it seems to be related to the demon element as well. Hearing that, she crouched down and touched her pet.
Could it be evolving into a dual-element pet, fire plus demon element? Although rare, it's not impossible.
He rubbed his chin and replied, "Yeah, the information I sensed is very vague, but it seems to need some sort of extremely ancient catalyst to awaken that power." She had a sudden realization. No wonder it still hasn't evolved. Regardless, this is a power that the demon flame bird and I must face and control. As for the catalyst to trigger its potential, at this point her eyes suddenly widened as if she realized something. Could it be? Returning to the hotel room, Quan Nin took out the dark purple crystal fragment that the main guy had given her earlier. This is it, the rift fragment. Looking at the object in his cousin's hand, he thought to himself, the system said any ancient catalyst would do. This rift fragment should definitely meet the requirement. But how do I explain it to Quan Nin? I already used the soul art excuse when sensing the evolution path. She also spoke up. I can vaguely sense the energy fluctuations in this crystal. It seems to really have some kind of resonance with the demon flame bird. No, not just resonance. The demon flame bird desperately craves this. Before she could finish her sentence, the firebird snatched the rift fragment right out of its master's hand and swallowed it. The two of them instantly froze, a row of dots appearing over their heads, speechless. It ate. It ate it. After absorbing the crystal, the demon flame bird's eyes flashed with a bizarre light. Its whole body seemed to ignite, enveloped by a surge of purple demonic power. The flames surrounding the demon flame bird blazed fiercely. Quan Nin panicked and screamed, "Lamb Track! The fire is spreading." Lamb Track used Soul Guard to protect them both, extending an arm to shield her behind him as he gently comforted her. "Don't be scared." The purple flames continued to burn relentlessly, emitting a thick smoke. Then they slowly dispersed, revealing two pitch-black horns. When the flames finally extinguished, the complete form of the demon flame bird appeared. Its entire body had now turned purple, with its wings spread wide, looking incredibly high class. His cousin cheered. The demon flame bird evolved. At this moment, it had upgraded to the demon flame crimson owl fire element tier 3 stage 1. She happily ran to her pet and threw her arms around it. "Wow, this look is so badass." The main guy stood aside, smiling brightly as he said, "It's good that the evolution went smoothly. When it's ready for its next evolution, it'll help check on it." "Yes." In the middle of their joy, the mood suddenly snapped. She looked around, her expression dropping instantly, and said, "Lamb Track. I think we caused a disaster." The entire room had been scorched pitch black by the flames unleashed by the demon flame bird. In the end, they had no choice but to bitterly pay for the damages. The staff gently reminded them, "Dear guests, next time you interact with your pets, I advise you to go to a professional training ground." The two clutched their bank cards and wept tears of misery. My money. Looking at the remaining balance in his account, he gritted his teeth, determined. The bonus the Beast Taming Association just gave out was all used up for compensation in the blink of an eye. Make money. I have to go make money immediately. Scene change. At the Symbiote Syndicate's lair, a mysterious figure stands before a dark purple stone, radiating an eerie magical aura. A subordinate rushes in a panic to report, "Boss, those two were caught by the investigation team." He replies coldly, "Humph, I know." Seeing his boss remain perfectly calm despite losing two team members, the subordinate grows incredibly anxious and hastily asks, "What should we do next?" Without turning his head, he issues his command, "Send word down the ranks. No one is to make a move right now. Wait for the right moment. They will come looking for us themselves." Meanwhile, Lamb Track is grinding ranks in the virtual arena. He thinks to himself, after the Ruin Challenge ends, the first exam of the semester will begin. If I get good results, I can earn a 100,000 credit scholarship. At the same time, climbing the virtual matchmaking ranks also grants incredibly valuable prize money and rewards. Entering the virtual space, he quietly looks at his rank, 11,985 in size. I haven't played for just a few days and my rank has already dropped by almost 2,000. Looks like I'll have to do this in one go and rush straight to the next tier. He reaches out and selects Start Matchmaking. A small goal before the exam, break into the top 100. Entering the battle, he summons his Earth Spirit to instantly crush an ascetic demi-human type Tier 2 Stage 3. Rank increases to 10,038. Next, his Snow Maiden beautifully dispatches a cloud-swallowing turtle beast type Tier 3 Stage 1. Rank increases to 8,890.
Then, the Earth Spirit takes the stage again, defeating a Cerberus Dark-type Tier 3 Stage 3. Rank increases to 5,903. He continues to rack up back-to-back victories. His rank skyrockets to 1234, then 580, then 199. At this dizzying speed, it doesn't take long for him to soar all the way to rank 37.
His achievements once again send shockwaves across social media. Under posts about him, netizens chatter excitedly. Holy crap, this guy averages a win every half a minute. Even his slowest matches only take a minute. This is absolute madness. At this rate, won't this absolute boss break into the top 10 before dark? No way, that's exaggerating. Do you really think the top 10 are just small fry? Who knows? The main character is completely unaware that he has become the center of attention, as he is currently in a match. The opponent before him says, "I know you. You're that rookie who made some waves a while back. I heard you climbed all the way from the 10,000s today." He also has two pets, an Ice Bat Beast type Tier 4 Stage 3 and a Holy Elf Light type Tier 4 Stage 1. This guy is named Chung Luong, rank 1 second.
He crosses his arms, a toothpick in his mouth, and declares arrogantly, "You've got some skills, I'll give you that. But this is where it ends. I will be the one to end your winning streak." Faced with his blatant provocation, he couldn't care less. He picks his ear with a pinky and replies indifferently, "Oh, just start already." The guy instantly flares up, pointing angrily at the Snow Maiden and yelling, "What the hell is with that attitude, kid? You think you can beat me with just one pet? Who do you think you're provoking? Hurry up and summon the other one." His endless nagging gives him a massive headache. In the blink of an eye, the Snow Maiden directly freezes the opponent, dealing him a crushing defeat with just a single move.
Once it's over, she runs over to her master, eagerly waiting for praise. He happily pats her head and compliments her. "Great job, you've worked hard." Against opponents of the same tier, Little Snowball can absolutely crush them. The Snow Maidens. Current tier is Tier 4 Stage 4. Her growth rate has reached 100%. The next evolutionary form is the Snow Maiden. Thanks to these high-intensity battles, I finally pushed Little Snowball's growth rate to the maximum. Now I just need to gather the corresponding materials and I can evolve her. Just then, the system rings out with a long string of notifications. Raise Glory Void Bronze Region Matchmaking rank to top 1,000. Rewarded 500 achievement points, 1 Soul Crystal, 1 Body Strengthening Crystal. Raise Glory Void Bronze Region Matchmaking rank to top 10. Rewarded 1,500 achievement points, 3 Soul Crystals, 3 Body Strengthening Crystals, 1 Soul Power Potion. His eyes widen in instant delight. I knew it would trigger the achievement rewards, and it's a chain quest too. Tomorrow I'll go buy materials for Little Snowball, and while I'm at it, I'll use the Soul Crystals to upgrade my own base stats. Scene change. At the Longtime Society, a stylishly dressed girl with short hair walks in. This is the president of the Longtime Society, Trong Man Man. She waves with a bright smile, "Tam D, my darling." The senior opens her arms and rushes over to Quach Tam D, asking, "Do you want to team up with your senior for next week's challenge?" She replies immediately, "Sure. I was feeling down because I couldn't find suitable teammates, and I was actually planning on sitting this one out. Who else is in our team?" The senior raises her fingers to count. Me, you, Lan Yen, and... Leaning close to her junior's face, she giggles and suggests, "We're still missing 2 people. Why don't you go invite Lamb Track?" She realizes the true motive. "So you were eyeing Lamb Track all along and that's why you came to me." She doesn't deny it, winking and smiling. He just caused quite a storm in the void. He's practically a leaderboard wrecker. System notification. Use 7 Soul Power Crystals, 6 Body Strengthening Crystals. Lamb Track's entire body radiates a dazzling purple light. At that moment, his status updates, showing a significant increase in his physique, soul, and soul power. He walks to the pet store, thinking to himself, "Perfect. My soul level has increased and my soul power limit is higher now. This means the power of Little Snowball and Earth Spirit's combo skill will be even stronger. It can even boost the power of my soul arts." The clerk greets him politely, "Welcome, sir." He immediately says, "Hello. I'd like to buy an ice blue tier." The clerk replies promptly, "Please wait a moment while I check." After checking for a moment, she says awkwardly, "I am so sorry, but the last ice blue tier in our store was just sold. This material is quite rare, so the next restock will probably take a month." Hearing that timeline, he can't help but pout in frustration, thinking, a month? That's way too long. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly calls out from behind him, "Lamb Track."
Turning his head, he sees Quachtam D walking in through the door, waving at him. Over here, over here. What a coincidence. Quachtam D. She asks immediately. The challenge starts next Monday. Have you found a team yet? He answers honestly, not yet.
She instantly breaks into a smile, pointing to the senior girl next to her.
In that case, do you want to join our team? The senior smiles brightly and says, Yo, I've heard so much about you, Junior Lamb Track. In the president of the Longtime Society, a second year, Trong Man Man. This is our vice president, Ko Lan Yen, also a second year. The introduced person is a long-haired, bespectacled girl accompanying them. With a cold expression, she greets him, hello. He shakes Trong Man Man's hand politely. Hello, seniors. However, I wasn't planning on finding a team. He thinks to himself, splitting the loot in a team is such a hassle, let alone teaming up with strangers. Wouldn't it be much better if I just took Quan Nin and the two of us swept through the ruin together? Hearing this, Quachtam D hurriedly asks, were you not planning on going to the ruin? He lets out a confused, huh?
She explains, to ensure safety, the challenge organized by the Academy requires teams of at least 5 people. He freezes, his jaw dropping in shocked disappointment. There's a rule like that. Seeing his reaction, she crosses her arms and frowns. Don't tell me you were planning on going solo. He scratches his head awkwardly and replies, well, you caught me. Suddenly, Ko Lan Yen speaks up. Earlier, were you trying to buy an ice blue tear? Immediately after, she holds out her hand. Resting on her palm is a sparkling blue teardrop-shaped stone. She makes an offer. Join our team, and in exchange, after the challenge ends, it'll give you this, plus 10 more ice-type materials. Staring at the stone in the senior's hand, he covers his mouth in utter shock, thinking, it's the irresistible ice blue tear. His eyes are completely captivated by the precious gemstone, but he still feigns hesitation.
This isn't very appropriate, is it? Ko Lan Yen continues, whatever loot we gather, we'll give you an extra share. He answers hastily, deal. But I have one small request. The senior instantly guesses what he wants and cheerfully agrees. Bringing Quan Nin along? Not a problem. Hearing this, he flashes a toothy grin and fist bumps the senior. Then I'll see you next Monday, senior. See you next Monday. Standing behind them, Quachtam D is officially speechless. On the day of the challenge, a massive crowd of students has gathered at the ruin. Before them stands a colossal stone gate, engraved with the figure of a winged beast radiating majestic authority. Everyone gazes up in awe. Quan Nin gasps in admiration. This is incredibly magnificent.
Trong Man Man stands beside them, hands on her hips, and says, mind-blowing, right? The first time I saw this gate, I was completely stunned for a long time. Lamb Track turns to ask, yes, senior. What is that ferocious beast carved on there? The senior replies, according to official statements from the Federation and the Beast Taming Association, no one has ever seen the beast depicted on this gate. However, beast tamers secretly refer to it as the Void Beast. He gently rubs his chin, silently engraving the name into his mind as he mutters, Void Beast. A stern voice suddenly cuts through the chaotic chatter. Everyone, quiet. It is Instructor Tan Hak. He stands before the students and begins explaining the rules. The first ruin challenge of this semester for the entire cohort is about to begin. I'm sure all the registered students have prepared themselves. In this challenge, all materials you gather are yours to distribute freely. There is no need to hand them over to the academy. Hearing that they can split the loot among themselves, the students jump for joy and cheer loudly. Oh yeah, the academy is so generous. This is awesome. Instructor Tan continues. The Red Earth Ruin is divided into 5 zones. The closer you get to the center, the higher the danger level. Each zone has a gate leading to the next, and both the environment and the beasts within differ in each zone. Finally, a friendly reminder. Under absolutely no circumstances are you to enter the innermost zone on your own. This challenge will last for 7 days, and you may choose to withdraw at any time. Now you may begin your operation. The moment they hear this command, Quachtam D excitedly grabs Quan Nin's hand and cheers. Let's go. The main character's 5-person team enters the 5th zone of the Red Earth Ruin. Stretched out before them is a vast desert filled with nothing but rocks and sand. Ko Lan Yen summons her 2 pets, the Flash Dragon Beast, a lightning type at Tier 3, Stage 8, and the Frost Spike Dragon, an ice type at Tier 3, Stage 5. Let's move. Trong Man Man also summons her little ones, saying, my pets will handle the outer perimeter. The first is a lion, the Dragon Lion, a rock type at Tier 4, Stage 1.
Next is the Crimson Giant Spirit, a fire type at Tier 4, Stage 1.
Lastly is the Silver Centaur, a light type at Tier 4, Stage 2. Seeing this scene, Lambtrack can't help but be amazed. His eyes widen as he thinks, she actually has 3 Tier 4 pets. Noticing his expression, the senior winks smugly. In the salutatorian of the second year. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you guys well. Looking over at his Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit, the senior immediately gasps in excitement. Wow, what a beautiful humanoid pet. She looks exactly like a gorgeous woman. And is this badass pet a rock-type tank build? That's amazing. Praised by a stranger, the two of them bashfully turn their faces away. The Snow Maiden blushes while the Earth Spirit scratches its head and ears. Quan Nin stands next to her demonic flame bird, looking over at her friend and asks, Quachtam D, aren't you going to summon your pet? She smiles brightly, her eyes crinkling, and unclips the X-shaped hairpin from her head. Me? I have a secret item. Quachtam's hairpin suddenly emits a blinding pink light. An eerie magical aura also materializes in her hand. Seeing this, Quan Nin asks, is your hairpin actually a wonder item? Her friend replies promptly, the hairpin is a spatial storage item, and this mist is a wonder item I kept inside it. It's called Mist Spirit, and it's a combat-type wonder item. It can attach to its owner. Aside from shielding its master from damage, it can also be manipulated to attack. With its help, I can unleash power on par with a Tier 4 pet. The junior gasps in awe. Perfect in both offense and defense, it truly is a powerful wonder item. It must have been insanely expensive. Trom Man Man chimes in. Our Tam D is a direct descendant of a major noble family. She's got quite a few top-tier items in her possession. Quach Tam D scratches her head sheepishly. That's not true at all. Hearing this piece of information, both Lam Trach and Quan Nin completely freeze up. A rich lady was right beside us this whole time. He lowers his head, calculating. As my strength grows, the time I spend out in the wilderness and in ruins will only get longer. A spatial storage item really is a great thing to have. If I get the chance, I definitely need to find a way to get one. Ko Lan Yen speaks up. All right, everyone is prepared. Let's move out. A while later, the group of 5 is walking when they stumble upon a horde of mummies that have been smashed to pieces, their body parts scattered all across the ground. Ko Lan Yen crouches down to inspect them, then says, these are mummies, a Tier 2 beast commonly found in the 5th zone. 15 in total, and practically all of them were killed in a single strike. There are also quite a few human footprints on the ground around here. It seems a rather strong team is moving ahead of us. Quach Tam D laughs excitedly. Then I guess they've helped us save our energy from clearing out the beasts. Onward, onward. The 5 of them continue advancing. The atmosphere suddenly falls silent, with only the rustling sound of the sandy wind. Trung Man Man notices the expression on her friend's face and asks, what's wrong? You look like you're carrying a heavy burden on your mind. Ko Lan Yen replies, Lam Trax and Quan Nin's pets. I've never seen any of them before. She widens her eyes in astonishment. There's actually a pet that our walking pet encyclopedia doesn't recognize. Doesn't that mean all 3 of those pets are incredibly rare? Maybe they've never even appeared before. Her friend frowns and says, it's hard to say. The evolutionary paths of pets are still a subject under research today. Some major noble families even possess exclusive evolutionary lineages. She closes her eyes, thinking to herself, however, a pet is always a beast tamer's most vital secret. Unless you share an incredibly close relationship with them, you can't just casually pry into it. Even though I'm extremely curious, it's best not to be presumptuous and ask. A while later, the 5 of them have reached the 4th zone in the ruin. They immediately run into an undead envoy dark type, Tier 3, Stage 4. Its entire body is wrapped in stark white bandages, and its hands grip chains with a skull attached to each side. Ko Lan Yen recognizes it instantly. It's the evolved form of a mummy, the undead envoy. The flash dragon beast beside her begins discharging electricity. Just as it prepares to charge forward and attack the enemy, a bolt of blue power suddenly streaks right past its head. That energy blasts squarely into the center of the beast's chest, sending it crashing to the ground. Lambtrack speaks up, Seniors, let me handle this. I want to accumulate some actual combat experience. It's rare to get a chance to practice my soul arts. Trembling in pain, the mummy struggles to crawl back up. The Earth Spirit immediately charges forward, delivering a devastating punch. He smiles and praises it. Great job.
He thinks to himself, I can even grind some growth rate while I'm at it. Witnessing this scene, the two seniors silently marvel. Wow, this junior is actually pretty badass.
1 hour later, the three newbies tilt their heads back, eyes wide with bewilderment, and gasp in amazement. Whoa. Strongman Man laughs and says, word has it that this wall has been here since the Great Calamity. It separates the third zone from the fourth zone. Its name is the Pale Wall. True to its name, they are standing before a towering ashen gray wall that seems to stretch endlessly with no top in sight. The senior sister continued, from Zone 3 to the most core area, Zone 1, everything is surrounded by the Pale Wall. To enter Zone 3, we must pass through here first. The Pale Wall has a total of 4 entrances. If we just walk along the wall, we'll find a gate. Ah, found it. A massive gate appeared before their eyes, looking incredibly sturdy. The Earth Spirit was tasked with opening the gate. Gritting its teeth, it exerted all its strength, struggling to push open those heavy double doors.
Strongman Man beamed happily. So convenient. Having a strength-type pet really saves a lot of work. Before, when us girls tried to push this broken door, we had to toil away for half a day. After the gate opened, everyone stepped inside. A completely different scene immediately unfolded before their eyes. Towering gaunt trees devoid of leaves, looking incredibly desolate and bleak. Ko Lan Yen walked ahead, warning, be careful, everyone. The beasts in Zone 3 are far more numerous than in the previous 2 areas, and their levels are considerably higher. Additionally, Zone 3 has an undead-type beast called the Pale Lord. A solitary Pale Lord isn't hard to deal with. Its true terror lies in its commanding ability. The Pale Lord can summon lower-level kin. Whenever it appears, countless Pale Guards follow by its side. Our goal is the second ring, so it's best not to waste too much energy here. Avoid them if you can and move forward swiftly. Strongman Man spoke up to reassure them, but there's no need to worry too much. The Pale Lord spends most of its time in a deep slumber underground. It rarely comes up to wander around. Unless we're extremely unlucky, normally we won't run into a Pale Lord. Hearing this, the 3 juniors said in unison, Senior, saying that is a huge red flag. The senior laughed heartily. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, there's no way we could be that unlucky. Just as she finished speaking, a strange noise was suddenly heard. Up in the sky, a whole flock of birds abruptly took flight. Realizing something was wrong, Strongman Man's eyes widened in shock, her brows furrowing. Huh? A sudden rustling sound echoed through the withered forest. Talk about bad luck, a horde of skeletons surged out from the woods. They were Pale Guards, undead type Tier 3, Stage 7. Seeing the scene before her, Quan Nin screamed in panic. Senior, why are your words so cursed? Strongman Man hadn't expected to be this unlucky either, sweating as she replied, I really did mean it. The beasts came rushing in with a deafening roar. Quach Tam Di asked nervously, what do we do? Should we run? Ko Lan Yen spoke up. The Pale Guard's running speed isn't slow, and undead beasts never run out of stamina. Fleeing from them in an open area is unwise. The best option is to face them head-on. Prepare for battle. The moment she finished, those dry bones closed in on them, each one looking incredibly ferocious. The Flash Dragon beast decisively charged forward, continuously unleashing attacks that shattered several dry skeletons. Strongman Man wasn't about to be outdone, shouting, Crimson Giant Spirit, exploding fireball. Her pet immediately clasped 2 fingers together and blazing red fireballs materialized in mid-air. They shot forward rapidly, blasting straight at the enemies, blowing the skeletons' limbs and heads right off. Quoc Tam Di also gathered mana in her palms, yelling, Let me help. A plume of pink smoke instantly shot out towards the enemies, making them collapse in a heap on the ground. The Snow Maiden stepped forward as well, casting the Absolute Zero Domain skill. The monsters were immediately frozen solid. Following up, the Earth Spirit coordinated with perfect rhythm, charging in and smashing those frozen skeletons to pieces. Seeing this, Strongman Man exclaimed in awe, so strong. To think she possesses such a massive area of effect attack skill. Lamtrock stood to the side, thinking to himself, Senior mentioned earlier that the Pale Lord has very strong commanding abilities. A large-scale riot of Pale Guards like this must definitely have a Pale Lord behind it. Strange, why don't I see it anywhere? Quan Min then commanded her Demon Flame Red Owl, go, find the Pale Lord's location. Upon hearing the command, the bird immediately soared into the sky. She instantly spotted a skeleton completely different from its underlings. It was the Pale Lord Undead type Tier 4 Stage 8. The girl shouted, found it. southeast, less than 100 meters away. Realizing its position had been compromised, it stopped hiding and aggressively charged out from the surrounding fog. The little sister quickly screamed a warning, "Appa, it's charging right at us."
The main character snorted coldly and roared, "Earth Spirit! Earth Spikes! Stop it!" Right after he spoke, his red-furred little guy violently punched the ground. A cluster of sharp spikes shot straight forward, forcing the beast to halt. Seeing the opponent clearly, his eyes suddenly went wide. Wait a minute. He discovered the issue. The Pale Lord was injured. No wonder it didn't join the fight earlier. He quickly invoked the system, consumed 1,200 achievement points to upgrade Soul Arrow to level 6. New trait, can continue infusing soul power beyond the base cost to enhance the soul art's power. He calculated silently in his heart. The Pale Lord is injured, and it has to defend against the pet's attacks. The Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit have pinned down the Pale Lord. If I sneak attack it now, I might be able to kill it in one strike. Unexpectedly, Ko Lan Yen next to him noticed. She immediately turned her head, a fluctuation in soul power. She raised her voice to stop him. Soul Arrow. Junior, the basic power of a soul arrow isn't enough to kill it. We can fight a war of attrition. He replied, we still have to push deep into the second ring later. A prolonged fight will drain our pet's combat strength. Furthermore, this Pale Lord is wounded, meaning there must be another team nearby. We must end this quickly. He thought to himself, for a normal person, a soul arrow attack consuming a few dozen soul points really isn't much. Using it in this situation would just be a waste of precious soul power. But my soul power is at a massive 1,500 points. A level 6 soul arrow compressed with 400 soul points is enough to finish off this injured Pale Lord. 2 fingers extended out, focusing to cast the super compressed soul arrow skill. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, yelling, "Fire!" Pointing his fingers forward, a blinding blue beam of light shot out. The Pale Lord, currently pinned by the Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit, couldn't dodge the attack in time. A huge hole was instantly blown through the left side of its chest. This attack had struck directly at its fatal weak point. Unable to resist, it tumbled to the ground, dead on the spot. The 4 girls witnessing this couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Just one soul arrow, and it one-shot the Pale Lord. Ko Lan Yen broke into a cold sweat, thinking. When he used Soul Arrow against a Tier 3 Necromancer before, the power wasn't nearly this immense. To freely control soul power infusion to increase damage, one would need to cultivate Soul Arrow above level 6 at least. Lamb Track is just a freshman. How is this possible? With the Pale Lord dead, its underlings were like snakes without heads. Panicking, they turned to flee. The main character said coldly, "Don't even think about escaping." Then he yelled, "Ice Burst, Rock Bullet Volley." A barrage of ice blades and sharp rock fragments simultaneously hurled toward them. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde was blasted to pieces. The attack sent a thick cloud of dust into the air, and countless bone fragments littered the ground. Trong Man stared in astonishment, stammering, Is it all taken care of?" Quan Nin and Quach Tam D behind her jumped up in excitement. "Awesome. So reliable. You're amazing, boss." He turned to his teammates and said, "Hurry up and gather the loot. We have to get out of here quickly." Right at that moment, a group of people approached from the opposite direction. One of them yelled, "Lamb Track, why is it you?" The 5 heard the commotion and turned around in confusion. The other side continued cursing in an extremely furious tone. "Do you guys have no shame? How dare you steal the prey of our Cow Sun Society?" The newcomer turned out to be an old enemy, Hindao. Seeing that group, Trong Man spoke up. "Isn't this the Cow Sun Society officer, La Han? What a coincidence running into you here." Hindao barked in frustration, pointing right at their faces. "Cut the friendly act. Hand over our loot." The people behind him chimed in. "Yeah. Hand over all the materials dropped from the Pale Lord." The senior sister's expression turned icy cold. "Oh, are you saying the Pale Lord was supposed to belong to you?" La Han finally stepped forward. President Trong, poaching another's prey is forbidden in the ruins. Your Longtime Society hasn't forgotten this rule, have you? The senior sister immediately retorted, "That's just an unwritten rule. Besides, there's a second half to it. If the prey escapes, it's considered a failed hunt. The moment you let the Pale Lord get away, it stopped being your prey." Quach Tamdi stuck her tongue out in disdain. "That's right. You didn't have the skills to keep your prey from running off, and now you have the nerve to claim it. Pfft, so shameless."
Hin Dao was enraged. Clenching his fists in anger, he lunged forward. What did you say? See if I don't tear your mouth right open. La Han immediately yelled, Get back. Don't act impulsively. Unwilling to back down, he cursed. Why the hell not? Are we just going to let them off like this? That pale lord was clearly our prey. La Han frowned. If not, what do you plan to do? Snatch it right out of their hands.
We won't gain any advantage in a direct confrontation. This is a ruin. There are other ways to make them suffer. And there's that bastard Lamb Track, repeatedly disrespecting us. Since he can't be an ally, then we can only. The blonde guy immediately caught onto his comrade's scheme. His attitude instantly softened and he snickered. You mean? La Han flashed a twisted smile, his glaring eyes exuding killing intent. Just tail them for now. Once we find a chance, we'll gift them a grand surprise. After that group left, the main character's 5-man team began searching for their spoils. Trong Man dug out a perfectly round orb and cheered gleefully. A pale bone pearl. This will sell for at least over 100,000. We're rich. Suddenly he asked, Senior, is there a conflict between the Longtime Society and the Cow Sun Society? She replied, Our two clubs have always been like fire and water, clashing on numerous occasions. Things like today have happened quite a few times before. Ko Lan Yen stood to the side with her arms crossed, asking him, Hin Dao's behavior just now. Do you have a grudge against the Cow Sun Society too? He scratched his head and replied, You could say that. Let's not talk about it. Let's keep moving forward. The senior sister looked at the map on her phone screen and said, Past the abyssal wall, we'll be able to enter the second ring. Our destination is the Blood Ash Valley. There are abundant precious materials there called Blood Ash Stones, which can fetch up to 5,000 per kilogram. 3 hours later, the team successfully arrived at the Blood Ash Valley. One of them spoke up. With Tam Dis spatial item, we can bring back quite a lot of materials. But pay attention, absolutely do not let your guard down. Be careful. From here on out, large numbers of Tier 5 beasts will start appearing. Lamb Track evaluated silently. The level and density of the beasts in the ruins are indeed much higher than in the wilderness. It hasn't even been half a day, yet the Earth Spirit's maturity level has already grown by 12%. The school's ruins require a specific number of people, but the beast taming associations do not. Even though there's an entry fee, making a trip like this is still totally worth it. The 5 of them walked a little further and reached an area filled with massive boulders, studded with many small blazing pink crystals. Trong Man cheered. There they are, Blood Ash Stones. The Earth Spirit immediately leapt up, delivering several incredibly powerful punches to those rigid, massive boulders. They shattered into pieces, and the crystals rained down onto the ground. The senior sister cheered in delight. Amazing. Junior Lamb Track, your pet is truly top tier. Let's gather them all in one spot first. Quach Tam D said excitedly. Yeah. My spatial item still has room. Let's collect some more. Meanwhile, the Cow Sun Society group was quietly hiding behind a large rock, observing them in secret. Hin Dao whispered, They don't seem to be planning on going any deeper. What should we do next? La Han then replied, Reaching the second ring is enough. Just stick to the plan and lead that trouble right over to them. After that, we'll have a good show to watch. They looked at each other, sharing a smug smile at the prospect of witnessing their rivals suffer. A short while later, high up in the sky, a massive dragon was chasing after 2 other birds. On the ground, the flash dragon beast suddenly trembled. It wasn't just it, their other pets were acting exactly the same. Ko Lan Yen quickly noticed the anomaly. Looks like something's up. Our pet's condition isn't right. Tron Man wailed in despair. Again, I didn't even say anything this time. Surprisingly, the main character's 2 pets just stood there, having no idea what was going on. He said, Little Snow and the Earth Spirit aren't showing any unusual behavior. Just then, Quan Nin's bird suddenly dove down from the sky. Her eyes shot wide open in sheer terror. Noticing his cousin's bizarre reaction, he gently pulled her shoulder and asked, Nin, what is it? Her expression was filled with utter terror. Eyes wide and dripping in cold sweat, she replied, trembling, A dragon. The demon flame red owl just saw. There's a dragon diving right at us. Astounded, he yelled, What? As if to prove her words, up in the sky, an incredibly ferocious giant purple dragon was currently chasing Quan Nin's bird. It opened its wide mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth and unleashed a purple energy sphere that emitted a blinding light. Seeing that, everyone immediately went on high alert, screaming, This is bad. It's going to attack us. The colossal dragon was terrifying.
It opened its jaws, spewing a ball of mana packed with horrific power, preparing to strike the group below. Quan Min shrieked in terror. Not good. It's locked onto us. Seeing this, Lamtrak hurriedly yelled, "Everyone, get close to me right now." The dragon spat out a stream of dark purple flames, the terrifying power instantly obliterating the boulders below.
At that exact moment, he simultaneously activated the Soul Guardian. Combining it with the Snow Maiden's ice crystal mirror for defense, he barely managed to block the attack. System notification. Consumed 1,800 achievement points. Soul Guardian has upgraded to level 8. New trait. Can channel additional soul power beyond the base cost to enhance defense. Everyone stared in stunned silence. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his face filled with shock. Level 8 Soul Guardian, yet it barely managed to block this energy blast. The massive dragon still loomed proudly mid-air, with countless purple energy spheres appearing around it. Without delay, it controlled those spheres, sending them plummeting down to attack them. The terrifying power ruthlessly rained down on the group below. The sheer destructive force caused the protective barrier to begin cracking. Realizing they couldn't keep defending passively, he ordered the Earth Spirit to cast Ghost Spirit Clone. The clone leaped up to clash directly with the giant dragon's attack. The two terrifying powers collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. But it didn't stop there. The Earth Spirit instantly dashed forward, executing lightning charge. He quickly closed the distance to the enemy and immediately used Earth's Majesty, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Effects of Earth's Majesty. Enemies within range will suffer the divine pressure emitting from the Earth's core. All rock element enemy units in the domain will face level suppression. The suppression's effectiveness depends on the level difference. However, the dragon was completely unfazed. Instead, it grew even more ferocious, throwing its head back and roaring wildly. It swung its massive arm forward, intent on slapping its opponent to death. The Earth Spirit instantly activated Ghost Spirit form, evading the damage from the strike. Down below, Ko Lan Yen gently pushed up her glasses and said, "A mature coagulated stone demon dragon. Dual dark and rock elements, at least tier 8. Hearing this, his face darkened. He gritted his teeth and thought, tier 8. The level difference is double. No wonder Earth's Majesty had no effect. She rested her chin in her hand, deducing like a detective. The coagulated stone demon dragon is the overlord of the first ring. It absolutely wouldn't leave its nest for no reason. It was definitely lured here. Those flying pets in the sky earlier must have belonged to another team. Quan Min heard this and said, "Only students from our academy can enter this secret realm. If so, the mastermind behind this is." Strongman Man and Ko Lan Yen looked at each other, the exact same answer flashing in their eyes. Khao Sun Society. Quach Tam Di angrily clenched her fists. It's definitely them. Their intentions are clearly malicious. They want to drive us to our deaths. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Khao Sun Society were far from safe. They also took a hit from the giant dragon, screaming in agony, "Help me." Several of them were already knocked out cold on the ground. Seeing their teammates in dire straits, two others frantically ran for their lives. La Han glared backward, sweating profusely. With a face full of panic, he yelled, "Run!" The moment he said that, the giant dragon plummeted from the sky, stomping him flat into the ground. Seeing this, Hindao was terrified and ran like his life depended on it. Thanks to the demon flame Crimson Owl, Quan Nin saw the whole scene and hurriedly informed everyone. There's another coagulated stone demon dragon. It's chasing the Khao Sun Society. They aren't far from us and are heading this way. Strongman Man was startled. What? Then this coagulated stone demon dragon was definitely lured here by them on purpose. Beside her, Ko Lan Yen frowned and suddenly spoke up. I understand now. The one we encountered is a male dragon. Right now, the dragon she mentioned was being surrounded and attacked by their entire group of pets. Looking over to the other side, Hindao was still fleeing frantically, trying to escape the monster's pursuit. She continued, and the one chasing the Khao Sun Society is a female dragon. Dragons usually live in solitude, but there is one exception, the breeding season. During this time, a male and a female dragon will stay together until their eggs hatch successfully. The reason they appeared in the second ring is that they chose this place as their nesting ground. The Khao Sun Society definitely mess with their eggs. Dragon eggs share a connection with their parents, which is why they are relentlessly chasing them. On the other side, Hindao was running with all his might, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! How did things end up like this? He saw the protagonists group up ahead, still fiercely battling the coagulated stone demon dragon,
and furiously yelled, "Those longtime society brats are still alive." Seeing that the targets they tried to sabotage were still completely intact, unlike his nearly annihilated group, he ground his teeth in bitter resentment.
Driven into a corner like a rabid dog, he resolved to be vile to the very end.
"If that's the case, even if I die, I'm dragging you all down with me." Seeing this, Quan Nin hurriedly shouted a warning, his trying to lead the dragon over here. Hearing that, Lam Trak immediately took a stance, his fists clenched, ready to strike at any moment. The moment Hin Dao got close, Lam Trak hit him with his soul power shockwave, sending him flying backward. He couldn't believe it, furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth. He dared to do that. Right behind him, the dragon had closed in, its blood-red eyes glaring and its jaws wide open in terrifying ferocity. The buzz-cut guy was instantly slammed into the air, spinning like a top as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing the brutal scene, he clicked his tongue and sighed inwardly. It's too late. With their eggs stolen, they won't spare a single human. Hin Dao crashed to the ground, his head twisted completely backward in a horrifying state. The Cow Sun Society had been completely wiped out. Now the protagonist group of 5 had to face 2 coagulated stone demon dragons. Everyone tensed up. We're in huge trouble this time. Ko Lan Yen shouted, "Frost Thorn Dragon, Ice Spikes." The beast immediately launched razor-sharp ice blades at the enemy. Not stopping there, she commanded again, "Leaping Flash Dragon, Lightning Burst." The small dragon's entire body radiated blinding golden lightning. The lightning combined with the Frost Thorn Dragon's attack, triggering a massive explosion that kicked up dense clouds of dust. As the hazy smoke cleared, the Leaping Flash Dragon appeared with a terrified look on its face, letting out a few trembling cries. Opposite it, the giant dragon's eyes bulged terrifyingly, with blood vessels visibly stark against its pitch-black pupils. It let out a roar, opening its jaws to spew a scorching blast of fire with extreme destructive power. In the blink of an eye, the small dragon was engulfed in flames and turned into a rigid stone statue. Immediately after, the coagulated stone demon dragon delivered a devastating punch, shattering it into tiny pieces. Ko Lan Yen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. Everyone cried out in worry, "Lan Yen, Sr." She covered her mouth as Quan Min supported her arm. It's the backlash from her pet dying. Ko Lan Yen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, frowning as she said, "Coagulated stone blood mist, the most powerful skill of the coagulated stone demon dragon." Unless you have a high-level abnormal status resistance skill, any creature with a lower level will turn into a stone statue upon contact with this blood mist. Ahead of them, Trong Man Man's Dragon Lion and Silver Centaur were also confronting the giant dragon. Neither of them could escape the fate of being instantly petrified, just like their comrade. Trong Man Man wiped the blood from her mouth, her brows furrowed deeply. This is bad. At this rate, total annihilation is only a matter of time. At this moment, Quan Nin directed the demon flame Crimson Owl to soar into the sky, diving aggressively forward. Flapping its wings fiercely, it swooped right past the faces of the 2 giant dragons, drawing their attention. She supported Ko Lan Yen's arm, urgently urging, "The demon flame Crimson Owl can't hold them off for long. We need to run." The older girl replied, "We can't. In terms of speed, we absolutely cannot outrun these 2 giant dragons." Trong Man Man suddenly spoke up, her expression resolute. "No, I still have a way." With that, she raised her hand and an exquisite, sparkling golden bell materialized in her palm. She shook the bell and multicolored rays of light radiated from it. "It'll hold back these 2 dragons. You guys take this chance to run towards the exit." Quach Tam Di looked at the golden bell in her senior's hand and instantly recognized it. That's the relic, the Heavenweight Bell. Using the Heavenweight Bell can ignore a certain level gap, forcefully locking down the target. But the user will also be locked in place, unable to move. Seeing the other's determined look, she suddenly choked up. "Senior." Trong Man Man was immensely resolute, having already accepted her fate. Sacrificing just me is better than all of us dying together. The other 4 turned their eyes toward her, filled with anxiety, yet no one moved. But the senior impatiently yelled, turning to the protagonist, "What are you dawdling for? Junior Lam Trak, take them and go quickly. The ice blue tear, I promise you, Lan Yen will give it to you once you're out. Now go." He simply replied calmly, "I'm sorry, senior. Abandoning my comrades is something I cannot do." Besides, things haven't actually gotten that bad yet. With that, he pulled out a card. It was the Limit Break card. Stimulates a pet's potential for a short time, breaking past their limits.
He called his two pets over, Snow Maiden, Earth Spirit. The two immediately ran to his side. Immediately after, he cast the Soul Art Fusion. Two streams of blue and red light emanated from the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit, slowly intertwining. The resulting shockwave forced the girls to shield their faces. They all stared in wide-eyed astonishment. This is. The Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit had merged into one, still bearing the form of the Earth Spirit, but now covered entirely in a layer of freezing ice. Its powers seemed to have skyrocketed, radiating an oppressive aura. Fusion form, Netherfrost Colossus. System modification, Fusion Soul Art, Netherfrost Colossus. Current level, Tier 6, Stage 2. Duration, 60 seconds. Everyone stared in shock. Only Quach Tam D cheered in delight. It's the pet I sensed before. It's Lamb Track's exclusive soul art. Ko Lan Yen marveled, such a powerful aura, at least Tier 6. But even so, it can't stand against two Tier 8 coagulated stone demon dragons. Hearing this, he said, it's not over yet. Then he instantly activated the Limit Break card in his hand. A brilliant light burst from the card, enveloping the Netherfrost Colossus body and buffing its strength. He roared, "Go." It let out a mighty roar, exuding an incredibly dominant aura. Current level is Tier 8, Stage 4. Remaining effect time of the Limit Break card, 60 seconds. Quan Nin's jaw dropped in surprise. Her eyes wide, she stammered speechlessly, "My God." The rest were equally astounded, thinking to themselves from Tier 4 to Tier 6, then to Tier 8. The level literally doubled. Could that card be a relic that increases levels?
Lamtrack frowned and shouted his command. Netherfrost Colossus, destroy these two dragons! Hearing this, it roared as if to reply. Then, it instantly lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, phasing past the two demon dragons and touching their wings before they could even react. The freezing hands emitted a hazy mist. It was the Netherfrost Colossus passive skill, Absolute Zero. Its effect: deals ice attribute damage while inflicting the deep freeze status on enemies hit. The moment the hands touched the wings, they were instantly frozen, leaving the two dragons bewildered. Crackling sounds rang out. Because their wings were frozen, the demon dragons could no longer stay airborne and plummeted straight down to the ground. Having their wings sealed significantly weakened the enemies. Indignant and furious, they roared.
But without giving them time to counterattack, the protagonist instantly cast the next skill, freezing the two dragons completely. It was the Netherfrost Colossus attached skill, Earthbound Frost Prison. Effect: AoE crowd control, continuously slowing enemies that enter. Despite being frozen stiff, the dragon stubbornly raised its claw, trying to strike back. Unfortunately, he didn't let it get its way. He immediately delivered a devastating punch that sent its head twisting to the side. Not stopping there, the Netherfrost Colossus unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, giving the dragon zero chance to recover. The four girls watching the scene were utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. The system suddenly announced, remaining effect time of the Limit Break card, 0 seconds. Just as the time ran out, the two coagulated stone demon dragons were completely obliterated, their bodies covered in gaping holes. Fusion Soul Art. Netherfrost Colossus deactivated. Following the announcement, its legs began to fade. Under a blinding flash of light, the two faint silhouettes slowly separated. After separating, the Earth Spirit was caught by the Crimson Giant Spirit. The Snow Maiden fell into Lamtrack's arms. He smiled and praised her. "You worked hard. You guys did incredibly well. The Fusion Soul Art takes too much out of you, so rest well." He then reached out and recalled his two pets. Trom Man was still dazed and asked, the coagulated stone demon dragon was destroyed just like that. Junior Lamtrack, that card just now. Before she could finish, Ko Lan Yen beside her raised a hand to stop her, shaking her head to signal her not to ask too much. Looking at the card in our male lead's hand, the older sister explained, most combat-type artifacts can at best elevate a pet's strength by 3 or 4 minor ranks, but the artifact Lamtrack used allowed his pet to shatter the limits of a major rank. This amplification effect is terrifyingly powerful. Even renowned beast-taming families with deep foundations might not possess such a formidable artifact. Quach Tam D agreed, "Honestly, I've never seen an artifact so heaven-defying."
Ko Lan Yen continued, "Therefore, we must keep this a secret, understand?" Even though the other three still looked stunned, they all nodded in unison.
At this moment, our male lead on the other side smiled and asked, "Senior, we can take all these materials with us, right?" The ground was scattered with spoils of war: dragon teeth, dragon blood, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon meat. Seeing that pile of high-tier materials, the two girls' eyes instantly lit up and they cheered in extreme excitement. Wow! Everyone rushed in to gather the materials while he stood back, rubbing his chin in deep thought. I just have this feeling that something is missing. It took a while before he suddenly remembered a crucial matter. That's right, the dragon egg. With that thought, he turned to look at Hin Dao's lifeless body lying on the ground. Quan Nin turned around and saw him intently searching the blonde guy's body, so she asked, "Oppa, what are you doing?" After seeing what he pulled out, her eyes widened in shock and her jaw dropped as she gasped, "Is this a spatial artifact?" In his hand was a small ring, exuding incredibly exquisite craftsmanship. Quan Min cheered happily beside him. "It's a spatial artifact. Oppa, hurry and put it on to see if there's any good stuff inside." Lamb Track held up the ring and replied, "All right." He slowly slipped the ring onto his finger, thinking to himself, artifacts don't have restrictions like dripping blood to claim ownership. Anyone who gets their hands on it can use it. Then he closed his eyes and began focusing his mind to inspect what was hidden inside. It felt as though a surge of energy pulled his soul into a surreal space, and right at his feet lay a glowing treasure trove. He landed in that room, which contained quite a variety of items. He looked around feeling thrilled. It's about 12 square meters, roughly the size of a master bedroom. It's much bigger than I imagined. What an unexpected delight. Turning his head, he suddenly spotted a dark purple round egg emitting a sparkling light in the corner. He hastily picked it up and burst into joyous laughter. Got it. The dragon egg of the coagulated stone demon dragon. The system displayed the egg's information. Coagulated stone demon dragon egg. Attributes, dark and rock. Bloodline path. Evolves by unlocking the power of its core bloodline, continuously enhancing its physique and strength while strengthening its mastery over the dark element. Next growth stage, hatchling. Note: the leveling process of pureblood dragons differs from ordinary pets. It is divided into the following stages: hatchling, infant dragon, juvenile dragon, adult dragon, prime dragon, ancient dragon, primordial dragon, and genesis dragon. These names merely represent different growth stages, not their actual age. He happily hugged the dragon egg to his chest. With this, there's finally hope for my third main pet. Once I leave this secret realm, I'm going to take the Beast Tamer rank assessment. After snapping back to reality, he turned to the younger girl beside him and said, "They hid the dragon egg in a spatial artifact. No wonder that mother dragon relentlessly chased them."
At this moment, Ko Lan Yen suddenly spoke up from behind. "Junior Lamb Track, thank you so much for this time. We've discussed it, and everything harvested from this trip, including this dragon egg, belongs to you. The materials we promised you earlier will also be given to you." He immediately declined. How could I accept that? Having this dragon egg and the ice blue tear is already more than enough for me. You guys should split the rest. Trong Man suddenly stepped forward and tightly grasped our male lead's hands, leaving him utterly bewildered. The older sister smiled, her face brimming with deep gratitude, and said, "We can always enter the secret realm again, but we only have one life. Without you, we wouldn't have survived. These materials may be precious, but they can't compare to your life-saving grace."
He shyly refused, while she insisted he accept it. The two pushed back and forth for a long time. "No, I can't." "Yes, you can." "I really can't." "You absolutely must." After such a fierce tug of war, he ultimately ended up scratching his head in embarrassment and agreeing to take 80% of the total harvest. The girls split the remaining 20% among themselves. Suddenly, Quan Nin spoke up. "Oh right, don't dragons love collecting treasures? Since it's on the way, why don't we take a trip to their nest?" The demon flame red owl just found the location of the dragon's nest earlier. I want to go check it out. Hearing this, everyone immediately got excited. Great idea! And so, the group of 5 made their way into the dragon's cave. The inside was filled with sparkling blue crystals, but aside from those, it was completely empty, not a single other treasure in sight.
Quach Hamdi said in disappointment, This isn't like the novels at all. These dragons clearly don't care about hoarding treasures. Ko Lan Yen crouched down and touched the pink stones in the nest. It's a breeding nest after all. Most of the dragon race will hoard some energy-replenishing crystals. Hearing that, he began to calculate. Energy-replenishing crystals for the dragon race. I might as well scoop some up and take them back. Quan Nin stared intently in one direction and said, "How strange. I inexplicably feel a familiar aura here." Her friend beside her was puzzled. Really? I can't sense anything at all. The younger girl ran her hand along the rock wall to feel it, then firmly stated, "I'm not kidding you guys, it seems to be in this direction." After she groped along the cliff face for a moment, a massive door suddenly materialized before them. Watching the door slide open, they widened their eyes in awe. Dragons know how to make secret doors too. That's so cool. The group filed inside one by one, and Lamb Track observed, no matter how you look at it, this was man-made. Could someone be living here? But isn't this secret realm only open to people from our academy? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in utter horror, as if he had discovered something truly terrifying. Ahead of them was a bizarre sight, a deep, eerie corridor draped in iron chains, the walls plastered with all sorts of talismans and terrifying grotesque symbols. There were also 2 lit candles on the floor. Walking deeper inside, they found an egg resting on a circular pedestal, oozing a sinister magical energy. Beneath it lay a magic array covered in incredibly cryptic sigils. Quan Nin, standing beside him, suddenly seemed like she had lost her soul. Noticing this, he called out, "A Nin." She just stared blankly in that direction, her eyes hollow, and she murmured hesitantly, "It feels like it's calling me closer." The 5 of them slowly approached the egg. Ko Lan Yen said in surprise, "Isn't this a demon-type pet egg? We shouldn't stay here long. Let's grab this egg and get out of here first." The group headed back together. As soon as they stepped out of the secret realm's portal, they saw Instructor Tan Hak already waiting there. He furrowed his brows, slightly seemingly disappointed. "Out so soon? I thought you kids would stay for the full 7 days." Ko Lan Yen didn't even turn her head as she simply replied, "We're heading back to rest and regroup." Watching their backs as they hurriedly left, Tan Hak thought in confusion, "What's the rush?" Back at the academy, Ko Lan Yen smiled and said, "Junior Lamb Track, well, gather these materials and exchange them for money, then transfer your and Quan Nin's share to the 2 of you." She then handed him the blue crystal along with a small pouch. "This is the ice blue tier we promise you, along with 10 ice elemental essences." He smiled and replied, "Thanks a lot." The older sister's expression suddenly turned serious as she carefully warned, "Also, about the egg we found in the dragon's nest. That is a demon-type pet egg. It's best not to hatch it carelessly. That secret chamber is likely tied to the Red Moon Society." Both he and his younger cousin beside him widened their eyes. The Red Moon Society. Ko Lan Yen frowned and said, "You guys must have heard of the Fallen Ones, and the Red Moon Society is an evil cult whose core members are entirely made up of those Fallen Ones. If the Symbiosis group are just annoying pests, then the Red Moon Society are demons plotting to drag the entire world into the abyss. There are many large-scale terrorist attacks that shook the Federation with their shadows lurking behind them. The number of civilians and beast tamers who have perished under their schemes has long been countless. Demon-type pet eggs can only be obtained through special summoning rituals, yet one suddenly appeared in our academy's secret realm." Hearing this, Lamb Track immediately understood. "Senior, are you implying that someone in our academy belongs to the Red Moon Society?" Ko Lan Yen pushed up her glasses and replied, "That's just the worst-case scenario. It could also just be the remnants of a ritual that accidentally drifted into the secret realm. And as for that demon egg, it's best to find an opportunity to report it to the higher-ups so they can destroy it." Both he and Quan Nin obediently answered in unison, "Yes, understood." Trung Man broke the serious atmosphere with a bright smile, waving goodbye to the 2 juniors. "All right, enough of the heavy talk. Junior Lamb Track, remember to keep in touch. The Longtime Society welcomes you guys to visit any time. Call me whenever you need anything, okay?" The 3 of them left, and he and his younger sister also waved back. "Yes, goodbye, seniors. We'll be heading off now, bye-bye." On the way back, Quan Nin asked, "Appa, what do you plan to do next?" He thought for a moment before replying, "Little Snowball can evolve now. I'm going to go buy the rest of the missing materials." Back in his room, our male lead laid out a mountain of premium ice elemental essences on his bed. He picked one up, held his hand out, and smiled as he called out, "Little Snowball, come here." The Snow Maiden immediately lunged forward, happily munching down the ice crystal right out of her master's hand. After eating, she put on a satisfied expression, daintily placing a finger against the corner of her lips, a mischievous smile curling as she let out a totally adorable hee-hee laugh. He was left utterly speechless and helpless, being naughty again. The earth spirit beside them flushed bright red at the sight. The Snow Maiden stopped teasing and sat on the bed, obediently eating the entire pile of premium crystals. He sat beside her, quietly pondering. I still have this feeling that something is missing. Suddenly, he remembered something extremely important and cheered happily. That's right. I haven't claimed my achievement rewards yet. After the Frost Giant Spirit defeated those two coagulated stone demon dragons, he unlocked new achievements. He had left in such a hurry that he didn't get to look closely. Now, opening the system, he saw a flood of notifications. Achievement unlocked. Giant Dragon Subjugator. Slay a dragon-type ferocious beast for the first time. Reward, 500 achievement points, plus countless other rewards. In addition, there was Ant Shaking the Tree. Defeat an opponent whose rank is twice as high as your own pet. Reward, 1,500 achievement points, 1 Outbreak card, 1 Recovery Potion, 1 Evolution Stone, 1 Growth Crystal. Looking at that endlessly long list, his eyes sparkled as he cheered wildly in excitement. The rewards are so rich. He started to calculate again. The rewards for the Giant Dragon Subjugator title are basically all dragon-type evolution materials that we perfectly use to hatch the coagulated stone demon dragon. Even though I used an Outbreak card back then, the Ant Shaking the Tree achievement rewarded me with another one. The system also displayed information about the new rewards. Recovery Potion. A miraculous potion brimming with immense life force, instantly heals all injuries upon consumption, effective for both beast tamers and pets. Growth Crystal. A bizarre crystal that stimulates a pet's potential, accelerating its growth rate. Once used, it increases a designated pet's growth by 10%, only effective on pets below Tier 7. Evolution Stone. A wondrous crystal containing evolutionary power. Once absorbed, it ignites the pet's evolutionary potential, instantly maxing out its growth and causing evolution. The post-evolution rank cannot exceed Tier 5. After reading the effects of all those rewards, he was ecstatic and immediately reached out to select them. Right when I'm about to contract my third pet, this evolution stone is incredibly practical. Just then, he suddenly heard a cracking sound and glanced in the direction of the noise. He turned just in time to see a layer of ice slowly spreading across the bed, dense fog rolling out. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, my bed." Amidst the thick fog that blurred everything, the Snow Maiden's body suddenly began to glow. A moment later, her eyes snapped open, revealing brilliant pink irises. The evolution process was complete, and her appearance had transformed. The horns on her head seemed longer, sharp ice spikes had grown on her shoulders and arms, and her clothes had morphed into an incredibly badass outfit. She smirked slightly as the system announced, Snow Maiden, Attribute Ice, Tier 5 Stage 1, 10%. Next evolution form, Extreme Ice Queen. Requirements, reach 100% growth, 30 low-grade ice elemental stones, 1 Millennium Extreme Ice. Seeing this, he asked, Little Snowball, is there anything abnormal about the resonance fusion between you and the Earth Spirit? He thought to himself, could it be that because her rank has surpassed the Earth Spirits, I can't use the fusion soul art on them anymore? Seeing her smile and shake her head, he cheered joyfully. That's great. It seems that as long as the fusion form is unlocked, we can still perform fusions in the future, even if there's a difference in ranks. Little Snowball is already Tier 5, while the Earth Spirit is still a little bit away from evolving. But with my current strength, it's more than enough to pass the assessment exam. Before long, the assessment day arrived. At the Beast Tamer assessment area, many students had gathered, gossiping non-stop. Right then, a stern voice suddenly rang out, instantly silencing everyone. Ahem, quiet down. The speaker was Diep Bin. Standing with his arms crossed and a serious expression, he warned, Now select your assessment difficulty. As per tradition, let me offer you a piece of advice. Know your limits and choose the most suitable difficulty. Absolutely do not aim too high and waste this precious opportunity. He turned and asked, Has everyone made their choice? The person beside him quickly replied, They've all chosen. On the giant stone in the center, the selection results were displayed. Super hard difficulty, 1 person. Hard difficulty, 4 people. Normal difficulty, 34 people. Easy difficulty, 24 people.
Seeing these results, he pondered, Someone actually picked the super hard difficulty? His subordinate immediately answered, yes, his name is Lam Trak, a freshman from the Jiangnin Academy. 2 months ago, the Bin High branch reported that a candidate had cleared the apprentice assessment on super hard difficulty. That kid was apparently also named Lam Trak. Hearing this, Deep to Bin rubbed the back of his neck and closed his eyes, saying, I've heard of his achievements. Calling him a teenage genius would be an understatement. But the super hard difficulty for the bronze rank, I hope he really has what it takes to pass. Then he turned toward the crowd sitting below and shouted, Candidates, get ready. The assessment is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished speaking, everyone was instantly transported into the illusory realm. Opening their eyes, they found themselves standing in the middle of a vast space. Looking at the familiar scenery before him, our male lead wondered, is it still the arena mode? Suddenly, an announcement echoed. The assessment is about to begin. The super hard difficulty has a total of 5 stages. Candidates, please prepare yourselves. Instantly, a swarm of giant rats rushed out in droves. They were Abyssal Frenzy rats, dual Darkfire Element Tier 3 Stage 9. They opened their wide jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth and long blood-red tongues, looking absolutely terrifying. The ferocious swarm of rats surged forward like a tide. Each and every one of them looked incredibly hideous, boasting razor-sharp claws that struck fear into anyone who saw them. The Snow Maiden immediately materialized, pursing her lips to blow out a blast of freezing cold air. This gust of air carried an overwhelmingly powerful force, completely halting the swarm of rats from advancing any further. This is her new skill, Snow Maiden's Sigh. It creates an ice mist containing extreme cold, dealing massive ice damage to a fan-shaped area in front of her. The rat swarm is instantly frozen solid, completely annihilated. The system announces, first stage cleared. Challenge continues. The first trial was passed far too easily. Lam Trak stands beside his pet, quietly waiting for the next challenge. A grotesque monster steps out. It has 2 arms and 2 legs, but also 4 snake heads. It's the multi-headed basilisk, beast type, Tier 4, Stage 2. This monster still isn't a match for the Snow Maiden. She simply points a finger forward gently. Casting the Ice Burst skill, a barrage of sharp ice blades hurtles toward the opponent, piercing right through the snake head's skulls. As soon as it dies, a vicious swarm of bats appears mid-air. They are Dark Titanite Shadows, Tier 4, Stage 5, but they are all frozen in an instant. The system chimes again, third stage cleared. Challenge continues. The fourth stage features an octopus-like monster covered in blood-red eyes and hideous tentacles. It's a Dark-type demon ghost, Tier 4, Stage 8. Yet it gets locked down by the Snow Maiden's extreme cold chains and finished off in a single strike. The cold mechanical voice rings out once more. Fourth stage cleared. Challenge continues. Deep to Bin stares in absolute horror. How is this possible? The demon ghost is a ferocious beast with terrifying combat power, instantly killed just like that. Not just the demon ghost, the other beasts were also wiped out in a single blow. He's just steamrolling through. Could Lam Trak's pet have surpassed Tier 5 already? He's only 18. His subordinate behind him provides more info. It was the same during his first assessment. He easily cleared the super hard difficulty. The Bin High City Beast Taming Association even sent him an invitation, but he turned it down. He realizes and sighs. No wonder he dared to choose the super hard difficulty. But the Tier 5 Bronze Dragon in the final stage won't be that easy to deal with. As soon as he finishes speaking, he witnesses the giant dragon being frozen in the blink of an eye, then smashed to pieces by the Earth Spirit. His eyes bulge out, his mouth gaping in sheer disbelief. He stammers. He cleared it just like that. He only summoned his second pet and won immediately. The people behind him wake up one after another, their voices filled with regret. Damn it, I almost killed that beast. I didn't expect the low difficulty to be this tough. The final opponent was actually a Tier 3, Stage 7 beast. Some others bragged joyfully. I did it. From now on, I'm a bronze rank beast tamer. One puts his hands on his hips smugly. I chose the hard difficulty. Looks like out of the 4 of us who challenged it, I'm the only one who passed. The person next to him suddenly interrupts. I don't think so. Huh. Pointing at the screen, a bronze dragon. With that size, it's at least Tier 5. Why would a beast of this level appear in a bronze rank assessment? Someone else suddenly recognizes the protagonist.
This is the guy who chose the super hard difficulty. He looks so familiar. Lamb Track. That's right. I saw him during the test in Bin High City. Back then, he also crushed the super hard difficulty with overwhelming power. The bragging young man instantly turns to stone, his pride shattered to pieces. What did you say? Meanwhile, inside the illusion, Lamb Track maintains his arrogant expression as he listens to the announcement. Congratulations, stage complete. You have successfully passed the super hard difficulty bronze rank assessment.
Lamb Track. Physique increase from 13.5 to 18.5. Soul increase from 15 to 23.
Designated pet maturity plus 30%. Snow Maiden's current maturity, 30%. Current level, Tier 5, Stage 3. Hearing the system rewards, he sighs in satisfaction. Not bad. Stepping out once again under everyone's admiring gazes, he is already used to it, keeping a cold, emotionless expression. Seeing him approach, Diep to Bin smiles and says, Congratulations, Lamb Track. He then introduces himself, Diep to Bin, the examiner for this test. When I was your age, I only had 2 Tier 3 pets. You are the first beast tamer in the Federation to pass the super hard bronze rank assessment. Are you interested in joining the Beast Taming Association? Just like before, he refuses immediately. I'm sorry, right now I just want to focus on my training.
He doesn't insist, merely handing over a business card. I was being too abrupt. Makes sense. You declined the invitation in Bin High City too. If you ever gain an interest in the Beast Taming Association in the future, or if you need our help, feel free to find me anytime. He accepts the business card readily and replies politely, Thank you. After all, keeping this connection wouldn't do him any harm. Scene transition. The sky darkens. Lamb Track has returned home and is sitting on the sofa with the Earth Spirit and Snow Maiden beside him. He's holding the coagulated stone demon dragon's egg, its shell emitting a strange purple glow. He stares at it intently. Senior Ko said that as long as I infuse soul power into the dragon egg, I can hatch and form a contract with it. He gently places his hand near the egg and starts transferring his soul power. Brilliant streams of light radiate around it.
Frowning and breaking a sweat, he says, The consumption is indeed massive. Even with my 2,300 soul power, I'm struggling. A normal bronze rank beast tamer would probably be sucked dry in an instant. A purple halo surrounds the egg. It starts to move, letting out a cracking sound. The Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit huddle closer to look curiously. He stares at the egg, unsure of what to do next. Is it done? Do I need to help it break the shell? Right as he says that, the egg vibrates even more violently, and cracks slowly appear on the rigid stone shell. With a sharp crack, the eggshell shatters completely, and a blinding light erupts from within. The light fades away, and a baby dragon appears before them. Its entire body is purple, looking incredibly cute. Having just broken out of its shell, it still looks dazed. Suddenly, a halo appears beneath its feet, and a question mark pops up above its head. It has no idea it just became the protagonist's pet. The newly hatched baby dragon is immediately fed evolution materials, munching away happily. Lamb Track gently touches its head and the system displays its info. Coagulated stone demon dragon hatchling. Attribute dark rock. Level Tier 1, Stage 1. Maturity, 10%. Skills, Dragon's Breath, Stone Tearing Claw. Bloodline Path Evolution unlocks the origin power of its bloodline, continuously enhancing its physique and strength while boosting its ability to manipulate the dark element. Can be upgraded up to King Tier. Next evolution form, Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon Juvenile. Looking at the little beast and its information, he thinks to himself, no hidden evolution path. But that's fine, its inherent potential is already King Tier. Even if it had a hidden path, it might not be any better. Although it's only Tier 1, Stage 1 right now, purebred dragons grow incredibly fast in their early stages, and I happen to have enough evolution materials for it. After eating its fill, the dragon clutches its swollen belly, rolls onto the floor, and lets out a burp. He opens the system. First, I'll use achievement points to increase its maturity, then combine it with the materials I have to push it straight to Tier 3. Just as he's about to press the button, he remembers an important issue and freezes. Wait a minute. Learning from the previous evolution of the demon flame red owl, he immediately takes the baby dragon to a vast open field. If I let it evolve inside the house and its size suddenly explodes, won't it blow up the whole room? Good thing I reacted fast.
The system prompts, confirm consuming achievement points to increase the maturity of the pet coagulated stone demon dragon. He reaches out and taps confirm, thinking, I've already fed it the evolution materials. All it lacks now is maturity. The evolution process begins. The dragon's body suddenly emits a blinding light, while intense surges of magic power well up, churning violently around it. This terrifying power leaves him wide-eyed in shock. Is this the dragon race? The energy fluctuation is like a hurricane. A thick, dense screen of smoke obscures his vision, making it unclear whether the dragon has finished evolving.
A moment later, the smoke clears, and a majestic dragon comes into view. It raises its head and lets out a powerful roar. The system announces, evolution successful. Coagulated stone demon dragon youth, level, tier 3, stage 3. Towering dragon lowers its head to look at the tiny human below. Lambtrack smiles brightly and waves at it. Hey there, kiddo. Recognizing its master, it cries out happily and immediately lowers its head so he can touch its snout. You've grown so big. Good boy. He then takes out a large round stone resembling an egg and says, come here, eat this too. This is an evolution stone, a wonder crystal imbued with evolutionary power. Upon absorption, it can ignite a pet's evolutionary potential, instantly maximizing its maturity and triggering evolution. The post-evolution level cannot exceed tier 5.
The coagulated stone demon dragon snaps the stone into its jaws, rapidly ascending to its adult stage. Level, tier 4, stage 4. The system displays its info again. Its skills have now been significantly perfected. Dragon's breath spews out energy brimming with a dark element, dealing massive damage to enemies in range. Stone shattering claw swings a giant claw to crush enemies, dealing extra damage to metal and earth types. It also learns shadow entanglement and hand of death, both highly formidable skills. He smiles and thinks, it hasn't unlocked coagulated blood mist yet. I guess its level still isn't high enough. 2 tier 4 pets and 1 tier 5 pet. This lineup is plenty strong for the current stage. But this dragon is way too huge. Taking it home would be a massive hassle. He asks, can you control your own size? It chirps happily twice in response.
Then it instantly shrinks down, its body becoming so tiny it can stand on the palm of his hand.
He praises it with satisfaction. Very good. Rubbing its head, he says, it's good that you can control your size, otherwise it'd never be able to summon you indoors. A few days later in the classroom, the teacher on the podium suddenly announces, listen up, students, I have an announcement to make. A week from now, we'll be holding the annual Academy Grand Tournament. Hearing this, the students below get extremely hyped and cheer. Awesome. The Academy Grand Tournament. While he's just sitting there quietly, the system screen suddenly pops up. Special Achievement Quest unlocked. Seize the championship.
Win the championship in the upcoming Academy Grand Tournament and become the top student of Jiangnan Academy. Achievement rewards, 1,500 achievement points, 1 soul art scroll, 1 random wonder. His eyes light up like headlights as he cheers inwardly. A new achievement to unlock. And the rewards are so generous. He raises his hand and asks aloud, teacher, can lower year students also sign up? The teacher answers cheerfully, of course. According to the Academy's rules, any student can register, regardless of their year. However, the Grand Tournament uses an elimination format. Most first-year students only participate just to get a feel for it, aside from a few exceptionally outstanding individuals. But you guys should still actively sign up to gain experience for future tournaments. Hearing this, the students start muttering in dismay.
A few exceptionally outstanding individuals. You might as well just read out that guy Lambtrack's student ID number. We're all first years in the exact same class one, so how is the power gap this huge? Did you hear? A few days ago, he speed ran the highest difficulty of the bronze rank assessment. A literal speed run. Walking out of the classroom, Quach Tam D immediately asks, Lambtrack, you're definitely entering, right? Let's go register together. At the exact same time, Quan Nin chimes in from his side, Oppa, let's go sign up together. Realizing the other had the exact same idea, the two girls glare at each other, falling silent for a few seconds. Then each grabs one of the protagonist's arms and yells furiously in unison. What are you doing? Why are you always clinging to my brother Lambtrack?
Standing in the corner witnessing this scene, Dam Dung grinds his teeth in bitter jealousy.
Damn you, Lambtrack. Inside, he weeps in agony. Boo-hoo, Tam D, my Tam D. Le Bang Van also peeks out right from behind Dam Dung, muttering angrily, Lambtrack. This time, I will definitely defeat you. The scene cuts to a dark room with skulls mounted on the walls, each holding an eerie green candle. In this gloomy room filled with bizarre artifacts, a group of people wearing floor-length black cloaks gathers for an unknown purpose. One of them suddenly breaks the silence. I heard that 731. That guy Hindao went missing? The speaker is a bizarrely grim-faced young man who happens to be a deacon of the Red Moon Society.
A subordinate replies respectfully, Lord Nan, Jiangmin Academy has been conducting training in the secret realm these past few days. It's perfectly normal that we can't contact the boy.
You fool! Accompanying the curse, a whip lashes out viciously at him, sending him tumbling backward as fresh blood splatters. He cries out in pain, Arg. Kneeling on the ground, stunned and unable to comprehend what he did wrong, he clutches his face and trembles. My lord. The one called Lord Nan stands up, his voice chilling. Can't contact him, and it's perfectly normal. He slowly steps closer, one pace at a time. If memory serves, you were the one who claimed the Red Earth secret realm was completely safe, that incubating the experimental subject there would never be discovered. The terrified underling stammers, My lord, please, let me explain.
He smirks coldly, his brows furrowing as an icy killing intent radiates from his eyes. He asks furiously, Explain.
The experimental subject's aura has completely vanished. Even the mother body can no longer sense its existence. Tell me, why is that? Huh? The experimental subject has been stolen, do you understand? If it were still in the secret realm, why wouldn't the mother body be able to sense it? There's only one possibility for this. It was stashed away in a spatial artifact, or even destroyed. The others in the room stand up in unison, pleading, My lord, please calm your anger. Frowning, he assumes a superior posture and spits out a disdainful remark. A bunch of useless trash.
He turns and strides toward the door, issuing orders as he goes.
Go investigate. Find out who participated in this training and who came into contact with the experimental subject. Jiangnan Academy is only so big. I don't believe we won't find them. None of the subordinates dare to talk back. Shaking like leaves, they kneel on the floor, bow their heads, and answer in unison. Understood. A week later, the day of the Academy Grand Tournament has arrived. A massive crowd has gathered at Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. Looking at the sea of people packed like ants in front of them, one can't help but marvel. Wow, there are so many people.
Quan Nin chirps away. Oppa, did you spend the whole week training? Did you form a contract with a third pet? It's the coagulated stone demon dragon, isn't it? Lamtrak, with his hands in his pockets, doesn't answer all his sister's rapid-fire questions, merely saying, Just wait until the tournament starts. You'll see. Dissatisfied, she furrows her brow with a dejected look. Seriously, why do you keep keeping me in the dark? Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and calls out, Junior, Lamtrak, Junior, Quan Nin. Startled, they turn around and spot Ko Lan Yen and Trong Man Man. Senior, the older girl smiles brightly. I knew you would definitely sign up. She then drapes an arm over his shoulder to cheer him on. Do your best. I believe in you. This year's rewards are far more generous than previous years. There's a 100,000 cash prize and an incredibly valuable wonder. Hearing that, he calculates secretly. The school rewards one wonder, and the achievement rewards another. As long as I win the championship, I can instantly snag 2 wonders. Just then, someone in the crowd recognizes him and points. Look quickly, that's Lamtrak. I hope I don't run into him in the preliminaries. He had barely finished his sentence when someone violently bumped into him, shouting with extreme arrogance, Get out of the way. A group of incredibly intimidating guys walked up. Leading them was a blonde guy with side-swept hair, the third-year student and former president of the Cow Sun Society, Luong Quan. Following closely behind were the current president, Tu Lap, and a bunch of fourth-year students. He stepped right up to the protagonist group and greeted them. President Trong, it's been a while. Trong Man Man looked annoyed and snapped. Luong Quan, what do you want this time? The blonde guy smiled and replied, That hurts. You're making me sound like the bad guy. It's just been a long time, so I wanted to come over and say hi. His expression suddenly turned serious, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said coldly, I also wanted to ask, during the recent ruin training, did you guys run into La Han and Hin Dao? Hearing this, Quan Nin grabbed his arm anxiously. Trong Man Man crossed her arms and smirked mockingly. What? The Cow Sun Society lost their members, so you ran over to our longtime society to file a missing persons report. It seems your judgment is pretty poor. The successor you picked is totally mediocre. He can't even keep track of his own members. How pathetic.
The senior's mocking words enraged the current president, who gritted his teeth, lunged forward, and roared. "What did you just say?"
Luan Chuan held out an arm to stop him and replied calmly, "I was just asking. If you haven't seen them, then whatever. Let's go." With that, they turned and left. Tu Lap even glanced back at Trong Man, shooting her a look that screamed, "You better watch your back." Quan Min spoke up worriedly, "Senior, they suspect us." Ko Lan Yen gently pushed up her glasses. "It's fine. Not to mention we're the actual victims here. Considering the situation back then, no one can prove we ever clashed with La Han's group." Trong Man added that Luang Chuan has always loved stirring up trouble for no reason. "We're used to it." Then she warned him, Tu Lap has registered for the tournament. Although he's flashy, his skills are genuinely formidable. He's the top third-year student and has 3 pets in total. 2 of them are Tier 4, and the other is already Tier 5. "If you run into him during the tournament, you have to be careful. That guy loves to play dirty." He replied immediately, "Yes, I know." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Cow Sun Society members were gathered together near a wall. Tu Lap furiously punched a hole in the wall and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it. Are we really just going to let them off the hook?" Long Quan replied nonchalantly, "What else can we do? We have 0 evidence. Even if they were the ones who did it, what can you actually do to them? Instead of wasting time on this, we should be figuring out how to deal with that brat, Lam Track. A commoner with that kind of strength, and he still refuses to join the Cow Sun Society. Lots of people are using him to mock us. If we let him keep showing off in this tournament, it's definitely going to ruin our reputation." The red-haired guy sneered with arrogant contempt. "So what if his talent is great? Where's a broke loser like him going to get the money for expensive evolution materials? I bet his skills hit their limit right there. If I run into him, I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson." Just as he finished speaking, as if granting his wish, the loudspeakers suddenly announced, "Group 11 qualifiers. Will the following contestants please prepare? 3rd year Tu Lap versus 1st year Lam Track." Hearing that, he immediately whipped his head around, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Ha!" And he laughed triumphantly, looking like victory was already in the bag. "See, didn't I just get matched with him? Lam Track, I'm going to show in hell." Meanwhile, the protagonist remains silent, standing with his arms crossed, ready to step up and fight. The announcement rang out clearly. Group 11 qualifiers. Tu Lap versus Lam Track. The 2 of them stepped onto the arena, standing on opposite sides, facing each other. Right then, the blonde teacher suddenly noticed something, turned her head, and called out, "Principal." The people around her immediately began to greet him respectfully. "Good day, Principal. Principal." An elderly man with a bushy beard slowly walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. It was the principal of Jiangnan Academy, Luke Kai Dian. The students stared in shock, their jaws dropping. Holy crap, the principal is here. He never watches the academy tournaments. The old man sat down, his expression calm and stoic, while the crowd below kept buzzing. Our principal is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Federation. It's normal for him not to have time to watch matches. It seems the academy is taking this year's tournament very seriously. Vu Miam, captain of the Beast Taming Association's investigation team A23, who was sitting nearby, asked, "Principal Luke, what brings you to watch the tournament this year?" The old man suddenly burst into laughter and replied, "The overall strength of the students this year is quite a bit higher than in previous years. I heard there are plenty of promising seeds." Vu Niam also laughed heartily. "Principal, you're usually swamped with work, so your attention to the students is naturally limited. You might not know this, but a teenage genius has appeared this year. If you don't keep an eye on him, someone else might snatch him up." The old man asked, "Are you perhaps talking about the student who cleared the super hard difficulty bronze rank assessment? I believe his name is Lam Track." Vu Niam gave a thumbs up and replied, "Exactly. He also recently helped the investigation team capture members of the Symbiosis organization. You arrived at the perfect time. That kid is already in the arena." Following his gaze, they saw Lam Track's imposing back. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Tu Lap is the top 3rd year, but Lam Track's power is nothing to scoff at either. Doesn't Tu Lap still have a higher chance of winning? After all, Lam Track is just a freshman. Yeah, Tu Lap has 3 pets, and one of them is even Tier 5. Up in the arena, Tu Lap arrogantly spread his arms and declared, "Lam Track, I've heard about you, a genius who popped out of the slums. I'll give you one last chance." He pointed at himself, narrowing his eyes with a fierce expression. "Join our Cow Sun Society. When we feast on meat, we might just reward you with a sip of the soup."
However, his only response was Lam Track's cold expression. I already told you, and not interested. Furthermore, I absolutely despise your mentality of bullying the weak and looking down on commoner beast tamers. These words successfully infuriated Tu Lap. He hadn't expected the kid to be so arrogant. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Huh? Interesting." The match begins. The moment the announcement ended, he immediately summoned his pet. It was a shark lizard beast, a Tier 5, Phase 2 water-earth element. He yelled, "You chose the hard way. Today, I'm going to show a frog in the well like you just how massive the gap between us really is." The crowd below gasped in awe. It's a mature stage shark lizard beast. Tu Lap's strongest pet. That kid Lam Track is done for. He still felt completely superior, his tone dripping with disdain. To deal with you, one pet is more than enough. Shark lizard beast, surging wave assault. The ferocious shark, its eyes glowing blood red, unleashed a terrifyingly powerful torrent of water. The roaring waves surged forward at breakneck speed, yet the protagonist just stood there motionless, hands in his pockets, looking entirely unfazed as if his opponent was nothing. Seeing his reaction, Tu Lap frowned in confusion. Why isn't this kid summoning his pet? He convinced himself that Lam Track was terrified, smugly thinking, too scared to even call out a pet, huh? Outwardly, he shook his head in contempt and said, "Trash will always be trash. At least you're saving my pet some energy." Remember this well. This is what happens to those who dare provoke the Cow Sun Society. Before he could even finish his sentence, his shark was pierced straight through the chest by a soul dart. Blood splattered everywhere as the creature was blown backward. With a massive crash, it slammed onto the ground. Before it could land a single attack, it dropped dead on the spot. Tu Lap's eyes widened in sheer terror, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Completely unable to process the sight before him, his jaw dropped and he screamed, "Huh? What?" He trembled and stammered, "No, that's impossible. My shark lizard beast was killed by a single soul dart." The crowd below was also struck dumb with shock, their mouths hanging wide open, completely speechless. After a few seconds of terrified silence, they grabbed their heads and erupted into screams of utter disbelief. Holy shit! Did you guys see that? Are you kidding me? That kid didn't even summon his pet. He just one-shotted the shark lizard beast with a soul dart. A single soul dart. His female friends were absolutely thrilled. Trong Man exclaimed, "As expected of the junior I highly value." Quan Nin and Quach Tam D smiled brightly and cheered. "That's amazing." Lu Kai Dian's eyes also flew open in surprise. He stroked his beard and murmured in amazement, "Oh." He looked at the protagonist in the arena and gave his assessment. This kid's soul dart. I'm afraid its level has already surpassed Tier 6. Tu Lap gritted his teeth bitterly. Seeing Lam Track's calm demeanor, he thought to himself, "Damn it, is this a joke? This brat isn't summoning his pet. Is he looking down on me?" Humiliated, he roared, "Don't get cocky. I just underestimated you." Inwardly, he frantically tried to reassure himself. A fluke. It has to be a fluke. He just got incredibly lucky and hit a weak spot. Right after that, he summoned his remaining two pets, the Lasso Elephant Man, a Tier 4 Phase 8 demi-human, and the Snow Ape, a Tier 4 Phase 6 ice element. He waved his arm and bellowed his command to the two beasts, "Tear him to pieces." Obeying their master, they instantly charged forward in unison to attack Lam Track. He clenched his fists and scoffed coldly. "So what if your soul dart is high level? Condensing a soul dart drains soul power. That shot just now must have depleted more than half of your reserves." He screamed, his expression twisting with rage. "Hurry up and summon your pet. Fight me seriously." Yet the answer to his challenge was simply two more soul darts, cleanly executing the two charging pets. The two massive corpses collapsed onto the arena floor in the blink of an eye, completely failing to even touch the protagonist. Tu Lap himself couldn't withstand the backlash from his pets being destroyed. He staggered before collapsing to the ground. He was consumed by despair, his face filled with sheer unbelievable shock. He stammered, "No. How? How is this possible?" Only then did Lam Track speak up unhurriedly. "There truly is a massive gap between you and me." His two fingers were still pointed forward as he declared with absolute dominance, "With your pathetic level of strength, you're still not worthy of making me summon my pet." Tu Lap lay slumped on the ground as the announcement echoed through the arena. Group 11 qualifiers, Tu Lap versus Lam Track. Match result, Lam Track wins. The outcome was undeniable. It suffered a crushing defeat, gnashing his teeth in bitter resentment. Lam Trak stepped down in glory, the girls immediately swarming around him. Trong Man praised him, incredible. Looks like all my worrying earlier was for nothing. Quach Tamdi chimed in, winning higher-level matches gives you bonus points. It looks like you can advance straight to the inner bracket. Quan Nin also asked, her cheeks flushing red, Appa, do you want to watch the other matches together? But he turned her down, no, and planning to head to the pet store to buy some materials. On the other side, the scene was entirely different. Luong Quan roared furiously, bastard. How dare that little punk humiliate the Chow Sun Society like this? He's way too arrogant. I'll make sure he pays for this. Tulap, having suffered an immense blow, kept his head down and muttered, Lam Trak. He defeated me with just 3 soul darts. His soul power. That's it. He clenched his fists, trembling all over with rage. He must have used some kind of artifact. How could a commoner possess something so good? He definitely stole it. Finally, he grabbed his face and screamed, I'm going to report him. Report him. Unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, Luong Quan delivered a resounding slap that nearly knocked his head off. Luong Quan yelled coldly, enough. Haven't you embarrassed us enough already? Then he dusted off his hands, turned around, and told his followers behind him, pull yourselves together and focus on the matches. The Academy tournament isn't just 1v1 arena fights. They'll find a way to teach that brat a lesson personally.
The scene shifted. The sun had set, and the buildings along the street began to light up, revealing the bustling, luxurious cityscape. Lam Trak had just stepped out of the pet store. Resting on his head was the coagulated stone demon dragon. Holding a small yellow bag, he sighed with a look of regret. So expensive. Once the upgrade materials changed from essences to raw crystals, the price multiplied by 5. Forget the growth progress, the biggest stumbling block on the path to getting stronger is these astronomical material costs. He let out a depressed sigh. Without the necessary evolution materials, no matter how good a pet's innate talent is, they'll just be stuck in place. The dragon on his head also looked totally bummed out.
He quietly turned into a small alley, calculating as he walked, I still need to find a way to make money. It would be great if I could just go to the relevant ruins and farm the materials myself. The alley ahead was dark and completely deserted, with only him taking rapid footsteps. As he walked, he suddenly realized something was off. He furrowed his brow. Huh? In front of him was an unfamiliar wall. He grew suspicious. I remember this alley wasn't a dead end. I couldn't have gone the wrong way. Is it an illusion? His dragon chimed in with a questioning, Awu. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, making him whip his head around. Oh my, have we been noticed? Without him noticing, 2 strangers in black cloaks were now standing ominously right behind him. These 2 were cultists of the Red Moon Society. Sporting a moon-shaped hairpin in her hair, the woman teased, Handsome, your name is Lam Trak, right? The man beside her frowned in displeasure and warned, Hey, take this a little more seriously. She hopped off the trash can, maintaining her playful tone. All right, you're always in such a rush. Then she suddenly dashed forward, getting right in his face and asked, Not too long ago, at the Red Earth ruin, you took something you shouldn't have, didn't you? He remained entirely unfazed and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Inwardly, he was marveling, so fast. Who are these people? Linked to the Red Earth ruin. Are they from the Red Moon Society? The woman continued staring at him intently, seemingly trying to read him. She spoke again, Stop pretending. We've investigated everything. That thing on your chest isn't that Hindao's spatial artifact. However, for someone so young to possess such strength, the deacon is very interested in you. As long as you're willing to join the Red Moon Society, whatever you've done and whatever you've taken can be completely wiped clean. You're very smart, and your talent is great. But in this world, talent needs resources to grow. The Red Moon Society can give you everything the Academy can't. It was yet another recruitment pitch. Remaining as indifferent as ever, he replied instantly, I refuse. The girl started to get displeased, the smile completely vanishing from her face. She frowned and said, Seems like you still haven't grasped the situation, huh? We've placed a seal around this area, so no one's coming to save you. As if to prove her words, an eerie, glowing pink barrier suddenly appeared in the air. She began to step back beside her accomplices, her tone threatening. Either join the Red Moon Society or die here. Behind them, several ferocious and grotesque monsters had appeared at some point. She pointed at his face, smirking. These 2 choices, pick one. Without stopping there, she added, A gentle reminder.
You aren't the only one involved in this. Join us, and Lord Deacon might consider sparing them. The people she referred to were the 4 girls from his team that day. Hearing this threat, his face darkened instantly, his cold eyes radiating murderous intent. Then he smoothly swept back his hair with a badass look, smirking. Ha! Threatening me. He summoned his Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit ready for battle, giving me 2 choices.
I choose the third option, and that is to kill you all. With that, the Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit charged simultaneously, launching sharp ice blades at their opponents. The enemy's pets also charged forward to clash. They were all savage monsters, each with a mouth full of sharp teeth and fiercely glowing crimson eyes. But before it could even launch an attack, a hideous worm was impaled right through its body by the Earth Spirit's earth spikes, dying instantly. Lambtrack frowned and called out coldly, "Little Snow." She immediately understood and stepped forward, raising her hand as swirling streams of freezing aura enveloped her entire body. Those streams of chill slowly condensed into a sharp ice crystal. She waved her hand, and the crystal shot straight ahead, piercing right through the monster's body, instantly leaving a gaping hole in it. It collapsed to the ground right in front of its accomplices, dead before it could even let out a gasp. Red fluid began to ooze from its corpse. The pitch-black monster behind it stared intensely at the sight, its thoughts unknown. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock, as if witnessing something completely unbelievable. The sickening sounds of chewing and swallowing began to echo through the space. Before his eyes was an utterly horrifying scene. The pitch-black monster was bent over, ravenously devouring its comrade's corpse. It even tore the gorilla apart, loudly crunching away until the corpse on the ground was soon nothing more than a skeleton. He stared in sheer astonishment, never having witnessed such a grotesque sight. He thought in confusion, are they cannibalizing each other? After gorging itself, the monster tilted its head back and belched, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth looking absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, teeth clenching tightly as demonic red veins bulged all over its face. At that moment, its whole body seemed to get a massive power buff. Its muscles swelled wildly, and it let out bone-chilling growls from its throat. The girl practically drooled over her pet, her eyes turning into hearts. She cupped her face and marveled, "Wow! As expected of a B-class experimental subject. This is amazing. Look at this majestic figure and this body brimming with power." After fawning over her badass subordinate, she screamed, "Rift Demon, go tear this human apart. Show him just how stupid it is to oppose the Red Moon Society." The ferocious monster roared, unleashing a wave of power so intense that he had to shield his face with his hand. Seeing his reaction, it snickered maliciously, extremely pleased with itself, and displaying incredibly arrogant behavior. He glanced around and was startled to find that both the walls and the ground were drenched in the red fluid splattered from the ape's corpse. The scene before him was indescribably vile, enough to make anyone slightly nauseous. The thick fluid stuck to his feet. He stepped back in disgust and muttered, "What is this? It's revolting." The system suddenly popped up, scanning. The enemy heard this and flew into a rage. "Revolting? This is a creation of our Red Moon Society. It's an experimental subject that far surpasses ordinary pets." He frowned and said, "An experimental subject? In other words, this isn't a normal demon-type pet." After scanning, the system provided info on the 2 enemies' pets: man-eating centipede demon type, demonic worm demon type, bloodthirsty bat demon type. However, for the pitch-black monster that had just devoured its comrade, only 3 question marks appeared. This left him absolutely stunned. The system can't retrieve any info on this thing. Forget about the evolution path, it doesn't even have a name or attributes. After devouring the demon ape, its strength is clearly spiked. The higher the casualties, the stronger it gets. I've gathered enough intel. Now, I have to take it down decisively in one strike. But Little Snow and the others are pinned down, and my soul power was drained quite a bit in the last battle. The Earth Spirit was single-handedly taking on 2, fighting the worm and the bat. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden was busy confronting the terrifyingly long giant centipede. He patted the coagulated stone demon dragon on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "If that's the case, I'll take this chance to see what you're made of." Believing victory was already theirs, the 2 enemies scoffed. Still trying to resist? It's useless. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change your fate. Even though your strength isn't bad, you can't beat us with just 2 pets. Oh, I heard you recently passed the bronze rank assessment. They then glanced over to evaluate the dragon on his shoulder. Humph. Contracted with a coagulated stone demon dragon?
Brought it out from the red earth ruins, didn't you? Looking at its size, it must still be in its infant stage. He smirked, his expression brimming with confidence. Who said it's just in its infant stage? With those words, the dragon on his shoulder began to transform, its body expanding rapidly until it soon reverted to its massive original form.
A terrifying roar echoed through the space, making the surrounding ground tremble as if in an earthquake. The giant dragon stood towering behind him, incredibly majestic. It radiated an overwhelming aura that left the opponents utterly terrified. What? How is this possible? A mature stage coagulated stone demon dragon. How did you do that? He gave a cold smirk. Sorry, but I have no obligation to tell you. He then immediately commanded his pet, coagulated stone demon dragon, strike. At his words, the dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a blinding light all around. Who knew how much time had passed or what had exactly happened? There was only an earth-shattering roar before the ceiling barrier overhead slowly dissipated, revealing a full round moon in the vast night sky. The sound of dogs barking echoed, seemingly guiding people over. Inside the narrow alley, nothing remained but shredded corpses. The Beast Taming Association's investigation team arrived. The man leading the charge ordered, lock down the scene. Evacuate the civilians. Hurry. Check if anyone's hurt. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Captain Vu Miam. Stepping into the alley, he saw the protagonist standing there with his pets, amidst the scattered remnants of corpses across the ground. He asked in surprise, Lamb Track, why are you here? Then noticing two unconscious figures tied together, he asked, these two, did you catch them? He replied right away, yes. Then, with a serious expression, he said, Captain Vu Miam, I have an important matter to report. People from the Red Moon Society have infiltrated the academy. Furthermore, it seems they are conducting some dangerous experiment. The next morning, at the investigation team's office inside a massive building,
Lamb Track was sitting on a sofa when a hand placed a cup of tea in front of him. Here, be careful, it's hot. He replied politely, thank you. Vu Miam also sat down slowly in the chair opposite him, saying, we received a tip that suspicious individuals had appeared near your academy. I didn't expect it to be the Red Moon Society, and I certainly didn't expect them to target you. He frowned, his face darkening. You're saying the Red Moon Society's people have already infiltrated the academy? He affirmed, yeah, I suspect they have insiders in the school. He then placed the spatial ring he had looted from Hin Dao onto the table. This spatial ring originally belonged to someone named Hin Dao from our school's Cow Sun Society.
He slowly recounted the events. During the ruins training a while ago, I ran into them, and we got into a conflict. They went deep into the ruins and lured a nesting coagulated stone demon dragon to attack my teammates and me, planning to steal dragon eggs while we were distracted. But they failed, and instead got killed by a coagulated stone demon dragon. After killing the coagulated stone demon dragon, I went to check out the dragon's lair. Inside the lair, we discovered a hidden door. Behind that secret door was a secret chamber of the Red Moon Society. Vu Miam couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide with shock. What? He continued, I found it extremely strange at the time. Why would members of the Red Moon Society be inside ruins managed by Jiangnin Academy? Until just now, when that woman instantly recognized this spatial item as Hin Dao's. Vu Miam propped up his chin. You mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Lamb Track cut in. I believe Hin Dao was colluding with the Red Moon Society. The man's expression grew grim. I understand. I'll send people to investigate. We can probably extract quite a bit of intel from those two. The people he was referring to were the two attackers, who were currently tied to chairs for interrogation. He then asked, so what about the experimental subject? I killed one, can the corpse be taken for research? Vu Miam didn't answer right away but remained silent for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he suddenly leaned forward and whispered, this was supposed to be kept strictly confidential, but you've made a huge contribution. Listen, the Red Moon Society is secretly breeding an artificial demon-type pet. He asked, slightly startled, artificial pets. I recall the Beast Taming Association is also crossbreeding pets, aren't they? That's right. For example, our investigation team's spirit mastiffs are an exclusive breed artificially bred many years ago. But demon-type pets are different. Some pets might have mixed demon-type bloodlines, but pure-blood demon types can only be brought into this world through one single method. Summoning rituals. To perform that ritual, they use human hearts as sacrifices to cast magic circles, while all the cultists knelt reverently on the ground. Vu Miam rubbed his forehead.
In short, we are still investigating this step by step, and we've already destroyed several of their secret breeding grounds.
He then made sure to remind him the Red Moon Society has set their sights on you, so be extra careful out there. I'll give you a special communication device. Contact me immediately if you run into this situation again. He agreed. Got it. He then slowly stood up and said, I'll be heading back to school now. The captain replied, No problem. I'll notify you once there's progress in the investigation. Oh, right. I'll apply for a reward for you, but regarding this incident, I need you to keep it an absolute secret. Leaving the investigation team's office, Lambtrack stared intently at the bracelet on his wrist on his way back home. He touched it lightly, marveling. Is this the Beast Taming Association's communication device? I heard that in times of danger, just pressing a button instantly sends out your coordinates. This is pretty high-tech. Let's just head back to school first and prepare for tomorrow's match. The next morning, everyone gathered once again at the grand arena of the Jiangnin Beast Taming Academy. Upon meeting Quan Nin, she anxiously asked him, Oppa, why didn't you reply to my messages last night? He opened his mouth and casually made up an excuse. I was too absorbed in practicing soul arts last night, and my phone ran out of battery and died. Sorry about that. I'll pay more attention next time. The girl gave a speechless, oh. As long as you're okay, that's fine. I thought the Chao Sun Society came looking for trouble. Today is the official tournament. Let's go check your bracket list. On the official tournament notice board, the names Lambtrack and True Kiet were already displayed. A large crowd had gathered, all turning their eyes toward the arena, eager for the gossip. His cousin stood below, cheering enthusiastically. Oppa, do your best. The match was about to begin. The protagonist stepped onto the stage with an expression that screamed, I'm your daddy, with the Snow Maiden standing right behind him. His opponent was a sophomore named True Kiet. His pet was a rock armor turtle rock type Tier 4 Stage 1. Both master and pet looked incredibly nervous, clearly aware they were in for a brutal fight. The announcer swung his hand forward and shouted, Let the match begin. The moment those words fell, in the blink of an eye, the opponent's turtle was frozen solid, unable to even struggle. The announcement rang out, Winner, Lambtrack, advancing to the top 32. The crowd below stared wide-eyed, completely unable to keep up with his godlike speed. Whoa, what just happened? Where was the skill? I didn't even see how that ice-type pet attacked. The absolute defense of the rock armor turtle was just frozen through like that. The board then displayed the info for the next match. Official match, Lambtrack versus Li Van Van. The person stepping up this time was a girl, a junior named Li Van Van, along with her pet, Swift Shadow Leopard, Beast type, Tier 4, Stage 2. Holding a long whip in her hand, her face was filled with terror as she stammered, I surrender. The crowd was once again in an uproar. This girl just surrendered right away. If it were me, it'd surrender too. The aura of his two pets is too terrifying. It's not just the pet's strength that's scary, okay? Are you kidding me? Lambtrack one-shotted 2-lap just by using soul arts. At that moment, a beautiful girl was standing on a high platform, observing the matches below. She murmured under her breath, Lambtrack. Then she suddenly crossed her arms and smirked, her eyes brimming with intrigue. What an interesting guy. Lambtrack continuously swept the arena, defeating all his opponents as the announcements rang out incessantly. Lambtrack advancing to the top 128. Before him were two frozen plant-type tree demons Tier 3 Stage 3 and a plant-type withered beast Tier 3 Stage 1. Lambtrack advancing to the top 64. The Earth Spirit dislocated the jaw of a rock-type giant rock monster Tier 3 Stage 9 with a single punch. Lambtrack advancing to the top 32. Snow Maiden's extreme cold chains tightly bound a rock-type yellow sand lizardman Tier 4 Stage 1. Witnessing the protagonist's matches from the beginning, the crowd below couldn't help but gasp in awe. Another instant kill. He's so handsome. Is he really just a freshman? Everyone's attitude shifted to absolute adoration, their arms eagerly reaching out to him amidst deafening cheers. Lambtrack, Lambtrack, Lambtrack. Right at that moment, a series of unexpected notifications popped up. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 1. Reached the top 128. Reward, 50 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 2. Reached the top 64. Reward, 100 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 3. Reached the top 32. Reward, 200 achievement points.
He thought happily to himself, unlocked a few minor achievements, but every little bit counts. I'll probably unlock more in the upcoming matches. Suddenly, another barrage of notifications flooded in. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 4. Reach the top 16. Reward. 300 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 5. Reach the top 8. Reward. 400 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament 6. Reach the top 4. Reward. 500 achievement points. He stared blankly, his eyes wide open. Huh? What's going on? He clearly hadn't fought any more matches yet.
It turned out his subsequent opponents just directly forfeited, so our main guy just kept rocketing up the ranks. Chu Hung happily congratulated him, as expected of my boss. You scared those juniors and seniors into giving up, bringing so much glory to us freshmen. Quachtam D also smiled brightly and said, You're the first freshman in the history of the Academy tournament to make it to the main draw and even reach the top 4. Keep it up. I believe in you. Nearby, two guys who failed to pass the qualifiers sat in a daze. LeBang Van frowned angrily. Why is the gap between me and him getting bigger and bigger? Dam Dung, on the other hand, buried his face in his hands and cried in despair. My Tam D, I can't accept this. Quan Nin was staring intently at her phone screen to see her cousin's next opponent. He advanced straight through 3 rounds because of forfeits, so his top 4 opponent is. Upon seeing the result, she hurriedly thrust the phone in front of his face. Oppa, look. The afternoon's top 4 matchups are confirmed. Your opponent is Luong Quan. He looked at the name on the screen, unable to help but sigh. What a coincidence. Running into someone from the Chao Sun Society again. Shu Hum exclaimed in shock. Luong Quan, the former president of the Chao Sun Society? Hey, boss, you already have beef with the Chao Sun Society, and now you're up against Luong Quan. You're doomed this time. That guy is super tough. He looked intrigued. Tell me more. He then replied, Luong Quan is the 2nd-ranked senior, a bronze-ranked beast tamer, and he has 3 tier 5 fire-type pets. But the weirdest part is, rumor has it he possesses a family-inherited soul art he's never shown anyone, capable of instantly boosting his pet's tier. But he didn't seem scared at all, calmly stepping into the arena. Luke Kai Dian sat high above, looking down at his imposing figure, evaluating this kid lamb track. Is even more outstanding than I imagined. Vu Niam beside him smiled and replied, Of course, you old man didn't even believe it before. He thought to himself, Are you kidding me? Lamb Track single-handedly captured 2 fallen ones alive, those highly dangerous wanted criminals declared by the government. Compared to the battle against the fallen ones, an academy tournament like this is probably just child's play to him. Below, the crowd excitedly gossiped. Who do you think will win, Luong Quan or Lamb Track? I want to root for Lamb Track. On the high stands, a short-haired girl asked her friend next to her, Little Nu, who do you think can advance, Luong Quan or Lamb Track? She asked back, What do you think? The short-haired friend replied, Obviously, Luong Quan will win. Lamb Track is impressive, but at the end of the day, he's still just a freshman. Seeing her friend stay silent, her eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me. You actually think Lamb Track could win? The one called Little Nu looked down at the protagonist and replied, It's quite obvious. Lamb Track hasn't even used his full strength up to this point. Hearing that, she quickly said, Oh my, if Little Nu thinks he's got this, then I am on Lamb Track's side too. After all, you're the top-ranked senior. I trust your judgment. Then she suddenly clapped her hands as if she just discovered something amazing. Hey, wait. If you two meet in the finals, wouldn't it be an epic showdown between the beautiful genius valedictorian and the freshman monster? Little Nu helplessly reminded her, Okay, just focus on the match. Meanwhile, up in the arena, Luong Quan arrogantly declared, You little brat, I've already won this match. He provoked him. You can't win just by running your mouth. Do all of you from the Cow Sun Society love to spout nonsense? Maddened by his words, the guy flew into a rage, his face turning ugly as he growled, Fine, very well. I sure hope you can keep this attitude up later. With that, he summoned out his 3 pets. Seeing this, the gossiping crowd below immediately grew excited. Oh my god, Luong Quan is going all out. Look quickly, his flame weaver seems like it's about to evolve again. Hee, 3 tier 5 pets. Lamb Track is done for this time. Lamb Track still didn't show a hint of fear. He calmly looked at his opponent and said, 3, huh. What a coincidence. I also have 3 pets.
After saying that, he snapped his fingers and Snow Maiden, Earth Spirit, and coagulated stone demon dragon instantly appeared behind him. The crowd's jaws dropped to the floor. Holy shit. Isn't that a fucking coagulated stone demon dragon? Good heavens. He actually contracted a coagulated stone demon dragon. Down below, Quan Nin and Quach Tam D also cheered in excited euphoria. It's the coagulated stone demon dragon. Ko Lan Yen pushed up her glasses, assessing. Looking at this size, this is a mature stage coagulated stone demon dragon. To a hatch contracted and leveled it up so much in such a short amount of time. Just how many more secrets is he hiding? The moment the match started, Lamb Track commanded his pets, attack. No need to hold back. Obeying their masters, Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit immediately charged into battle. The coagulated stone demon dragon also opened its maw wide, revealing sharp teeth as intense energy slowly gathered in its mouth. Then it decisively launched a powerful strike, shooting dark red magic straight forward. As his side attacked in unison, the opponent didn't just stand still either, charging forward at the same time. Snow Maiden's sharp ice blades were intercepted, shattering into pieces mid-air. Earth Spirit had also closed in on the muscular beast, engaging it in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Long Quan in the back was protected by Soul Power Guardian, Fire Shield, evading the attack from the ice blades. However, the fierce power spewed out by the coagulated stone demon dragon quickly caused several cracks to appear on the fire shield. Seeing that, Long Quan looked annoyed, frowning and clicking his tongue. The barrier shattered and he angrily pointed forward, roaring, "Take care of this dragon first." He then commanded his pet to use the skill Crimson Fog Stealth. A long chain lashed out, binding the coagulated stone demon dragon. The beast suddenly appeared in front of it, a bizarre energy gathering around its body, radiating a blazing red light. Then it suddenly swung its arm forward, and the fireballs surrounding it instantly blasted toward our protagonist's dragon. However, they were all blocked by snowflake-shaped ice shields, leaving the dragon completely unscathed. Needless to say, it was the Snow Maiden who took the hit for it, saving her little brother from a visible defeat. Seeing this, Luang Chuan gritted his teeth in anger. Are you kidding me? To be able to withstand the attack of the flying red fog monster, this never-before-seen humanoid ice pet must have reached the threshold of a high-stage Tier 5, right? He's just a commoner freshman beast tamer. How can his pets be so overwhelmingly powerful? He channeled soul power into his palms, secretly calculating, once I take down this crowd control ice pet, that Tier 4 dragon is nothing more than a sitting duck. Now's the time. He waved his hand, launching the soul power condensed into a sharp soul spike at Snow Maiden, attempting a sneak attack on her. Right at that moment, a surge of power carrying a green light also darted forward to block Luang Chuan's attack. It was piercing Wood Heaven's soul. The two blasts of power collided, causing a deafening explosion. Blazing red flames and powerful shockwaves rippled outward. Lamb Track sneered in warning, Senior. Trying to use a sneak attack to interfere in the pet's duel will only earn you contempt. But then again, this despicable act perfectly matches the style of your cow son society. Having his weak spot hit, the blonde guy couldn't argue back and could only roar furiously, "You." He was utterly bitter, veins popping on his forehead. Clenching his fists tight, he thought to himself, "Damn it, if that's how it is, don't blame me." With that, a magic circle abruptly materialized beneath his feet. Luang Quan's two pets suddenly howled in agony, their bodies twisting as they emitted a bizarre, unsettling light. Then they morphed into two glowing orbs, simultaneously zooming toward the remaining monster in a flash. They merged into the body of the Flame Weaver. It let out a roar, its entire body transforming rapidly, muscles bulging out massively. The crowd below couldn't help but be stunned. What is he doing? What the hell is happening? Lebang Van also asked in shock, were his other two pets absorbed by the Flame Weaver. Chu Hung replied, "No doubt about it. This is definitely his family-inherited soul art." Lu Kai Dian was startled upon witnessing that scene. It's this kind of soul art again, draining the life force of other pets to forcibly enhance one's strength. This is an outrage. I must stop the match immediately. Vu Niam, however, maintained his calm demeanor as if nothing happened. Don't rush, old man. Lamb Track can handle it. The old man frowned. Nonsense. That's a Tier 6 pet. The boy Lamb Track will be in grave danger. Flame Weaver's current status is level Tier 6, Stage 2. Duration, 3 minutes. Its entire body was covered in glowing veins, looking absolutely terrifying. Luang Quan revealed a twisted expression of triumph. Soul fusion will directly drain my soul power completely, and I even had to sacrifice 2 other pets. But no matter the cost, I must kill this little brat today. However, all he received in return was the protagonist's calm, fearless face. He evaluated, is this the trump card you're so proud of? The effect feels pretty mediocre. His gaze suddenly turned icy. Fusing at the cost of sacrificing your comrades' lives is nothing more than wicked sorcery. Little Snow, Earth Spirit. Following his command, the bodies of Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit slowly dissolved into a cloud of radiant dust. Then those 2 clouds of blue and orange glowing dust swirled together thanks to the fusion's soul art.
A towering figure materialized before everyone's eyes. It was the fusion form, Netherfrost Giant Spirit. This time, its appearance was even more badass than the previous fusion. This caught the protagonist a bit off guard. He thought to himself. As expected, after Little Snow evolved, the fusion form also completed an upgrade. Netherfrost Giant Spirit. Level, Tier 6, Stage 4. Duration, 1 minute. Seeing this time limit, he felt satisfied. 1 minute is more than enough to end this battle. Unsurprisingly, the crowd below also widened their eyes in shock, whispering feverishly, "Fuck, how are Longtime's pets fusing too? Holy shit, this aura is even stronger than Luong Quan's Flame Weaver." Chu Hung's jaw dropped. Damn, how does my boss know how to use Luong Quan's family-inherited soul art? Quan Nin proudly bragged, my Appa's soul art is way more formidable than that Luong Quan guy's.
Vu Nim crossed his arms over his chest and laughed heartily.
See, I told you this kid could handle it, didn't I? Long Quan on the field was also completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes as he stammered. How? How is this possible? How did you do that? But then he immediately snapped out of it, commanding his pet to unleash a ferocious burst of flames, screaming, "No, you're just full of hot air. Go to hell." Flame Weavers. Purgatory explosion erupted, the blazing red flames and scorching heat enveloping the entire space. He continued to stand casually beside the Netherfrost Giant Spirit, arms crossed, and said, "In theory, fire is supposed to counter ice, but in the face of absolute cold, this little spark of yours is not even on par with a dying candle in the wind."
And then, the Netherfrost Giant Spirit began to execute its skill. It manipulated its magic to conjure countless tiny ice shards, which slowly coalesced together. Right after, a massive block of ice materialized in mid-air. It was the Ice Core Heavy Smash. It radiated a bone-chilling coldness. The massive block of ice crashed down from the sky, its freezing aura instantly snuffing out the Flame Weaver's fire. Long Quan couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "No, this is impossible." With a deafening boom, the arena was engulfed in a blinding blue light, rubble scattering all over the ground. He screamed in despair, "My soul fusion, the most powerful trump card in my hand." The blinding dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing a gigantic ice crater on the arena. The surrounding scene could only be described as utterly devastated. Luong Quan fell helplessly to his knees on the ground, coughing violently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it's the backlash caused by soul fusion." His pets had been separated and lay unconscious in the ice crater. The Flame Weaver was unable to continue fighting, and the growth levels of the flying red fog monster and the Hellfire Giant were also reduced to 0. He unwillingly clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury with veins bulging on his forehead. Did I just lose like this? I can't accept this. What the hell is this brat relying on? At that moment, the announcement echoed, Luong Quan and his pets have lost their ability to fight. The winner of the semifinals is Longtime. Hearing this result, the crowd below instantly erupted into roaring cheers. He actually did it. He defeated Luong Quan. Longtime is too awesome. Those guys from the Cow Sun Society got what they deserved. That'll teach them for usually looking down on others. Well done, Longtime. With the fusion time up, Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit separated as well, returning to their original forms. The coagulated Stone Demon Dragon used its tail to catch Earth Spirit, while Longtime supported Snow Maiden, saying, "You guys worked hard. All 3 of you did a great job." Watching her slowly fading in his arms, he thought to himself, after this fusion ended, Little Snow and the others didn't immediately faint. It seems the stronger your own strength is, the lower the drain from fusion becomes. On the other side, his 2 remaining pets were also recalled. Let them go back to recover their stamina first and get a good rest. Then he looked at the system notification. Academy Tournament 7 completed. Rewards 600 achievement points. He thought to himself, all that's left is to win the finals.
At that moment, the beautiful long-haired girl sitting on the high platform suddenly raised her hand and spoke up, "Referee, I forfeit." Fourth-year student Dang Nu voluntarily forfeits the match. These words shocked everyone around, and even the friend beside her was bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening. She grabbed her shoulders tightly and asked with a confused face, "Little Nu, why did you forfeit? I was waiting to see you two fight."
Dang Yu replied, "My trump cards are reserved for real enemies. As for sparring with Junior Lamb Track, the Academy's top position is just a starting point for him. I'm looking forward to seeing him crush the students from prestigious schools in the upcoming beast-taming tournament even more." After speaking, she stepped down the stairs and walked slowly toward him. Seeing her approach, he smiled modestly and said, "Thank you for yielding, senior." She reached out her hand, smiled, and said, "Congratulations on winning the championship. You completely deserve the title of top freshman. Perhaps we will meet again in the near future." He also gladly reached out his hand. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to fighting side by side with you, senior." The two shook hands, and right then the system notification sound also rang out. Achievement unlocked. Academy Grand Tournament. Champion. Rewards. 1,500 achievement points. Soul Art Scroll ×1. Random Wonder Item Reward Pack ×1. And so Lamb Trax became the champion of the Grand Tournament, stepping onto the high podium to receive his prize as bright sunlight covered the entire academy. Principal Liu Kai-dian was the one presenting the award. He took the medal from a solemn red velvet box. He bowed his head, and the principal placed the medal around his neck, happily praising, "Good boy, you've given me so many surprises. Your strength is enough to step onto a bigger stage, and the academy will also do its utmost to nurture you." The old man then picked up a badge from another box, which emitted an incredibly brilliant golden light. The badge was pinned to his chest as he continued, "Congratulations! Starting today, you are the top freshman of the Jiang Nin Beast Taming Academy. This badge is the symbol of your status. If you need to request a leave or enter the academy's ruins, your requests will be prioritized for approval." He politely replied, "Thank you, Principal." Of course, for the other champion rewards like the prize money and wonder items, just go to the Academic Affairs office tomorrow to collect them. I've prepared a few excellent wonder items for you to choose from yourself. After the Academy's grand tournament, the students got 3 days off. Everyone cheered joyfully. 3 days off. We finally get a break. He walked alongside Quan Min and Quach Tam Di, chatting happily. "Brother, Tam Di and I have made plans to go to the nearby Green Wood Ruin for the next 3 days to train and improve our combat skills," he asked in surprise. "Just the two of you?" He wondered to himself, since when did they get so close? Although the Greenwood Ruin is low level, the terrain is complex and it's very easy to get lost. Between the two of them, one is impulsive and the other is hyperactive. Quach Tam Di linked arms with Quan Min and smiled. "Don't worry, it's just the Greenwood Ruin. We can handle it." His little cousin beside her immediately chimed in. "Yes, yes, yes. We didn't even pass the qualifiers in this tournament. We have to step up our training." Facing the two girls pleading, he knew he couldn't stop them and sighed. "All right, but I'm still a bit worried." "Oh, right." Suddenly remembering something, he opened the system panel to check his rewards, thinking, "With my current strength, having too many wonder items is useless. If the random wonder item rewarded by the system turns out to be something suitable for a nin, it can act as an extra layer of protection." The system popped up. Use random wonder item reward pack ×1. Obtain wonder item, Flash Shadow Pearl. The Flash Shadow Pearl is an orb used to instantly teleport anywhere within your line of sight. It can be used up to 3 consecutive times. Cooldown, 24 hours. After reading its effect, he rubbed his chin in satisfaction and thought, "Perfect. This seems very suitable." He called his cousin over and said, "And Min, this is for you." She turned her head in confusion and asked, "What is it?" He handed the pearl to her and explained, "This is the Flash Shadow Pearl. It can teleport you short distances and save your life in critical moments. Remember to keep in touch, and if you run into a horde of beasts, don't just charge in recklessly. Got it?" She immediately reached out to take it with joy, then gave him a wink and said, "Wow, thank you, brother. I know. Oh, be careful." Seeing this, Quach Tam Di marveled. That wonder item is very expensive. Lamb Track treats you so well. Quan Nin said smugly, "Jealous, aren't you? He is my brother, after all." Meanwhile, he thought to himself in the background, "Leaving them with a trump card puts my mind at ease. Next up is preparing the upgrade materials for the Spirit of the Earth and the Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon." But the price of dark element raw stones on the market is too high. Going directly to where they are produced is the optimal solution. He then sought out the person who knew the most about these things. It was Chu Hung. Munching on food with his mouth full, he said, "Dark element materials? The 10,000 bugs ruin has plenty. But that place is super creepy. High-level bug and dark element beasts are crawling everywhere, and the environment is horrifying. Are you seriously going alone?" Following the information gathered from his buddy, Lam Trok decided to explore the 10,000 bugs ruin. He had now arrived at the lobby of the Beast Taming Association building, where there were many people and their pets. He had become so famous lately that he had to wear a mask to cover his face, confidently walking in with both hands in his pockets. The lobby staff bowed respectfully and greeted with a smile. "Hello, what procedure would you like to do?" He handed over his ID card, which displayed some basic information, Lam Trok Bronze Rank Beast Tamer, and said, "I want to register for exploration access to the 10,000 bugs ruin." The receptionist took the card and began checking. "Yes, please wait a moment." Looking at the computer screen and seeing his information displayed in the Beast Taming Association's records, her eyes widened in shock and she stammered in fluster. You're Lam Trok?" He quickly put his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The receptionist hurriedly covered her mouth, nodded to show she understood, and muttered, "I get it." Then she whispered excitedly, "I went to watch your matches. You were so incredibly awesome. I'm your fan. Could you secretly sign an autograph for me?"
Thank you for the compliment, but could you help me with the procedure first? Of course, they'll do it for you right away. While waiting for the staff to process the procedure, he recalled some recent incidents where he was frequently noticed by passers-by. Wow, it's Lam Trok. Where? Outsiders were also allowed to come and watch the Jiangmin Academy's grand tournament. Ever since the tournament ended, he had become a celebrity. Everywhere he went, people would recognize him and even pull him over to take selfies for check-ins. The receptionist clicked something on the screen, looking extremely happy, her cheeks even flushing red. Then she smilingly handed the card back to him with both hands, saying, "All done. The entry permit has been loaded into your ID card. Head out the door, turn left, and go down to the building's basement. That's the entrance to the 10,000 bugs ruin." He received his newly authorized card and politely replied, "Thank you." After finishing the procedure, he went down to the basement of the Beast Taming Association building, where a massive gate stood just like last time. Countless people had gathered in large crowds in front of the gate, getting ready to enter the ruin. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh. Quite a lot of people here. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. "Hey buddy, are you here to explore the 10,000 bugs ruin too?" He turned his head and saw an unfamiliar young man holding out his hand to offer. "Want to team up with us?" But he just politely declined. "No need, thanks for the invite." The guy rubbed his head dejectedly, looking extremely disappointed for failing to invite him to join the team. In the distance, a red-haired girl was observing. The young man beside her asked, "Captain, what are you looking at?" But she just replied, "Nothing." Just then, an announcement rang out and the gate began to open. "The 10,000 bugs ruin is about to open. Please get ready, adventurers." The ruin is extremely dangerous, so adventurers must be absolutely careful. The liability waiver will take effect immediately upon entering the ruin. If any losses occur, the adventurer must bear sole responsibility. Everyone stepped through the golden barrier one by one to enter the ruin. After Lam Trok went in, seeing the vast prairie and clear blue sky before his eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is the inside of the 10,000 bugs ruin. He recalled his buddy's words. According to Chu Hung's intel, the destination for this ruin trip is a place called Laishan Valley. Laishan Valley has a lot of dark element beasts, as well as a rare material called blood thread crystal, which is very valuable. He unrolled a map and started calculating his route. To get to Laishan Valley, he'll have to cross the entire 10,000 bugs ruin. I can conveniently hunt beasts along the way. Having finished his calculations, he snapped his fingers, and the coagulated stone demon dragon instantly appeared beside him. He quickly hopped onto its back. Observing the terrain and beast hordes from the sky is much more convenient than walking. Little Snow needs to refine her control abilities, the Spirit of the Earth needs to train in frontal assaults, and the coagulated stone demon dragon needs to get used to aerial combat. Each of them has areas to improve on. He ordered the demon dragon. "Let's go. We're setting off." With that, the giant dragon took flight and soared into the sky. He began encountering beasts in the ruin. First up was a swarm of thorn-blade bugs, normal element tier 3 stage 4. He released his red-haired bruiser to deal with the bug swarm.
With every bug punched to death, the system would notify him once. Spirit of the Earth growth level increased. Outside, his pet was fighting fiercely, while Lambtrack found a cave and sat down to start a fire and roast some meat.
Beside him were the Snow Maiden and a miniature version of the coagulated stone demon dragon perched on his shoulder, both staring intently at the meat. He thought to himself, even though I can use achievement points to directly speed up their growth, without real combat experience, the pets will become sluggish. The coagulated stone demon dragon fights during the day, and the spirit of the earth takes over at night. This alternating schedule works out perfectly. He rubbed the head of the girl beside him and said, the beasts we're encountering right now are too low level. They won't increase your growth by much. Just wait until we meet high-level beasts before making your move. She obediently nodded. Outside, the spirit of the earth was still fighting passionately. It had just punched away the last bug. Suddenly, hearing a rustling sound from behind, it whipped its head around. He had also noticed something unusual and asked aloud, is someone coming? In the distance, an arm reached out to push aside the blocking branches. Looking toward his cave, the person said to his companions, there's firelight ahead. Is it another adventurer? A group of 4 tough and intimidating-looking men slowly approached. We're really lucky then, getting to freeload an already set-up campsite. The captain is right. The territory that our Green Forest squad has set its sights on. Let's see who dares to contest it. They had spotted the spirit of the earth and sneered. It's even a pet I've never seen before. Looks exactly like a rock. Is it a rock element? He arrogantly spat out a warning. This place has been claimed by our Green Forest squad. Hurry up and go inside to tell your master to take you and get the hell out of here. While the group was still talking trash to the spirit of the earth, they suddenly heard a voice call out, what's going on?
Lambtrack stepped out, accompanied by the Snow Maiden and the tiny coagulated stone demon dragon on his shoulder. One of the men in the group gasped in shock. What a beautiful humanoid pet. She furrowed her brows, her face showing extreme disgust. He immediately stepped in front of her, blocking those old creeps' lustful gazes from sticking to his pet. His eyes were ice cold as he asked indifferently, can I help you with something? The bald guy snorted coldly and yelled, we're telling you to get the hell out. This cave is ours now. The leader raised his hand to stop him. Hold on, don't get worked up.
He then turned to Lambtrack and said, hey brother, it's getting late and we want to find a place to rest for the night. I see you're alone, so I wonder if it'd be convenient to let us borrow this spot for a bit. He completely ignored the guy's pleasantries, coldly dropping 2 words, not convenient. Hearing this, the bald guy immediately got furious and growled, you little brat. We are the Green Forest squad. He smirked, stuck his pinky finger in his ear to clean it, and nonchalantly replied, oh, are you famous? Never heard of you. This dismissive attitude made the guy lose his mind. He rolled up his sleeves, getting ready to throw a punch. You. But just then, another squad member suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Confused, he turned to look at the bowl-cut guy behind him, gritting his teeth in frustration as he asked, why are you stopping me? His comrade asked, don't you think this guy looks a little familiar? He was surprised. Huh? Familiar? The guy continued, have you not been keeping up with the Jiang Nin Academy's tournament lately? Female humanoid ice element pet, a strange-looking rock element pet, plus a coagulated stone demon dragon. This lineup is exactly like the rumored first-year genius beast tamer, who became the top freshman of Jiang Nin Academy. He recalled a news article headline, the youngest academy top freshman, a rising star in the beast-taming world. He looked ahead, a hesitant expression now showing on his face. Hearing you say that, it seems to be true. But their captain apparently hadn't realized this yet and was currently facing off with him. Angrily pointing at his face, he yelled, you brat, since you won't give us any face, I don't need to hold back on you anymore. I'm giving you 5 seconds to grab your pets and get out of my sight. This cave now belongs to our Green Forest squad. With that said, a giant spider appeared beside him. The dread-faced spider poison element, Tier 5, Stage 2. Putting on a thoroughly detestable expression, he declared, or leave your humanoid pet here to entertain us. A solo brat like you should really weigh his own capabilities before acting tough. Right as you finished speaking, before the spider could even struggle, it was simultaneously skewered through the guts by 3 attacks. Soul Arrow, Ice Burst, Earth Spike. He covered his mouth and coughed violently. Looking down in his palm, he saw a puddle of bright red blood clinging to it. He was startled and horrified. Glancing to the side, he couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, How is this possible? My Tier 5 dread-faced spider, it just died like that. Earth spikes and ice blades pierced through the spider, with gross green liquid oozing from its body. Lamb looked at him coldly, his face darkening. Since you can't keep your mouth clean, there's no need to keep it at all. The mushroom-headed guy hurriedly ran up to support the leader, smiling awkwardly to smooth things over. Hold on, bro. Our captain didn't mean it that way. Our captain is just naturally hot-tempered. Please forgive him. Well, leave right now. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. Captain, are you okay? He then whispered into his ear, Captain, this guy is Lamb, the one who's been super famous lately. His eyes immediately bulged. What?
Realizing he had messed with the wrong person, he fearfully scratched his head and sucked up to him.
Well, Lamb. Brother Lamb, I've heard so much about you. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Well, get out of your hair right now and stop bothering your rest. With that, he turned around, ready to run. But our main character just coldly spoke up. Did I say you could leave? The whole group instantly froze. He began gathering soul power in his palm. Today's matter. If it were someone else with weaker strength, would you have let them go? I'm guessing your answer would be no. Hearing this, their faces drained of color in sheer terror, thinking they were totally done for and about to meet their maker. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from nearby, making both sides turn their heads in surprise. No one expected a swarm of bloodline ants, dark element, Tier 4 Stage 1 to rush out of nowhere, each possessing blood-red eyes that looked incredibly hideous. One guy screamed in terror, "Fuck! Why are there so many bloodline ants?" Panic instantly erupted among the group. Oh my god. Hundreds of Tier 4 bloodline ants. A dozen or so would be manageable, but hundreds of Tier 4 fierce beasts. Even if we summon our pets, it's useless. Run. But before he could even take a few steps, a giant ant caught up and impaled him dead on the spot. Seeing their comrade die, the rest of them frantically scattered in terror. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Let's take this chance and run. Only the main character remained standing in place, looking at the swarm of beasts. He even stepped closer, marveling, is there really such a good thing? He smirked with a delighted expression. Hundreds of dark element beasts. The materials I need just delivered themselves right to my door. Seeing Lamb casually walking forward, a giant ant suddenly lunged at him to attack. However, the rock god soldier activated its ghost general state and used shocking lightning. It punched the ant into oblivion. Then it moved at lightning speed, swiftly obliterating the entire squirming swarm of ants with its punches. He turned to instruct the snow maiden standing beside him. Tier 4 Stage 1 bloodline ants. The rock god soldier can still handle them for now. Fighting opponents of the same tier yields more growth points. Keep an eye on it. Only step in to help if it truly can't hold on anymore. After arranging everything, he ordered the coagulated stone demon dragon to turn big again. Then he decisively leaped onto its back. Seeing this, the guy below screamed out, "Wait, hold on. You can't leave." The captain, who was running for his life with ants hot on his heels, desperately craned his neck and yelled, "I'm sorry for what I did earlier. Please let me come with you. We're all adventurers here. You can't just leave me behind like this." Stop right there. Hey. But the only response to his plea was absolute silence. Lamb completely ignored his words and just rode his dragon away into the distance. Sitting on the dragon's back, he began to analyze the situation. Bloodline ants are beasts from the Splitting Mountain Valley, but this place is about 100 kilometers away from there. An ant colony foraging for food shouldn't have traveled this far, unless some anomaly has occurred in the Splitting Mountain Valley. Huh? Standing high above and looking down, his eyes widened, as if he had spotted something strange. He immediately pointed in a direction and ordered the coagulated stone demon dragon, "Hold on, let's head that way first." In the direction he pointed, a swarm of blood ants was squirming on the ground below. They were gathering around an ant with a distinct appearance. Its entire body was a pale purple, unlike the black color of the other ants. It raised its head to look up at the sky, seemingly having sensed the main character's presence. In the night sky, under the light of a perfectly round moon illuminating the forest, a massive dragon with a figure on its back was flying toward it. The ant suddenly shrieked. Its eyes glared brightly, and strange magical rings emitted from the center of its forehead. Those rings shot all the way to Lamb, unexpectedly causing him to cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth, looking slightly shocked. Is this a mental attack? The coagulated stone demon dragon was also affected, its whole body trembling. Mental attacks are formless and invisible, making them very hard to defend against.
But beasts that use mental attacks while nearly invincible at long range are extremely weak in close combat. Thinking this, he immediately shouted an order to his dragon. Let's go down and fight it in close combat. The demon dragon roared and obediently dove down at breakneck speed. The powerful wind-tearing attack charged straight at the leading ant, aiming to kill it in a single strike. Suddenly, a black ant from the swarm leaped up to block the blow with its own body, getting instantly skewered through the gut and dying on the spot.
Seeing its minion die, the purple ant went completely berserk. Its eyes flashed with a bizarre glowing pink light and its face contorted. By now, Lambtrack and his pet had landed. He jumped off the dragon's back, marveling inwardly. What incredible speed. Looking at the opponent, it was a bloodline ant, Dark Element Tier 5 Stage 2. He thought to himself, Tier 5 Stage 2. It seems this one is the leader of this bloodline ant colony. He then turned to his subordinate and said, It's your turn to show off. Wiping out this bloodline ant colony should give you a decent boost in growth points. Hearing this, the coagulated stone demon dragon decisively charged forward, using multiple skills at once. Shadow Entanglement. Grasp of Death. Countless fierce beasts were snatched up by it. Then, with a loud crash, the ants were crushed to death. Crackling sounds echoed as their bodies were utterly mangled. Their body parts detached and scattered all over the ground, looking incredibly gruesome. Witnessing this scene, the queen ant became terrified and instinctively backed away. Then it unleashed its mental attack skill again, shooting out pink halos of light intended to strike Lambtrack. The dragon turned back to look at him worriedly, wanting to check if its master was affected by the move. The main character had already used Soul Guardian to create a shield around himself. He reassured it, No need to worry about me. The same trick won't work on me a second time. He then frowned in realization. Quite smart, knowing it means to prioritize killing the beast tamer. This level of intelligence is much higher than a normal bloodline ant's. He waved his hand forward, commanding, However, this bloodline ant might be a higher tier than you, but it's no match for you in close combat. Finish this quickly. We still need to go back and pick up Little Snow's group. As if answering him, the coagulated stone demon dragon opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. It leaned down to face the purple queen ant, opening its wide jaws lined with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Using splitting stone claw, it stomped heavily onto the ant with a massive crash. The sheer force was so immense that it caved the ground in, forming a deep crater. Scene transition. Somewhere else, the sight was utterly devastating. Smoke and fire rising, fresh blood splattered across the ground, and a partially torn tent. It was clear a fierce battle had just taken place here. A pitch-black blood ant was gnawing on the body of another beast, with red liquid oozing out like syrup. A young man, covered in dirt, wiped the blood from his face and spoke with difficulty. Captain, there are too many bloodline ants. The eastern defense line is about to fall. The red-haired girl, looking resolute but also struggling immensely, shouted back, Even if we can't hold on, we have to. Beside her was a pet that resembled a wooden puppet, the Lightning Rune puppet, Lightning Element Tier 6 Stage 1. She continued, Bloodline ants aren't fearless beasts. Once their casualties are too high, they'll retreat on their own. We're surrounded. Our only path to survival now is to hold our ground and fight to the death. Kill them until they retreat themselves. Having finished off the blood ant colony, Lambtrack and the coagulated stone demon dragon returned to their previous spot, where torn shreds of clothing were scattered across the ground. Taking a few more steps, he saw the captain from earlier lying motionless on the ground, his corpse already cold. He just walked past coldly, thinking to himself, an end like this is probably karma for his usual habit of bullying the weak and throwing his weight around. Reunited with his two pets, he spoke up. Little Snow, we're back. Seeing her master, the girl broke into a happy smile. The system chimed in. Snow Maiden, Tier 5 Stage 3, growth rate, 40%. Rock God Soldier, Tier 4 Stage 6, growth rate, 82%. Satisfied, he gave a thumbs up and praised them with a smile. The haul far exceeded my expectations. You two worked hard. However, what we discovered around the camp and the ant colonies along the way are all highly abnormal. We need to go deep into the Splitting Mountain Valley and check it out. Hearing this, both of them nodded vigorously. After that, the coagulated stone demon dragon carried all three of them into the night sky, flying past the massive, perfectly round moon. Sitting on the dragon's back, he pondered, all the way here we've already run into 4 or 5 bloodline ant swarms led by boss-tier beasts.
Just what on earth happened in the splitting mountain valley that caused so many bloodline ants to run out all at once? Suddenly, spotting an orange-red glow in the distance, he was startled and called out, "There's fire." He ordered the coagulated stone demon dragon, "Go, let's head over there and take a look." The dragon immediately banked and flew in the direction he pointed. In that direction was a scene of utter devastation. Fresh, dark red blood was splattered across the ground. It was clearly a brutally fierce battle. A gray-haired young man, gasping for breath and struggling to clutch his injured arm, frowned and said, "Captain, things are really looking bad. We've killed so many bloodline ants, but it seems they have absolutely no intention of retreating. My last pet just died in battle. What do we do now?" This bloodline ant colony can devour their own kind to heal their wounds, but we don't have a single way to recover at all. Suddenly, from the sky above, blue bolts of lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, creating massive explosions that instantly obliterated the ants on the ground. The red-haired girl, having commanded her pet to unleash this attack, was completely drained. She dropped to her knees, panting heavily, her heart burning with anxiety. "What do we do? I don't know what to do anymore."
Her eyebrows furrowed tightly in utter helplessness. "We barely managed to wipe out one swarm, and the next one is already here." Looking at the corpses of the pets scattered across the ground, she felt even more despair. Thousands of Tier 4 bloodline ants attacking. Over half the pets in our squad are dead or injured, and we're entirely relying on the Tier 6 lightning rune puppet to hold them off. But it can only hold out for another 10 minutes at most, and then our final line of defense will completely collapse. The pets in our squad with AoE skills have all died in battle. There's absolutely no way left to annihilate this massive ant colony. My soul power is also nearly depleted. Are we really going to lose our lives here? The young man suddenly screamed, "Captain, we can't hold out anymore. You have to go. Don't let all of us die here."
Another person, swinging a club to fend off the ants, added, "That's right, Captain, stop worrying about us. Your other two pets are already dead. While the lightning rune puppet still has some fight left in it, run quickly." But the girl merely frowned, adamantly refusing to leave. Gathering soul power in her hand, she prepared for a desperate life-or-death struggle. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm your captain. If we die together." But before she could even strike, she suddenly saw a single snowflake fall, and her eyes widened in sheer astonishment. A snowflake. In the pitch-black sky, a sparkling flurry of snow suddenly appeared. The other squad members were equally astounded. Where would snow come from in the splitting mountain valley? Could this be my dying hallucination?
A young man suddenly pointed to the sky and cried out, "No, it's not a hallucination. Someone's coming. Look over there, quick. Someone is flying over on a dragon." It turned out to be the main character standing on the dragon's back, while the snow maiden in front of him continuously channeled her power to conjure that snowstorm. The girl suddenly furrowed her brow, her eyes widening with a serious expression, seemingly preparing to do something. She unleashed a blizzard, completely freezing the entire squirming swarm of ants, leaving the people below standing there utterly dumbfounded. The red-haired girl stared blankly at the stiff, frozen beast in front of her, stammering, We're saved." A bespectacled young man suddenly exclaimed, "This guy looks so familiar."
"I remember now. That's Lamtrak, the genius beast tamer who cleared the bronze exam on the Transcendent difficulty and took the championship in the Jiangnin Academy's grand tournament. It's Lamtrak, the genius capable of pet fusion. We're really saved." Hearing this, the crowd immediately clamored for help. "God, Lamtrak, please save us. We can't hold on any longer." He then ordered the girl, Little Snow, clean up the battlefield. She nodded obediently. She then pointed her finger to the sky, and frost power gathered into a snowflake at her fingertip. Using the Icecraft skill, she struck down upon the sealed ant swarm. With a series of booming explosions, they were instantly blasted to pieces. Having dealt with the beast swarm, the coagulated stone demon dragon landed on the ground, and Lamtrak stepped off alongside the Snow Maiden.
The female captain walked over with her team. "Thank goodness we ran into you. Otherwise, we probably would have been completely wiped out." The people behind her chimed in, "Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for saving us." She shook his hand and said sincerely, "Lamtrak, thank you so much." Imdeep Fo Tin, back at the entrance of the ruins, I already recognized you, but I didn't dare come over to say hi, afraid it'd be too forward. He smiled and replied, "Captain Deep, there's no need to be so polite. We were also attacked by multiple swarms of blood thread ants.
Do you guys know what happened in Liat Sun Valley? Deep Pho Tin frowned slightly. It's not convenient to talk here. But we followed a suspicious trail to get here. I suspect the anomaly in Liat Sun Valley might be related to the Fallen. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stare in shock. The Fallen? He thought to himself, to think the Fallen would appear in a ruin managed by the Beast Taming Association. Diep Pho Tin pointed to a long trail on the ground and said, "We found this while gathering materials, along with some highly unusual footprints and drag marks, so we tracked them all the way to Liat Sun Valley. We didn't expect that right after finding a campsite, would be attacked by 2 swarms of thousands of blood thread ants. The ants' attack was very abnormal too, as if they were being driven away or provoked by something. And then, you showed up and saved us in the nick of time." Lam Trak rested his chin in thought. The Fallen are secretly carrying out evil activities. If the anomalies in Liat Sun Valley are caused by them, it wouldn't be impossible. He recalled what he knew. Captain Vu said those 2 Fallen from the Red Moon Society we captured alive last time didn't reveal any useful information. He then turned to ask the girl next to him, "Where does that trail lead?" She replied instantly, "About 2 kilometers northwest towards a mountain pass. We didn't dare go any deeper." After answering, she suddenly realized something and asked back, "Wait, don't tell me you're planning to follow it in." He lightly touched the bracelet on his wrist, the special communication device Vunium had given him, and said, "Yeah, I'm going over to check it out." Hearing that, the team members hurriedly tried to stop him. "You can't. Heaven knows what kind of scheme they're plotting. What if you get in danger?" "Yeah, that's way too dangerous. Why don't you just leave with us first? Once we're out, we can report it to the Beast Taming Association and let them send people to handle it." He disagreed. Going out to report it and waiting for the association to verify and act would be too late. Looking at the anomalies here, their plot is probably nearing completion. The longer we wait, the greater the risk. The female captain looked conflicted. He smiled to reassure them. "Don't worry. I've already notified the search team. I'll go in first to make some noise and stall the Fallen, preventing them from escaping." Suddenly, Diep Pho Tin stood up and said with a serious face that "I'm going with you." A young man beside her was stunned. "Captain?" She turned to instruct them. "You guys take the wounded and retreat the way we came. When you meet the search team, lead them here." Her teammates replied anxiously, "But that's too dangerous." She put on a resolute expression. "I absolutely cannot stand by and watch my savior walk into danger. Besides, I have some tracking and reconnaissance experience. Having 2 people backing each other up is better than taking the risk alone. Or do you think I'm too weak?" The main character immediately replied, "Of course not." He thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? How could a beast tamer with a tier 6 pet be considered weak?" Her exploration experience is much richer, so having someone to assist is a good thing. Thinking so, he agreed, "Then I'll have to trouble you." She laughed heartily. "That's more like it." He then handed her a potion, saying, "This is a soul power potion, drink it. Get some rest, we move out in half an hour." She didn't refuse, happily taking it with a bright smile. "All right, thank you." The scene shifted to a mysterious cave. An eerie blue light emanated from within, and the corpses of the ant swarm littered the ground. The corpses were piled up so high that one could easily see how brutally the ant colony had been massacred. A hideous monster was kneeling on the ground, tearing into the dead ants with its open maw. It looked absolutely terrifying. Looking further away, an even more horrifying sight unfolded. Hundreds of dreadful monsters were continuously feasting on the unfortunate ants. The boss leading the Red Moon Society walked over and asked, "How is the breeding experiment coming along?" His subordinates bowed respectfully and reported, "My lord, the vast majority of the howling flesh have reached maturity. Give them a few more hours to fully develop and they'll be ready for combat." "What about the numbers?" "As of now, there are 425 in total, 389 of which are fully matured." Hearing that number, he barked furiously. "That's too few. Speed up the incubation. By the day after tomorrow, I want to see 1,000 fully developed howling flesh." The underlings immediately looked troubled and said nervously, "But, Lord Nan, the blood thread ants have migrated en masse. We don't have enough fertilizer left." Hearing this, he flew into a rage and roared, "You bunch of idiots. If there isn't enough, go find more. Do I need to personally spell out everything for you?" The subordinates, terrified out of their wits, hastily knelt and kowtowed. "Please quell your anger, my lord. Your subordinates will go find more right away. We guarantee to fulfill your lordship's request."
He frowned and warned, you better complete this task. Otherwise, you'll be offering yourselves up as nutrients for the howling flesh. Turning his back to leave, he thought angrily, those two idiots, Mac and Gu, couldn't even handle an 18-year-old student. Not only did they fail their mission, but they also got caught by the investigation team. Trash will always be trash. At this point, I'll have to step in personally and teach the Beast Taming Association a lesson. However, that kid named Lambtrack is somewhat interesting. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in frantically, shouting, Lord Nan, something's happened. Annoyed, he snapped, what now? The man fell to his knees, clasping his hands as he stammered, Someone broke in. They're extremely strong. The howling flesh guarding the perimeter are almost completely wiped out. Hearing this, he was enraged. What? Meanwhile, outside, the protagonist was directing his snow maiden to use ice explosion to obliterate the monsters. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and nothing could stop her from advancing. The system chimed with a notification. Snow Maiden's maturity has increased. New skills can be unlocked. Ultimate Ice Meteor, AoE damage skill. Attacks with the ice element to deal massive AoE explosive damage. Unlock cost, 500 achievement points. Freezing Beam, single target damage skill. Deals high damage while applying debuffs to enemies. Unlock cost, 500 achievement points. Ice Dragon Break, multi-target locking skill. Condenses the ice element into a high-damage ice dragon while locking onto multiple targets. Unlock cost, 800 achievement points. Looking at the information, he curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Real combat really is the best catalyst. 3 brand new skills, and they all look incredibly powerful. I still have 4,650 achievement points left, so in that case, I'll take them all. He decisively reached out and tapped all in, unlock everything. Diep Pho Tin, walking behind him, kicked a monster's corpse and frowned. We went through so much trouble to find this place, only to be attacked by these things the moment we sneaked into the cave. She looked toward him and wondered, Benefactor, have you ever seen these things before? He replied, never seen them, but I have some suspects in mind. The Red Moon Society is trying to breed artificial demon-class pets. She gasped in shock. The Red Moon Society? Oh my god, this is even more serious than I thought. Suddenly, he whipped his head back, seemingly having detected some movement. Clenching his hands into fists, he didn't forget to warn the girl beside him, something is approaching. And there are a lot of them. Lambtrack took a few steps forward to shield Diep Pho Tin. In the distance, countless glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, glaring menacingly right at them. 2 monsters with bizarre, incredibly ferocious appearances slowly emerged from the shadows. Then, a massive horde of terrifying beasts flooded into their line of sight. Diep Pho Tin yelled out a warning in terror. Tier 5 demons, watch out. A few figures in black cloaks stepped out and snarled, Found you, you damn sewer rats. Hell has no doors, yet you just had to barge right in. And to top it off, you dared to lay hands on our precious test subjects. The main character and the older sister next to him exchanged silent glances, signaling each other with their eyes, while the enemies continued their non-stop rambling, right when we're running out of fertilizer. Becoming nutrients for the howling flesh is an absolute honor for you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Diep Pho Tin's soul power shockwave slammed directly into his chest, sending him flying backward. She pointed at them, frowning provocatively. If you want to fight, cut the crap. We dared to come here, so we don't know the meaning of fear. Energy began gathering at her fingertips. The guy who was hit was utterly enraged. Propping himself up with one hand on the ground and shielding his face with the other, he cursed, You bitch. You. But before he could finish, a soul arrow shot straight through his chest. His face contorted in disbelief. He slumped onto the ground, dead on the spot, as a pitch-black moon-shaped brooch fell from his body. The lingering energy from the previous attack was still wrapped around Lambtrack's hand as he spotted the brooch. He let out a cold snort and said, This insignia. You really are from the Red Moon Society. Seeing their comrade taken down in the blink of an eye, the remaining 2 men looked horrified. A sudden notification popped up, startling him. Achievement unlocked. Bane of the Fallen One. First time killing a fallen. Reward. 500 achievement points, soul power potion ×1. He couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, there's an achievement for this too. And it's an achievement chain to boot. He then issued an order to his pet, Little Snow. Wipe out these demon-class beasts and tie those 2 up for me. Hearing the command, she immediately unleashed absolute cold chains,
followed by ice heartbreak. The icy chains whipped forward and the silhouettes of ice dragons materialized in midair. Continuing with a barrage of skills, ultimate ice meteor, ice explosion. All the attacks crashed down, obliterating the monsters in the back, while the ice chains tightly bound the two Red Moon Society members. Restrained before he could even launch a single attack, one of them howled in frustration. How is this possible? This guy looks like nothing but a wet behind-the-ears brat. The moment those words left his mouth, he was violently yanked up into the air, screaming in agony. Diep Pho-Tin exclaimed in awe, "Such powerful skills. Your pet is truly incredible. This level of destructive power is no less than my Tier 6 Thunder Rune puppet." The protagonist remained rooted to the spot with the miniature coagulated stone demon dragon resting on his head as the ice chains dragged the man closer to him. He interrogated him coldly. "Speak, what are these monsters? What's your objective?" The man cursed stubbornly. "Screw you. I'm not telling you shit." So without hesitation, he fired a soul arrow that pierced straight through the man's head with a thud, killing him instantly. He then coldly glanced at the remaining guy and asked, "What about you? Are you going to talk or not?" The man trembled like a leaf, stammering, "You. Finally, he shrieked in sheer terror. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. We were ordered to come here to incubate and cultivate a test subject called the Weeping Flesh. The Weeping Flesh is a demonic pet egg we successfully cultivated not long ago. The way they expand their population is completely different from normal pets. They can multiply through self-division to increase their numbers. The highest level an adult can reach is Tier 6, Phase 5. The higher-ups treated it like a treasure and immediately ordered its cultivation and testing. Since the Weeping Flesh needs to consume a massive amount of flesh and blood to reproduce, we chose this place." Listening to the man's confession, he rested his chin and thought. It made sense. A massive swarm of blood-thread ants could satisfy their reproductive needs. However, the disappearance of their kin caused a crisis within the ant colony. Diep Pho-Tin chimed in next to him. "No wonder so many blood-thread ants are migrating out of Liet Sun Valley and madly attacking humans." He lifted his head to interrogate him further. "Speak. What's your ultimate goal in doing this?" The man answered in terror. "Lord Man's plan is, once enough Weeping Flesh are incubated, we'll launch a full-scale assault on the Ninjiang City branch of the Beast Taming Association." Upon hearing this, both of their eyes widened in absolute shock. "What? You bunch of lunatics!" He begged, trembling. "I've told you everything I know. Could you?" But before he could finish his sentence, a long, sharp tentacle pierced straight through his chest from behind. He died with his eyes wide open. He fell lifelessly to the ground as a pair of legs slowly approached, and a voice rang out in irritation. "A bunch of trash. Can't even guard a damn door." The ringleader had appeared, backed by two grotesque monsters. He gnashed his teeth in fury, daring to barge into our Red Moon Society's territory. "You little shits. I'll skin you alive." He was suddenly startled when he saw the corpses of the Weeping Flesh strewn all over the ground. He flew into a blinding rage. "Good. Very good. After all the resources I invested, all the manpower and materials I exhausted, just to breed the howling flesh to this scale." Glaring at the protagonist and the woman next to him, he was mad with anger. "Just because of you two little animals, it's all gone down the drain." Then he recognized the boy's familiar face and grew even more furious. "Lambtrack? You bastard, it's you again. First you captured members of the Red Moon Society, and now you're here sabotaging our plans." He roared in fury, decisively commanding his two pets to charge at him. Old grudges and new debts were settling everything today. Lord Nan's octopus beast extended its hideous, blazing tentacles toward Lambtrack. The Snow Maiden dashed to the front, instantly unleashing her skill, Snow Maiden's Sigh. A blast of freezing mist shot forward, rapidly engulfing the monster's tentacles. But the flames suddenly flared up intensely, instantly melting the ice into nothingness with their searing heat. Witnessing that, he frowned and gritted his teeth. Fire counters ice, and with a level gap, little Snowball would be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. Diep Pho-Tin next to him didn't stand idle either. She immediately commanded her lightning rune puppet to unleash Lightning Burst. A powerful streak of blue lightning shot toward the remaining fiery monster. The two powerful energies collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Dense pillars of smoke billowed in all directions, forcing them to retreat. She turned to him and said, "I'll deal with the burning body flame spirit. I'll leave that octopus to you." He replied instantly, "Got it." But the earth spirit was summoned, appearing immediately and ready for battle. He shouted, Earth Spirit. Instantly, its eyes flared brightly. Understanding his intent, it rushed out and continuously punched the cliff. The powerful attacks echoed like thunder. Diep Pho Tin's squad members standing afar heard the commotion and turned their heads in absolute shock. They asked each other in bewilderment, "What's going on?" That's the direction our captain and Lamb Track went.
Under the Earth Spirit's fierce destruction, the dark cave was soon smashed open, revealing a large hole where the bright full moon shone in the sky. Lamb Track and Diep Pho Tin were now riding the coagulated stone demon dragon high in the air. He explained, "The cave was too narrow. Its tentacles had the advantage and we couldn't use our AoE skills." She couldn't help but praise him. Smart. With this open space, it'll be much easier to fight. He shouted down to his two pets below, "Don't give them a moment to breathe. Attack. Charge." The Ice Dragon and Extreme Cold Chains skills were unleashed simultaneously, quickly subduing the octopus' long tentacles. The coagulated stone demon dragon carried him as they circled in the air, his eyes sharply observing the situation below. Finding a high cliff that offered a full view of the battlefield, he ordered the dragon to land.
Watching the intense confrontation below, he thought to himself, even though my soul arrow could assist Little Snowball and the others, they rarely get to fight high-level enemies. Let's see them fight on their own first. The Snow Maiden raised her hands and unleashed the Frost Ray skill. A mighty beam of energy shot straight at the opponent. With a swoosh, the ice chains wrapped around the monster's body, locking it down and severely restricting its movements. It was the Earth Spirit's turn. It activated its Ghost General form, its red eye glowing as it dashed forward at breakneck speed. A devastating punch slammed right into the octopus head. The sheer power from its bulging muscles ripped the monster's head apart, blood pouring out like a flood. The system chimed in. Growth level increased. New skills can be unlocked. Evolution conditions met. Then came the details of the new skills. First was Iceberg Strike, a single target attack skill dealing massive damage. Next was Rock Guardian, a single target defense skill that summons stone crystals to orbit the body, providing a defensive effect. Finally, Earthquake Shockwave, an AoE skill that uses the user as the epicenter to unleash shockwaves, forming an earthquake zone with a slowing effect. Lamb Track didn't think twice and directly tapped the Unlock All button on the system's screen. He recalled the scene of his big guy munching on a pile of precious crystals at home. Even before we set off, the Earth Spirit had already consumed the necessary evolution materials. Now that the growth level condition is met, it can evolve directly. Just as he thought that, his subordinate evolved. A bizarre purple light emanated from its entire body, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that blasted the surrounding debris away. Thick dust billowed up and slowly cleared, vaguely revealing the guy's evolved form. It seemed he had grown even more muscular. The complete appearance was unveiled. Its new form was incredibly badass with two gigantic stone arms. The system displayed the new info. Rock God Soldier, attributes Rock X Ghost Spirit, level Tier 5 Stage 7. Next evolution form, Rock God General. The leader of the Red Moon Society was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He gritted his teeth and yelled, evolving right in the middle of a battle. Damn it, how could his luck? Diep Pho Tin was also absolutely astonished. Her eyes went wide as she exclaimed, its aura is nearly at Tier 6. It almost jumped a whole tier after evolving. How is this possible? Lamb Track, however, was unfazed by this. Every time his pets evolved, it was just him pressing a button, nothing to do with luck at all. He remembered his pet's evolution process and thought, I realized it when the rock monster first evolved. Its potential is overwhelmingly strong. Although both evolve, its starting level after every evolution always far exceeds Little Snowball's. Then he roared, Rock God Soldier, show me your current strength. Hearing this, the big guy fired up with fighting spirit, raising its massive fists to the sky, ready to crush anyone foolish enough to provoke it. Right after, it smashed its fists into the ground, unleashing Earthquake Shockwave. The terrifying punch sent tremors through the earth, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the area as tons of solid rocks surged forth, burying the opponent's pet alive. The lightning rune puppet that was in combat hastily jumped away. The avalanche of debris brutally crushed the remaining monster to death. Seeing this, the gray-haired man was horrified. His mouth hung wide open in sheer terror, his entire body trembling so violently he could barely stand. Then he exploded with rage, roaring, You little brat, don't think this is enough to go against me.
He gritted his teeth, seemingly ready to fight to the death. The corpses of the howling flesh monsters that were lying still behind him suddenly began to twitch. Propelled by some unknown force, they slowly gathered together. The slimy fluids and formless monstrosities squirmed in an extremely repulsive manner. Finally, they merged into a towering monster several meters tall, its entire body bulging with muscles, looking quite formidable. The man stood before his brand-new pet and declared, "None of you will leave here alive today." Finishing his words, he pulled a wooden box from his chest. One could even hear a thumping sound, like a heartbeat, coming from within it. Spotting the anomaly, Deep Fo Tin cried out, "Lamb track. Look at the wooden box in his hand. What the hell is that?" The man opened the box, revealing something resembling a heart covered in terrifying red veins, oozing a sinister black aura. The Red Moon Society leader lifted the heart. With a highly displeased expression, he introduced this treasure to Lamb Track. This blood essence heart was meant to be my trump card when attacking the Beast Taming Association branch. To think I'd have to use it on you two today. With that, he crushed the heart with one hand. It popped with a loud sound, splattering black blood everywhere. Bizarre magical energy taking the shape of ghosts immediately soared into the air. The two standing on the cliff couldn't help but cover their mouths and gag. Ugh, it reeks. This blood mist isn't normal. He raised his hand high, and those glowing red souls instantly swarmed to one side, plunging directly into the monster's body. Its entire body began to violently tremble as faint glowing red veins surfaced on its flesh. Suddenly, the monster's body began to melt into a slimy liquid, radiating brilliant pink rays of light from behind. The liquid from its body seemed alive, continuously shifting in an eerie manner. Realizing the danger, he yelled, "It's reorganizing for an evolution. Interrupt it quickly." At the same time, he gathered his soul power to form a soul arrow. Without hesitation, he fired the soul arrow at the rapidly evolving monster, resulting in thunderous booms. With a bang, the arrow pierced straight through it, blasting a massive hole in its grotesque, bulky body. However, this attack didn't finish the monster off. The hole was immediately sealed back up at a visible speed. Seeing this, Dupe Fo Tin was shocked. Such fast regeneration. But he corrected her. It's not regeneration. It's the fluid state during morphological reorganization. It drastically weakens the effect of physical and energy attacks. To defeat it, we have to land a fatal blow. By now, the opponent's monster had finished evolving. It now looked like a giant human, radiating a piercing red light with pitch-black veins webbing across its entire body. Hearing him talk about killing his new subordinate in one strike, the gray-haired man sneered contemptuously. "Ha! Stop dreaming. The blood essence heart is an enhancement-type wondrous item. It helps a pet break through its own level limits. Under its effect, my howling flesh can reach Tier 7 Stage 4. The red-haired lady gasped in terror, Tier 7. Such a massive gap in combat power, what do we do? But the guy next to her didn't seem scared at all. He even smirked disdainfully, only Tier 7 Stage 4. Hearing that, she whipped around in disbelief. What did you just say? Only. The man below also couldn't fathom why he was acting so arrogantly. He frowned and growled. Brat, what do you mean? He just calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets, smirking as he spoke. Initially, you used the coagulated stone demon dragon to guard the door while secretly building a hidden chamber to cultivate demon-class pets. Since you already assumed the incident at the Red Earth Ruin was related to me, you should understand this clearly. I even disposed of 2 adult Tier 8 demon dragons. What makes you think your defective artificial trash stands a chance? Hearing this, the man finally remembered. He gritted his teeth in fury but couldn't retort. Lambtrack didn't want to waste any more time and directly shouted, "Fusion Soul Art." The Snow Maiden and the Rock God Soldier immediately dissolved into blue and gray streams of magical energy, swiftly blending together. Upon merging into the Nether Frost Giant, its appearance was even more imposing than before. Current level, Tier 7 Stage 4, duration, 60 seconds. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. The Nether Frost Giant also leveled up to Tier 7 Stage 4. Looks like I can save a Berserk card. His opponent simply couldn't believe his eyes, his jaw dropping in absolute shock as he screamed, how could its level rise this much? Didn't the report say this kid's fusion pet was only a Tier 6? Realizing the situation had gone south, he frantically ordered his howling flesh, hurry up and hold him off for me. The monster obeyed, raising its hands to control the bloody ghosts to fly forward. Its master, terrified, turned and fled, scheming as he ran. As long as I'm alive, there will be another chance, retreat. Once I escape, I must report this kid's anomaly to the lords. But suddenly, he noticed something wrong and stuttered, trembling. Why? Why can't I move at all? Both his and his pet's legs were completely frozen stiff, unable to inch forward. Before they could react, they were hit by another earth-binding cold city from the nether frost giant, freezing their entire bodies completely. Right after came the ice core heavy drop. The colossal crystal core plummeted like a catastrophic bomb. The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion, emitting a blinding light. The sheer force pulverized the ground beneath them, blasting the gray-haired man and his howling flesh away. Scene transition. The radiant sun slowly rose over the mountain range, its warm light spreading across the entire ruin. Deep Fotin's squad members had guided the Beast Taming Association personnel there, hurriedly pointing ahead, "It's this way." The group reached the cave where yesterday's battle took place. Standing on the cliff and looking down, every single one of them wore an expression of extreme horror. Before their eyes was a desolate, devastated landscape, as if a catastrophic force had swept through it. Smoke and dust billowed, but not a single soul was in sight. A young man collapsed to his knees, clutching his face in a tremble. Are we too late? Vunium also gritted his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. The horrifying scene truly left no room for optimism. With this level of destruction, could it be? But just then, they suddenly heard a voice echoing from behind, "Hey, over here." He instantly jolted and turned his head. There were Lamtrak and Diep Fotin, safe and completely unharmed, with an unfamiliar bound figure beside them. He cheerfully waved at him. "Good morning, Captain Vu. We made a bit of a mess this time. I'll have to trouble you and your men to clean up the aftermath." His jaw dropped in shock as he screamed in astonishment. You actually captured another one alive." Taking a clear look at the bound man's face, a dirty rag stuffed in his mouth, he was even more bewildered. Furthermore, this guy. Isn't this the Red Moon Society operative True Nan who possesses Tier 6 strength? After hearing the recount of the situation, Vunium was absolutely dumbfounded. His trembling hand pointed below as he stammered, You mean? This entire flattened mountain, along with the test subjects and fallen cultists scattered all over the ground, and this high-ranking Red Moon Society operative, were all dealt with by just the two of you. Diep Fotin smiled brightly and pointed at him, who was scratching his head beside her. It was mostly Lamtrak. I didn't help much. Hearing this, he clutched his forehead in disbelief, his mouth twitching to the side. How absurd. If we had arrived a step later, I fear this entire ruin would have been turned upside down. He then assigned tasks to his team members. Get to work. Cordon off the scene according to protocol, log every single piece of evidence, and do not miss a single corner. Everyone quickly got to work. Several staff members wearing fully enclosed hazmat suits began inspecting the scene, collecting samples from the monsters to take back for research. Vunium stood chatting with Lamtrak. After hearing the full story of what had transpired, he cupped his chin and said, "So that's how it is. The Red Moon Society dared to conduct this kind of experiment right inside a ruin. Fortunately, you stopped their plan in time, otherwise all of Ninjiang would be in chaos. Following protocol, I'll request a reward for you." He turned back to Diep Fotin, Captain Diep. "We were able to pinpoint the exact location of the Red Moon Society's secret base this time, primarily thanks to your squad tailing them the entire way. We will absolutely not overlook this merit." He handed her a business card and said, "On behalf of the Beast Taming Association's investigation team, I officially extend an invitation to you and your squad. Your counter-surveillance and covert reconnaissance abilities are precisely the core skills our specialized investigation team lacks the most. We desperately need talents like you to join us." Seeing this, the young man beside her urged, "Captain, it's the Beast Taming Association's investigation team. So many people fight tooth and nail just to get in but still fail. Accept it quickly." While they were considering it, Vunium quietly glanced to the side. He saw the boy with his eyes closed in silence. Who knows what he was thinking about? Turning back, he caught the red-haired lady's elated expression. He smiled to himself. Finally, a normal reaction. Being worn down by that kid Lamtrak actually made me wonder if the investigation team had lost its appeal. She held the business card in her hand, looking torn. He asked, "So, Captain Deep, we're very much looking forward to you joining us." She turned to look at him again, so he said, "This is your opportunity. Just decide for yourself, no need to worry about me. I'm not interested in the Beast Taming Association anyway." She replied instantly, "I understand." Then, overflowing with joy, she agreed to Vunium's offer. "All right, I agree to join the Beast Taming Association's investigation team." Didn't forget to tell him, "Lamtrak, if you ever need help with anything in the future, Just find me anytime. He readily agreed, all right, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes. The group said their goodbyes and left, and he waved at them. Take care. Vunium patted his shoulder and said, after accurately reporting the situation to the investigation team, this secret realm expedition has ended early. Leave the aftermath to us.
The gathered materials were all exchanged for their equivalent cash value at the trading center. After receiving his reward, Lamb Track went to the pet store and bought a pile of bloodline crystals. Carrying 2 large bags out of the store, he said somewhat helplessly, the money had just touched my hands and I already spent it all on pet evolution materials. There's so much stuff that even the spatial ring can't hold it all. On his head, the tiny coagulated stone demon dragon was buzzing with extreme excitement. Upon returning home, he immediately collapsed onto his bed and let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. He began to calculate, I have enough materials, so the next step is to speed up their growth. The 3-day break is just over. It's time to head back to school. The next day, he returned to the classroom, but what met his eyes was an entirely empty space without a single soul in sight. He stood at the door, his face completely blank and utterly confused as he asked himself, did I walk into the wrong classroom? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Brother, I knew you didn't check your phone again. He replied in surprise, Nin. Quan Nin stepped forward, holding out her phone and said, the school sent out a notice the day before yesterday about a schedule change and a long break. Didn't you even look at it? Walking beside her was Quach Tam D, who was covering her mouth and giggling. Only then did he check his phone and reply, I was in the secret realm these past few days and didn't check my phone, so I missed it. He thought to himself, a sudden schedule change for a break. The Academy must be cooperating with the investigation regarding Hindao's collusion with the Red Moon Society. His face looked lost. Suddenly having a long break, what should I do next? Find another secret realm to grind. Hearing him say that, the 2 girls immediately exchanged glances, silently understanding what the other was thinking. Both of them ran to his side and smiled. Stop thinking about secret realms. Do you want to explore some ruins with us? That's right, that's right. Senior Trong Man and Senior Ko Lan Yen are coming along too. He was a bit surprised. Ruins. Ruins are the remaining sites left in the world after the Great Cataclysm ended. Secret realms require entering and exiting through a portal, whereas ruins exist directly in the real world. Quan Nin hugged his arm and chattered away. Recently, an adventurer discovered a new ruin in La An City. Someone found a wondrous item inside, and another even picked up a rare pet egg. Plus, the environment inside is incredibly helpful for a pet's growth. Quach Tam D grabbed his other arm. So, Mr. Top Student, do you want to lead us? Action speaks louder than words. Faced with the 2 girls pleading, he agreed. All right, I have no problem with that. When do we leave? The 2 girls happily high-fived each other and cheered. Awesome. We depart tomorrow. The next day, the group met at the train station. A massive, incredibly cool-looking train slowly pulled into the station, where a large crowd was already waiting. The protagonist group boarded the train one by one, each wearing a very happy and excited expression. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw a stern-looking man with a terrifyingly long scar across his face. That person was none other than Federation Colonel Man Long, a golden-rank beast tamer. A station staff member bowed subserviently and spoke to him. Colonel Man, this route usually only requires a silver-rank beast tamer to guard it. Why did we have to trouble you to come in person this time? Did something happen along the route? He replied with a cold, He then continued, recently there have been frequent and unusual beast riots along this route. Their movements are erratic and completely lack any pattern. Have the train's defensive armor, weapon systems, and emergency protocols all been thoroughly checked? The old man replied, yes, sir. The entire system has been meticulously inspected 3 times. There will absolutely be no issues whatsoever. Scene transition. By now, all the passengers had settled into their seats on the train. Ko Lan Yen sat alone at a separate table, while the other 4 sat together with a spread of snacks laid out across their table. While the girls were happily chatting away, he just quietly rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the scenery outside the window, lost in thought. Unlike the world he previously lived in, the popularity of trains in this world was very low. There were only a few routes connecting major cities, making it a luxurious mode of transportation that ordinary people could hardly afford. Usually, only beast tamers and the wealthy could ride them. Moreover, because it had to run through uncontrolled wilderness areas, anything could happen. Therefore, the train was coated in special armor to ensure the safety of its passengers. His brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, a sudden feeling of unease washed over him.
The train continued to speed forward like an arrow. The scenery outside was a vast grassy plain with flocks of birds soaring in the sky. The wilderness is extremely dangerous. I just get the feeling that something is about to happen. The train entered a desolate mountainous region, and the surrounding scenery was nothing but barren earth and rocks. Lamtrak stood up and said, "Let me go to the dining car and buy us some drinks." Trong Man smiled and replied, "Sorry to trouble you." Quan Nin and Quach Tam Di cheered happily. Yay. He had just stepped out of his seat when a man suddenly slammed into his shoulder. The guy brushed off his shoulder, looking pissed off, and turned to curse. "What bad luck. You little brat, watch where you're walking." He didn't argue back and just silently stared at him, thinking to himself, this guy bumped into me on purpose. Suddenly noticing the badge pinned to the other party's collar, he understood. A silver-rank beast tamer. No wonder he's so arrogant. Towards the guy's overly pompous attitude, he didn't bother making a fuss and quietly walked away, telling himself, it's a rare long trip. There's no need to invite extra trouble here. Better to just go buy the drinks. However, he wanted to avoid trouble, but trouble came looking for him. Just as he returned with the drinks and opened the door, he heard a commotion at his table. A hand reached toward Quan Min, only to be annoyedly swatted away by someone else. It was that same arrogant guy from earlier, seemingly harassing the girls. Trong Man angrily shouted, "We have firmly rejected you 3 times already. Do you not understand human language?" He replied with a sleazy smirk, "Don't be so fiery. I just want to make some friends and hang out. After all, everyone is heading to the Law and City ruins, so we might as well travel together for fun." He pulled at his collar to reveal his badge and smugly boasted, "I am a legitimate silver-rank beast tamer, you know. Follow me and I guarantee you ladies will be absolutely safe in the ruins." Kolan Yen, sitting at the other table, finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed her book shut, looking extremely annoyed. She turned her head and said coldly, "We are not accustomed to teaming up with strangers, especially not with the kind of person who lacks even basic manners like you. Please leave." Quan Min also gave a cold snort, furrowing her brows. This guy really didn't understand human language. Seeing him walking over from a distance, she joyfully called out, "Brother, you're finally back. Get over here quickly." He turned his head, a look of unwillingness flashing across his face as he gritted his teeth and thought, are these 4 beautiful girls really traveling with that little brat? Does he even deserve this? This time, he didn't even bother holding back. He roughly shoved the annoying guy aside and coldly stated, "Move, you're blocking the way." His ego bruised, he furiously grabbed the protagonist by the collar and roared, "You little brat, you dare touch me? I am a silver-rank beast tamer, you hear?" But he completely ignored the other party's warning and directly delivered a punch that sent him sprawling onto the train floor. Right at that moment, the intercom blared. "Attention passengers. The train has entered a dangerous thunderstorm zone. We expect to clear the area in 10 minutes. Please remain seated, fasten your seatbelts, and do not move around freely." Unable to continue the squabble, he annoyedly returned to his seat. While straightening his clothes, he muttered under his breath, "What bad luck. Just wait until we're past this thunderstorm. I'm going to settle the score with you, kid." A beautiful girl wearing a cheongsam walked over and asked, "Lu Hua, what happened?" That was Li Hu Quan, an ordinary person, Lu Hua's traveling companion. He stood up with a bright smile, making room for her to step inside, and replied, It's nothing. The train just entered a thunderstorm zone, a minor scene. You aren't scared, are you?" "I'm fine, I travel this route often, so I'm used to it." He smiled as bright as a flower. "It's good that you weren't frightened." He watched as the girl calmly pulled out her earphones, marveling, indeed, only the eldest daughter of a super-rich family could treat an intercity train like a public bus. Seeing her smile so brightly, he peeked over out of curiosity. "What are you watching that makes you so happy?" She immediately replied, "The latest update on my idol, the top student of Jiangnin Academy Lam Track. He is super amazing." Hearing that, he revealed a look of disdain. Propping up his chin, he said, "Only you little girls would idolize these kinds of students who haven't experienced the real world. I am a silver-rank beast tamer, busy cultivating and leveling up every day. I don't have time to pay attention to these flashy, superficial things." Suddenly, the train violently shook. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, and the passengers were thrown off balance by the impact, with some even falling out of their seats. Quach Tam Di also stumbled and nearly fell. Trong Man hurriedly grabbed her hand and screamed, "Hold on tight to the handrail." Lamtrak shielded Quan Nin in his arms. "A Nin, hold on tight." She fearfully clung to his chest. "Brother, Is this situation really normal? Ko Lan Yen, holding her book in one hand and gripping the handrail with the other, looked extremely serious. Absolutely not normal. I've traveled this route 5 times, and even the strongest thunderstorms wouldn't cause an impact like this. This train must be under attack. Just as she speculated, outside the train right now, apart from the series of powerful lightning bolts crashing down, vicious beasts had appeared, looking poised to assault the train. First came a giant beetle, the Atra giant bug, Thunder Element Tier 8, Stage 4, its entire body radiating powerful sparks of lightning. Besides that, there were Atra bugs, Thunder Element Tier 4, Stage 1, and Stone Spike Scorpions, Rock Element Tier 4, Stage 1. They were swarming in as numerous as ants. They attacked the train, causing a carriage to tilt entirely to one side. The passengers inside tumbled over, screaming in terror. A mother tightly hugged her child while others panicked and cried out, What's happening? That carriage was completely detached from the main train. Because it was running at high speed, the momentum sent it tumbling over several times. It finally came to a rest in an empty field. Hundreds of vicious beasts immediately swarmed around it, trying to find a way inside to attack the people within. Outside, a continuous series of cracking sounds rang out. The passengers in the carriage scrambled to their feet, screaming in panic. It's vicious beasts. Vicious beasts are attacking us. Where is the military? Where are the beast tamers on the train? Help us. Lu Hua turned pale with fear and crawled under the table, looking utterly cowardly. Holding his head, he wailed, Where did all the military guys go? Li Hu Quan frowned and urged him, Lu Hua, aren't you a silver-rank beast tamer? Do something. We're going to die. Just then, the ceiling of the carriage was ripped open with a loud screech. A massive pincer pierced through the hole and stabbed inward. The passengers tilted their heads up, their faces revealing pure, unadulterated horror. A stone-spike scorpion poked its head in, its gaping mouth revealing razor-sharp teeth, its 2 eyes glowing terrifyingly. Everyone screamed in terror. It broke in. It immediately aimed for the closest prey and charged straight at it. Li Hu Quan, being targeted by it, was trembling all over, so terrified that her limbs went soft and she couldn't run. Watching the monster prepare to tear her apart, she shrieked in despair, No. Fortunately, right at that moment, a blast of energy suddenly shot past, piercing right through its head, and disgusting green fluid sprayed out. Having survived by a hair's breadth, she looked to her side in shock. She saw the protagonist using Soul Guardian to protect the girls inside. With his hand outstretched, it was clear he was the one who had just saved Li Hu Quan's life as he shouted loudly, Don't be afraid, everyone, gather closely around me. Lamb Track pushed to expand the Soul Guardian, and the protective barrier quickly enveloped the passengers inside. He frowned in thought. The space in the carriage is too narrow. Soul Guardian can only provide passive defense, and offensive skills are also restricted. I need to wipe out these vicious beasts first, then move outside the carriage. Having made up his mind, he shouted, Little Snow. The Snow Maiden immediately appeared by his side. Unleashing the blizzard skill, the stone scorpions in front of them were rapidly frozen solid. Her expression was incredibly cold as her hand clenched tightly into a fist. Instantly, the monstrous beasts shattered into pieces. The terrifying display of power made everyone cower and cover their heads in fear. Li Hu Quan, kneeling on the floor and having witnessed the entire scene, widened her eyes in sheer amazement, stuttering, Amazing. Quan Nin quickly ran to the girl's side and gently asked, Miss, are you hurt? She replied, I'm fine. The younger girl quickly helped the beautiful older sister to her feet, while Lu Hua remained crawling in the back, watching them, completely ignored by everyone. Seeing that the scorpions had been annihilated, he finally dared to stand up, even having the thick skin to call out, Hu Quan, are you okay? I was just trying to observe the beast's weak points first, looking for the right moment to strike and protect you. But the girl might be beautiful, yet she wasn't stupid. Realizing the guy's true colors, she frowned and dodged his hand, looking clearly annoyed. Without saying a word, her demeanor full of total disappointment, she let Quan Min support her as they walked away, leaving Lu Hua frozen in place behind them. But the younger girl couldn't stand his bullshit excuses. She turned around, hands on her hips, and spoke with a tone full of contempt. Observe its weak points. When the beast charged, you cowered under the table, shaking like a leaf, and now you have the nerve to make excuses. Getting scolded so thoroughly he couldn't even retort, he just stood there dumbfounded, utterly humiliated. Then the carriage suddenly jolted violently again. Lai Hu Quan screamed in fear, clinging to Quan Min's arm. The girl hurriedly reassured her. Don't be scared. Stand firm. Lamb Track had already climbed onto the roof of the train to check the situation outside, and he suddenly shouted a warning and alarm. It's dangerous. There's a high-level beast trying to flip the carriage.
Outside was a colossal scorpion that looked far more ferocious and menacing than the rest inside, with terrifying blood-red eyes and two massive pincers aggressively trying to overturn the train carriage. Right at that moment, a powerful shout suddenly echoed through the air, "Stop!" Immediately after, a streak of astonishing power blasted straight down from the sky, skewering right through the monster's body. The person who appeared was Federation Colonel Man Long. Behind him was his pet, the sparkling Silver Dragon Light Element Tier 8 Stage 2. He frowned in anger, these damn bugs. To think they'd actually brave the firepower just to charge in and attack the train. A subordinate behind them holding a gun rushed over to report, "Colonel Man, the number of bugs is increasing. We can't kill them all." On the roof of the train, the military was constantly fighting to wipe out the beast horde. The train's defense system can only handle medium-sized swarms. The current scale has exceeded our defensive limits. If this continues, the defense line will completely collapse in 10 minutes at most. Man Long deduced a large-scale, organized attack like this must be controlled by a boss-tier beast behind the scenes. He jumped onto the dragon's back. "I'll go deal with the boss beast. Hold your ground and protect the passengers at all costs until I return." The subordinate answered sternly, "Yes, sir." On the other side, the protagonist's group was helping passengers move from the cramped train cars to a safe area. Trong Man supported an old man speaking softly. "Take it slow, sir. Let me help you." Quach Hamdi reassured a mother and her child, "Don't be afraid. We're beast tamers from Jiang Min Academy. We will definitely protect you all. Be a good kid and don't be scared." Quan Nin held Lai Hu Quan's hand and gently advised, "Just stay right here. With the Soul Guardian around, the beasts won't be able to hurt you." At this moment, she looked over at him holding up his hands to maintain the protective barrier for everyone, thinking to herself, "It's him. My idol, Lamb Track. He was the one who saved me earlier too." She stared at him, her face full of admiration. Outside the barrier he created, the beast horde couldn't attack anyone and glared angrily inside. The protagonist patted the coagulated stone demon dragon beside him, thinking, the Soul Guardian is strong enough to block low-level beasts. Now is the perfect opportunity to grind some growth points. Then he ordered the dragon, "It's your turn to show off. Guard the outside of the barrier to protect everyone. While you're at it, use these bugs to grind your growth points." Hearing its master's command, the coagulated stone demon dragon soared into the sky, reverting to its adult form with a ferocious roar. Sensing its overwhelming aura, the beasts backed away in fear. The passengers below stared in astonishment and cheered joyfully. It's a beast tamer who contracted a coagulated stone demon dragon. We're saved. The dragon opened its mouth, gathering its power into a blindingly bright energy sphere. Immediately after, it fired the sphere at the swarming insects. The terrifying power shot forward, unstoppable. Unsurprisingly, the impact caused deafening explosions. Crimson flames engulfed the area, blowing those beasts to pieces. The defense force also cheered in absolute delight. "This is great. We still have another powerful beast tamer on this train." "Captain, I know him. That's Lamb Track, the genius beast tamer from Jiang Nin Academy." But at that moment, a terrifying, earth-shattering bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, cutting their joy short. That horrifying blast of power struck straight into the ground, followed by a figure plummeting from above, leaving everyone in shock. That person was Man Long. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking to be in extreme agony. The ground where he fell caved into a large crater. Man Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to his feet. The others screamed in panic, "Colonel." The subordinates kept firing at the surrounding beasts. The captain rushed over to help Man Long up, asking in a panic, "Colonel Man, how are you?" He just kept coughing violently, unable to answer for a moment. The captain's face turned grim. "With your Tier 8 Stage 2 strength and the shining silver dragon, how could you be hurt this badly? This is impossible." After finally stopping his coughing, he looked into the distance and replied in a serious tone, "This boss-tier Atlas giant bug is 2 stages stronger than the shining silver dragon. Furthermore, there's not just one but 2. Hearing this, the captain yelled in terror, "What? 2 Tier 8 Stage 4 beasts?" Dark clouds gathered and swirled in the sky above. A massive roar echoed through the vast expanse, sounding absolutely terrifying. Another horrific lightning bolt struck Man Long's pet directly, making the dragon howl in pain. This attack was beyond what it could endure. The entirely white dragon was severely injured, growing weaker until it could no longer move. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Manlong gritted his teeth and shouted, "We're in big trouble." The large dragon fainted and crashed heavily into the ground, lying completely motionless. The shining silver dragon had incredible single-target attack power, but now it had to face two Tier 8 Stage 4 beasts. The colonel ran over in heartbreak to hold his pet, worrying that no one was left to fight that terrifying monster. With injuries this severe, has almost lost all ability to fight. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind him. "Perhaps this can help you." He turned his head in surprise. It turned out to be Lam Truck. He stepped forward and held out a green vial. "This is a recovery potion. It can instantly heal your pet's injuries and restore its combat ability." Manlong took the vial from his hand and asked, "This little brother is?" The subordinate rushed over to introduce him. He is Lam Trak, the top freshman of Jiang Nin Academy. "Colonel Man, look. Thanks to his help, the beast horde attacking the rear of the train has been subdued." Learning his identity, he said, "I've heard of you. You're even younger in person than I imagined." He smiled and said, "Colonel Man, let's deal with the enemy first. My teammates have gone to help defend the breach in the defense line, so there's no need to worry about our rear." In the distance, the girls and their pets were seen constantly fighting the insect horde while also helping the people under attack. He continued, "But constantly maintaining the Soul Guardian drains my energy non-stop." Then he proposed, "Those two boss-tier Atlas giant bugs. Well, take one each. Let's finish them quickly." Hearing this, Manlong couldn't help but be astonished, freezing in place for a moment. Then he smiled and praised, "Excellent, good kid." He then fed his pet the potion the boy had given him, thinking, "Since it's come to this, I can only trust him." After taking the medicine, the shining silver dragon instantly woke up, its wounds healing at a dizzying pace. The large dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and took to the sky, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Manlong said, "Kid, I'll leave the one on the left to you, and counting on you." Lam Trak replied, "Understood." With that, the two dashed off in different directions. He shouted an order to his pets, Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon, switch targets to the Atlas Giant Bug, harass it from the air. Rock God Soldier, Ghost General form, charge to the front and open a path for Little Snowball. Little Snowball, get into the optimal spell casting range and look for an opening to unleash your strongest attack. Following the order, the Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon attacked the giant bug. The bug hurriedly jumped to dodge the strike, shattering the ground beneath its feet and sending debris flying everywhere. It furiously opened its toothy maw and roared, its entire body covered in violent purplish-blue lightning. Then it launched a counterattack, but the Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon wouldn't sit back. It continued to channel its magic, relentlessly attacking its opponent. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The destructive power was simply horrifying. Right then, the system sounded an alert. Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon can unlock new skills. They are Coagulated Stone Blood Mist, an AoE damage skill. Targets in contact with the Coagulated Stone Blood Mist will suffer a petrification curse. An AoE skill that releases a roar filled with fear energy. All targets within the sound's area of effect must undergo a judgment check. Thrilled by the notification, he thought, "It's finally here." The Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon's signature skill, Coagulated Stone Blood Mist. He excitedly pressed the unlock button. The system announced, "Skill Coagulated Stone Blood Mist successfully unlocked." That bug was absolutely done for against the protagonist. The giant dragon immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a crimson mist. It was the Coagulated Stone Blood Mist. The beast was instantly petrified. He seized the opportunity and yelled, "Little Snowball, now is the time." The Snow Maiden swiftly charged forward, opening her hands to cast the skill Snow Woman's Sigh. Freezing current immediately engulfed the monster, freezing it solid in an instant. Suddenly, the system notified him again. The fusion rate of the Snow Maiden and Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon has increased. Fusion skill unlocked. Blood Crystal Infiltration. A hard crowd control skill that unleashes blood-colored frost over a wide area. Upon contact, it forcibly freezes the target's external defense layer and energy flow, inflicting an absolute slow state along with a curse effect. This unexpected joy made the protagonist exclaim in astonishment,
a new fusion skill. And it's a fusion skill between Little Snowball and the coagulated stone demon dragon. Does this mean Little Snowball and the coagulated stone demon dragon can also unlock a fusion form? Learning that his two pets could combine, Lambtrack immediately gave the order: Little Snowball, coagulated stone demon dragon, blood crystal infiltration. The moment he spoke, a thick red mist erupted and blanketed the area, turning all the beasts into stone. The entire swarm was hit. Every single one of them stiffened completely, emitting the cracking sounds of shattering stone. Then they continuously plummeted to the ground, their bodies shattering into pieces. The enemy's numbers rapidly plummeted. Seeing this scene, Ko-Lan Yen pushed her glasses up in surprise. This is. Quachtam D immediately chimed in. This is definitely Lambtrack's new dual pet fusion skill. The boss giant bug was much tougher to deal with. The fusion skill could only control it temporarily and hadn't completely killed it. It was now gradually breaking free of the crowd control and about to return to normal. He frowned and thought to himself, blood crystal infiltration can only temporarily CC and clear out the grunts. Little Snowball is tier 5 and the coagulated stone demon dragon is tier 4. The level gap between them and the tier 8 boss bug is too vast to kill it directly. The Atlas boss bug is extremely vengeful. Once it escapes the CC, every passenger on this train will die. I must use this chance to annihilate it completely. Thinking this, he immediately pulled out a golden burst card. He yelled, Little Snowball, Rock God Soldier, Fusion Soul Art. The two pets swiftly merged into one. At the same time, he used the burst card to upgrade its tier. The card flew forward and pierced into its body. A golden light suddenly radiated from the Nether Frost Giant. Current level increased to tier 8, stage 8. Duration, 60 seconds. Sensing its opponent getting stronger, the giant bug immediately unleashed Myriad Thunderstorm, firing a powerful bolt of lightning in an attempt to obliterate its foe. The Nether Frost Giant clenched its hand into a fist, a strange energy slowly gathering and swirling around it. It didn't just stand there and take the hit. It dashed forward to counterattack. As it threw a punch, that power transformed into howling tornadoes surging through the air. In the blink of an eye, it rushed right in front of the giant bug, giving its opponent no time to react. While the monster was still frozen in shock, it took a devastating punch to the face from the Nether Frost Giant. Before it could even let out a cry, its head shattered and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was critically injured. Lambtrack coldly raised his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Let's end this. The sky above him was still churning with dark clouds. As soon as he spoke, a massive heavy frost core plummeted through the clouds at breakneck speed. Carrying an apocalyptic, unstoppable power, it hurtled straight toward the critically injured giant bug. The attack was so terrifying that only a deafening, earth-shaking explosion could be heard. From a distance, a billowing black mushroom cloud could be seen rising into the air. The destructive force was so horrific that it not only obliterated the boss beast, but also pulverized the surrounding grunts. The threat eliminated, the Nether Frost Giant remained unscathed, stepping proudly out of the smoke-filled battlefield. Everyone witnessing this scene collectively dropped their jaws in absolute shock, staring blankly in disbelief. Lu Ho knelt on the ground in terror and stammered, What the hell is this? This brat could kill me with just one move. And I actually dared to mess with him. This kid's strength. Is he really still human? Manlong was extremely satisfied and couldn't help but praise, Not bad, kid. Well done. Seeing its comrade bite the dust, the remaining giant bug turned around in fear, intending to flee, but he spotted it. He shouted, trying to run, Have you asked my shining silver dragon yet? Shining silver dragon, holy light breath. As he spoke, the silver dragon opened its mouth and fired a glowing energy sphere. The power shot straight at the fleeing monster, accurately blowing off one of its wings. Losing a wing, the giant bug could no longer fly and plummeted straight to the ground. It painfully scrambled to its feet, trembling as it tried to resist, emitting low growls from its throat. On the other side, the Nether Frost Giant, still in its fusion state, decided to gather its power to create a massive ice arrow. It channeled its strength and hurled the ice arrow. The terrifying power tore through the wind, whistling as it shot through the air. Finally piercing through the giant bug's forehead, its head shattered before it could even struggle. It instantly dropped dead, blood splattering everywhere. Two massive craters appeared on the ground containing the corpses of two Tier 8 monsters, surrounded by the scattered remains of ferocious beasts.
Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. Is it over? Oh my god, we survived. The fusion time limit ended and Snow Maiden and Rock God's soldiers separated. Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon also reverted to its baby dragon form, flying over to land on Lamb Track's arm. He smiled, hugging it, and said, "You guys worked hard. Get a good rest." The system screen popped up again. Achievement unlocked. Hero 1. Save over 1,000 people in a disaster. Reward. 3,000 achievement points. Hero certificate ×1. He was absolutely thrilled, his eyes lighting up. A brand new achievement series. Just the first stage gives 3,000 points. The rewards for the later stages will definitely be even more generous. And there's this hero certificate too. He excitedly reached out to tap and check this novel reward. Hero mode? Hero certificate. Proof of heroic exploits. A reward for the brave and kind. Once activated, it unlocks hero mode, heavily boosting all attributes of the beast tamer and all their pets. After reading the information about the hero certificate, Lamb Track widened his eyes in surprise and gasped. To think it's a permanent item. This is absolutely a high-tier alternative to the burst card. Looking at his remaining 3,450 achievement points, he calculated, in that case, I need to save my achievement points from now on. Unless it's an absolute emergency, I definitely can't use them casually. Suddenly, Manlong and the others walked over and said, "Young man, it's a good thing we had you this time." They bowed deeply to express their gratitude. If you hadn't stepped in, over 1,000 passengers on this train would have died in the bellies of those bugs. On behalf of the Federation and all the people you saved, I offer you our most sincere thanks. For you to punch above your weight and kill Tier 8 beasts, you must have used your trump card. The Federation will absolutely never forget this favor. I've sent an urgent report to military headquarters, and I will definitely strive to get you the highest level of rewards and compensation. He was overjoyed. He'd be a fool to refuse the reward. I gladly accept. Thank you, Colonel Man. A little boy ran up and held out a piece of candy to him. Big brother, thank you for saving us. Here's a candy for you. You're a great hero. The passengers on the train also bowed in unison to Manlong's group and Lamb Track. Thank you all for saving our lives. You are true heroes. Thank you so much. Our whole family would be dead without you. The girls hurriedly ran out to help them up. You're too polite. This is what we should do. Some were even crying out of sheer emotion. I thought I was a goner for sure this time. Thank you all. Suddenly, seeing Quan Nin approaching with a highly excited expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" She giggled in delight. I didn't expect would save so many people. Being a hero feels amazing. Feeling exactly the same way, he scratched his head and smiled back. Yeah. His face showed clear pride. The feeling of being able to protect others really isn't bad. Quach Tam D ran over and nudged her. All right, stop clinging to Lamb Track all the time, you clingy girl. Quan Nin frowned and scoffed back. If I don't cling to him, should I cling to you? Looking at the cheerful scene before him, he couldn't help but share their joy, thinking to himself, being able to properly protect the important people around me, perhaps this is the true meaning behind my constant pursuit of strength. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Lamb, Mr. Lamb Track. Please wait a moment. He turned his head. A person appeared and said, just now in the carriage, thank you so much for stepping in and saving me. Thank you all. I am not a beast tamer, so I won't bother your journey. I just wanted to ask, may I be so bold as to become friends with you all? Quan Nin instantly shook the person's hand with excitement and replied, of course you can. Then they introduced themselves. My name is Quan Nin, and you? Imli Hu Quan. They then chatted happily. Are you guys coming to Law and City to explore the ruins? That's right, that's exactly why we're here. Hearing that, the girl took out a business card and handed it to her. This is my father's business card. He's been doing business here for many years and has a pretty wide network of connections. If you run into any trouble in Law and City, this card might be of some help. Lamb Track accepted it. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. The girl beside him watched with sparkling eyes, cheering in delight. Wow, it's made of solid gold. The scene shifted. It was now dark. Due to the beast attack, the train was heavily damaged. Everyone had to rest in place and wait for backup. Our main guy and the two girls sat closely together on a dry log, warming themselves by the fire burning in front of them. After the rescue team arrived, it took them all night to repair the train's engine. Fortunately, after departing again, the train didn't encounter any more beast attacks. Though a day later than planned, everyone finally arrived in Law and City successfully.
The loudspeaker announced, "Dear passengers, this train has arrived at its final destination, La and City. Train K1557 departed at 1549. Please take your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. We hope you have a pleasant trip." Upon arrival, Lamtrak's group waved goodbye to their newly made friend. "Hugh Kwan, we're heading to our accommodation first. Let's catch up another time." She happily waved back with a bright smile. "All right, keep in touch." After leaving the train station, the group strolled down the street together. Trong Man stretched her arms in bliss. "We're finally in Lion City. It's rare to visit another city. We definitely have to experience all the food and customs here." She turned her head and generously declared, "Drinks and food are on me today. Let's just have a blast and set out for the ruins tomorrow." Hearing this, Quach Tam D excitedly cheered, "Long live our senior." They quickly stormed into a restaurant, and soon the table was filled with all sorts of eye-catching dishes. Trong Man held up her glass, cheerfully rallying everyone. "Let's feast. Don't even think about keeping your figures when we get back." The girls eagerly joined in, their eyes shining at the sight of the food, exclaiming, "This looks so delicious. I won't hold back. I'm digging in." The group started gorging themselves. Quach Tam D and Quan Nin even fed each other, the atmosphere extremely warm and joyful. Lamtrak looked at the scene before him, smiling quietly to himself. "My nerves really have been stretched way too tight lately. Relaxing for a bit every now and then isn't bad at all." Then he gazed off into the distance, looking at the countless high-rise buildings clustered together in the heart of the city. Suddenly, he spotted a towering spire with a completely unique design that stood out prominently. It instantly grabbed his attention, and he silently marveled. What strange architecture! It doesn't look like a normal office building at all. Curiously, he asked their walking encyclopedia, Senior Ko, "Do you know what that giant blue tower in the city center is?" Ko Lan Yen looked in the direction he was pointing and answered, "That is the symbol of La and City, the Star Soul Tower, directly under the Beast Taming Association." Hearing the name for the first time, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. The Star Soul Tower? Ko Lan Yen slowly explained about the tower, an ancient ruin left over from the Great Cataclysm, the Star Soul Tower. It's a 7-floor proving ground, just as famous as the heaven-piercing tower in the capital, serving as a touchstone for the talents of young beast tamers recognized by the Federation. The challenge mechanism of the Star Soul Tower has 2 special core rules that no other ruin has. First is the age limit. Only beast tamers under 25 are qualified to enter. Second, and most importantly, summoning any pets inside the tower is forbidden. Challengers can only rely on their own soul arts to complete the trials. Hearing this, the whole group was dumbfounded, their eyes widening as they gasped in shock. Trong Man asked, "Banning pets? How can there be such a bizarre rule? Wouldn't that mean a beast tamer loses more than half their advantage?" Quan Nin bit her spoon and said, "Only using soul arts. Then I wouldn't even be able to defeat a Tier 3 beast." Quach Tam D chimed in, "Me neither. Soul arts aren't inherently a beast tamer's strong suit. Among our peers, we're already considered pretty decent. But..." She suddenly glanced at our main guy sitting leisurely beside them. Lamtrak doesn't just have a Tier 6 soul arrow, even his guardian soul is at Tier 8. This rule genuinely seems like it was custom-made for him. He coughed lightly in embarrassment, holding his glass as he said, "Since we're already here anyway, why don't we go to the entrance of the Star Soul Tower and take a look? Even if we don't take on the challenge, it'll still broaden our horizons." Ko Lan Yen pushed up her glasses and agreed immediately. "Sure, I just happen to be very interested in the Star Soul Tower as well." The group instantly got excited. "Let's go. Let's see which floor Lamtrak can reach." "All right, then let's eat quickly and head out." The 5 of them walked to the base of the tower together. There was a huge crowd lined up to get inside, and a few tanks were parked on either side. Entrances were all heavily guarded by sentries. Once registered, people walked inside one after another. Right now, he was standing in line waiting to register, with only one person left in front of him before it was his turn. Suddenly, a loud shouting amidst the crowd grabbed a lot of attention. Young master, oh my ancestors, slow down a bit, don't rush." A young man with his hands in his pockets arrogantly shoved through the crowd and stepped to the front, scoffing with a smirk. It was none other than the young master Tong Than Thui, silver rank beast tamer heir to the Tong family. He turned his head and asked the person behind him, "Uncle Vien, based on my strength, which floor do you think I can clear in the Star Soul Tower this time?" The person asked was Vien Wei, golden rank beast tamer guest elder of the Tong family. He answered, "Young master, you have extraordinary talent. You'll definitely be able to clear the 6th floor this time and charge straight into the top 10 of the star-treading steel. Hearing that answer, he was extremely satisfied. You have a good eye. I think so too.
Looking at the massive crowd ahead, he started to lose his patience and asked,
Why are there so many trash lining up today? Go tell these irrelevant people to get out of my way. This young master doesn't have time to wait in line with them. Yes, young master. Then he shouted loudly, Everyone in front make way. Clear a path for our young master. Everyone frowned in annoyance and started murmuring, Who's so arrogant? Ordering people to make way the moment they open their mouths. Looking at this grand display, they must be from some major family in Lan City. A burly man couldn't hold back and stepped out to argue, pointing straight at the old man's face. On what grounds do we have to make way for your young master? The Star Soul Tower has its own rules. Everyone is waiting in line. Is your young master some kind of god?
Seeing him take the lead, the others grew bolder and loudly protested.
That's right. If you want to act privileged, get lost and do it at home. The Beast Taming Association and the Federation military are right here, and you still dare to cut in line so openly. Do you really think your family owns Law and City? Vian Wei trembled with anger, a bizarre black smoke suddenly radiating around his body, as he said, This is the eldest young master of the Tong family. Please be a little accommodating. Surely, this isn't too much to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, a grim reaper-like pet wielding a scythe manifested behind him. That was the death-summoning Envoy Ghost Element Tier 8 Stage 1. Everyone around instantly stared in shock, yelling loudly, That's a Tier 8 Ghost Element pet. He's a golden rank beast tamer. The Tong family. It's someone from the Tong family in Law and City. That young master is Tong Than Thui.
Seeing that, everyone had to back down. No wonder he's so arrogant. Even his attendant is a golden rank beast tamer. Who could afford to offend them? Can't afford to provoke them, let's just let them go first. Relying on their family's power to act privileged, it's so disgusting. Shh, keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. The death-summoning envoy stood menacingly right there, and with no one daring to intervene, the Tong family members blatantly cut the line and walked to the front. The female staff member who witnessed the whole scene furrowed her brows, looking deeply displeased. Tong Fan Thui said arrogantly, Wouldn't it have been fine if you just did this earlier? A bunch of trash, do you even deserve to wait in line with this young master? Unexpectedly, as he approached the front, Lamb Track's group was still standing right there, completely unmoving. He furiously roared, Hey, you brats, are you blind? Don't you see this young master wants to go in? Get the hell out of the way and clear the path. Didn't you hear that this young master wants to take the challenge first? Hurry up and step aside. Hearing the yelling, the group turned around while the staff member's expression turned exceedingly irritated. She stood up abruptly and said coldly, Young Master Tong, the information for these challengers is already halfway registered. Why don't you wait a moment? It'll be done very soon. Dissatisfied, he frowned and snapped, Why don't I what? The staff member, completely unafraid, explained the rules. The Star Soul Tower has clear regulations. Everyone must wait in line to register. Even if you are the heir to the Tong family, you cannot break the rules here. Vian Nui leaned in and whispered a warning.
Young Master, she is a staff member of the Beast Taming Association. We shouldn't clash with them directly. It would do more harm than good. He smirked in annoyance. He then turned to look at our main guy. If I can't touch someone from the Beast Taming Association, do you think I can't touch you brats? I can tell at a glance you're country bumpkins from somewhere else. You don't know my Tong family, so I won't bother stooping to your level. Looking at your pathetic state, I bet you've never even heard of the Tong family's reputation. This young master won't bother bickering with you today. If you know what's good for you, quickly take your people and get out of the registration area. Don't waste this young master's time. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you leave this plaza on stretchers.
Hearing those childish threats, not only was he completely unafraid, but he even burst into laughter.
Tong Fan Thu's face darkened, and he yelled furiously, What are you laughing at? Do you want to die? He crossed his arms over his chest, acting even more arrogant than the other guy, and replied, Nothing. I was just curious to ask. How exactly do you plan on making us leave on stretchers? Seeing Lamb Track's utterly fearless attitude, the surrounding crowd immediately started whispering, Is this kid crazy? He actually dared to go head-to-head against the eldest young master of the Tong family. It's over. He definitely won't be able to bear the consequences this time. As for the center of attention himself, he paid it no mind, quietly stuffing both hands into his pockets with a nonchalant expression.
Seeing his defiant attitude, Vian Wei angrily roared, You little brat, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit.
death-summoning envoy, teach him a lesson. But he suddenly felt a terrifying aura appear right behind him, his eyes widening in shock. He quickly turned around to find the source of that aura, secretly terrified. Such overwhelming pressure. Who is it? The crowd also looked in the same direction as a majestic voice rang out. The Star Soul Tower is under the direct jurisdiction of the Beast Taming Association. Fighting and disturbing public order are strictly prohibited. Violators will be severely punished for disrupting the trial's order. A cloaked man slowly walked forward, a giant bird perched on his shoulder. It was Nam Han Thu, an elder of the law and branch of the Beast Taming Association, a legendary beast tamer, alongside his light element Sun Bird, Tier 9, Stage 7.
Vien Wei was terrified. Why is Nam Han Thu here? Tong Tan Thui clicked his tongue in frustration. Why did this old geezer have to show up right now?
Nam Han Thu stepped forward, his expression stern as he warned the Tong family members. There won't be a next time. If you dare cause trouble here again, your trial qualifications will be revoked. Then he turned to greet the protagonist's group. You young friends must be from out of town, right? Lam Trak immediately replied, That's right. And you are? He introduced himself. I am Nam Han Thu, an elder of the Law and City Beast Taming Association. Since fate brought us together, allow me to explain a bit about the Star Soul Tower. The Star Soul Tower only allows one challenger inside at a time. Whenever a challenger clears a floor, the corresponding floor of the tower will light up, allowing people outside to see their progress in real time.
He pointed to a massive stone stele, twice the height of a person, and said, This is the Star Stele, the clearance leaderboard for the Star Soul Tower. The names of the top 100 challengers will automatically appear on the stone stele. The stele emitted a mystical blue-purple glow, displaying the names and clearance times of the top rankers. Quan Din was puzzled. The first place only cleared the 6th floor. Does that mean since the Star Soul Tower appeared, no one has ever cleared the 7th floor? Nam Han Thu replied, Exactly. Summoning pets is forbidden inside the tower. For most beast tamers, it's akin to having both arms severed. Being able to clear the 6th floor makes one a top-tier genius among the younger generation. If you finish registering, you can start your challenges one by one. I wish all of you young friends a satisfying result. Lam Trak politely thanked him. Thank you for the guidance, senior. The two girls immediately swarmed Lam Trak, saying, Appa, you go first. Show us how it's done. Yeah. Once you're out, remember to share your clearance tips with us. He smiled brightly in response. All right, I'll go in first. The female staff member from earlier walked over to Nam Han Thu and asked, Elder Nam, why did you personally come to the Star Soul Tower today? He answered, I heard from that kid Vu Niam that a formidable teenage genius has arrived in La and City. I figured this child would definitely visit the Star Soul Tower, so I came over specifically to take a look. Could the person you're talking about be the young man who just went inside? It turned out he had already recognized him. He laughed heartily, and genuinely curious to see just what kind of result that kid can achieve. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the attention he was drawing, the protagonist was inside. Star Soul Tower, 1st floor. A mechanical voice echoed, Challenger, welcome to the Star Soul Tower trial. Current floor, 1. Clearance requirement, step onto the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. He was slightly surprised upon hearing this. I just need to step onto the stairs. The trial definitely can't be this simple. Sure enough, just as he thought that, a terrifying, massive dragon head materialized right in front of him. A pitch-black dragon appeared, blocking the middle of the stairs. Its eyes glowing a sinister red, it opened its jaws and let out a roar, exuding a horrifying pressure. Its power blew his hair back, but there wasn't a hint of fear on his face. He even smirked and said, So it's a soul-level dragon might trial. Perfect timing. My soul strength fears this kind of thing the least. Outside, the young master Tong Tan Tui pulled up a chair to watch, crossing his arms and scoffing in disdain. A penniless brat from out of town dares to provoke me. I bet he won't even make it past the 1st floor of the Star Soul Tower. Barely after you finished speaking, the 1st floor of the tower lit up, proving that the challenger had already cleared it. The Tong family members couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, and Tong Tan Tui yelled in shock. That fast. Vien Wei, standing beside him, quickly tried to reassure him. Don't panic, young master. The 1st floor is just the Dragon Might trial, measuring soul strength. Any bronze-ranked beast tamer can basically clear it with ease. It's nothing unusual. He laughed in response, Of course I know that. What's the big deal? He just got lucky passing the 1st floor.
From the second floor onwards, it's real combat with fierce beasts. Let's see how he dies.
Once again, the moment he finished his sentence, the second floor of the tower blazed with light. This time, who knows if it could still be called luck. The young master's mouth hung open wide enough to fit 3 eggs as he stuttered. It's only been a few seconds. Did he clear the second floor too? The other onlookers also broke into an uproar. Am I seeing things? Passing 2 floors combined in less than 10 seconds. The second floor has a Tier 3 beast. Even a silver-ranked beast tamer would need some time. Inside the tower, Lamb Track stood before the stairs leading to the next floor. Behind him lay a pack of tigers scattered lifelessly on the floor. He smiled of pure arrogance. A Tier 3 beast, 1 soul arrow, and it's settled. It's not even as challenging as the initial dragon might. The notification chime rang out again. Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully cleared the second floor of the Star Soul Tower. Total time, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. Do you wish to proceed to the next floor? Naturally, he would continue the challenge. He climbed the stairs step by step, looking forward to what kind of test was waiting for him on the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the top, he encountered 2 black rock panthers, Earth Element Tier 4 Stage 3. Their muscular builds and razor-sharp fangs looked ready to tear prey to shreds at any moment. The 2 ferocious panthers lunged at him simultaneously, their eyes flashing brilliantly enough to startle anyone who looked. However, he maintained a completely calm expression, a cold, sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, soul arrows shot out, piercing right through the 2 panthers and instantly taking them down.
The notification continued. Congratulations, Challenger. You've cleared the 3rd floor of the Star Soul Tower. Total time, 0 minutes, 5 seconds. Do you wish to proceed to the next floor? He quickly stepped up to the 4th floor of the Star Soul Tower. The scene before him looked like an abandoned amusement park, a stark contrast to the emptiness of the previous floors. He assessed the situation. The scenery has completely changed and the trial mode is vastly different from the first 3 floors. It seems this 4th floor test won't be simple. The moment he finished speaking, a massive pitch-black hand with razor-sharp claws suddenly reached out from behind him. A huge monster lunged out from mid-air, seemingly intending to ambush Lamb Track. But its attempt failed. He had already sensed it and whipped his head around, rapidly activating soul protection.
The monster struck the protective barrier. Not only did it fail to attack him, but it was also sent flying backward. Now he could clearly see its appearance. It was a throat-slitting demon dark element, Tier 5, Stage 1. It had a long, hideous head and humanoid limbs armed with razor-sharp claws. The notification echoed. Current floor, 4. Clearance requirement. Withstand the beast's attack and eliminate it. Brushing off his clothes, he smirked, finally understanding the trial of this floor. A throat-slitting demon, a Tier 5 dark element beast, exceptionally skilled at using complex terrain for sneak attacks. The core of this stage is testing the challenger's defensive reflexes and adaptability to the environment. If I hadn't reacted so quickly, it'd probably have been heavily injured in that ambush. While he was still speaking, the monster dashed past him at breakneck speed. It frantically bounded all around him while he continued his calm analysis. If a challenger can't withstand the throat-slitting demon's ambush, they'll be eliminated by its claws before they even get a chance to exploit an opening and take it down. However, the throat-slitting demon's defense isn't high at all. As he said this, the fierce beast suddenly charged right up to his face, but it caused absolutely no damage. Instead, a soul arrow shot out, piercing straight through its throat, obliterating it in the blink of an eye. It collapsed and vanished just like that. He said with disdain, "Even hundreds of bug beasts couldn't break my defense before, let alone a petty throat-slitting demon like this." The notification appeared again. Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully cleared the 4th floor of the Star Soul Tower. Total time, 0 minutes, 18 seconds. Do you wish to proceed to the next floor?
At this moment, he suddenly recalled Senior Ko Lan Yen's words. Clearing the 5th floor rewards you with Star Soul points, which can be used to exchange for treasures within the Star Soul Tower. He calculated. According to Senior Ko Lan Yen, there are rewards from the 5th floor onwards. Since the trial demands that challengers rely solely on soul arts to pass, could the rewards be related to soul arts? How exciting. Outside, Tong Tham Phui was breaking out in a cold sweat. To think that brat actually cleared the 3rd floor. I guess I underestimated him. Then he revealed a smug expression and scoffed arrogantly, but this is as far as he goes. The test on the 4th floor is to eliminate the throat-slitting demon.
99% of first-time challengers on the fourth floor are taken down in its very first ambush.
Even if they dodge the initial strike, their defenses will be shattered eventually, leading to their death because their defensive soul art level is too low.
Even a genius like me failed multiple times. I refuse to believe this brat can clear it. On the other side, everyone was watching intently. The staff member asked Nam Han Thu, "Elder Nam, do you think he can smoothly pass the fourth floor?" He crossed his arms over his chest, not answering immediately but asking back, "What do you think?" She replied, "I just checked the records from when Lam Track participated in the Academy tournament. His soul arrow level is exceptionally high. But having strong offensive power doesn't mean his defensive soul art level is high too, to cultivate both types of soul arts to advanced stages at his age." Before she could finish, the fourth floor of the tower lit up, serving as the answer to their doubts.
She dropped her jaw in astonishment and exclaimed, "He cleared it!" And it took him less than half a minute. Quach Tam D and Quan Nin were overjoyed, hugging each other and jumping up and down as they cheered. "Appa Lam Track is amazing." Trong Man Man rested her hands on her hips, exclaiming proudly, "Incredible, as expected of our junior." By now, Tong Tham Thui knew fear. He trembled, his face turning pale as he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible?" He could no longer maintain his arrogant, world-despising expression. "I could let the previous floors slide, but even the fourth floor." But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw the fifth floor of the tower blaze with light. Everyone simultaneously stared in sheer horror. The fifth floor, too. At this very moment, no one dared to underestimate the protagonist anymore. The crowd chattered excitedly. "You really can't judge a book by its cover. To think that kid is so formidable at such a young age." "That's right. I'm afraid we're going to witness history today." "Now that you mention it, since he passed the fifth floor, his name should be on the star steel by now, right?" Quan Nin rushed over to the stone steel to scan for his name, muttering to herself. Rank 41, 24 minutes 45 seconds. Rank 40, 23 minutes 33 seconds. After a moment, she cheered. "Found him! Rank 39, Lam Truck, cleared the fifth floor in under 52 seconds. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd screamed in absolute shock. Cleared the fifth floor in 52 seconds? He just straight up shattered the Star Steel's speed record. In the top 40, he's the only one who took less than a minute. What kind of monster is this?"
Inside, Lam Track was still fiercely battling. His opponent was a diamond giant elephant rock element Tier 5, Stage 6. Despite its colossal imposing figure, it couldn't escape the fate of having its head pierced by his soul arrow. He calmly evaluated, so after defense, it's a test of the challenger's offensive power. Watching the monster slowly disintegrate before his eyes, he mused. The diamond giant elephant is known as a mobile fortress, yet facing a Tier 6 soul arrow, it's still far from enough. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, challenger, on successfully clearing the fifth floor. You may now claim the maximum reward, 500 star soul points. Please note, rewards can only be claimed once. Claiming it early will forfeit accumulated rewards from higher floors. Do you wish to claim it now?" He replied immediately. "No, continue the challenge." The higher the floor and the shorter the time, the richer the star's soul point rewards. Since I'm here to challenge it, I must naturally claim the highest reward. He had ascended to the 6th floor of the star's soul tower, facing a swarming horde of fierce beasts. This time, the clearance requirement was eliminate all fierce beasts. Countless beasts that looked like identical puppets, each wielding a longsword, appeared. They were puppet swordsmen, rock element, Tier 4, Stage 8. He thought to himself, their individual levels aren't high, but there are hundreds of them. Suddenly, they charged forward in unison, letting out deafening growls. Completely fearless, he charged straight at them head-on. This 4 is designed to test the challenger's ability in group combat. The fierce beasts swarmed like ants, pouring in all at once, every single one brandishing a sharp sword.
In an instant, a soul arrow shot out, blowing the head off a puppet swordsman. The others kept charging, swinging their swords at Lam Track, but he wasn't about to stand still and wait for death. He swiftly leaned aside to dodge. Then he instantly fired back with his soul arrow, blowing a hole through another monster's head. Wave after wave of monsters poured in. He rapidly fired a barrage of soul arrows, eliminating them one by one. Fighting endlessly without denting their numbers, he began to calculate.
The soul arrow is a single-target offensive soul art. Using it to clear out a horde of beasts is still far too inefficient. As he farmed the mobs, his mind raced non-stop. Even with soul protection, if I get surrounded by this massive number of puppets, they'll easily fall into a passive state. It takes at least one soul arrow to take down a single puppet swordsman.
Without a pet support, using soul arrows to deal with all these puppet swordsmen will likely cost thousands of soul power points. At this rate, I don't know if my remaining soul power will be enough to clear the 7th floor. Then he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Wait a minute, don't I still have an area of effect offensive soul art? He immediately opened the system panel. Currently, his soul power shockwave skill was at tier 2. I decisively spent 1,200 achievement points to buff this skill straight up to level 6. Then I immediately raised both hands and shouted, Soul Power Shockwave. A terrifying burst of energy spread through the air, instantly obliterating the nearby puppet swordsman. The tremendous energy shot forward, striking the monsters. Deafening explosions constantly echoed in the area as those ferocious beasts shattered one by one. Seeing the destructive power of this skill, he cheered happily great, while thinking to himself, it's just that before, whenever I faced a large number of beasts, I always let little Snowball handle them. I rarely use Soul Power Shockwave normally, so I almost forgot about this soul art altogether. To deal with multiple enemies and AoE attacks, soul art is still the best. Faced with the protagonist's incredibly powerful attack, the puppet swordsman couldn't counterattack at all and fell continuously. After the last monster vanished, he panted a bit drained. The notification rang out once more. Congratulations to the challenger for successfully clearing the 6th floor. You can now claim the highest reward, 1,500 star soul points. Please note, rewards can only be claimed once. Claiming early means you cannot accumulate rewards from higher floors. Do you want to claim it now? He decisively refused right away. No, continue to adjust. Out of the 7 floors, only the final trial remains. Meanwhile, outside, everyone witnessed the 6th floor of the tower lighting up brightly. Tong Tan Thui's eyes widened and he stuttered, trembling, the 6th floor. He cleared the 6th floor. Then he lowered his head in despair. My best record over the years was only reaching the entrance of the 5th floor. Just then, Vien Wei bowed his head and reported, Young Master, our subordinates have investigated Lam Trak's background. The young master impatiently urged, speak quickly. Which noble family trained that little monster? He replied respectfully, Young Master, he's an orphan from an ordinary family in Bin Hai City, with no noble background whatsoever. He asked again in shock, an ordinary family. Then how can he have this kind of power? The turning point of his life began when he participated in the Beast Tamer qualification test for the first time. In his very first exam, he passed the Apprentice Beast Tamer test on the super hard difficulty, breaking Bin Hai City's record. During the entrance exam for Jiang Nin Beast Taming Academy, he was admitted with an overwhelmingly high score. In the bronze rank Beast Tamer test, he chose the super hard difficulty again and cleared it flawlessly. In the recent academy tournament, he seized first place with absolute power, becoming the youngest top student of Jiang Min Academy. He achieved all this in less than half a year. This Lam Trak is truly a peerless genius. Tong Tham Fui's jaw dropped in shock, completely unable to believe his ears. Elder Vien, what are you saying? How could an orphan have the capability to grow to this extent? He sighed, Young Master, although I don't want to believe it either. This intelligence source is highly reliable, and his battle records are entirely true. He asked in confusion, then why did Jiang Min's genius come to our La En city? Just for the Star Soul Tower? Vien and we replied, probably not. I found out that he and a few companions came here for the newly discovered ruin in La En city. Hearing this, Tong Fan Thui's expression grew serious and he yelled, The ruin? Then that's absolutely unacceptable. The Tong family has poured so much manpower and resources into this ruin. I absolutely cannot let that brat interfere, let alone enter it. Vien and Wei revealed a calculating look, his face showing clear ruthlessness. Don't rush, young master. I have a plan. He lowered his head and whispered. Deep within the ruin, the space is chaotic, and ferocious beasts run rampant. We also have our people there. Even if he is the top student of Jiang Nin, dying in an accident inside the ruin is perfectly normal. Hearing this, the young master immediately understood his implication. You mean to finish him off inside the ruin? He replied smugly. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against.
No matter how strong he is, he's just an 18-year-old brat. I am a golden rank beast tamer, and I have more than enough ways to make him stay in that ruin forever. Tong Fan Thui immediately regained his arrogant, overbearing expression and smirked. Good. Do it. Peerless genius, my foot. Top student of Jiangmin, my foot. I'll make him understand that in this law and city, our Tong family has the final say.
Lam Trock had reached the 7th floor of the Star Soul Tower. Opposite him, 3 silhouettes slowly stepped out. They were Ghost-Face warriors, construct element, tier 6 rank 2, looking like humans wearing demon masks, holding dual swords in their hands. He began to analyze his opponents, Ghost-Face warriors, tier 6 construct beasts. Their stats in defense, destruction, speed, endurance, accuracy, and range are extremely balanced. There are no standout traits nor any elemental abilities. When facing opponents of the same rank or stronger, its mediocrity is undoubtedly a weakness. But when facing weaker opponents, this weakness turns into a massive advantage. Mediocrity means having no weaknesses, and having no weaknesses means complete suppression. The 3 Ghost-Face warriors had seamlessly set up a formation, encircling him before he knew it. Quietly watching his opponents, he thought to himself, no wonder no one has ever cleared it since the Star Soul Tower appeared.
Recalling the previous trials he had overcome, soul strength, defensive power, sustained combat capability, crowd control attacks. Human strength is ultimately limited. The vast majority of beast tamers pour all their resources into their pets. They simply wouldn't dive deep into all 6 of these areas simultaneously. To cultivate all areas of soul arts to the point of being able to go toe-to-toe with tier 6 beasts before the age of 25 is simply not something an ordinary talent can achieve. Right then, a beast suddenly charged at breakneck speed, unleashing the skill Phantom Steps. He immediately fired off a soul arrow. Unexpectedly, it managed to sidestep and dodge just like a human.
The other 2 also lunged forward simultaneously. He quickly backed away, thinking to himself, they're too agile, attacking from 3 sides at once. I have to force an opening. Right after, he raised his hand to cast Soul Power Shockwave. The beast couldn't dodge this strike and froze stiff. A soul arrow pierced right through its head. He was highly satisfied. Great, 1 down. The remaining 2 rushed in from behind, trying to coordinate a joint attack against him. They swung their swords in unison, weaving 2 strikes into an X shape. This was the cross-slash technique. But the protagonist used Soul Shield just in time. The attack hit the barrier, causing a deafening explosion. Refusing to be pushed into a passive state, he immediately whipped his head around, ready to launch a counterattack. A soul arrow shot out, piercing through a Ghostface's head, killing it instantly. Its body collapsed to the floor and slowly vanished. Now, only his final opponent remained.
Lamtrack challenged it coldly. Come on, let's make this quick. The moment he finished speaking, the ferocious beast bolted toward him at blistering speed, dual swords drawn back. It zigzagged forward, but strangely didn't stab him head-on. Instead, it sidestepped and darted behind his back. Probably thought a sneak attack from behind would be an easier way to eliminate its opponent, hurriedly bringing its sword down in a slash. Too bad for it. He wasn't someone to mess with. Without even turning his head, he simply raised a hand and fired a soul arrow, shattering its head to pieces. The final beast gradually dissolved into glittering motes of light, fading into the void.
The notification echoed. Congratulations to the challenger. You have cleared all floors of the Star Soul Tower. Total time, 4 minutes and 28 seconds. You have received the highest reward, 3,000 Star Soul points. As the first challenger to completely clear the Star Soul Tower, you receive an additional 2,000 Star Soul points. Do you want to claim them? Only a fool would refuse. He immediately answered, claim. Internally thrilled, an unexpected harvest, 5,000 Star Soul points. I wonder what good stuff I can exchange them for. Outside the tower, the lights still remain on the 6th floor. The anxious crowd continuously debated. Do you guys think he can clear the 7th floor? It's too hard. The Star Soul Tower has been here for so many years, and no one has ever beaten the 7th floor. Quan Min had absolute faith in him, clenching her fists and affirming, my brother will definitely clear it. He can absolutely do it. Suddenly, the light on the 6th floor went out. The crowd gasped. It's off. The light on the 6th floor is out. The light on the 7th floor hasn't turned on yet. Did he fail? Tong Fan Thui was so ecstatic he jumped up and smugly declared, I knew it. How could that guy clear the 7th floor? A dirt poor brat from out of town dares to compare himself to me. But at that moment, an earth-shattering chime echoed through the air and the ground trembled. People cried out in terror. Earth,
An earthquake? What is this bell sound? Someone noticed something strange, hurriedly pointing forward and shouting to grab the attention of the others. Look over there. Look at the Star Soul Tower.
Following his finger, they saw the tower suddenly emit a blinding golden light, a column of power piercing through the dark clouds and shooting straight up into the towering sky.
The crowd's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, jaws dropping, completely uncomprehending of what was happening. Even Tong Pham Thuy, who was midway through gloating, froze up, his face full of utter shock. After a few seconds of bewilderment, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. The atmosphere turned incredibly wild and ecstatic. Unbelievable. Nam Han Thu clapped loudly. Good. Well done, kid. I never thought that in my remaining years I'd witness the moment the Star Soul Tower is completely conquered. I must quickly return and report this. With this level of talent and power, Hell definitely become a formidable pillar protecting the Federation on the dimensional battlefield in the future.
The system notified, Star Soul Points claimed. Current Star Soul Points, 5,000. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Note, items exchanged in the Star Soul Tower cannot be transferred. Lamtrak replied immediately, exchange. Understood. The Star Soul Treasury is opening for you. Please select and exchange the items you need. After that, he seemed to stand in an elevator-like box and was transported to another dimension. Before his eyes was a massive door that slowly opened, revealing light spilling from within. Stepping into the room, countless rare treasures and strange artifacts appeared. There must have been hundreds of thousands of items, incredibly rich in shapes and colors. This sight left him utterly stunned, his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face. He started walking deeper inside. Wherever he went, the system displayed information on the treasures. Star Soul Stone, a special crystal condensing Star Soul power. Melting and absorbing it with soul power can slightly increase soul strength. Requires 50 Star Soul Points to exchange. Star Dragon Blood, the refined blood of the sacred beast Star Dragon. Drinking it can slightly enhance physical attributes. Requires 50 Star Soul Points to exchange. Spirit Awakening Herb, an exotic plant growing in places with abundant soul power within the Star Soul realm. It clears the mind and calms the spirit. Carrying it can slightly boost the efficiency of soul art cultivation. Requires 500 Star Soul Points to exchange. 9 Luminaries Bind, control type soul art. Summons 9 colored beams of light to imprison a target's movements. Duration depends on the target's strength. Requires 1,200 Star Soul Points to exchange. Exclusive to the Star Soul Tower. Cross of Silence, support type soul art. Severs the target's connection to all energies, sealing their skills. Duration depends on the target's strength. Requires 1,400 Star Soul Points to exchange. Exclusive to the Star Soul Tower. Seeing an endless array of treasures really broadened his horizons. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder so many people flocked to the Star Soul Tower. Just bringing any random item from here to the outside world would be a priceless treasure you couldn't buy anywhere. Unfortunately, every item costs quite a few Star Soul Points. 5,000 points probably won't be enough to exchange for much. He began to analyze. The soul arts provided by the Star Soul Tower are all powerful skills unavailable outside, so soul arts must definitely be prioritized. For offense, I already have Soul Arrow and Soul Power Shockwave. For defense, I have Soul Shield. Both of those categories can be ruled out. I'm only lacking control and support soul arts. He picked up the 2 books. They were 9 Luminaries Bind, which could imprison an enemy's movements, and Cross of Silence, which could weaken an enemy's combat power. Exactly what he needed. Deciding to choose these 2, the system notified. Consumes 2,600 Star Soul Points. He decisively agreed, exchange. A ding echoed, and the 2 skill books in his hands quickly turned into a brilliant golden light that shot into his mind. Lamtrak closed his eyes to feel the change, thinking to himself, this is the usage and enlightenment of these 2 soul arts. Although I haven't used them in practice yet, I can feel their immense power. He glanced around. It's not very convenient to test them out here. I'll find a chance once I get out. With the remaining Star Soul Points, I should get some things for Little Snowball, Rock God Soldier, and the Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon. Walking around a bit more, he suddenly spotted a perfectly round, fiery red orb. This object caught his eye. Holding it in his hand, the system displayed the info, Star Spirit Fruit. A spirit fruit born from a 10,000-year spirit tree,
artificially grown using the Star Soul Tower's core power. It profoundly tempers a pet's flesh and soul, breaking through their innate potential limits. He cheered excitedly. Another spirit fruit that can break through potential limits. This is it. To a beast tamer, soul strength is the foundation of all abilities. It'll use all the remaining Star Soul points to exchange for Star Soul stones. At this moment, his system showed some basic info. Lamb track, 18.5, soul, 31. Level, bronze rank beast tamer. Soul power, 31,003,100. Achievement points, 2250. Seeing those stats, he was overjoyed. A soul strength of 31 has already met the entry-level standard for a golden rank beast tamer. With my current strength, passing the silver rank super hard test will be a breeze. Finished with the exchanges, he walked out of the door satisfied, planning. Once I'm done exploring the ruin, I'll go take the silver rank beast tamer evaluation. The doors of the tower slowly opened. A massive crowd had gathered just outside, eagerly waiting for the protagonist to appear. When they saw him walk out, the crowd immediately roared, "He's out! My God, he's even younger than I imagined. The first person in history to clear all the floors, and I got to see it with my own eyes." The system notified once again, achievement unlocked. First to clear the Star Soul Tower. Become the first challenger to complete all 7 floors since the Star Soul Tower appeared. Rewards, 1,500 achievement points, Soul Power Potion times 1, Physique Enhancing Crystal times 1, Soul Crystal times 1. He smiled and thought, the special achievement was within expectations, and the rewards are abundant. It's just enough to make up for the consumption of upgrading Soul Shock earlier. Suddenly, Quan Nin rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cheered happily. He quickly said, "Slow down." She was so excited that her face flushed red. "I knew you'd definitely clear it. You're so amazing."
Quach Tamdi also stepped forward to congratulate him. Top student Lam really did us proud. That young master of the Tong family was just mocking you earlier, and now he's been slapped right in the face. Look, see? As soon as you cleared it, he didn't say a word and just slinked away. She looked at the now empty spot where Tong Fan Tui had been sitting. Pouting, she snorted coldly. He definitely didn't have the face to stay. Such a snob looking down on others, only knowing how to throw his weight around using his family's power. I hate this kind of person the most. He rubbed his friend's head soothingly. All right, don't be angry anymore. I never cared about him anyway. There's no need to get upset over someone like that. Senior Strongman Man walked over and said, Junior Lamb Track must be exhausted. How about we head back to the hotel to rest first? We can discuss our ruin exploration plan after we wake up tomorrow morning. He happily agreed right away. Sure, let's do as you say, Senior, and head back to the hotel first. It's also a good time to share the spirit fruits with Little Snowball and the others. The group returned to the Hin Lap Grand Hotel on Lai Xuan Street. It was getting dark and the lights from the windows were starting to turn on. 3 spirit fruits were neatly arranged on the table, their shiny red skin looking just like candied haws, incredibly tempting. The 3 pets stare at them blankly. The main character picked one up and gave it to the Snow Maiden, explaining, "This is a spirit fruit. It can break your innate potential limit and will be very helpful for your future evolutions. Go ahead and eat it." She took it and immediately popped it into her mouth. He thought to himself, I wonder to what realm this spirit fruit can raise Little Snowball's potential, which originally could only evolve up to the king tier. The Snow Maiden gently nibbled on the spirit fruit, her demeanor exceedingly graceful. The rock god soldier, on the other hand, decisively opened its huge mouth, tossed the whole fruit in, and started chewing. The tiny coagulated stone demon dragon held the spirit fruit with both hands, bared its sharp teeth, and took a bite. The sound of munching echoed throughout the room. Lamb Track sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes shining with overwhelming expectations. After finishing the fruit, the Snow Maiden suddenly tilted her head back, and sparkling motes of light radiated around her body. Witnessing the scene, he asked, "Little Snowball, how do you feel?" The system displayed the Snow Maiden's information, level tier 6, stage 3, next evolutionary form, Polar Ice Princess. Because the pet couldn't speak and thus couldn't answer, he had to read every line on the system panel himself. After seeing her level, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Tier 6, Stage 3. Before eating the spirit fruit, Little Snowball was only at Tier 5, Stage 4. She broke through an entire major tier. Her growth stage remained the same, yet her level skyrocketed. So this is the effect of breaking the innate potential limit, directly shattering the level cap of her current growth stage. He then looked at the other 2 pets.
Rock God Soldier, level tier 6, stage 5. Next evolutionary form, Rock God General. Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon Adult, level tier 5, stage 6. Next evolutionary form, Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon Prime.
He was overjoyed and cheered happily. Awesome. The innate potential limits of all 3 pets have been broken. He took out 2 small purple stones and said, "Since we haven't set off for the ruins yet, I might as well absorb these 2 crystals now to solidify my foundation a bit." Starting the absorption, the 2 crystals quickly dissolve in his palms, turning into blue light that slowly seeped into his body. After the absorption was complete, his body underwent a transformation, with golden energy currents swirling around him. Physique increased from 18.5 to 19.5. Soul increased from 31 to 31.5. You felt the change. Physique went up by 1 point, but soul only increased by 0.5 points. The further I go, the harder the threshold to improve attributes will be. But this level of improvement has already exceeded my expectations. With my current strength, I have a much better chance of handling the risks in the ruins. The next morning, Lam Trak, Quan Nin, and Trong Man Man were eating breakfast at the hotel. He asked, "Are Senior Ko and Tam D really not going to the ruins with us?" The senior replied, "Lan Yen found out there is a limited edition ancient book market in La An City, and she's been immersing herself there, refusing to go anywhere else." His cousin also chimed in. Tam D said she wants to check out the auction house here to see if she can buy any suitable rare items. As for Tham Fong, he went to challenge the Star Soul Tower alone, so he won't be coming with us. Hearing that, he confirmed, "So it's just the 3 of us." The other 2 nodded in unison. He stood up and said, "All right, I've already looked into the location of the ruins entrance and the rules for entering, so setting off now is just perfect." His cousin smiled brightly and cheered, "You're so reliable, Appa." After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them went to the ruins together. At the entrance to La An City's secret realm, a large crowd had already gathered. Throngs of people poured in, making the area extremely bustling. Small stalls had even been set up nearby. People were starting to recruit teammates. A muscular man raised his hand and shouted, "Anyone want to form a party? A 4-person team missing 1 requires at least 1 tier 4 pet." Another young man even used a megaphone, calling out, "Whoever's hunting black wolves, come here. Loot will be split evenly." Some were even taking the opportunity to do business. Silver rank beast tamer leading the team. "Whoever wants to be carried, come here quick. 100,000 a trip." The main characters group blended into the crowd. Quan Nin looked around, constantly marveling. "This scene is too lively. It's exactly like the matchmaking lobby for dungeons and online games." He agreed. "It's indeed not what I imagined. At first I thought the ruin entrance would be a heavily guarded, restricted area." Suddenly, a young man wearing a mesh shirt walked over with a bright green chameleon on his shoulder. He greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, you 3. He asked. "You are?" The man immediately introduced himself. Hello. My name is Malap V. I'm a bronze-rank beast tamer, currently working as a guide for these Black Wolf Forest ruins. I recognize you at first glance. You're Lam Trak, the one who cleared all 7 floors of the Star Soul Tower, right? I'm guessing this is your first time coming to the Black Wolf Forest ruins. Believe me, you absolutely need a reliable local guide." Hearing that, his cousin was utterly confused. This isn't a tourist attraction. Why would there be a guide for exploring a ruin? He smiled and explained, "You just don't know, young lady. The terrain of these Black Wolf Forest ruins is highly complex, and the ferocious beasts and traps inside are incredibly bizarre. A novice coming here for the first time without a guide could easily lose their life in there. This is my pet, Forest Walker. As long as it has been to a place once, no matter how complicated the terrain is, it can remember it perfectly and lead the way with its eyes closed. We've guided dozens of parties. Our reputation is absolutely reliable. I know with young Master Lamb's strength, you're definitely not afraid of danger, but taking fewer detours could save you some energy, right?" Hearing his reasoning, he found it sensible. Resting his chin on his hand, he replied, "Makes sense. Give me a price." He held up 2 fingers. 200,000. You can compare prices. Mine is absolutely the cheapest. Out of respect for you, I'll give you an extra discount. 150,000 will do. He didn't haggle much and said outright, "I'll give you 50,000 upfront as a deposit. The remaining 100,000 will be paid in full once we safely exit the ruins. But let's be clear from the start so there are no hard feelings later. If you fail to be a useful guide on the way, or if you even dare to play any tricks, not only will there be no final payment,
but I will also take back every single penny of this 50,000 deposit." He readily agreed. "Understood. Rest assured, young Master Lamb."
Then he leaned to the side, extending his hand in an inviting gesture.
"Please follow me, you three. We have to go to the Federation checkpoint to register first. Once we pass the inspection, we can head straight into the ruins." They then followed Ma Lap V. On the way, they listened to his explanation. In the past, fallen ones infiltrated the ruins, causing casualties among many explorers. Since then, anyone entering the ruins must be inspected by the Federation. Hearing that term, he was slightly taken aback and fought fallen ones. Right, brand new species of ferocious beasts that no one has ever seen often appear in ruins, and that includes those of the demon element. It seems the origin of those experimental subjects most likely came from these ancient ruins.
He looked over at his cousin, who was happily chatting with the senior next to her, and calculated silently. Amin currently only has one demon flame red owl. I'll use this trip to the ruins to see if I can help her find a suitable second pet. Once this ruin exploration is over, I'll go take the silver rank beast tamer assessment. By then, I'll be able to contract a fourth pet, so I might as well use this ruin visit to scout out any suitable targets. The scene shifted. Deep in the forest, a massive ancient tree sat majestically. Its canopy wasn't in normal green but radiated a dazzling golden light. In the air, feathers suddenly drifted down gently and a voice rang out, "I'm so bored." Following the voice, a beautiful girl with angel wings was seen sitting on a branch complaining in frustration. Can't someone even slightly interesting show up? Deep inside the Black Wolf Forest ruins, the sight of a dense primeval forest unfolded before their eyes. Occasionally, a breeze blew by, rustling the grass and trees. Ma Lapvi led the way. He hid behind a bush, silently and intently observing the movements ahead. His chameleon also leaped up to scout the situation. After finding a path, it returned and chirped a few times to signal its master. He then called out, "Young Master Lamb, ladies, this way, it's safe ahead." The three of them, Lam Trak, Quan Min, and Trong Man Man, quietly followed behind the guide. Walking along, his cousin complained, "This place is way too complicated. I've only taken a few steps, and I've completely lost all sense of direction." Trong Man Man added, "The trees here are distributed with absolutely no pattern, and soul perception is also jammed. Good thing Junior Lam Trak found a guide, or we really would have gotten lost." Ma Lap V was used to this situation and smiled as he explained, "Before the ruins appeared, this forest was just a small hill you could cross in half a day, but after the ruins emerged, the entire terrain was warped. The trees also grew like crazy, and its current area is over a dozen times larger than before." His cousin's eyes widened in bewilderment. Is it really that exaggerated? The main character marveled. To be able to affect such a large area, this ruin is truly not simple. He replied immediately, "Of course, this is the largest ruin discovered in La An City in the past 50 years. The entire ruin is divided into 4 major areas, and we're currently in the outermost Black Wolf Forest. The three of them let out a synchronized O." The guide continued explaining, "Further ahead is the second area, the Misty Canyon. Passing through the Misty Canyon, we'll reach the destination of our trip, the Gale Vortex. It's a plain completely enclosed by massive wind walls, and also the goal of most explorers. And at the center of the Gale Vortex is the Shining Forest, which is also the absolute forbidden zone of the entire ruin." Saying this, his expression suddenly turned serious. Since the ruin was discovered, the number of explorers who have entered the Shining Forest has to be at least 80, if not 100. Yet, of those who went in, without a single exception, no one has ever come out. Hearing those words, he muttered, "Forbidden Zone." His face was expressionless, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. The group ventured deeper inside, their vision growing increasingly blurred as thick mist blanketed the entire area. Quan Nin sighed. "The mist is so thick, in a blink, I can't even see the path clearly anymore." She couldn't even see Trong Man Man's face behind her clearly. Ma Lap V reassured them, "Don't panic, this proves we've reached the outer edge of the Misty Canyon. The further in we go, the thicker the mist will be." He asked, "Are there any special ferocious beasts in the Misty Canyon?" This question made him pause slightly, his body trembling suddenly, as he answered, "In the entire Misty Canyon, there is only one single ferocious beast." All three of them were stunned and asked in unison, "Only one?"
His face darkened, breaking out in a cold sweat, looking absolutely terrified. "That's right. Its name is Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake. True to its name, the ferocious beast Malap V spoke of was a colossal snake with 9 heads. His body was still trembling non-stop. All the mist in the misty canyon is emitted by it. This canyon is its territory. When the ruin was first discovered, Lord Nam Han Thu personally took action to deal with the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake, but ultimately ended in failure, even losing one of his pets. While the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake remained completely unscathed. Hearing this, the 2 girls' eyes widened in terror as they cried out, "That's so scary."
Lam Trot also frowned and said, Nam Han Thu is a legendary rank beast tamer who owns a Tier 9 King tier pet. For even him to be helpless, this Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake is absolutely a Saint tier ferocious beast above the King tier. He thought to himself, even with a golden finger, I have no way to stand against a Saint tier ferocious beast right now. He then asked Malap V, with a Saint tier ferocious beast guarding this place, how did previous explorers pass through the misty canyon? He returned to his normal state and smiled as he explained, the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake is terrifying, but it doesn't attack randomly. It only attacks those with relatively high soul strength. As long as you don't surpass the level of a gold rank beast tamer, you generally won't be attacked. Quan Nin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, holding her forehead as she said, so that's how it is, then we can rest easy.
But suddenly the main character stood frozen, and the 2 girls beside him also stared at him intently. Why am I so unlucky? He thought. I'm doomed. My soul strength is 1 second, which is exactly at the level of a gold rank beast tamer. Seeing the people behind him suddenly stop and fall silent, the guide turned to look at him in confusion. Then his face filled with horror as he stammered, "No way. Young Master Lamb, could it be that your soul strength has already reached the gold rank?" Just as he finished speaking, an unknown force suddenly slashed toward them, attacking the group. He quickly grabbed his cousin's waist and leaped up to dodge the blow, yelling out in a panic, "Watch out." A blurry silhouette appeared within the thick mist. It seemed the opponent was a female. That silhouette gradually became clear, completely snow-white, holding a leather whip in her hand. He frowned and asked, "Didn't you say the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake was the only ferocious beast in the canyon?" The man stammered in reply, "That this is a mist nightmare. It's not a ferocious beast, but a clone manifested by the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Snake. Its strength is roughly around Tier 5. He thought inwardly, mist nightmares only appear to target those whose soul strength meets the criteria. Doesn't this prove that young Master Lamb's soul strength has actually reached the gold rank? As the fog nightmare dashed forward to attack like lightning, he immediately fired a soul dart to counterattack. But then another white shadow appeared nearby, and now they had to face 2 Tier 5 fog nightmares. Malap V hurriedly warned, "Young Master Lamb, don't use soul arts above Tier 6, and absolutely do not summon high-tier pets. The greater your power, the more fog nightmares will be attracted to you, and the stronger they'll be. Once the soul power fluctuation becomes too intense, it might even alert the main body of the Hydra deep in the canyon. When that happens, none of us will be able to escape." Somehow, after a short while, an entire horde of fog nightmares appeared right in front of them. Malapi screamed, "Oh no, the number of fog spirits is increasing." Lambtrack frowned, his expression grave, his mind constantly analyzing the situation. "I can't use soul arts above Tier 6, let alone summon a pet. Once the Hydra is alerted, everyone will die. We can only risk our lives to break out of the encirclement. We must escape the fog canyon before alerting the Hydra." But right at this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently, and a thunderous rumble echoed through the area. The tour guide panicked and cried out, "This is bad. This commotion. The fog shadow Hydra has been angered." Quan Nin also asked in fear, "Is it targeting us? We only took care of one fog nightmare. It shouldn't be that furious, right?" He replied in a fluster, "No, it's not targeting us. With such a massive earthquake, someone must be fighting the fog shadow Hydra." The scene changed. Before them lay majestic rolling mountains with a thick white fog blanketing a vast expanse. A terrifyingly massive snake head flicked its tongue, angrily chasing after 2 men who were running for their lives in terror. Powerful blasts of magic were fired at them, making their escape incredibly difficult. One of them tripped and fell, but still tried his best to get up and keep running. The scruffy bearded man cursed out loud, "Damn it. Never mind completing the assassination mission, we might just lose our lives right here." The guy next to him got hit again, diving headfirst into the dirt with his legs flailing in the air.
With one shoulder torn open, the other man yelled, "Hurry, summon your pet to block it. If it hits us one more time, we're all dead." Saying that, he immediately summoned his pet, Shadow Killer. "Intercept it now." A dark purple owl appeared and swiftly charged forward. It was a Shadow Killer Night Owl, Dark Element, Tier 5, Level 7. It fired a barrage of shadow blade slashes at the gigantic snake head, causing the beast to open its mouth and roar furiously. Waves of power hurtled forward to attack the snake, but it seemed like nothing more than a mosquito bite to it. A horrifying blast of energy slashed right back at the owl. It was startled but couldn't dodge in time.
Taking the hit, it plummeted and died instantly. The man screamed in despair, "No, my Shadow Killer Night Owl." At that moment, 9 snake heads emerged simultaneously from the dense fog, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. The 2 men trembled, knowing that escape was impossible this time, and cried out shakily, It's over." After that, only heart-wrenching screams of agony echoed through the area. Meanwhile, Lamtrak's group was finding it increasingly difficult to move forward. The surroundings were so hazy that it was hard to even see the person walking in front. Trom Man spoke up. "What's with this thick fog? The earthquake is getting worse." Malap V suddenly shrieked in terror. "It's the teleportation fog used to clear the area when the Hydra goes berserk." Right after saying that, he turned around and bolted. "Run! Anyone who touches this fog will be randomly teleported anywhere in the ruins." Hearing this, he turned back to the 2 girls behind him. "Anin, Senior, hold on tight to me. Absolutely do not let go," he said while casting Soul Guardian to protect everyone. Amidst the dense white fog, only 3 faint silhouettes could be seen. However, he quickly noticed something wrong. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There was no sign of the others anymore. He looked around and shouted, "Anin, Senior, Trongman, Malap V." He frowned and gritted his teeth. Even Soul Guardian couldn't block this fog, as expected of a Saint-tier beast. "I wonder where Amin and the others were teleported to. We're in huge trouble this time." Looking up at the sky, he only saw a flock of birds flying past. The vast mountains and forests made it easy to lose one's sense of direction. On another side, beneath a large tree covered in strangely glowing fruits, 2 groups of people were locked in a confrontation. A buzz-cut man pointed his finger and yelled, "I know you're from the Tong family, but these are the ruins. No matter how powerful the Tong family is, you must still follow the rules of adventurers. We found this herbal spirit tree first, so it rightfully belongs to us." Tong Than Thui smirked in disdain. "Huh? Rules? In my Tong Than Thui's eyes, there is only one rule in this world." He frowned, his expression turning dangerous as he finished his sentence, and that is, the strong devour the weak. The other group shouted furiously, "Are you trying to rob us in broad daylight? Does the Tong family bully people like this without fearing for your family's reputation?" He acted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, his tone incredibly arrogant. "Do you think it'd let you leave the ruins alive to spout nonsense?" The other party immediately understood and hurriedly summoned their beasts. "This guy wants to silence us. Don't think we'll just sit around and wait for death. Let's get him together, everyone." With that, several pets charged forward to attack simultaneously. A rock monster swung a devastating punch, but Vien Gui easily tilted his body to dodge it. The old man sneered, scoffing dismissively, "You don't know your own limits." After saying that, he immediately summoned his death-calling envoy, and the monster wielding a razor-sharp scythe appeared. The old man barked out, "Death Envoy, slaughter anyone who stands in our way." Hearing the command, it abruptly dashed forward, its scythe flashing with a deadly light. The main character, who was carefully trying to find his way, suddenly heard the commotion from this side and couldn't help but be startled. He decided to sneak over. "It sounds like a fight up ahead." "Perfect. I'll go check it out and maybe ask if anyone has seen in Min's group while I'm at it." As expected, Vien Gui, being a gold-rank beast tamer, effortlessly wiped out his opponents, leaving corpses scattered all over the ground. The buzz-cut guy from earlier was heavily injured, clutching his arm as he ran for his life, panting heavily in absolute desperation. But the Death Envoy quickly found him. As the scythe swung down, he thought in despair, "It's over. Everything is really over." Knowing he was dead anyway, in his final moments he screamed and cursed, "Damn the Tong family. You all will die a horrible death." Then, with a swift swoosh, the man was instantly sliced to death, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Vien Wei slowly walked over to the corpse
and let out a cold snort. The old man raised an eyebrow and smirked wickedly, throwing out a contemptuous remark. Couldn't even take a single hit. Tong Tham Thuy stretched and yawned, asking, Elder Vien, is everything taken care of? The old man reported respectfully, Yes, young master. Everything is handled. No survivors were left. Looking at the corpses, he said, Daring to offend my Tong family, this is the fate they deserve. He turned back to praise Vien Wei. Elder Vien did an excellent job this time. Thank you for your hard work. Looking up at the bunch of fruits on the tree, he added, There's quite a lot of herbal spirit fruit here. Elder Vien, you should take a portion too. The old man replied gratefully, Yes, thank you, young master. He then reached out and plucked a fruit, thinking to himself, Herbal spirit fruit, a heaven and earth treasure that only bears fruit once every 100 years, extremely rare. When a pet eats it, its body is tempered, and even its innate potential can be elevated. Though it has no effect on undead-type pets, I still have 2 other pets. Suddenly, he flinched, realizing there was movement behind him. Tong Tham Thuy also noticed it and yelled angrily, Who goes there? Crawl out here now. A familiar silhouette slowly revealed itself. It was Lam Trak. The 2 men exclaimed in sheer shock, Why is it you? He was also a bit surprised, thinking to himself, It's the young master of the Tong family from the Star Soul Tower. Enraged, he pointed his finger at his face and cursed, You little brat, you actually still dare to show your face in front of me. Sensing the other party's hostility, he frowned in confusion. How strange, I only met him once in front of the Star Soul Tower. Where did this deep-seated grudge come from? Just then, he glanced around and was suddenly shocked. Before him lay the sight of several lifeless corpses strewn on the ground beneath the herbal spirit fruit tree. Startled, he blurted out, This is. Finally understanding the situation, he thought, So that's how it is. It seems I've just stumbled upon the scene of their robbery and murder. There are no survivors left. Now that I've discovered this, they absolutely won't let me leave. Suddenly, Vien Wei spoke up. You're actually still alive. It looks like the assassin we hired was complete trash. Hearing that, he asked in return, You guys hired an assassin to kill me right after leaving the Star Soul Tower? Tong Tham Thuy pointed at him and smirked. I guess you do have some brains. Lam Trak, you stole all the attention at the Star Soul Tower, taking away my spotlight, and you even dared to humiliate me in public. You should have been dead a long time ago. Vien Wei beside him had already summoned the death envoy, declaring, Since you've uncovered our little robbery and murder, and even know the truth about the assassination, then today you have no hope of leaving these plains alive. The old man revealed a vicious expression. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. I'll make sure you thoroughly taste what it means to be better off dead. He looked around, quietly assessing the situation in his mind. There's no canyon fog here, and their massive commotion earlier didn't attract the fog shadow hydra either. It looks like this area is completely outside the fog canyon. If that's the case, I don't need to suppress my strength anymore. With that, he immediately summoned the Snow Maiden and the Rock God Soldier. Vien Wei analyzed the situation according to intel. This brat has a total of 2 Tier 5 pets and 1 Tier 4 pet. Thinking of that, the old man laughed triumphantly and mocked. You dare show off a few measly Tier 5 pets in front of a Tier 8 Death-Calling Envoy. Death-Calling Envoy, kill him. Following the old man's roar, the monster instantly hoisted its scythe and charged straight at the main character's pets. The Rock God Soldier transformed into its phantom spirit form, its entire body pitch black, while the Snow Maiden cast Ice Crystal Mirror. The razor-sharp scythe slashed fiercely into the ice shield, causing it to crack instantly. Unable to withstand the opponent's powerful attack, it shattered into 100 pieces, and a panicked look appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lam Trak raised his hand and fired a soul dart. The soul arrow swiftly shot forward, snapping the opponent's scythe in half. However, a bizarre sight took him completely by surprise. The scythe rapidly regenerated, returning exactly to its original state. He furrowed his brows and thought, instant regeneration? This fight looks like it's going to be a tough one. Vien Wei grew even more arrogant and smug. Did you really think a Tier 8 Death-Calling Envoy could be shaken so easily? Today, I'll show you the consequences of offending our Tong family and what it means to offend the strong. The monster leaped into the air, raising its scythe high, ready to cleave down on his head. The scythe slashed fiercely past Lam Trak's face, and he swiftly leaned aside to dodge it. Suddenly, strange vines sprang up from underground, quickly wrapping around the legs of his 2 pets and restraining them. The Snow Maiden, unable to move with her legs bound, turned her head anxiously toward her master. Another terrifying wave of power from the monster swept past. He leaned his head away again, unable to counterattack, only managing to continuously dodge. That horrifying magical blast struck again, this time slicing off a lock of his hair. He quickly stepped back, his expression serious but fearless, thinking, "This isn't my first time facing the pressure of a Tier 8.
The coagulated stone demon dragon or the Atlas giant bug chieftain I encountered before were both Tier 8 beasts.
Before, when Little Snow and the Rock God Soldier fused, paired with the Burst Seed card, they could even reach Tier 8 power. But right now, I don't have the Burst Seed card on hand. More importantly, this Death-Calling Envoy is an undead-type pet with the intangibility trait. It's infinitely harder to deal with than the previous Tier 8 beasts." Vian Ngui clasped his hands behind his back and roared arrogantly. "Now you're scared? Weren't you acting so mighty back at the Star Soul Tower?" Seeing his side gaining the upper hand, Tong Than Thui crossed his arms and warned arrogantly, "Lamb Track, I will give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow an apology right now, and I might just leave you with an intact corpse."
He didn't care at all and retorted, "And what if I refuse?"
He was furious and yelled, "You're at death's door and still acting tough. Elder Vian, kill him. Hack him into pieces for me." The old man respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." With that, he raised his hand to the sky. An eerie, thick black smoke suddenly emitted from his palm. "Let me open your eyes, brat, so you can clearly see the gap between you and the strong." What he cast was the soul art, soul-devouring domain. A rectangular box appeared like a cage, trapping him inside. He said smugly, "Inside the soul-devouring domain, all your soul power consumption will be doubled, and your pet's level will also be suppressed. As for my death-summoning envoy, it will receive the domain's full power boost, becoming immortal and indestructible."
Hearing this, he immediately understood. So it's a domain-type soul art. This is the real reason why the previous expedition team was completely wiped out. Then he decisively shouted, "Rock God Soldier, Ghost General form." Upon command, the red-haired guy instantly transformed. His whole body seemed buffed with extra power as he tore apart the vines binding his legs. Then he quickly dashed up to rescue the Snow Maiden from the binding vines. He then activated the soul's protection, shielding himself and his two pets inside. Quietly calculating, my soul's protection can shrink its range to cover the body's surface for isolation and defense. This way, I won't have to worry about not being able to cast it for now. He shouted another command to the Snow Maiden, "Little Snow, attack." Ice Dragons roar. Two ice dragons materialized in mid-air, roaring fiercely before charging straight at the opponent. But the Death Envoy wasn't afraid of this attack at all. With just a single swing of its scythe, it easily shattered the two ice dragons. Seizing the opportunity, the Rock God Soldier immediately rushed in to close the distance with the enemy. Then it activated Ghost Spirit State, Ghost Spirit Clone, splitting into three to simultaneously attack the monster. Powerful punches rained down relentlessly. The monster turned its scythe sideways to block, temporarily falling into a passive position. Grabbing the chance, he shouted again, "Little Snow." She understood and extended both hands, casting the Ice Burst skill. Sharp ice blades shot swiftly toward the Death Envoy, piercing right through its body. A hole was blown through the monster's head, and it suddenly staggered under the barrage of attacks. But immediately after, its body began to rapidly heal at a visible speed. Vian Ngui snorted smugly. "Within my soul-devouring domain, the death-summoning envoy is an immortal and indestructible existence. Don't waste your energy. You can't beat me." It turned around and swung its scythe to counterattack. The Rock God Soldier had to raise its arm to block the blow. Soon, a crack appeared on its sturdy stone arm, and it was knocked backward. "This one is really tough," Lamtrak silently analyzed. "Undead element pets are very hard to kill with normal attacks, but that absolutely doesn't mean they're invincible. If the black smoke can hurt the Rock God Soldier in its ghost spirit state, then my soul arts and Little Snow's skills can naturally deal actual damage to the death-summoning envoy's main body. The core weakness of all undead element pets is the soul core. The death-summoning envoy's soul core is hidden right within the black smoke that makes up its body." Just now, when Little Snow's ice burst hit it, it clearly staggered for a split second. In other words, as long as we make it impossible for its wounds to heal instantly, things will be much simpler. Thinking so, he raised his hand, and a terrifying aura of power slowly radiated from him. He shouted a command, "Little Snow, Rock God Soldier, pin it down and make space for me to strike." The two immediately dashed forward to attack the opponent together.
While opening the system panel, he smirked and said, "Weren't you curious about how I managed to conquer the Star Soul Tower and become the first to clear it?" The system appeared. Consumed 1,400 achievement points. Scylla Cross has upgraded to level 6. New trait, can continue infusing soul power beyond the base cost to amplify the soul art's power. A dazzling golden seal appeared under his feet, and a terrifying power surged through his body. He declared, "Now, I will show you the answer." Lambtrack bent his knees into a stance, fists clenched tightly, as a torrent of golden power swirled around him. Raising both hands, he used his new skill, Silent Cross. A gigantic cross suddenly manifested in mid-air. Vian cried out in shock, "Silent Cross." His eyes widened as he sensed that things were going terribly wrong. He yelled out an order, "Death-summoning envoy, stop him." The monster immediately lunged forward to shield its master. It swung its scythe to block the attack, but the cross seemed to carry an overwhelmingly immense power, emitting a blinding light. The monster recoiled, suddenly freezing in place, unable to move. Vian trembled in terror, saying, "Impossible. The soul power link between me and the death-summoning envoy has been severed. The death-summoning envoy is an 8th-tier entity." Seeing his pet trembling uncontrollably, he too began to feel fear. Silent Cross is an exclusive soul art from the Star Soul Tower. He only cleared it 2 days ago. How could he level it up so high? The protagonist coldly raised his hand to gather soul power and said, "Your so-called immortality is just relying on a continuous supply of soul power to maintain its self-healing ability. Now that its energy source is cut off, let's see how immortal and indestructible it really is." The Snow Maiden tilted her head back, and an ice dragon instantly appeared behind her. The two skills, Soul Arrow and Extreme Meteor Ice Dragon Breaker, simultaneously blasted toward the Death Envoy. The sharp ice blades repeatedly pierced through the monster's chest, breaking its defenses entirely. After those attacks, its body began to reveal wounds that could no longer heal, exposing a small orb located in its left chest. He shouted in satisfaction. Found it, its soul core. Raising his right hand, he focused his soul power, forming it into a razor-sharp arrow. Vian panicked and screamed, "This is bad. Defend, quickly." The monster instantly raised its scythe to block the attack, but the arrow carried immense power, snapping its weapon right in half. And then it shot straight into its chest, shattering the glowing crimson soul core. The Death Envoy threw its head back and howled in agony. Its fatal weakness had been struck. Losing the soul core meant losing its heart, and its body gradually dissolved into thin air. Vian suffered backlash from losing his pet. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. Unable to believe his eyes, he cried out in terror. One soul arrow shattered the death-summoning envoy's soul core. "Are you kidding me? He's clearly just a bronze rank." He kindly answered the old man's doubts. "My soul arrow has reached level 6 and gained the trait of soul power compression." As he spoke, he raised his hand, gathering streams of surging power into an energy sphere. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a cold glint. "As for my soul strength, it just so happens to be at the level of a golden rank beast tamer." Finishing his words, he hurled the sphere in his hands straight at the opponent. Without his pet to protect him, the old man naturally couldn't evade this attack, and it easily pierced right through his chest. A golden rank beast tamer just dropped dead like that, his corpse collapsing right in front of Tong Than Thui, whose mouth fell open in horror. Trembling inwardly, he thought, Elder Vian is dead. A golden rank beast tamer, who hadn't even had the chance to summon his other 2 pets, just died like this. He was so scared he nearly wet his pants and immediately turned tail and ran for his life. He's just a bronze rank beast tamer. How is his soul strength so high? Elder Vian is dead. If I don't run, I'm done for. But if someone as powerful as Vian got taken out easily, how the hell was this rich kid going to escape? He hadn't taken more than a few steps before slamming into the rock god soldier's massive frame. Startled and panicking, he looked up, sheer terror written all over his face. Trembling as he backed away, sweating bullets, he stuttered and begged pitifully, "No, please, don't." Lantrox slowly walked over and smirked, saying, "Young Master Tong, when you hire assassins to kill, rob, and silence people, you should be prepared for the possibility of being killed instead." He roared angrily, "No, Lamtrack, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Tong family will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Facing his threats, he wasn't scared at all. He just coldly replied, "Is that so? You and I had no grudges, yet didn't you still hire an assassin, chase me all the way into the ruins and try to kill me. If I let you go today, the moment I turn my back, you'll bring the Tong family's forces to mercilessly hunt me and everyone around me. Therefore, farewell." He unleashed another soul arrow that shot right through the guy's head. With a painful scream, blood splattered everywhere. Having dealt with the two obstacles, our protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. The undead element is really tricky to deal with. It would be great if I could contract a light element pet in the future. A new achievement? The system notification popped up again. Achievement unlocked. First golden exploit. Defeated a golden rank beast tamer for the first time. Reward, 500 achievement points, soul power potion times 1. Snow Maiden. Growth increased by 3%. Rock God Soldier. Growth increased by 4%. He thought with satisfaction. Although it was dangerous, both pets have grown, and I even unlocked a new achievement. Overall, this wasn't a loss. He smiled at his two pets and said, "You worked hard. Take a little break." "Oh, right." He walked over to the tree those people were fighting over and thought, "The botanical spirit fruit can temper the flesh and heal wounds. It's perfect for treating them." Stumbling upon a treasure out of nowhere wasn't bad at all. He happily picked a whole bunch of the radiant golden spirit fruits. Soon, 2 large piles of botanical spirit fruits were laid out in front of the Snow Maiden and the Rock God Soldier. He told the two of them, "Eat up. This is just as good as the fairy fruit." Their eyes immediately lit up with extreme excitement. They quickly grabbed the spirit fruits and popped them into their mouths, munching away happily. The wounds on their bodies healed at a visible rate. He cheered in delight. "Awesome, the healing effect is very obvious." Then he looked up at the sky and thought, "It's too dangerous inside the ruins. Next, I must quickly find Ah Nin, Senior Trong Man, and Ma Lap V." Ma Lap V once said there's a wind wall barrier above the hurricane circle, and the high-altitude air currents are violent enough to tear rocks apart. The coagulated stone demon dragon can't fly too high, but it's still much faster than walking. The giant dragon looked at Lamb Track, snorting angrily. It was unhappy that its master was only summoning it now. He chuckled and patted its head to coax it. "That battle just now. Setting the level difference aside, just your massive size alone would have made you a walking target for the black smoke. I didn't purposely bench you. Look, Little Snow and the Rock God Soldier specifically saved the largest botanical spirit fruit for you. Stop being mad." As he finished speaking, the Snow Maiden tossed a spirit fruit into the air, and the coagulated stone demon dragon quickly threw its head back and snapped it up. It chewed loudly and happily, completely letting go of its anger. He smiled and patted its head in praise. "Good boy." Then he immediately leaped onto the large dragon's back and ordered it, "All right now. Let's go. Time to find Ah Nin, Senior Trong Man, and Ma Lap Vi." The coagulated stone demon dragon carried him as it soared into the sky, flying past the towering treetops. The scene shifted to the southwest of the hurricane circle, where there was a cave in the middle of the mountainside. Inside the cave, cobwebs were strung everywhere, and many bleached white skeletons lay scattered on the ground. Quan Min had been teleported here. She hazily woke up and moaned with a trembling voice, "I'm so dizzy." Once fully awake, she sat up in a daze, her eyes wide as she looked around. "It's so dark. Where is this?" Her hand suddenly touched something strange. She pulled it back in terror, a look of shock on her face. Then, feeling curious, she gently touched the spot again, quietly feeling it out. Very tough. This texture. Is it spider silk? Am I being treated as emergency food? It turned out she was trapped inside a giant cocoon. She frowned and yelled out to summon her pet, Demon Flame Red Owl, "Come out." The firebird instantly appeared and dashed toward the cocoon to rescue its master. She warned it anxiously, "Control your flames carefully. Use the demonic flame to burn a hole through the cocoon's wall." Following the command, it started breathing fire. The blazing crimson flames quickly engulfed the cocoon, burning through layers of spider silk. Soon a hole was burned through, and Quan Min took the chance to dash out of it. Landing on the ground, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the Demon Flame Red Owl, otherwise I would have been in real danger this time. Looking around, I remember. After the teleportation, I fell off a cliff and was surrounded by a swarm of wind-winged spiders before I could even find my footing. This place must be their lair. Right at this moment, a bizarre noise suddenly echoed from the dark corner of the cave, and 2 hideous legs could vaguely be seen sticking out. The creature was a gigantic spider with 8 blood-red eyes and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. Behind it was an entire swarm of spiders, ready to tear their prey to shreds. Kuan Yin furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave. This isn't good. The commotion from earlier drew them here. Images from her memory suddenly surfaced. She recalled her past, and every single moment had Lamb Track's presence in it. She thought to herself, in the past, whenever we faced danger, Lamb Track would always rush forward to protect me. Her expression grew determined. But this time, I can't keep hiding behind his back. I have to rely on myself to fight and survive so I can find him. Meanwhile, our protagonist was riding his dragon toward the hurricane zone. The surrounding scenery was nothing but a sea of white with fierce winds howling relentlessly. He felt incredibly anxious and restless. I've been searching for 3 whole hours, yet there is still not a single clue. The range of the teleportation fog is just too massive. Trongman Man and Ma Lap V are also missing without a trace. The density of savage beasts in the hurricane zone is more than double that of the Black Wolf Forest on the outskirts. Nin only has one pet, the demon flame red owl, if she runs into a high-level beast.
He didn't dare to think about it anymore, simply hoping she would be all right. Suddenly, he noticed the ground beneath him shaking violently. Immediately after, a herd of wild boars scattered in all directions, looking absolutely terrified. Witnessing the scene, he frowned in confusion. Are the beasts fleeing? What could they possibly be so afraid of? He then turned his head to the side and analyzed the situation. They're running from the southwest. Something major must have happened over there. He suddenly spotted a blinding beam of light radiating from the distant mountain range. This was followed by an earth-shattering explosion, sending a thick column of pitch-black smoke soaring into the sky. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately gave the command, Coagulated Stone Demon Dragon, head toward the southwest cliff at full speed. Hurry. The dragon swiftly changed direction. He was burning with anxiety. With a commotion this huge, if they ran into a gold-ranked beast tamer like V and Wee, they'd be in serious trouble. Back inside the cave, countless spider corpses littered the ground, with sticky green fluid splattered everywhere. Kuan Yin was panting heavily, and the remaining spiders seemed frightened, slowly backing away. She was still clutching a massive spider leg in her hand. Gasping for breath, she thought to herself, I actually managed to defeat so many wind-winged spiders. I even killed their leader. But why is my body burning up like this? She lifted her head, and eerie, pitch-black patterns suddenly materialized on her face. Kuan Min leaned against the cave wall, resting her hands on her thighs. She panted heavily, looking completely exhausted. Her beautiful brows knitted together as she thought, This feels awful. It's like a fire is burning right inside my veins. She trembled as she touched her chest. My heart is beating so fast, it feels like something inside my body is trying to burst out. Gritting her teeth, she desperately held on to the last shred of her sanity. I absolutely cannot pass out right now. Lamb Track. Right at this moment, a familiar and incredibly frantic voice echoed from outside as he shouted for his cousin, Min. Immediately after, the spiders in the cave were completely frozen solid by the Snow Maiden's ice blast. The terrifying power caused them all to simultaneously shatter into hundreds of pieces. Knowing he had arrived, the intense tension she had been holding onto finally slipped away. She collapsed and fainted just as Lamb Track spotted her and rushed over. He supported her shoulders, helping her sit up as he asked worriedly, Nin, how are you? Wake up. She groggily opened her eyes, looked at the person in front of her, and spoke with great difficulty. Oppa, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Her voice was filled with agony as she frowned and groaned. My heart hurts so much. It feels awful. My soul power is being drained away. Seeing the strange patterns slowly spreading across Kuan Nin's face, he couldn't help but be shocked. These patterns are. But he quickly calmed himself down. I need to stay calm. Her soul power is slipping away too fast. I have to replenish it for her first. He pulled out a small yellow vial. I hope the soul power potion from the system actually works. With that, he poured the contents of the vial into his cousin's mouth. Her eyes squeezed shut as she struggled to swallow the entire potion. After drinking it, the painful expression vanished from her face. He rejoiced inwardly. Perfect. Her breathing seems much steadier now, and the patterns have stopped spreading. Once his cousin was taken care of, he turned to observe the surroundings. This is the main nest of the wind-toothed spiders. There must be another path inside. Trongman Man might even be in here. He then ordered his 2 pets, Rock God Soldier, you and Little Snowball, follow this cave inside and scout ahead. Be careful and don't wander too far. Hearing his command, the 2 slowly walked forward.
At this time, in the La An City Antique Book Market, stalls were set up on the ground along the sides of the vast corridor, attracting countless book enthusiasts. Quash Tam D picked up a book, opened it, and marveled. These words look like some sort of talisman. I don't understand a single thing.
Hearing this, Ko Lan Yen, who was standing nearby, took the book and said, "Let me take a look."
True to her reputation as a walking encyclopedia, she recognized it at a glance. This is the ancient text of the Beast Spirit Empire. I've studied it before. We beast tamers control pets to fight, and our power mainly comes from our pets. But for the people of the Beast Spirit Empire, their power stems from creatures known as spirit beasts. The younger girl's eyes widened. The Beast Spirit Empire. I've seen that in the history books. The older girl continued explaining passionately. Over 20 years ago, the Beast Spirit Empire invaded our plane through a spatial rift. When Beast Spirit warriors engage in combat, their bodies undergo corresponding mutations, granting them power far beyond beast tamers of the same level.
That battle resulted in the deaths of nearly 100,000 beast tamers and countless civilians. It was one of the largest-scale invasions since the Great Cataclysm. The younger girl was a bit stunned. I had no idea it was that serious. Holding the book in her hands and combined with what Ko Lan Yen had just said, Quach Tam D suddenly made an unexpected connection. Mutation abilities, huh? Speaking of which. Recalling the scene she had witnessed, she thought to herself, could Quan Min's appearance have been some kind of mutation? I need to let Lam Track know. The scene shifted. Night had fallen in the hurricane vortex and a flickering firelight shone from within the wind-winged spider's lair. Not knowing how long she had been unconscious, Quan Nin only now began to wake up, her hazy eyes slowly fluttering open. She sat by the fire and raised a hand to rub her eyes. Behind her was Lam Track's jacket, which he had taken off to use as a pillow for her. She suddenly saw him and Trong Man Man walking in from the cave entrance, carrying dry firewood. He smiled and said, "You're awake." She cheered joyfully, "Oppa, Nuna." "What happened? How long have I been asleep?" He gently touched her forehead to check her temperature and replied, "Nearly 8 hours. How do you feel? Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm just a little tired. I only remember fighting a lot of wind-winged spiders, and then my body suddenly felt really weird. It's like I became incredibly powerful, able to unleash flames exactly like the demon flame red owl. I killed the alpha wind-winged spider with a single strike, but I can't clearly remember what happened after that." He rubbed his cousin's head and comforted her in a gentle voice. "Maybe you just unlocked some kind of hidden potential in the heat of the moment. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." After you passed out, Little Snowball and the Rock God Soldier found Trong Man Man deep inside the cave. She wasn't hurt because you drew most of the wind-winged spiders here. The older girl handed her a bottle of water and smiled, saying, "That's right, thank goodness for you this time. But after you fell into a coma, Lam Track was worried sick." She felt a bit sorrowful. "I just didn't want to drag everyone down every single time. I didn't expect to still cause you trouble." Looking at his cousin sitting there quietly, the protagonist thought with a headache. Anin started running a high fever right after she fell into a coma. Her condition only began to improve after I fed her a soul power potion. Until I figure out why her soul power suddenly went berserk, her contracting a second pet will have to be postponed. He then spoke up. "Anin, tomorrow I'll arrange for you and Trong Man Man to leave the ruins first. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so going any deeper would be far too dangerous." The older girl agreed immediately. "I agree. I'll head out with Anin and go look for Lan Yen and Tam D while I'm at it. Rest assured, we'll take good care of ourselves. Make sure you stay safe out there alone, too." Hearing the senior's advice, he nodded and said, "Ma Lat V mentioned earlier that if we got separated, we should regroup at the entrance to the Hurricane Circle. He knows the terrain well, so he's probably already waiting there." The next day, Lam Track's group arrived at the entrance of the Hurricane Circle and saw Ma Lap V already waiting there. He jumped for joy at the sight of them. He then threw his arms wide and lunged forward to hug him, crying loudly, "Brother, I thought something had happened to you guys. Thank goodness everyone is safe." He held his head back to stop the hug. "Stop right there." He poked his 2 fingers together, looking extremely apologetic. "Well, about that. The initial agreement was to bring everyone into the Hurricane Circle, but then the teleportation fog incident happened. I failed my duty as a guide." But he simply replied, "It was an unexpected incident. I don't blame you. I'll pay you an extra 100,000 as compensation,
and you'll be responsible for escorting these two out of the ruins safely." Hearing this, he immediately patted his chest and cheerfully agreed, "No problem. Leave it to me. The Hydra has completely quieted down, and the outer perimeter is perfectly safe. I promise to safely escort these two beauties out." He responded with satisfaction. "Then I'll leave it in your hands. Oh right, do you have a map to the Shining Forest?" Malapbi handed Lamtrak a map and said, "This map shows the route from the Hurricane Vortex to the Shining Forest, but as for the terrain inside..." His expression turned serious. No one who has entered the Shining Forest has ever returned, so to this day, no one knows what it looks like inside. He took it, unfazed by the warning, and calmly replied, "Having this map is enough." Suddenly, a hand from behind gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. Quan Nin unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, making his eyes widen in utter shock, leaving him with a dumbfounded expression. His cousin blushed bright red out of shyness, but she didn't forget to remind him, "Appa, be careful out there on your own. We'll be waiting for you outside." He smiled, reached out to gently rub her head, and replied, "I know. Wait for me to come out." The two girls waved goodbye to him and followed Malapbi out. He stood there for a moment, watching their retreating figures. A long while later, our protagonist arrived before a rectangular portal emitting a sparkling blue light. It was the entrance to the Shining Forest. Holding the map in his hand, he looked up and thought to himself, "According to the map, this is the entrance to the Shining Forest." He wasn't the only one there. Many people had gathered in front of this portal. He marveled, there are so many people. By the looks of it, they're aiming for the Forbidden Grounds too. Although the Forbidden Grounds are dangerous, they hold countless fortunes and secrets. No wonder so many people are flocking here. Suddenly, a young man spotted him and hastily called out, "Captain, look over there. Isn't that Lamtrak?" His captain yelled out, "Where?" Turning around, he saw the protagonist and excitedly ran over to greet him. "Young Master Lam, are you here to explore the ruins too?" He asked in return, "May I ask who you are?" He replied immediately, "I was there when you cleared the Star Soul Tower. My name is Tham Hoan, captain of the Hoan Do squad. These are my squad members, and everyone here is a fan of yours." Hearing this, he amicably shook the man's hand and smiled, saying, "A pleasure to meet you." Tham Hoan then offered, "Young Master Lam, are you going alone? How about teaming up with us? Although our strength can't compare to yours, we can help you with chores or scout the way and whatnot." He politely declined. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I'm used to acting alone." "No worries, no worries. We were too forward. Then, young Master Lam, you must definitely be careful. I've heard it's incredibly dangerous inside. Yeah, you guys too." Suddenly, another completely unfamiliar voice rang out, making him turn his head. "You must be Lamtrak, right?" He saw a young man in armor approaching with a few burly men. The one who conquered the Star Soul Tower, the top student of Jiang Nin Academy. "I've admired you for a long time. I never expected to run into you here." He extended his hand to introduce himself. "You've probably heard of me. I am the second young master of the Ditch family, Ditch Nam." Even though he didn't have a clue who this guy was, he still politely shook his hand to greet him. "Young Master Ditch," he thought to himself, "the Ditch family. Looks like it's some other prestigious noble family." At this moment, Tham Hoan, who was standing nearby, suddenly popped his head out and asked with a surprised look, "Young Master Lam, you don't know Ditch Nam?" He was utterly confused. Why would I know him? He then answered, "Ditch Nam was the top ranker on the star-treading steel before you conquered the Star Soul Tower. Only then did it dawn on him, his eyes widening. So that's how it is." Watching Lamtrak and the members of the Hoan Do squad step through the portal leading into the Shining Forest one after another, Ditch Nam tightly clenched his fists. He frowned, snorting coldly in annoyance. That trash from the middle of nowhere actually thinks he's hot shit. The man behind him made a throat-slitting gesture and said, "Second young master, and what about that Hoan Do squad? Should we?" He smirked. "There's no need. Having a few more pieces of cannon fodder to scout the way for us. Isn't that even better? Let's go. We're heading in too. Stay close to them. Don't lose sight of them." With that said, Ditch Nam's group also stepped inside one by one. After stepping through the blue portal, an incredibly fantastical scene unfolded before their eyes. The scene wasn't scary at all like I imagined. Instead, it was incredibly surreal, with the plants radiating a beautiful, sparkling light. The onlookers dropped their jaws in awe. This place is too beautiful. Yeah, even breathing feels so much clearer. It's like a fairyland. While the others were busy admiring the scenery, Dick Nam ordered his team, "Spread out and search. If you spot anything unusual, retreat immediately." He quietly followed our main guy, and the two of them gradually approached the lake. Suddenly, a bizarre whirlpool appeared in the middle of the calm lake. It began to churn violently with a rushing sound. Seeing this, everyone panicked and yelled, "A trap! Did we trigger something? What's going on?" The whirlpool surged ferociously, turning the lake water into violent waves with terrifyingly destructive power. They continuously crashed against the shore as if to swallow everything whole. The deafening roar echoed through the air, and no one dared to get close. Looking up at a tree, they suddenly noticed many strange fruits growing among the branches. Inside each fruit, a curled-up silhouette resembling a human fetus could be faintly seen. He widened his eyes and stammered in shock, "This is..." The young master saw it too and exclaimed in astonishment, "Kuang Lin. The legendary Kuang Lin that can evolve to the king tier. It really is here." Hearing those words, he turned to the young man beside him, secretly wondering, he knows what this is. Staring at the perfectly round spheres on the tree, he couldn't help but mutter, "Kuang Lin." Suddenly, the system displayed its information, startling him. Name Kuang Lin, Light, Tier 7 Stage 4, Light Blade, Judgment, Holy Shield, True Sight, Purify, Breath of Life, Blessing of Light. Selectable Evolution Paths 1. Valkyrie Path activates the origin of light, enhancing light element control and comprehensively boosting both range and melee combat skills. Next evolution form, Radiant Angel, Max Evolution King Tier. 2. Glory Path, an evolution path created by the Mithril Sage. If a Kuang Lin is forcibly picked before dropping naturally, it will ignite its entire life force to immediately evolve into Glory Guardian and execute judgment upon the Gatherer. After its life force dissipates, it will revert to a light egg to grow anew, Max Evolution Tier 8. He never expected something like this. He stared wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. This is a hidden evolution path. After studying the information provided by the system, Lambtrack realized, so that's how it is. This is the truth behind why there's no return from the Shining Forest. If a Kuang Lin is picked by external force before dropping naturally, it gets forced into evolving into a Glory Guardian, draining all its life force to cast a judgment. The adventurers who came here before were likely slaughtered by this defense mechanism. Dich Nam, on the other hand, was beyond ecstatic, thinking gleefully, a king-tier potential pet recorded in the ancient texts. As long as I get one, I can surpass my older brother and become the heir to the Dich family. He turned and addressed the group. Captain Tham, my young friend Lambtrack. Since we all found this treasure together, our Dich family naturally won't hog it all. How about this? There are so many Kuang Lin on this tree. Let's split them evenly among our 3 groups. What do you say? The others were incredibly surprised by his unexpected generosity. Oh, really? The Dich family is actually this generous? He smiled warmly, acting kind. Of course, we should help each other out here. But deep down, he was scheming. He'll let them pick the first one to test the waters. If it's truly dangerous, they'll be the ones to die. If it's safe, it won't be too late to snatch it back later. Then he turned to our main guy and asked, Lambtrack, my friend, what do you think of my proposal? Unexpectedly, he refused. Don't mind me, you guys can divide it amongst yourselves. There's no need to save a share for me. But let me give you a warning. Recklessly picking these unknown things might just bring a disaster upon yourselves. Tham Huan was stunned, not knowing how to react. A sudden silence fell over the area. After his warning, no one dared to step forward to pick a fruit. Dich Nam smirked and praised him. As expected of my young friend Lambtrack, you're truly cautious. In his head, he was cursing furiously. Damn it, he just had to run his mouth. Left with no choice, he had to order his own subordinate. However, opportunities always come with risks. Aluk, summon your pet and go pick one to test it. The tall, muscular man complied, Yes, sir. He then put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. A massive bird appeared midair. It was a wind sparrow pet, wind element, tier 6, stage 1. The bird darted toward the tree, quickly closing in on a Kuang Lin fruit. Before it could even touch it, the fruit suddenly started spinning midair. Then it abruptly emitted a blinding light, its intense rays enveloping the entire space and momentarily making it impossible to see what was happening. Nobody knew what happened. They only saw the muscular owner of the wind sparrow suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood in agony, while Dich Nam gasped in horror from behind. The pet died instantly, its body plunging into the lake and vanishing without a trace. A beautiful girl suddenly materialized in the middle of the lake, her face completely stoic, wielding a long spear in her hands. The group on the shore stood frozen in shock for a moment, completely unable to identify the creature standing before them. Before any of them could react, she lunged forward and ruthlessly impaled the nearest man right in the chest. Witnessing that scene, everyone trembled in fear and instinctively backed away. A middle-aged man immediately stepped in front of Dick Nam to shield him. "Young master, be careful." Only then did he snap out of it and roar his command. Its aura is only at tier 8. Everyone, summon your pets and charge together. Hearing the order, the bodyguards behind him summoned their pets. Thunder Pattern Giant Spider, Lightning Element Tier 6 Stage 5. Green Scale Dragon Lizardman, Demi-Human Element Tier 6 Stage 4. Gale Wolf King, Wind Element Tier 6 Stage 8.
Tam Hwan shouted to his teammates, "Let's go too. If the Ditch family falls, we won't survive either." The other members immediately agreed. Got it. Everyone's pets charged in unison, each looking incredibly ferocious. However, they were quickly taken out by the enemy. Before they could even launch an attack, they were instantly slain by the sharp spear. Seeing their side losing ground, Ditch Nam's subordinate immediately summoned a Crimson Worm, Fire Element Tier 8 Stage 6. This isn't working. The level gap is too huge. We need to end this quickly. Following his shout, the worm used the Blazing Breath skill, opening its massive jaws to spew a violent stream of fire. Engulfed by the roaring, scorching flames, she could only raise her spear to block while retreating backward. Not giving the opponent any chance to counterattack, a Crimson Flame heaven-burning strike was unleashed, the flames even fiercer than before. As expected, she couldn't hold on any longer. Her body gradually vanished into thin air, turning into a cloud of glowing stardust. The surprising part was that the stardust condensed back into the original Kwang Lin fruit, hanging on the branch exactly as it was before. Everyone witnessing the scene stood paralyzed. Tham Hoen stammered, Is it over?" Our main guy thought to himself, after the Glory Guardian is destroyed, all its energy returns and regenerates. So what exactly are the conditions required for a Kwang Lin to detach naturally? At this moment, the Ditch family's young master suddenly yelled at him in anger. "Lamb Track, you already knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" He coldly retorted, "The Ditch family has been studying the ancient texts for so long and still doesn't know what's going on. I'm just here for the first time. How could I have known?" His words made so much sense that the guy was momentarily speechless, only able to gnash his teeth in fury. "You." Hearing a strange noise, someone suddenly yelled, "Stop arguing. What's that sound? Now what?" Everyone directed their gazes toward the giant tree. "Don't tell me. Are more guards showing up?" A mysterious figure draped in a black cloak, wielding a scepter, stepped out from behind the massive tree trunk. Wearing a mask, he spoke up, "Welcome to the Shining Forest, you insolent intruders." Standing high above, he asked the dumbfounded group below, "Was it you who audaciously picked the Kwang Lin?" Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. It's talking? This monster can actually speak our language." The middle-aged man behind gasped, "It's a king-tier monster or higher." Dick Nam was utterly terrified, screaming, "Elder Bang, what did you just say? King-tier." Only our main guy maintained a cold expression, staring intently at the monster to evaluate it. According to common knowledge, pets and monsters cannot master human language, but the reality was quite different. A very small number of humanoid pets could actually grasp human language and converse perfectly fine with humans. And these humanoid pets, without exception, all shared one common trait, that was reaching the king tier, or even a higher level. The mysterious figure stood tall, with a brilliant golden light shining like a halo above his head. To think there's a king-tier monster guarding this place, no wonder there's no return from the Shining Forest. The fate of those previous adventurers is easy to guess. Forcibly picking a Kwang Lin activates the Glory Guardian's defense mechanism. Even if someone were lucky enough to survive the Glory Guardian, they would ultimately die at the hands of this king-tier monster. Seeing that this fight was too much to chew, he slowly inched his feet backward. Suddenly, his back hit something that unexpectedly lit up, looking like a protective net. Startled, he whipped his head around, his eyes widening in surprise as he thought, "Is this a domain?" Looking around, he realized they were all trapped inside a giant sphere, which was the domain, Arena of Fate. The king-tier monster raised the scepter in his hand and declared, "Since you had the audacity to pick a Kwang Lin, you must be prepared to face the punishment." Dick Nam's henchman asked in sheer terror, "Young master, we've never heard of anything like this happening. It's not in the ancient texts at all. What in the world is going on?" The guy with a ridiculous rooster hairdo clutched his head and screamed in despair, "No way. Are we supposed to fight this king-tier monster?"
Meanwhile, our main guy looked helpless and completely speechless. We didn't even touch the Quang Lin, yet we're still labeled as intruders? How unreasonable. The mithril sage, the entity that created the hidden evolution path of the Quang Lin, possessing the privileged ability to create unique life forms. It's an exceptionally rare, high-tier monster.
The scepter was raised high into the air, and a magic sphere suddenly appeared at its tip, emitting a blindingly radiant light. The sphere slowly morphed its shape, and a human-like silhouette gradually materialized before their eyes. The figure became clearer by the second, revealing the contours of a body, radiating an ethereal five-colored glow all over. When the transformation was complete, a gorgeous girl in a white dress appeared before everyone, sporting a pair of wings on her back and wielding two brilliant golden short swords. This was the monster Seraphim Light Element King Tier Stage 1. Her face was ice-cold, and her entire body exuded a horrifying, oppressive aura. Everyone stood with their mouths wide open, shivering in fear as they gasped. This aura. It's another King Tier monster. The rooster-haired guy immediately turned and bolted, screaming, "We're absolutely no match for them. Run." But how the hell could he escape? He barely made it a few steps before slamming into the barrier. Then a blinding light blade shot toward him, almost completely swallowing his body. With just a sharp swoosh, he was turned into glowing stardust and slowly dissipated into the void. Sheer terror was etched across everyone's faces as they went pale. Even the arrogant young Master Dick Nam could no longer maintain his cocky demeanor. Seraphim took a battle stance, and the mysterious figure spoke coldly. "Don't even think about escaping, invaders." With that, he pulled out an incense stick. Nobody understood what he was trying to do. He then threw the incense straight into the ground and declared, "Accept my punishment. If you can survive her attacks for the time it takes this incense to burn, I'll spare your lives." Now, your time begins. The moment he finished, the incense spontaneously ignited. Before anyone could react, they just stood there staring blankly. Dick Nam anxiously roared, "Why are you still standing there? Summon your pets, now." Despite being scared out of their wits, they had no other choice. The henchmen could only accept their fate and shakily obey. "Yes, sir." But before they could do anything, Seraphim dashed right in front of them, leaving the three guys frozen like statues. Wielding her sword, she unleashed a light blade. With a single slash, all three were cleanly dispatched in the blink of an eye. Tam Huan tried to shout to reassure everyone, "Stay calm, spread out." The terrified crowd scattered in a panic. "Help! I don't want to die." Bang Lao, riding on the back of his pet, roared a command, "Red Dragon, attack with all your might." The monster immediately unleashed heaven-burning dragon breath. It opened its ferocious maw and spewed flames with terrifying destructive power. The Seraphim didn't just stand there and take it. A golden shield instantly appeared in her hand. The scorching flames surged forward at breakneck speed, but she wasn't afraid in the slightest, simply using a tiny shield to block them. Flames blasted against the shield without dealing any damage to her, scattering wildly into the surroundings. After the intense heat dissipated, a golden bow suddenly materialized in the Seraphim's hand. She hovered in the air, furrowed her brows, and drew the bowstring taut, aiming at the red dragon to counterattack. An instant kill arrow pierced the wind as it shot forward, its arrowhead gleaming with a cold, sharp light. It flew straight into the red dragon's mouth, even piercing through a part of its body. The dragon couldn't withstand the blow and immediately plummeted into the lake, dead on the spot. Its master coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in agony, screaming in despair, "Red Dragon." Dick Nam, standing behind him, panicked as well, Old Bang. He coughed violently and said, "Red Dragon was the strongest of my three pets, cough, cough." Yet it couldn't even withstand a single arrow from her. The others grew even more desperate upon witnessing this scene. "We're doomed. Even the Ditch family's men can't handle her. Are we really going to die here today?" The Seraphim hovered in midair, quietly observing the crowd to pick a suitable prey. Among the terrified, cowering ewes, Lambtrack stood proudly in the back, looking incredibly conspicuous. And so he became the lucky one chosen, as she raised her bow and aimed it right at him. Realizing he had become the target, he quickly calculated, "My highest level pet is only at Tier 6, Phase 5. Compared to a King Tier, there's an insurmountable gap. Even if I summon the rock god's soldier, Little Snow, and the rest, it would just be throwing their lives away for nothing." The arrow shot forward at blistering speed, appearing right before his eyes in the blink of an eye.
With no way to escape, our protagonist finally pulled out his hero certificate and held it up. I have no choice but to use this.
An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Smoke and fire billowed intensely. Debris flew everywhere beneath their feet, and the crowd shrank back in terror.
Pham Hoan covered his face to shield against the blast shockwave, shouting in shock, "Young Master Lam." Dich Nam frowned. Old Bang's Tier 8 red dragon couldn't even withstand it. How could a lowly bronze-rank beast tamer like him possibly survive? Old Bang agreed, the young master is right. A King Tier's power is not something he can resist. Looking back toward the explosion where the smoke was now thick, he thought to himself, but this power, it's not something we can fight against. Suddenly, a radiant golden light flashed from behind the dense white smoke. They saw our protagonist shoot straight up into the air before everyone's astonished eyes, his entire body enveloped in a blinding golden aura.
Tam Huan's eyes widened, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as he exclaimed in awe, "Is this person Young Master Lam?" Dich Nam was equally stunned, but his tone carried a hint of frustration. How is this possible? He's still alive. He looked down at his own body, marveling in slight surprise. So this is the effect of the hero certificate. Soul power, physical constitution, soul strength, everything is skyrocketing. As for the Seraphim, her eyes lit up when she saw her opponent block her attack. A joyful smile formed on her lips as she thought, interesting. Finally, someone interesting has arrived. She drew her bow again, preparing to fire another arrow. Seeing the arrow shooting toward him at blistering speed, Pham Hoan frantically yelled out a warning, "Young Master Lam, dodge it quick." But not only did he not dodge, he stood perfectly still and raised his left hand. The arrow collided with his fingertip, letting out a sharp clinking sound. What stunned everyone was that he didn't suffer a single scratch. Instead, he caused the arrow to dissipate into nothingness. Everyone stared in disbelief. Dich Nam yelled in utter shock. He blocked. He actually blocked it. Meanwhile, Pham Hoan marveled in awe. Young Master Lam is so powerful. The Seraphim grew exceedingly excited. It's not over yet. Take this. With that, she swung the short sword in her hand. Wielding dual swords, she dashed forward with terrifying speed, radiating a golden light around her. This technique was the evil-breaking slash. The speed was utterly horrifying. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it, but with the system buffing his strength, he easily leaned back to evade it, thinking to himself, combat skills, sensory skills, energy manipulation skills. It's as if this knowledge has been engraved into my soul. My body is instinctively reacting to the attacks. Even as she launched a flurry of strikes, he easily dodged every blow. He finally understood. So that's how it works. The hero certificate doesn't just enhance my stats. It also grants me the combat experience and knowledge of past heroes. The Seraphim closed in on him, followed instantly by an earth-shaking explosion. Everyone immediately covered their faces to brace against the shockwave, unaware of what had just happened. Unexpectedly, our protagonist had counterattacked with an incredibly powerful punch, causing cracks to form on her short sword. The sword shattered to pieces right after, and the terrifying force of his attack pushed the Seraphim backward. This was the first time she had met her match, someone who not only blocked her strikes but also countered and gave her such a hard time. Her expression gradually turned ugly. On the other side, he drew a sword and raised it to the sky, hovering in mid-air as he confronted the Seraphim on the ground.